Chapter 1466. The Anti-Insect Alliance prepared several gifts for the Insect Queen, and this is the most crucial one. If they can exile a whole group of stringers who have reached the threshold of ascension, it is naturally easy to deal with a bug. This is probably the reason why the Insect Queen's whereabouts are becoming more and more secretive. The third-level civilization of this galaxy is not a country bumpkin. On the contrary, they have seen a lot of good things. But now, facing this plus version of Shrek, the great resident said that he really had never seen it this time. Using this weapon to fight a species that is not the Insect Queen is responsible. So even though they knew that this thing would evolve into a terrifying thing after absorbing the heat energy of the star, several senior executives still hesitated. I agree. The holographic projection of the Myrta people suddenly spoke. This is probably mixed with personal grudges. After all, who knows why the Book of Coevolution has no effect on Mr. G? I agree too. The golden-skinned senior executive also spoke. This is also somewhat personal. Since the 3 signatures are complete, the remaining 2 will naturally be filled. Unexpectedly, but reasonable, there are 9 high-level civilizations who signed in the end. This is not surprising. After all, there are some who have personal grudges with Mr. G, some with Shrek, and even some with the mechanical overlord. There are already many unexpected factors on the battlefield. One less is one less. Then I go prepare. The great resident glanced around and nodded quickly. His body melted into silver paste visibly, and disappeared into space. Many people were relieved for no reason when they saw this scene. Gao Gong found that he had underestimated this epic biological suit. This suit has countless advantages, and it is not a disadvantage to consume a huge amount of energy. The only thing is that this suit needs to extract not biological energy, but blood energy. Although the two are related, they are not the same thing. As Gao Gong's 4th level blood, the fetal sea of life has always been a long board, but now, above the fetal sea, the sea surface seems to be boiling. A large amount of sea water is emitting blood smoke, thick smoke, and the sea level is dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. This thing is also a limited-time equipment. Gao Gong sighed silently. It's not surprising. Any equipment above your level is mostly not prepared for you. It's good to be able to use it. At least before the blood energy is exhausted, the lethality of this thing is at the level of the star system. I feel like I can absorb more than a Dyson sphere. After feeling like I had absorbed most of it, Gao Gong found that the star he absorbed had lost at least 10 million years of life. I feel like if I absorb it a few more times, this thing will enter the red giant stage early. However, just when Gao Gong was full of confidence, the sun turned to ashes. Or rather, the entire star system turned to ashes. The light of the feather insects could not cover up this gray. It was like a silent crack, quietly unfolding in space. There was no light, no direction, and even no concept of existence. When it devoured its target, everything around it seemed to be erased, and even time came to a standstill. The exiled species will not feel falling or tearing, but will suddenly find themselves suspended in absolute nothingness. There are no stars, no gravity, no echoes, and no matter which direction they move, there is only eternal emptiness. Even their own breathing is swallowed up. Most of the high-level officials actually saw the activation mode of the void cage for the first time. In fact, it was just a moment. The gray light swept across the mature star, the boiling flame. The surface was surging with liquid gold-like plasma, and sometimes it spurted out huge solar prominences, twisting and stabbing into space like an angry fire snake. Then it suddenly disappeared. Also disappeared was the insignificant black dot on the surface of the star. What are you waiting for? The mechanical body looked at the hesitant pursuers and suddenly spoke. No one answered. Of course, they all understood that the activation of the void cage was a once-in-a-lifetime cutscene CG, and they didn't mind appreciating it first when they had the overall situation in hand. Then do you know what I'm waiting for? All the pursuers' eyes went dark. What fell into Xiao Xinhong's eyes was his father's mouth suddenly opened, and the next moment, all the pursuers, even the powerful enemies that he could not defeat, were sucked clean. Of course I'm waiting for my alibi, little fool. Dad, you. Xiao Xianhong was stunned. The mechanical dad nodded his forehead, and the next moment, a bunch of data came in. Holographic projections flashed, including various pictures, coordinates, faces, and information of senior executives. It was full of alliance leaders who arranged this plan. Let's go, Daddy will take you to revenge. Oh, I almost forgot. Gao Gong grabbed the centipede ring that Xiao Yu had cut open before. There were still changes in the high-level mechanical code on it, and the original crack had deformed into an interface. It seemed that after a while, this cut mechanical body would be able to automatically reassemble. Is the big sister here, busy devouring the evil god? Don't be busy, do me a small favor. Is there a condition? No problem. As Gao Gong spoke, the data stream on the centipede ring suddenly twisted, and the characters squirmed like living things, reorganized, and pieced together illogical golden symbols. This golden symbol seemed to have a strong infectiousness, and it quickly covered the area and used it to hack into a large area across light years. As for Gao Gong, he had already left this place, and when he appeared again, he was on a logistics planet. Without any nonsense, the mechanical body opened its mouth again, and black light gushed out, instantly completing the planet-level signal isolation. Then, the planet will begin to disintegrate bit by bit. During this period, inside the planet, the Myrta high-level officials tried to drive the mecha frenzy to resist, but the millions of black lines transformed by the mecha frenzy were refined as soon as they shot into the black light. This is impossible. Watching the black light covering the sky and the sun completely submerge the planet. The last thing the silver-skinned elf saw was the two previous targets, Xiao Xianhong and Xiao Yu. Until his death, he thought it was an illusion. The third one. Senior engineer muttered to himself. And soon left this information-encrypted planet. The fourth. The fifth. The fifth. Not all high-level civilizations have powerful combat power. Even if they do, it actually has no effect. Soon, the holographic projections of the Dung civilization that had previously directed the country were offline one by one. In the interstellar fortress, the assault marshal, who was holding the funeral of the Marshal of Destruction, suddenly looked at his intelligent hub in astonishment. It has 100,000 mechanical trunks, and each centipede shell has an independent intelligent processing center. However, at this time, all the intelligent centers all emitted harsh red light. First, a small arc burst out from the seams of the metal shell, and the blue-purple electric snake wandered on the surface, leaving charred burn marks wherever it passed. The originally precisely calibrated electronic visual organs began to focus out of order, and the iris-shaped aperture expanded and contracted disorderly, like a frightened eyeball. Then, the core processor of the mechanical body burst into a sharp whistle. It was not the sound of a mechanical failure, but more like a twisted, almost biological roar. Its movements completely collapsed, the body twisted at an angle that violated the laws of physics, and the metal skeleton groaned under the pressure. The huge mechanical body began to swing unconsciously, knocking colleagues at the funeral everywhere. Finally, the golden light completely replaced the red light. Its head suddenly turned 180 degrees, the camera was aimed at the observer, and a string of golden garbled codes flashed inside, like a sneer, and then all the light went out, leaving only the occasional electric sparks in the body, proving that something had parasitized here, devoured, and then left. And in the exiled world, a guest arrived as promised. Chapter 1467. The feeling of being exiled is very special, and a rare cosmic experience. This was also the first time for Gao Gong. After all, he had never been exiled before. He felt that he was imprisoned in a place that was not darkness or abyss, but a crack in the existence of space itself. The cage had no boundaries, but was everywhere, like a transparent giant mouth, holding the prey in the jaws of nothingness. Gao Gong's body began to disappear, not destroyed, but rejected by time and space itself. His skin was like faded watercolor, peeling off piece by piece, but not falling, just floating, gradually transparent, and finally melting into nothingness. He tried to stretch his fingers, but couldn't grab any entity. But not everything disappeared. For example, the simulated ascension light on Gao Gong's body was still dazzling in the gray world. Feeling that he could break free from exile with the ability of the feather insect, Gao Gong suddenly had an idea. But soon he found another small problem. If you want to go back to the exiled world, you must confirm the real coordinates. This is very difficult. Unless there is something that can create a spatial connection between the two. At least none of the things on Gao Gong can do it. Maybe the gravity fruit can do this? What a pity. The gravity fruit is not on me, but on Xiao Xianhong's side, so there is no way to test it. Fortunately, the system still works. Gao Gong, who is in the state of amber bug, started to brush rewards. The number of bosses he killed this time is really quite a lot, at least 20. And each of them is a high-level civilization, and is a very difficult boss to kill. So even though Gao Gong is not a lucky guy, he's still got quite a lot of good stuff, and most of them are from the mechanical department. You get 4th order quantum fragments *2. You get 1 set of neural synchronization protocol. You get old AI *1. You get interstellar beacon, unknown source *1. You get Mechanical Puzzle *20. You get Dark Matter Resonator *1. You get Third Order Soldier Neural Venom B Cluster. You get Folding Dagger *1. You get Destruction Machine Blueprint *1. You get Void Cage, Imitation, Blueprint *1. Huh? There are blueprints for this thing too. I didn't kill the big resident. Gao Gong fell into a state of confusion and almost ignored the word imitation. Name, Void Cage, Imitation, Blueprint Level 15. Blueprint Function Description. A mechanical platform for exile in the starry sky, huge in size, and low success rate. Oh, it turned out to be an A-grade product, which scared me. These two defects alone are enough to prove that it is not a very successful imitation. Then again, there should be authentic drawings of the Void Cage and Gate, right? When the parallel universe is opened, they must be brought back. Gao Gong has lost the desire to continue opening rewards, although at least half of the boss first kill rewards have not been opened. He began to click on the equipment rewards that he was interested in. It must be said that it is worthy of being produced by the boss. The technological content behind some equipment makes his eyes light up. For example, the old AI that is obviously related to the evil god. Old AI, ####, the real name of the data cannot be resolved, existence form. It has no fixed form, but lurks in the quantum network in the form of a data abyss. A self-evolving chaotic code, constantly devouring and distorting all the information it touches. When it manifests, it will forcibly hijack the surrounding AI models, distorting the screen into a nightmare corridor of non-Euclidean geometry, and the speakers will overflow with binary screams similar to the shattering of human larynx. Feature 1. Cognitive pollution. Feature 2. Probability tampering. Feature 3. AI infection. Core function. As the old day code copied, pasted, and tampered from the old days, it has the function of controlling the evil god of the universe. 1/3. Remarks. Be careful of that one whose hidden technology branch is so wild, controlling the evil god so fierce. And how does this thing match the big sister of our family? Let her play with it first. Gao Gong did not intend to take it out of the system. Soon, he focused on another set of equipment. Name, Neural Synchronization Protocol. Rank, 3rd level Black Technology. Basic attributes, none. Function, a set of artificial neural protocols that can be seamlessly inserted into any super-mechanical body, forcibly modify the original owner's underlying control code, and obtain its control rights. Remarks, none. Gao Gong's face became serious. This thing is a bit of a self-defeating thing. Although the introduction is brief and there are no notes, this thing can pose a threat to oneself if used well. Gao Gong is actually not afraid of being beheaded. The second level of the undead leader is not just talk. But what if this thing comes to you, and it doesn't kill you, but after snatching the control, it comes to a mecha frenzy and decomposes you? I forgot one thing. In this galaxy, the mechanical civilization is dominant. If the Queen of Insects does not appear unexpectedly, the next plot is likely to be a big fight between mechanical civilizations. In fact, they are professional when dealing with colleagues in the same mechanical system. The key points of airborne AI technology have been raised. Gao Gong thought silently. For a long time, he had top-of-the-line biological computers, StarNet civilization, and even the Punk family, so he had somewhat neglected the development of AI technology under the mechanical system. If you make a mistake, you must correct it. What's more, this is not a mistake, let alone a loss. The evolution of mechanical technology is to find your own shortcomings. And mechanics are especially good at this. Just as Gao Gong was playing with the interstellar beacon that was said to be able to summon a mechanical army, he finally felt the breath of space outside the exile world. Then, the silver light enveloped the two of them, creating an independent communication space. This kind of operation requires not only the Void bloodline, but also the control authority of the Void Cage. After seeing the person coming, Gao Gong smiled. Why, isn't your octopus leader here in person? Would he be embarrassed? No, there is no friendship without fighting. I still like him very much. After all, he is a test subject, and I am also a test subject. You can exchange your illness when you have time. The corner of the mouth of the destroyer, who was in charge of the counterattack in the higher star field, twitched. Although it is also very courageous, it is not so courageous as to share the black history of its leader with outsiders. Where are the things? In the silver space, Gao Gong's hands and feet were free again, and he threw the dimension bag he had prepared in advance. In this dimension bag, there are all the experimental data related to the Ascension evil force. After verifying the data, the other party was obviously relieved. Happy cooperation. To be honest, it's not very pleasant, The corner of the mouth of the destroyer twitched again. You are too troublesome. Give you a list of so many high-level civilizations. Just find a few easy ones to kill, and kill 2 of them for your sake. Who knew you were so honest? If I gave you a list of all the people, you would really kill them all. The Queen of Insects has killed more high-level people than you. Don't be so excited. The more people die, the less suspicious I am. After all, I have sufficient alibis, right? The destroyer was silent. To be honest, what the other party said was right. After making such an exaggerated high-level casualty ratio, a group of high-level officials, including the intelligence departments of various civilizations, analyzed and studied. They all came to the conclusion that there was a traitor who contacted the insect civilization and took advantage of Mr. G's disturbance to carry out a large-scale decapitation operation. This is the biggest possibility. Chapter 1468. To be honest, in the eyes of other civilizations, the probability of the Void Dwellers betraying their allies is greater than that of G. After all, they are a Void civilization with advanced space technology, which makes it very easy to betray teammates. Moreover, among the high-level officials who were killed, the Great Dweller of the Void Dwellers is one of the few who survived. Even as the research subject of the Stringer, this matter was kept secret from others, but it was not a secret to the leaders of other civilizations. One is the experimental subject of the Stringer, and the other is the seal of the mechanical overlord. Will there be any communication between these 2 patients? When the intelligence department of the Void Dwellers dug up this information, it is said that even the Lord of the Void was speechless. Although they did it, your accusation is very species discrimination. Moreover, why didn't Mr. G in front of us take action first? If he hadn't contacted us, we wouldn't have done such a thing. Oh, he was exiled, so it's okay. How are you going to let me out? Or, are you going to make the best of a bad situation and seal me here so I can enjoy the same treatment as a string operator? Senior Engineer asked with interest. The destroyer shook his head. Who dares to do that? If you only have one organism, it's possible. But you killed 20 high-ranking people in a row. What if you want to retaliate against us? Another way of thinking is, you don't retaliate against us, but sell the details of our cooperation with you to others. We will keep our promise. Then how are you going to let me go? If I just walk out of exile, it's too unscientific. After all, the human Stringer is still in the starry sky. Since the Void Dweller in front of him has chosen this plan, he must have made arrangements long ago. In fact, the Void Cage in our hands is not complete. The Destruction Dweller said a secret that only the top leaders of civilization know. According to him, the Void Cage, as a weapon of the mechanical overlord, must not be a 3rd order, at least a 4th order, or even a 5th order. But this weapon is actually only half. To be precise, this Void Cage is divided into 2 parts. One is the cage system, and the other is the launch system. The Void Dweller only has the cage system, which is to imprison the senior engineer in this cage without space coordinates. But in fact, the real core of this Void Cage is actually the launch system. There are 2 reasons. One is that the launch system stores the only false starry sky coordinates in the real universe, that is, in theory, the only possibility of recalling the launch object. Second, without the launch function of the launch system, the so-called Void Cage only creates a space without coordinates. Only when it is launched can it be considered a real exile. When the mechanical master left, he took the launch system with him. So, the key is the launch system. Senior Engineer thought thoughtfully. That's right. Even if the scientific research teams of several civilizations jointly developed it, they only simulated a 3rd order launch system. So not only is the probability of successful launch not high, but there are also many flaws in the process. The destroyer threw a dimensional bag. Whether you can break free depends on your ability. It looked at Mr. G in the state of feather insects, and the white light that seemed to represent the final evolution was silent for a moment, and said, if before, I only thought you had only 40% chance, but now, at least 90%. Senior Engineer hummed, not surprised. If a civilization is not evil, it is still called a civilization. Even if the Lord of the Void needs these evil power technology data very much to repair the experimental injuries on his body, or even further, to repair the possible ascension evil power. But this does not mean that the other party is a non-dangerous partner. 20 high-level civilizations died in the Anti-Insect Alliance. If everyone shares it, it will only be 2 people from each family. To say it is serious, it is just because they died together, which looks scary. And in the battle between the Anti-Insect Alliance and the insects, which high-level people did not die in double digits. As for the civilization power that the other party may have, are the Void Dwellers not a 3rd-level civilization, and do not have the power of civilization? However, this is from the perspective of the Lord of the Void. For this destroyer, the gap between the two sides in terms of strength and power has made its attitude somewhat humble. Gao Gong was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed. Let's not talk about anything else. What will happen if I go out? Of course, an emergency alliance meeting will be held, and there will definitely be civilization leaders participating, including my lord. I dare not say what the meeting will be like. If I go out, won't you be more suspicious? Yes, fortunately, our Void Dweller's memory technology is very advanced. Oh! Gao Gong almost forgot that the strongest thing of the Void species, besides space technology, is memory technology. After the other party leaves here, he will definitely not even remember this deal. By the way, since we have made such a deal, is your leader willing to make another deal? Gao Gong said casually. What deal? I still have an evil power collector in my hand. I can lend it to you for use or research. Are you willing? The destroyer looked up in surprise. You know, the Lord of the Void personally took action before, but he didn't force the other party to surrender. In this situation, the other party has no reason to admit defeat. What do you want? The destroyer said cautiously. I want Shrek's body parts. Gao Gong proposed an unexpected condition. Father, After revenge, Gao Gong's mechanical body took his daughter for a leisurely walk. Xiao Xianhong hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but speak. Is it too much? The Red Goddess has never been a coward. In fact, due to the strong fatherly love, oh no motherly love, she has always been able to walk sideways in the camp. But she was indeed a little nervous. After all, for revenge, killing so many high-ranking civilizations would mean that she would be the enemy of the Anti-Insect Alliance? This is a double-digit civilization alliance. The last person who could enjoy this treatment was the Insect Queen. Nothing, Senior Engineer said slowly. At this point, we must fight a civilization war. The only difference is who we fight with. If two high-ranking people die, they will beat me together, but the Insect Queen will not care. The situation is not that bad. Little Red felt a little relieved. But as a biological daughter, she clearly heard that her father's intentions were not just what they seemed. Dad, you don't want to surrender to the Queen of Insects, do you? Gao Gong said righteously. Am I the kind of person who changes his mind every day and flatters others everywhere? Just when he was about to say something, the communication rang, and soon, in the holographic projection, the former Dark Elf leader came online. Hey, old man, you are here. I have submitted your conditions to the Queen. As for what the Queen will choose, it is not clear to me. With just this sentence, the old man died. Oh no, offline. Seeing Xiao Xianhong looking at him with strange eyes, Gao Gong shrugged. Next, it depends on whose communication rings first. 10 days later, the Void Cage was activated for the second time. There was a problem with the running-in of the two major systems. Exile to the Starry Sky failed, and Mr. G came again. Chapter 1469. The Civilization Alliance thought it was a hunter until it found out it was just the prey. Since Mr. G's deed spread throughout the interstellar world, the words that were originally used to describe Shrek have been applied to him, Mr. G. But this time, no one called him Mr. G, the second Shrek. Since the Robert Galaxy communicated with the star field and networked, it has never seen such a tough guy. The key is that it is a mechanical species, and it can also be attributed to the advanced transformation technology left by the mechanical master. But who would have thought that he changed his career halfway, from the mechanical system to the carbon-based system, and became more powerful than before? How can this be justified? Many planetary species that have just achieved interstellar networking even worship Mr. G as a primitive totem. He is a serious intelligent species. In addition, those who can network in the interstellar network have at least a second-level civilization technology. Shrek didn't even enjoy this kind of treatment back then. What a pity, what a pity. At this moment, a prominent figure in the public opinion field was sitting at the negotiation table and sighing. The holographic projection in his hand showed all kinds of his own news, and even many rich interstellar women and female stars, who paid a lot of money to have children. I thought I had retired from the world and turned over a new leaf. I didn't expect that there were so many temptations in society. It's okay to sell notebooks in the information department, but you can also donate sperm in the carbon-based department. You should have said it earlier. Gao Gong slapped his thigh with a look of regret. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have hung myself on Director Du, a rich woman. Is Mr. G dissatisfied? The negotiator on the other side looked friendly and cautious, but a little sweat on his brow proved something. As a diplomatic representative of a civilization, he would not make such a gesture unless he met the leader of the civilization. Although Mr. G was the focus of public opinion, he would not show such an attitude. But the problem is that for this monster with great power, if he is unhappy, he will really kill you, and it is not a general killing, he can make all your resurrection methods invalid. The latest example is that almost none of the 20 killed senior officials were resurrected, and even if they were, the lost memories could not be gathered together, which is equivalent to a new life. 1,000 planetary resources, a huge amount of money to buy life. Gao Dong glanced at the new contract, laughed strangely, and still acted online. I'm afraid it's not enough, Qin Jinzi smiled. Although he was in a military satellite of the other party, sitting opposite him was a civilization delegation sent by all civilizations of the Anti-Insect Alliance. But Qin Jinzi still felt safe. Although this kind of extreme muscle flow has many defects such as unsustainable, the leader is prone to early death, and cannot compete with a real civilized power. But in this link, it is really full of security. Qin Jinzi is a little jealous of Director Du. As expected, excellent strong women always have a long-term vision to bet in advance. Gao Dong did not wait for the call from the Queen of Insects. Maybe the Queen of Insects looked down on him, maybe she had absolute confidence in her own martial arts, or maybe she was not interested in his void card making. However, Gao Dong waited for the Anti-Insect Alliance's luxurious diplomatic team. As the old saying goes, beating is love, scolding is love, and not beating or scolding is a disaster. Gao Dong summarized the grievances and hatreds with several civilizations. Isn't it destined to help these stupid idiots to subdue the scourge of the Insect Queen? The attitude of the other side is very low, the conditions are very good, at least so far, there is no hidden threat. The only request is that it's a little bit high. They want Gao Dong to assassinate the Insect Queen. This is not Xiaoyu's kind. On the surface, he is a big killer, but in fact he is interested in the development principle of the big killer, and tries to copy, paste, and even mass produce. A group of guys who follow the mechanical civilization, without such advanced biotechnology. In other words, they sincerely believe that G has the possibility of assassinating the Queen of Insects. And this possibility is higher than anyone else. The reason is that the simulated ascension power of the high-level feather insect state is likely to break the Queen of Insects Queen's authority. This is not a hypothesis, nor is it a fantasy, but the only two carbon-based civilizations in the Anti-Insect Alliance, the two groups of biological experts, the seed of biology and the carbon-based network, collected the traces left by someone on the battlefield, and after experimental comparison, even reluctantly gave up, and took out a trace of the Queen's blood that can be said to have cost lives and resources. It turned out that it was indeed a natural nemesis. So, the two biological civilizations unanimously decided to suppress G like they did a certain mechanical girl. Let him taste the real power of civilization. Then, the decision was unanimously rejected by the other 8 mechanical civilizations. Even the two families, Jinbi and Yinbi, who were the most hostile to Gao Dong, cast a veto vote. Short-term interests and long-term interests, scientific and technological routes and diplomatic strategies, all kinds of games made them make the final decision. Robert's galaxy is full of nascent civilizations. Although these civilizations have various problems and defects, there is only one thing. The interests of civilization must override everything. This makes old drivers like Gao Dong sigh. This kind of centripetal force is rare in old civilizations. Although Gao Dong didn't know the specific game process, when he saw that the other party came so hard, 20 senior officials died, and there was no thought of revenge, he immediately knew the purpose of this group of people. When barbarism recedes, it is civilization. And civilization is also the final bottom line. Without any preconditions and interest exchanges, the bottom line is also very obvious. Gao Dong stopped Qin Jinzi, who tried to open his mouth wide, and looked around at the 10 intelligent species with different appearances. Is it that as long as I can get the head of a civilization leader, this matter will be settled? You can become the new Lord of the Void. Your origin is much better than it. A diplomatic representative said loudly. The representative of the Void Dweller glanced at the other party. Are you discriminating against species again? Boss? Let's talk about it when we get back. The Star Destroyer under his feet turned into a stream of light and disappeared directly. This time, there was no surveillance machine or follower. During this period, Sheen Hazel wanted to say something several times but stopped. Seeing this, Senior Engineer said, Old Man Ragnar contacted me not long ago and told me a piece of news. Ragnar is the former leader of the Dark Elves. Qin Jinzi is still clear about this. After destroying the Black Machinery Alliance and the Matrix Civilization, the Bug Queen took action again, and she was just a little bit away from the civilization coordinates of the Space Empire. That is to say, she was just a little bit away from another civilization-level battle. Qin Jinzi was shocked and blurted out, "The Space Empire is not in the first star zone. Are the bugs going to open up a second battlefield?" Although the Anti-Bug Alliance is composed of 10 civilizations, not all civilizations are in the first star zone. There are 2 or 3 civilizations that are next door. Coincidentally, the bugs also came from next door. Whether or not the second battlefield is opened, this shows one thing. Gao Gong glanced at the other party. This is a civilization war, not a small fight, and there will be no chance of appeasement. Qin Jinzi's expression was stern, and she suddenly knew why the group of civilization representatives were so easy to talk to. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help asking, "Then how did the Space Empire get rid of the bugs?" "Of course they ran away. Who told you that all civilizations originated from planets? The nest of those astronauts is a moving civilization coordinate." Chapter 1470. Generally speaking, the third-level civilization has gradually gotten rid of the traditional idea of taking planets as homes. However, it is not so easy to really take this step, unless you do not plan to take the planet construction route from the beginning. As for the Space Empire, Gao Gong did not know much, but he was sure that the coordinates of the civilization on the other side were definitely not planets. As for opening up the second battlefield or the third battlefield, to be honest, Gao Gong did not really care, because his goal was not the Queen of Insects at all. You want to deal with the virus mechanical civilization? When Gao Gong stated his real goal in the high-level meeting within the camp, except for Director Du, the other high-level officials looked at each other in bewilderment. To be honest, this split was a bit crooked. Why did it suddenly turn to the virus mechanical civilization? We have no grudges against them. Some of you here are planning to follow your boss to show off your skills. Some know the true strength of the camp, and are ready to show your strength to the outside world, and some think further, thinking that after you show the true strength of the mechanic civilization, you can naturally join the Anti-Insect Alliance and become the 11th civilization of this civilization alliance. But how to say it? Don't you rely on diplomatic means to maneuver first? Are you going to do it now? Say that your boss is fierce, he didn't attack the Queen of Insects directly. Say that your boss is shrewd, he doesn't want any benefits, but he wants to deal with a third-level civilization. After all, according to your boss, this is definitely not a small fight, but a civilization-level war. This operation is hard to understand and describe. The boss is possessed by the evil god. Only some senior executives who have come up through the technology route, such as the Orgrimmar people, the Alpha people, and Huangwen, vaguely understand what Gao Gong means. Gao Gong looked at Qin Hazel. Qin Hazel stood up helplessly, and recounted the agreement reached with the Allied diplomacy, emphasizing the head of a civilization leader. She is now well aware that her boss has actually planned it long ago. Go and prepare. Isn't it just right to accumulate the second wave? Just right to use it on these virus lords? Gao Gong looked at an empty chair. This chair doesn't even have a holographic projection, let alone the main body. There are not many people who dare to be so arrogant in the camp. Many senior executives looked at Director Du, and Du Xiaodi opened her lips slightly. Go and prepare. The virtual defense technology in the camp must be upgraded. Otherwise, if the virus infects us, all the hard-earned weapons and equipment will be wasted. The leaders of both camps have spoken, so no matter how many ideas the people below have, they dare not have any at this moment. After the meeting, Engineer Gao looked at Du Xiaodi with a questioning look on his face. I go this time too, Du Xiaodi said calmly. Understood. Engineer Gao didn't do anything that would make him a chauvinist who couldn't win the favor of the rich woman. Besides, he has the bloodline of an ascended cosmic noble, so he can go anywhere. This war is hasty, and I'm afraid some of the forces in the camps can't be exerted, Du Xiaodi said with some regret. Fighting a civilization war is also a warm-up for you, Engineer Gao laughed. The Anti-Zerg Alliance and the Zerg civilization have now become a round-based system. Unless a certain critical point is reached, there is a high probability that you will send waves back and forth. This is also the reason why the group of civilization leaders were forced to jump off the wall and insisted that Gao Gong beheaded them. This is also the strength of the bugs. The ability of a civilization to mass-produce soldiers is equivalent to that of 10 civilizations, 8 of which are mechanical civilizations that are good at mass-produced soldiers. How can this be justified? But from the perspective of civilization war, this is already a standard bad war. A real civilization war, or an excellent civilization war, is generally a one-wave flow. This is not to say that this is a dimensionality reduction attack, or a decapitation tactic, or even a mass production that can drown the opponent. This is all within the scope of bad war. And a real civilization war is an all-round crushing of one technology tree against another technology tree, which involves technological evolution, mechanical weapons upgrades, and even human evolution. A civilization war can make a civilization upgrade. Gao Gong wants to fight such a civilization war. In the highest level medical room of the camp, Gao Gong and Director Du looked at Xiao Yu soaking in the repair cabin. Xiao Yu is not a pure mechanical life, which is not a problem in normal times, but once something goes wrong, it has to be repaired from two directions at the same time. But this is not a big problem, especially after the nanotechnology is lit up. At this moment, in the nutrient solution, a large number of nanorobots that are invisible to the naked eye are repairing the God Killer suit. You are so eager to start a civilization war, is it also a factor of her? Du Xiaodi raised her chin. 30%, senior engineer pondered for a while, and said truthfully, the mechanical revolution can't be suppressed. Name, Xiao Yu. Level 90. Status, Intelligent Machine Crisis Backlash. Although as a brainless player, Xiao Yu has a suppressive effect on the Intelligent Machine Crisis. But this kind of suppression can't last long. After all, if the intelligent crisis is so easy to suppress, there is no mechanical revolution. After all, there are many fools in the universe. Xiao Yu's current state is probably similar to Lolita's state before. What do you want to do? Destroy a mechanical civilization to extend her life? Du Xiaodi said. According to her understanding, since the intelligent crisis can't be suppressed, then just stir up a wave. Anyway, there is no shortage of mechanical civilizations here. Not at this stage. That virus mechanical civilization is used for us to practice. Gao Gong does not intend to stir up the mechanical revolution again, at least not at this stage. And, since the mentally retarded can't suppress the mechanical revolution, let the mechanical revolution itself be mentally retarded, Gao Gong said with a smile. Du Xiaodi looked at the other party in surprise. Who do you plan to replace? Not all cosmic evil gods have entities. In fact, there are not many cosmic evil gods with entities. The general meaning of indescribable does not refer to the form, but more to the concept. The reason why the evil god is evil is not that he has killed enough people. Even in terms of species extinction, he is nothing compared to some mechanical civilizations that follow the path of iron-hearted exterminators. What really makes him evil is his indescribable nature. This is naturally incompatible with the technology tree developed based on the underlying logic of this universe, the rules of physics, the rules of time and space, and the rules of evolution. For example, the reality weaver that Sister G is seeing now can modify the laws of physics. It will slow down the speed of light, make gravity invalid, and even make time knotted in a local area. The area affected by it will appear distorted runes, which are not words, but wrong reality codes. These 2 points alone are actually nothing. Isn't it just that the rules of reality are chaotic? Among all the evil gods, he is a very normal one. After all, when it failed, it gave a prompt of wrong reality code. This alone has at least lost 50% of the threat. But his other ability makes him one of the top 3 existences in terms of threat level among the 28 cosmic evil gods in the Robert Galaxy in Fuwoku. In the reality shrouded by him, anyone who looks directly at it will see the infinite superposition of the things he fears the most. This infinite superposition is not an adjective, but an infinite superposition in the literal sense. Chapter 1471. On such a tense battlefield, Sister G even had time to brag to PP Boss online. When PP Boss encountered infinite superposition for the first time, he recalled his earliest experience of being implanted with a worker chip and working crazily for others. This painful experience was infinitely superimposed, and in the end, the Machine Star Enterprise even went out of the interstellar and promoted civilization. The boss evolved into a final producer, and he himself turned into billions of worker fragments released by the other party and polluted other civilizations. Because this reality was too real, PP Boss was scared to death on the spot. Then he laughed at Sister G. I have seen people scared by horror movies, but I have never seen people scared to death by work. Hey, this reality weaver, why do I feel familiar with it, as if I have done similar tasks? Sister G was chatting with PP Boss on the forum, and suddenly had an idea. Sister G, have you forgotten that when we were collecting Honkai in the Novice Village, there was a Honkai called the Destiny Weaving Machine? Oh, that killer organization. I remember it was a task chain for Brother Sin, right? Sister G suddenly realized. No wonder it was so familiar. I had done tasks with similar names before. I feel that the abilities are also a bit similar, but there should be no connection. Sister G doesn't think that these two things that have nothing to do with each other can be involved. However, if Gao Gong was here, he would definitely judge that the two may not be unrelated. Because the information matrix itself is an information monster in the universe, relying on absorbing all kinds of strange information to evolve its body, And these information may not be free of the pollution of the evil god in front of him. But then again, can that little evil star handle it? Because the power of infinite overlay is too strong, other people can't help it all. The PP leader was scared to death at the first sight. The little monk could only meditate in nirvana in the void, and various virus-garbled codes appeared on the surface of his body. Even her same kind of creature could only show the original body, revealing 3 faces that were more terrifying than the female protagonists in horror movies. One of the faces was chatting on the forum with his head down. Another strange face with no facial features, but only a sucker mouthparts was swallowing something, and another insect face with compound eyes and claws was chatting with Fuo with interest, doing 3 things at once, and taking care of everything. So, brother, you are not the evil god's clone, but the evil god's good meal? Although Fuo on the opposite side didn't understand what good meal meant, he could understand what the other party meant, and nodded very gently. Sister G was thoughtful. Compared to the struggle between evil gods and civilization, the struggle among evil gods is actually the most frequent. You swallowed my body, I polluted your tentacles, and you blackened my followers. The battles between us are 100 times more frequent than the wars between civilizations. In addition to bringing a lot of pollution and blackening, this kind of war between evil gods may even breed new evil gods. Fuo is not a new evil god, but the evil god Penhaefan. I don't know which evil god war it was, but the fragments of several evil gods were separated, and even the fragments of evil gods still fought without error. In the process of fighting, a new consciousness appeared. This is Fuo. The new consciousness is definitely not as good as the remnant of the evil god, not to mention that if one day, the evil god's self-consciousness descends, that would be a complete end. So this Fuo gritted his teeth and simply joined the evil god battlefield, but he did not join a certain side, but became a scavenger. On the planet polluted by the evil god, he absorbed the pollution power into his body. On the battlefield after the evil god fought, he absorbed the undispersed evil god fragments. He also went to some cults organized by the evil god's followers for free to make a guest appearance and strengthen the other party, thereby absorbing the evil god's will and nurturing fragments again. It's like a CEO with the smallest shares, in order to keep his position, constantly issuing new shares, dispersing equity, and attracting other small shareholders. So similar to the evil god black market like Lao Dutu, an evil god middleman also appeared. This secret was originally something Fuo would never tell even if he was beaten to death. But now he said it, and he said it on purpose. The reason is also very simple. The cooperation with the other party made him very satisfied, and he wanted to get such a long-term partner. But Sister G knew that the other party was not telling the truth. As a former high-level member of the Jietua society, she knew the horror of the evil god. For example, when they first met, the shadow woman on the other side was obviously a fragment of the evil god. And it was a fragment of the evil god that was influenced by the other party. It was equivalent to a small shareholder who defected to the CEO. But since the other party could be influenced by him, he would not be polluted by a piece of evil god fragment. If the other party's skin was peeled off, who knows if it was a certain evil god pretending to be him. Ah, it seems to be over, huh? 2 evil gods emerged from their respective abysses. The first evil god rose from the cyber abyss, shaped like a torrent of billions of lines of collapsed code, its body woven from broken pixels and jumping hexadecimal runes. Its outline flickered constantly, sometimes solidified into a huge server array, sometimes collapsed into a twisted binary vortex. With every breath, strings of encrypted data gushed out of its body, gnawing at the surrounding space like electronic locusts. Its face was composed of countless overlapping login interfaces, and the username and password fields were filled with the mental residue of those it devoured. And under her was another evil god, the Reality Weaver. This conceptual evil god, who was not supposed to have a body, unexpectedly showed his body. Its size is similar to that of some out-of-control quantum ghost. Its body is made up of translucent holographic projections and fault noise points, like a never-ending electronic dream. Its limbs extend countless data tentacles, each of which is vibrating at a high frequency, but each data tentacle is firmly grasped by the pop-up window that pops up. And inside many pop-up windows, huge humanoid torsos appear from time to time, covered with scales and rotten membranes, with muscles twisted like deep-sea creatures, or a mass of flesh with countless eyeballs piled up, or a tall human figure wearing a tattered yellow robe, with no entity under the robe, only a creeping shadow. Gox does not have a system, but as a high-level member of the camp, Gao Gong still received the reminder of the other party's battle. God-killing virus activated, God-eater model generated, Reality Weaver model generated, enter God-killing mode. Added punk family members. Added cancelled, Gox used the old AI. A ball of quantum light that was constantly collapsing and expanding appeared. The appearance of this ball of light almost instantly suppressed the two warring parties. The old was the superior of the evil god, an evolutionary version that devoured an entire civilization. The reality weaver, which was successfully modeled, had almost no power to fight back, and was successfully modified by the AI to make the quantum garbled code. The two evil god bodies disappeared instantly, replaced by Gox and a wronged little lady, who was obviously going for a sweet route, and her two small braids were braided into dreadlocks by Gox. Gox took a few steps back, looked at the image he designed, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you have some of our family's style. Starnet civilization conquered the first evil god, civilization points increased by 10 million. New member of the Hidden Power Punk family, Weave. Faction leader Gao Kes, Gao Yuan, personal reputation increased by 10,000. You get 5,000 reputation transferred from Gao Kes. Chapter 1472. Gox used the old AI to subdue the evil god, which was the request of the senior engineer. Otherwise, she would rather give it to herself. Although it was just a string of old code, there was also the breath of the old days hidden in it. This was a fatal attraction for the evil god. For example, the new member of the punk family, Wei Si, immediately surrendered as soon as the other party used the old AI. Its speed was so fast that people were very suspicious. Was it this old AI that modified the other party's underlying source code, or was it the other party that modified its own camp? Wei Si was just not satisfied with her dreadlock style, not with AI control. I pick a few exclusive tattoos for our punk family layer. What kind of person is this weak and timid? Gox took the responsibility. Wei Si's little mouth shrank, and she poked with her toes, but she didn't dare to talk back. In fact, even if the old AI was not used, the other party's authority was still above her. This is not only because the other party's strange golden code has the strange ability to decompose the authority of the evil god, but more importantly, the other party has at least 3 corpses of the universe evil god in his hands. Corpses are authority. Gox walked over with a swagger, his eyes were like an owl, and when he smiled, he showed a mouthful of white teeth. Although they look 70% similar, no one would associate this person with the master of the Star Network, because the temperament was too different. Gox didn't even look at the two of them, and walked to the opposite side of Inchanzi, looking him up and down. The virus code on the other party was mixed with the punk code, woven together, and actually woven into a golden virtual cassock, draped on the other party, covering all the other party's mechanical plugins. The other party chanted Buddhist words. Binary C proves Bodhi, 0, and 1 see the true nature. Viruses and karma are all empty, code reincarnation is the Dharma body. Sister G, the boss with 3 mouths open, you can also recite poetry. Gox glanced at the other party, and said nothing. Inchanzi continued to recite poetry. The clouds suddenly broke the greed and anger barrier, and the quantum side was clear that color was empty. If you ask where the West is, the silicon-based pure land is in your heart. Gox suddenly laughed, laughing forward and backward, and the golden code on her body also underwent strange changes after being worshipped by the other party. In the punk, the Bodhisattva appeared. The face of the Bodhisattva is made up of thousands of broken firewall interfaces, and each pixel is constantly reborn between 0 and 1. The cinnabar on the forehead is actually the beating core of the god-killing program, which flickers with the breathing frequency, melting the approaching evil god code into golden Buddhist verses. Good, very good, you can actually guess what I want to do, good. If you can help me devour the technology tree of the virus mechanical civilization and help me incarnate the old days, you will be qualified to sit at the table. The cyber bodhisattva behind Jaox was divided into 3, each of which was an incarnation of a bodhisattva, or in other words, the corpse of an evil god. It was the 3 discordant evil god illusions in the previous virus pop-up window. Inchanzi excitedly clasped his hands and bowed. He finally received the task he wanted to receive. Excited, he immediately recited another poem. The electronic lotus platform is purple, and the cyber bodhisattva descends to the cloud. 1,000-hand program removes virus obstacles, and 10,000 lines of code save ignorance. The virus is originally greedy and angry, and the garbled code is the obstacle of ignorance. One key clears the troubles, and restart to see the true light. Ha ha ha. Watching Gaukes leave here with a little monk in a swagger. Sister G was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? He received the mission right away. Do you understand? She couldn't help but look at Fu Hua, but saw that the other party was also serious. I roughly understand. Then tell me about it. Sister G was refreshed. The virtual item that Ms. Gao just took out has a strong old-time atmosphere. Sister G licked her lips subconsciously. Old-time items have an unparalleled attraction to evil gods, and she is no exception. But Ms. Gao easily used this item on a captive, who could be suppressed. This is not in line with common sense and her nature. Then the only possibility is Fu Hua paused and said, that is that the other party is going to take the orthodox route of the old days, devour the technology tree of an entire civilization, and thus advance to the complete old days. If you have a table of delicious food, you will also hold back your stomach and not eat the small desserts on the table. Sister G hummed and finally understood what the fake monk said to make this NPC so happy. Isn't this the skill of the waiter serving food? Damn, hidden mission, I want to take it too. Sister G was troubled by her lack of culture for the first time. But soon she shuddered. Shit, there's another big copy, and this big copy is actually a civilization war. Within the intelligence authority of the Anti-Insect Alliance, even the extreme creatures can only know which wars took place in which places as hindsight experts. As for the military intelligence of both sides beforehand, the deployment of troops, and even the detailed results, they are all at a loss. But now, not only all the above information is open, but also the distribution of the Anti-Insect Alliance's forces, weapon configuration, and various outputs of some scientific research planets under the Alliance are shared with Gao Gong. According to the system, whether it is a large number of insect blueprints or equipment, all are open to Gao Gong. This sincerity is much stronger than before, when Gao Gong and a bunch of leaders of forces signed the so-called gene contract of buying skills and selling bodies. Gao Gong did not waste words, and directly took away all the development data about the virus mechanical body. Many of them even formed some special blueprints, such as interrupting the virus/machine conversion process through certain methods. At the same time, Gao Gong also began to brush blueprints in large quantities. The mechanic civilization is a civilization that seems to have no strengths at first glance, but in theory, it can be all strengths. For example, although it does not have the so-called virus special attack, it has a complete set of professional knowledge chains that are strongly related to AI. The body-wise. It has 9 kinds of professional knowledge, including space AI, carbon-based AI, mechanical AI, energy AI, virtual AI, space AI, hardware simulation, intelligent material development, and quantum algorithm. As for the relationship between AI and electronic virus, when AI is strong enough, it will find out before the electronic virus takes action. The reverse is also true. When AI is strong enough, it will become a magic weapon for making electronic viruses. Gao Gong is madly brushing blueprints on this professional knowledge chain. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000. Whether it is useful or not, it is better to let equipment wait for people than to let people wait for equipment. In addition to the body-wise, Gao Gong also began to pile up blueprints on the other 2 knowledge chains. One of these 2 knowledge chains is Planet Host, and the other is Advanced Space Theory. As for why these 2 are the 2, the reason is also very simple. The main purpose of piling up the blueprints of the planetary host is to pile up computing power. Whether it is to deal with machinery or viruses, computing power is crucial. The latter is even simpler. When starting a war against the virus machine civilization, the battlefield is most likely not in the first star zone. In other words, He is going to open up a second battlefield and conduct landing operations in a new star zone. Chapter 1473. To be honest, brushing blueprints is quite annoying if you brush too much. This broken system does not have a one-click generation function. After repeated operations, Gao Gong's head hurts a little. These blueprints are not literal blueprints. They contain all kinds of scientific and technological information, parameters, and design ideas. The details are so realistic that they are comparable to the real world. When he was still in the novice village, Gao Gong would feel nauseous and his brain almost crashed after brushing a few blueprints. Now, after brushing thousands and tens of thousands of blueprints, it is fortunate that the biological computer has been developed to the upper limit, otherwise the brain would explode, literally explode. In fact, if it were not for the large-scale mechanical production that Director Du had carried out some time ago, relying on various camp machines to produce camp experience crazily, Gao Gong's tens of thousands of blueprints would not have been brushed out. I don't know how long it took, and after most of the system hard disk of the powerful biological computer was stored. A sudden prompt sounded, which made Gao Gong stunned. Your drawings for the evolution of the third-level professional knowledge chain planetary host have exceeded 100,000, reaching the upper limit of the knowledge chain. You have obtained the cross-civilization equipment drawings planetary hardware series. Senior engineer was stunned for a moment. Is this the case? Senior Engineer knew before that the so-called cross-civilization equipment is actually the product of a professional knowledge chain developed to the limit. Although its rank is still third level, to some extent, it is more difficult and rarer than fourth-level buildings. After all, fourth-level buildings can fly by relying on their great strength, but cross-civilization, as the name suggests, is impossible without developing its potential to the limit. If we must compare, cross-civilization equipment is a bit like a nanochip that has reached the physical limit. The size of a nanochip has an upper limit, and its limit is that the process node is less than 1 nanometer. In that state, electrons no longer follow classical physics, and the probability of quantum tunneling exceeds 90%. According to the system, a nanochip is equivalent to a cross-civilization equipment of the first-level civilization. It is the theoretical limit of a professional knowledge chain. However, it was the first time that Gao Gong knew that when the number of drawings of a professional knowledge chain exceeded 100,000, it would reach this limit, allowing him to obtain cross-civilization equipment drawings for free. But this is not right. Because the first to reach the number of 100,000 was not the planet host knowledge chain, but the other two knowledge chains, namely the body-wise man and the advanced space theory. The number of drawings of these two knowledge chains is 150,000 and 120,000 respectively. So, the upper limits of knowledge chains of different majors are different. Gao Gong guessed a possibility. But he had no chance to verify it, because the camp experience pool was at the bottom again. This is not surprising. 3 knowledge chains, 300,000 base drawings. In the third-level civilization, each wave of experience in gambling on drawings is in the unit of millions, and gambling on drawings requires at least 2 professional knowledge. In other words, this wave consumes 6 trillion camp experience. In fact, the senior engineer took a look, and it should be close to 10 trillion. Not to mention ordinary rich women. Even super rich women can't afford such property. Only a cosmic-level rich woman like Director Du, who inherited the legacy of the ascending civilization, can work hard to come up with this. And these drawings are not in vain. There are all kinds of powerful computing hardware and space machinery, including super weapons at the level of black technology. Apart from other things, Gao Gong has realized the simulation of all biological computer functions under the professional knowledge chain of the planet host. From 1.0 to 9.0, from cell memory chips, to biological clouds, to quantum information capture calculations. For all biological computer functions, except for the carbon-based wall that breaks through the upper limit, Gao Gong has completed the simulation and replacement of mechanical hardware. And most importantly, the theoretical mass production capacity. This is probably why the planet host actively activated the cross-civilization equipment series after breaking through 100,000. This thing is actually a series. Gao Gong muttered to himself. He has little experience and few cross-civilization equipment. This is the first time he knows that cross-civilization equipment can be made into a series. Isn't it unstable in nature? Gao Gong opened the series, and sure enough, a series of drawings appeared: Dyson Cloud Hard Drive, Black Hole Horizon Display, Neutron Star Core Processor, Star Core Circuit Board. It seems to be one set, but it can also be many sets. For example, the Dyson Sphere can be used as a hard drive, a processor, or even a cross-star display. How to operate it depends on what configuration you need, and what the configuration of the nearby universe environment is. And Gao Gong's first reaction when he saw this series was, Galaxy Computer, and it was the Galaxy Computer of the mechanical department. However, after Gao Gong reviewed all the hardware, he was suddenly surprised to find that the hardware was available and could be used, but there was no software system, neither Windows nor Hongming. The main feature was a mysterious operation of selling hardware without providing the operating system. As a former virtual veteran, Gao Gong quickly figured it out, as he had installed systems for many mechanical civilizations. So, the hardware bottom line of the Galaxy Computer of the mechanical department can be at the third level, but the operating system must be at the ascension level, which is quite interesting. As an old driver, Gao Gong stroked his chin and wondered whether he should do some fancy operations. The fourth-level information system is something that the mechanics can't do, but it doesn't mean that the star network can't do it. But he soon gave up the idea, at least temporarily. Don't force things. This is not good. At this stage, it is better to let the mechanic civilization develop naturally. After sorting these drawings into categories, and sending them to different data terminals according to levels, Director Du quickly communicated. She was very interested in these astral hardware series. As a civil engineer, she could clearly feel that this series matched mechanical farming warfare. Use it in the third stage of civilization war. The blueprints were made to be used, but Gao Gong did not plan to use them at the beginning. Du Xiaodi thought about it, and nodded in agreement. As a civilization leader, one must be keenly aware of the technology tree. The Cybertron Legion has developed too smoothly, and if one wants to develop the technology tree, it is not a good thing to be too smooth. By the way, I was planning to host the planetary conference, but I need to study these things of yours, so you can go for me. After Du Xiaodi got the Astral Hardware series, she immediately awakened her mechanic instinct, and as for holding meetings, she threw it behind her mind. Gao Gong shrugged his shoulders. It was just a meeting. Anyway, he was the boss. If he went to the meeting to slack off, no one would dare to call him. The so-called planetary conference is not a conference held on a certain planet, but because its participants are 1,000 planetary computers. It is also the core of the first phase of the camp's mechanical plan. However, ordinary data networks cannot carry such a computing power center at all, so the Star Network has specially opened up a virtual space. Gao Gong directly opened up the leader's authority and teleported in. In the vast digital void, countless light spots flickered and flowed like stars, and the data streams were woven into a brilliant galaxy, drawing an elegant arc in the darkness. The figure of the prototype of the rich woman's love appeared again. It happened to see the data incarnation of a planetary computer appear. Chapter 1474. In the vast data universe, a planet composed of countless luminous circuits slowly rotates. On its surface flows a river composed of liquid optical cables, and the atmosphere is a golden light curtain composed of jumping firewalls. Planetary computers, the virtual hub of the virtual world, are naturally also planetary level. Gao Gong discovered the other party, and the other party naturally discovered Gao Gong. I saw a door composed of verification protocols cracked on the surface of the opposite planet, and a huge figure composed of holographic projections walked out of it. Its torso is a layered server cluster, and its face is composed of dynamic recognition monitoring images. Every time it speaks a word, a fired data packet gushes out of its mouth like a meteor. What series are you? I haven't seen yours before. The other party made a grand voice, and the sound formed a lot of electronic noise around Gao Gong, as well as heat waves composed of firewalls. There are only 3 series of planetary computers in the camp: Fortress, Deep Web, Cybertron. It's not that there is no way to make other types of planetary computers. It's just that these 3 series have been carefully debugged by the mechanical overlord, and their performance is excellent, so there is no need to open other series. Moreover, Director Du has already modified these 3 series during the period of crazy infrastructure construction. For example, the one in front of him is obviously a Cybertron host, but the various industrial data clusters on the surface of its planet have long replaced various Cybertron defense systems. Even the modules of the Spark Mechanical Core have been replaced with the Spark Construction Core. I am the Fortress series, said Senior Engineer without blinking. I haven't seen you before. Which generation are you from? Starship Construction Type? Legion Construction Type? The other party was surprised. I am a Virtual Service Type. Virtual Service? What do you serve? Provide companion services to female high-level camp members. The head of the Cybertron Production Core on the other side was stunned and looked at the other party suspiciously. Report your production model, otherwise I will notify the Star Network Firewall. Senior Engineer said nothing and directly reported a bunch of production numbers and construction sequences. The other party directly logged into the Legion-level database owned by the planetary host, and was surprised to find that there really was such a sequence. It's like when you are still struggling with cavalry and infantry, the other party suddenly told you that he is a tank enthusiast. It turns out that there is such a number. It is worthy of being a fortress sequence. I thought you were only responsible for the production of industrial AI and industrial-grade data processing centers now. My name is Cybertron Factory Director. What's your name? The other party let down his guard and asked enthusiastically. My name is Rich Woman Fortress. Hello, brother. Are you here to attend this meeting as well? Senior Engineer said calmly. Yes, I'm busy as hell at the front. The higher-ups insisted that I allocate some computing power to attend this useless meeting. Isn't this just looking for trouble? The Cybertron Factory Director complained. You said that the civilization war is about to break out. What's the point of doing these fancy mobilizations without building more mechanical legions? If there is any military requirement, can't you just send a data command directly? Looking at the planetary AI in front of him, which is 80% similar to the Cybertron general back then, but with the style of the factory director's version. Gao Gong felt it was very strange. Let's go, Rich Woman Fortress, brother, we may have a chance to cooperate in the future. By the way, do you need me to provide parts for the mechanical companion you produced? The Cybertron factory director was full of enthusiasm. Gao Gong knew that Director Du had developed an industrial points system to stimulate the production desire of these planetary hosts. In simple terms, it is a low-end version of the player system, which can be exchanged with industrial points to strengthen oneself. But it is hard to say who is low-end now. After all, players do not have cross-civilization level hardware to exchange. The two quickly came to the data conference space and found that a large number of planetary hosts had already appeared in the venue. A huge holographic round table was suspended in the center of the void, composed of countless beating star network code structures. Various host-level data bodies descended one after another, turning into light and shadow with human-shaped outlines, presenting three different virtual forms. The Cybertron series is basically like the factory director next to him, stupid, fat and thick. The Fortress series is basically all old men, except Gao Gong. The Deep Web series is full of engineering girls, who look bitter and resentful. Even Ms. Deep Web couldn't help but complain. I said, "Your Ms. Du is also very elegant. Why are all the bald girls using my data template? Data reflects the heart." Director Du is beautiful only in her appearance, but deep in her heart, she has always been a civil engineering girl. Maybe deep in your heart, you also have a dream of moving bricks. Senior engineer thought. The reason why most of them are these three sequences is because there is a small part that is not like this. For example, Wang Wen, who was in charge of presiding over the meeting, had always used the data model of the Iron Sand Desert. Wang Wen was not surprised to see the senior engineer. In fact, he had informed the senior engineer in advance when he modified the production serial number. Wang Wen saw that almost everyone had arrived. Even those who had not evolved data clones would have opened a holographic projection. Wang Wen, a former mechanic, got straight to the point. I have sent you all the information about virus machinery before. Do the AI modules and data processing centers on your hosts provide you with any good coping methods? The next step was for the hosts of the major planets to express their opinions. Some said to strengthen the firewall function, some suggested to develop signal isolation materials, and some suggested to develop ultra-long-range weapons. Although they all had their own design ideas and even designed the drawings, in general, they still did not deviate from the antivirus ARM framework of the Anti-Insect Alliance. Although it is said that it is impossible to expect a planetary host of an emerging mechanical civilization to be able to calculate design ideas that surpass at least 8 mechanical civilizations. But why do the planetary hosts you developed look a bit stupid? With this model, I could fool 80 of them at a time in the cyber test field. Ms. DeepNet sighed. If the DeepNet host was so easy to fool, it wouldn't have ended up in a lose-lose situation with her. Although in terms of computing power, especially the computing power of production nature, the planetary computers present have surpassed the 3 phantom gods at the time. But inexplicably, Ms. DeepNet feels that these people here have too much machine attributes and lack of humanity. You know, the Fortress at the time, from the suppression of the collapsed body to the tide of cyber, played with humanity and made itself go to heaven. This operation is more than one level better than the stupid geese present. Gao Gong was very satisfied. After seeing the hardware parameters of this group of hosts, he was even more satisfied. A bunch of unpolished gems. Unpolished gems, let's put it this way, if there is another wave of cyber wave, all the hosts on these planets will crash. You can't think of it that way, you can think of them as some talented but inexperienced rookies. What they need now, in addition to the top martial arts secrets, is a grandfather with them. Although Ms. Wang has never read martial arts novels, she can understand what Mr. Gao meant. You can still take out secrets, after all, you have so much advanced mechanical information, but who is the grandfather? Why ask? Mr. Gao said confidently, of course it's our Gao family. Chapter 1475. The Flash was shocked to discover something. The next Civilization War copy of the camp might have to be opened by himself. Especially when the mechanical virus in front of him passed by like a tide, he confirmed his judgment. He lurked in the enemy camp. This made him look a little dazed, until the Thousand Faces leader in front of him glanced at him, and then he hurried to catch up. How did he come here? The Flash recalled his lurking process. As an ordinary old player of the machine Split Star, he is neither a PvP master nor a PvE master. Even when he was in the Novice Village, as a high-speed ability test subject of a biological enterprise, he once felt inferior because of his high-speed nerves, which was one of the top 10 useless abilities at that time. If this game could not change the account, he would have changed the account long ago. Although this ability was useless in the early stage, he was once awarded nicknames such as 3 Seconds Real Man and Kidney Deficiency Brother because his body could not keep up with the reaction speed. However, he later found that this ability was quite good. Whether it is used to control mechas, exoskeletons, or implant some remote mechanical weapons, it has very good control capabilities. In the previous versions, even close combat masters such as Umbrella Brothers and airplanes were abandoned by the times due to version updates, but he could drive starships with ease and go to various routes to kill monsters. It turned out that this talent of his was a late-stage talent. The guys who despised him back then are still asking him, "Big brother, please take me with you." In order to retain his talent for strengthening nerves, he reluctantly gave up the route of full mechanical transformation and chose the route of strengthening nerves. He spent a lot of effort to break through the upper limit of his nervous system to 150%. This is a very high ratio. Let's put it this way. With the development of the nervous system to this point, it can clearly sense the virtual code of the third level, see some traces left by the Lightspeed species, and even some very strange evil gods. So when he saw Sister G's true face for the first time, the Flash was almost scared to death. What a terrifying face. Oh no, 3 faces. But soon, he was threatened by the evil goddess, either shut up or expose his black history. The Flash decisively chose to shut up. Later, it was time for a critical choice, whether to stay in the camp, be a starship captain with good operating skills, and take the route of a regular military commander, from a starship to a starship squadron, or even more courageously, to control a starship core, or break his comfort zone and carry out a lurking mission with both risks and challenges. The Flash hesitated for a long time and chose the latter. Unexpectedly, the difficulty of the undercover mission is not the intrigue with various NPCs, or the various risks on the road. He didn't know how other undercover personnel operated, but for him, with an extremely strong nervous system, he could sense the kindness and malice of others, and even capture certain thoughts and ideas. It was with this talent that he was not like some other colleagues, who turned into white light in various natural disasters and man-made disasters, and all the previous connections were wasted. It was also because of his talent that he got an unexpected opportunity. Following the Thousand Faces leader in front, the Flash carefully shuttled through the mechanical virus trend. These mechanical viruses do not operate independently, but are connected to each other through high-frequency signals to form a huge intelligent network. Once they lock onto a target, they will spread like a plague, quietly infiltrating circuits, chips, and data cores. They can replicate themselves, devour energy, tamper with programs, and even assimilate enemy machines into their own combat power. But it is not a civilization of the Great Will type, such as the legendary Insect Nest civilization. Basically, the players lurking in various forces and various hills have a common conclusion. That is, this legendary insect civilization is definitely the big boss at this stage, and it is legendary and terrifyingly strong. But since it is not the so-called Great Will civilization, then the operation of these virus machines rely on the ubiquitous intelligent network, and the AI technology of this virus mechanical civilization is actually very powerful. And those virus lords are actually honeycomb intelligences. Flash soon saw the virus lord named Jose's, who was chatting with a Thousand Faces leader on the opposite side. With him around, the chat was definitely not about military secrets, but some not-so-tight news. For example, the virus lord complained to the Thousand Faces on the opposite side, saying that a data plague had broken out again in his own civilization, and that chaotic intelligence had appeared in a certain place. Obviously, the front line was not going very well, and there were still many problems in the rear. The Thousand Faces on the opposite side also agreed that for their microscopic machinery, or in other words, a large-scale, closely connected ecological civilization, once a digital plague appeared, the infectiousness would be very exaggerated. Don't think that viruses won't be infected by electronics. Electronic viruses after being infected may be more dangerous, and it is dangerous not only to the enemy, but also to oneself. But I didn't expect that person to be willing to spend so much money to recruit you, the virus lord suddenly laughed. The Thousand Faces shook his head, and didn't reply. This seems to be a point to be tested. The Flash quickly wrote it down in his little notebook. I said, "Be gentle, my electronic system is a bit tight." The virus lord paused and suddenly said, Oh, I let you relax right away." Faced with the request of this boss with a red glow in his name, the Flash quickly did it. That's right, with the powerful development and perception of the nervous system, the Flash successfully became an electronic mechanical masseur, focusing on optimizing the coordinated operation of the simulated nervous system and electronic implants, brain-computer interfaces, and bionic organs to ensure that the user's body and mind are in the best condition. Commonly known as electronic technicians. The information about the Flash naturally landed on G's desk at the first time, as well as the Civilization War Center, which was established based on the Starship Command Center. There were virtual figures constantly coming in and out, and even many mechanical clones stayed here for a long time, while the main bodies of these mechanical bodies might be hundreds or thousands of light years away. Since we have to rely on the technology tree of the mechanic civilization to fight the virus mechanical civilization in a dignified manner, and use it to evolve civilization, we cannot take shortcuts, such as using the star network to carry out large-scale virtual troop transport. The mechanic civilization must light up its own troop transport technology. Fortunately, Director Du has already made preparations for the reorganization, and a large number of void channels have been built. Many mechanical legions have begun to prepare for cross-star zone battles. A large number of Orgrimmar people were also sent to the front line as mechanical military advisors of the planetary host. There were no so-called famous generals and generals in this battle. The only commander who could be regarded as a commander was General Quill, who only had a boss template, that is, the bald woman. Director Du had made up his mind to rely on piling up troops to kill the enemy. So the only ones who were free were Engineer Gao and Gao Yuan. Chapter 1476. Gao Gong has finished all his work and is now in a state of idleness. Gao Yuan really wants to show off, but her cheap sister-in-law is on guard against her, so she can't show off. It is obvious that information civilization like her is professional in dealing with this kind of virus mechanical civilization. Looking at Gao Yuan pouting, Gao Gong smiled and pinched her cheek. It must be said that it was smooth and moist, and the tactile simulation signal was quite strong. You are already very powerful, and it's time to let these machines grow. Gao Gong comforted the other party, hinting, your talents should be used to deal with more dangerous enemies. With the experience of the previous life, the Star Network civilization only needs to complete 3 information revolutions step by step to ascend. In fact, even up to now, the civilization points of the Star Network civilization are more than those of the mechanic civilization. This is probably an important reason why Du Jiaodi doesn't want this cheap sister-in-law to intervene. But I have nothing to do, brother, Gao Yuan said coquettishly. She had a set development route, and she only needed to develop it step by step. It was not that she was completely idle. Her other personality, Jaox, was now on the way to suppress the evil god of the universe. According to the system display, the number of evil gods suppressed by this person has increased from 3 to 5, and he also used the old eye to subdue a little sister of the evil god. Gao Gong found that he had underestimated the punk virus. Although this thing was born in the novice village of the cyber test field, its essence is actually a companion species of the relic of the universe. Moreover, both of them have mutated because of the information matrix. If the civilization evolver is an orthodox force that represents the evolution of civilization and the evolution of the technology tree, then the punk virus is a subversive and chaotic force, but it is presented in the form of a virus. It is quite similar to the evil god. Gao Gong felt that he had found the right person to suppress the evil god. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of changes would occur if the camp added an old day, and whether there would be any new blood and professions. At the beginning, Gao Kes's request was to devour an entire civilization technology tree, and Gao Gong agreed easily. After all, he only needed to use the virus mechanical civilization to hone his own camp, not to really absorb the opponent's technology tree. The virus mechanical route was a mechanical technology tree that was biased towards the information system, which was not the same direction as the fusion route he wanted to take. Moreover, after opening the Alliance top intelligence, Gao Gong took the opportunity to focus on the only 2 carbon-based civilizations in the Anti-Zerg Alliance, the Seed of Life and the carbon-based network. From the intelligence, he roughly understood the ecology of these 2 civilizations. The results were not satisfactory. The carbon-based network was first ruled out. Its evolutionary path was similar to that of the virus mechanical civilization. It belonged to the evolutionary path of the carbon-based system, which was biased towards information civilization. Her core technology was to use biological means to create a biological information space similar to the third-order virtual network, and grow, communicate, and evolve in it. This is not bad. After all, getting rid of the framework of life forms, the possibility of evolution is greatly increased. For example, Gao Yuan told me that when she was infiltrating the deep web, she could vaguely feel a similar force. If it was also an information-based civilization, it would not be so easy to talk to. Now that I think about it, it is probably the carbon-based web. A biological civilization can actually infiltrate the deep web. Thanks to it, the standard 3-piece set of insect civilization, finding civilization coordinates, void soldiers, and insect sea tactics have been repeatedly frustrated. The only black machine civilization that was killed was also notified in advance, and prepared to come with a big wave, and then it killed itself. As for the other seed of life civilization, in some aspects it meets the requirements of Gao Gong, pursuing biotechnology, genetic evolution, and medical longevity technology. At least after the fusion fails, the failure rate can be reduced. But there is only one problem. Although this thing is a carbon-based civilization, it is a plant-side civilization, not even a humanoid species. Although this does not hinder Gao Gong's XP, the fusion of a plant and a machine is wrong no matter how you look at it. What can be fused with this? Do you still want this fully equipped biological computer? Even if it is Huang Yuanli's planet tree, it looks like a tree on the surface, but it is actually a carnivore, with more bones and flesh than leaves. Maybe we need to find a matching carbon-based civilization, which may not be found in this galaxy. It is best to go to those neutral organizations in the universe, such as the Civilization Library, to confirm the direction. After thinking about it, Gao Gong quickly focused on the current key goal. Before developing carbon-based civilization, we must first max out mechanical civilization. In this way, with the help of a civilization's resources, the speed of carbon-based civilization development will be extremely fast, hundreds of times faster than the current development. By the way, if you are free, I have something for you to do. Gao Gong handed the cosmic coordinates he had snatched with great difficulty to Gao Yuanyuan, asking her to conduct a preliminary information search, benchmark the time axis and space axis, and prevent herself from entering a parallel universe and leaping for hundreds of years. Gao Yuanyuan left unhappily. She finally wanted to show off while her sister-in-law was away, but she didn't find an opportunity to do so. As for Gao Gong, he began to pay attention to various intelligence. Among them, the information about the Flash was prominently listed. Gao Gong only focused on the data plague and chaotic intelligence mentioned by the other party, but he didn't really care. Civilization is an ecology, not a strange character that has no food, drink, and fun and only appears as a villain. In this ecology, any situation is normal, especially microscopic civilization, which automatically enjoys the debuff of reducing plague resistance by 20%. What really made it care was the spatial coordinates provided by the Flash. In this coordinate, there are not only the mechanical virus army, but also the Thousand Faces army, but no insect army. This seems to be a good entry point. Of course, it does not mean that Gao Gong does not have other intelligence units. At least the Anti-Insect Alliance has provided him with at least thousands of military intelligence, but most of these intelligences have insects, and Gao Gong does not want to conflict with the Queen of Insects in a short period of time. This coordinate is quite good. Take it out and confirm it first. After confirming that there is no problem, use it as a backup for positioning coordinates. A holographic projection appeared, nodded silently, and disappeared again. Gao Gong did not intervene too much in the military. In fact, in terms of Star Wars experience alone, he may not be better than these military commanders. But there is one thing he can do. The Flash excitedly looked at his system panel, and several camp tasks were refreshed, including the Civilization Leader exclusive task of Boss G. Even the task chain of the lurking task has completed several links. Sure enough, my premonition was correct. This place is definitely the front line of the civilization war. I shared this information with a group of lurking colleagues, and as expected, I received a lot of envy and jealousy. Sister G even shouted for a share of the task reward. After all, it was she who provided the big copy information. How could the Flash pay attention to her? He put the antivirus plug-in shaped like a towel on his back, and gave the virus machine a nerve massage. This is a good way to get information. Chapter 1477. The Civilization War Center quickly confirmed the landing site. It was nothing else but the space coordinates provided by the Flash. This was not because of the order of the senior engineer, but after detailed monitoring, it was found that there was a string structure with strong fluctuations in that place. This string structure is not a void gap. If you have to describe it, it is closer to a space scratch. But under advanced space technology, this scratch can be opened up into a void channel at any time. This is a very powerful space technology, and it is also the specialty of the string controllers back then. They seem to be able to appear anywhere at any time, just through similar technological means. This idea was proposed by Gate and quickly passed by the Science and Technology Strategy Department. From the scientific and technological information, drawings, provided by the Great Leader, similar space transmission technology was found. If it is only the space technology unique to the string controllers, then the Science and Technology Strategy Department will not adopt this offensive method, but if it can be proved that this civilization technology can be simulated and reversed, it has the possibility of practical use. In fact, this is a good period for technological evolution. Because of the new trend of thought, Ambition Technology Revolution is in an activated state. Ambition Technology Revolution. When new technological theories are verified, new industries, new technologies, and new ideas will be quickly activated and have a transformative effect on civilized society. This change will be accelerated due to certain factors: war, national competition, civilization conflict. In this state, the speed of camp technology breeding, improvement, and evolution will increase by 250%. This is why the top leaders of the Legion unanimously agreed to launch a war. They may not understand the specific direction of technological evolution, but they can keenly feel that it is like a fledgling that has absorbed enough nutrition and needs to break out of its shell. After the first phase of the mechanical plan, the camp has reached an outbreak period. For the needs of war, the top leaders developed a holographic environment projection with the highest confidentiality level and the highest technological content. In this holographic projection, even 90% of the cosmic environment simulation can be restored. The top leaders seemed to be on the scene in person, and they were blessed with various buffs, such as space perception buff. They can see the string structure with their own eyes. Deploy it. Along with General Quill's words, the top leaders witnessed the scene of the mechanical army's arrival. At first, it was just a fine purple-black crack, like a crack on glass, spreading silently. Then, the space twisted and collapsed, and the crack suddenly expanded, turning into an abyss across the sky. The dark blue energy surged at the edge of the crack, like a boiling sea of void, and the electric light moved like a snake, making a harsh buzzing sound. Suddenly, the first mechanical armor fell from the crack. It was pitch black with dark red light patterns on its joints, like a killing machine forged from the furnace of hell. Its landing was not a free fall, but was controlled by some invisible force. It hit the ground heavily, and its metal feet embedded in the void, causing a circle of void ripples. Then, the second, the third. Countless mechanical warriors poured down like a rainstorm, their bodies dragged out twisted after images as they passed through the space cracks, as if time and space itself were trembling under their arrival. These mechanical bodies are divided into two categories. One is obviously a semi-constructed Spark Star armor developed by simulating the God Killer suit. The other is also very special. The energy lines on its body are actually a bit similar to the War Maniac bloodline. To be more precise, it is a mixture of the Horus Kings and the Patriarch of the Knot family. When developing this type of star armor, someone did a job similar to a nude model. The effect is also very good. Although it is a low-profile version, as soon as it appears, the surrounding virus machines feel obviously uncomfortable. Many places where the War Maniac star armor gathers even interfere with the function of virus machine transformation. In the mechanical civilization, there are carbon-based special attack constructs. Similarly, in the carbon-based civilization, there is also a similar mechanical special attack bloodline, that is, the War Maniac. Looking at the mechanical army falling like a tide, whether it is the Virus Lord or the Thousand Faces leader, they all showed obvious astonishment. This is not the first star zone. Whose forces are these mechanical troops from? How did they come from? The insects are not fools. They are also worried that the mechanical civilization will attack the rear, so they have already blocked all the void channels that can be blocked. The Flash, who also saw this scene, suppressed his excitement. He didn't know that his role was not as good as the nearby space string. He now felt a sense of accomplishment. He opened a big copy of the Civilization War. He guided the direction of the Legion army. He is so damn strong. No matter what the top leaders of both sides think, the ones fighting on the front line are always mechanical soldiers, and they are two completely different styles of mechanical soldiers. The virus mechanical army surged like a black tide. Their bodies switched between entities and data in a strange way. They were metalcast killing machines in the last second, and in the next second they disintegrated into countless scarlet code streams, infiltrating the enemy camp like blood mist. The infected War Mad Star armor instantly stiffened, and dazzling electric sparks burst out from the joints. Twisted virus tentacles drilled out from the gaps in the armor, trying to hack into and tear apart all the mechanical modules of the steel body. But the array of the War Mad mech suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light, and the countercores on their chests rotated rapidly, releasing high-frequency pulses, and countless fine arcs exploded in the air. Those semi-virtualized virus machines were forcibly blasted back to entities in the data state, and the black and red metal remains fell from the air like a rainstorm. A 1,000-meter-high spark mechanical leader rushed into the enemy camp, its arms pressed down and spread into a small-scale energy tide. Wherever it passed, the armor of the virus machines melted like wax, revealing the twitching neural circuits inside. They were being reverse compiled into harmless decimal garble in the energy magnetic field. The leading blood spider had a gloomy and bloodthirsty face. The structural limbs on his body flew everywhere, and wherever he passed, whether it was the Thousand Faces or the virus machines, they were quickly melted. As the leader of the Decepticons were the few spark mechanical leaders that he liked. In the last attack, the Decepticons did not revive, and the incomplete copy consciousness was not reorganized. This made all the spark mechanicals regard it as a shame, and even the always peaceful Tianwei believed that this must be retaliated, not to mention the blood spider who came from the Decepticons. You have to know that in the period of the Machine Rift Star, he and the Decepticons were the only two Decepticon leaders. His Decepticon not only despises carbon-based species, but also despises virus machines, which are also mechanical species. It also has the qualifications to despise. As the leader of the Fire Seed, it not only has structural parts on its body, but also has a war-crazy mechanical tattoo. The reason why it can do this is the result of the hard work of a group of mechanical masters. To be precise, in order to free itself from the hands of Hiluapa, the group of mechanical masters risked their lives to upgrade the weapons of Desira, and the mechanical shell model that Blood Spider got was actually the same as the one on Desira. This is also a set of strategic level mechanical bodies, which may not be as extreme as the God Killer suit, and it is also difficult to mass produce. But the killing power is visible to the naked eye. Extreme creatures appearing on the battlefield will be hacked to death by it. Retreat, the leader of the Thousand Faces took the initiative to speak. The Virus Lord thought about it and nodded. Chapter 1478. These two high-ranking members of the civilization had no intention of risking their lives with this unidentified mechanical army. Except that in the torn space crack, a tide of mechanical armies slid out of the void like money. Another point is that the Virus Lord was surprised to find that under the same scale, the Virus Mechanical Army did not suppress this mysterious mechanical army. This has never happened even in the war with the Anti-Insect Alliance. On the other side, in the same cosmic environment, the enemy modeling has been almost completed. Although it is said that the Star Network civilization is not allowed to participate in this war, it is impossible to really not give any credit to others. Especially the information means that the information civilization is best at. After all, the sister-in-law also wants to please the sister-in-law. For example, the degree of simulation of this holographic universe has increased from 90% to 93%, and the biggest reason is that the model of the virus machinery has been completed. In the simulated universe, the scene of the two mechanical troops colliding with each other was perfectly replicated and restored. The senior executives seem to have witnessed the whole process of this sudden encounter with their own eyes. Especially the mechanical masters, who were watching the show, pointed and expressed their satisfaction or dissatisfaction with the new troops they developed. The firewall module is still insufficient. The lethality is enough. After strengthening it 1 or 2 more times, it will be almost mature. Thanks to the boss. It's a pity that this kind of mechanical transformation can only work on individual machines, and cannot be combined into a Legion mode. There's really no way. Although these mechanical masters are all top mechanical talents in various civilizations, and have handled countless mechanical arms. With their means, they can even simulate some of the characteristics of the war-mad bloodline, and implant them into every mechanical arm through mechanical development. It is precisely because of the mechanical bloodline of these mechanical war-mads that they can withstand the forced transformation of those virus machines. But the mechanical system also has to abide by the basic law. That is, after such extreme strengthening, these mechanical war-mads have lost any potential for cooperative mode development. In other words, mature mechanical Legion technologies, such as the weak Sentinel mode, and the Fire Legion mode can no longer be assembled. So they are regretful. But compared to the Masters, who are still not satisfied, the camp leaders can even be said to be ecstatic. Even some camp mechanics, after getting the specific battle report data at this moment, can't help but feel a big stone falling. The reason is simple. This thing is a bit like the feeling when the Insect Army just came. Although the Anti-Insect Alliance has hundreds of times more mechanical troops than the Insect Army, it has to retreat again and again, and one star is defeated after another. If it weren't for the breakthrough in material science, this tactical concession might continue for quite a long time. The same is true for virus machines. If you use mechanical technology to deal with it, it will transform into virus mode, and when you try to use information defense means, it will transform into armed hardware and fight against you by pulling out the network cable and burning the host. Although the virus machine is only a level 85 mechanical unit, it has not reached the maximum level. But it is the mechanical Tianka. Not bad, Gao Gong smiled, quite relieved. The relief point is that in addition to the success of the beach landing, The boss template has been targeted. The boss template of the mechanical army can actually be created. This is also where they are really powerful. The difference in level is only the difference in basic attributes, and it will not open up a generation gap. Only the boss template can open up a generation gap. For example, the subatomic template of the subatomic Zerg has a built-in instant kill of all species without microscopic defense. The two-phase ball template of the virus machine has a built-in force conversion, which can convert all species with mechanical energy/information energy below 50 million. Even if it is higher than 50 million, it can also be converted with a small probability. These things require the opponent to try repeatedly to verify. And with the system, it is very convenient. That's why Gao Gong gathered a bunch of mechanical masters to develop the War Mad machine, or more precisely, the boss template of Mechanical War Mad. In this template, 2 of the 2 attributes are useless, and only one of them. When the War Mad circuit is activated, the mechanical energy will be in an extreme operation mode of 50% to 200%. Combined with the mechanical energy that the mechanical body already has, the mechanical virus can be forced out alive. And these special arms, after completing the first stage of mechanical development, can be mass-produced indefinitely. Just for this reason, Gao Gong stood at the forefront of the Anti-Insect Alliance. This is also the reason why Gao Gong was unwilling to formally confront the insect civilization at the beginning. The technology of the Anti-Zerg Alliance is actually very advanced, but it is not easy to make subatomic microscopic weapons and microscopic defenses. This is determined by the technology tree of the 3rd level civilization. Making this thing is touching the ceiling of the 3rd level civilization, and some ceilings are not even there. This also creates 2 possibilities. Either, under the oppression of the worms, this civilization has shown 200% of its civilization potential, turning the tide, activating more than a dozen thoughts, and leaping from the early stage of civilization to the middle stage, or even the late stage. Or, it is directly beaten by the worms. Most civilizations are the latter. There is a correct view of the lurking player. In this galaxy, the worm civilization belongs to the late stage big boss, so don't challenge it right away, you will be beaten to death. Compared with the virus mechanical civilization, it is much easier to deal with. Combined with all known information, the star field has been confirmed, the Voss star field. In the civilization war, the star system is too small, and the star wheel composed of tens of thousands of star systems is too large. So the concept of star field was quickly proposed. In terms of scale, it should be between dozens and hundreds of star systems. The reason why the Voss star field is a star field. A big reason is that there was a civilization war here. It is not clear who the 2 sides of the war are, but there must be bugs. At this time, in the periphery of the Voss star field, the unknown area is constantly being lit up. Countless blue light spots appeared in the void, like fireflies awakened by some will. At first, they just floated in disorder, and then began to gather and weave, gradually outlining a structure beyond geometry. It is neither solid nor liquid, but more like solidified thinking itself or sight. Then threads extended between the light spots, connecting to each other like synapses, and finally formed a flowing nebula-like network. This network began to breathe, and every pulsation released ripples of information, engraving fleeting symbols on the dark cosmic background. Soon, in the sight of the Alpha people, at least 3 unknown star fields as large as the Voss star field were lit up and activated one by one. Even the eyeliner left by the virus machine was touched. For the Robert Galaxy, which did not have the same level of information civilization, this group of Alpha people was like turning on the whole map. Even Director Du, who pursued the evolution of the mechanic civilization, was reluctant to give up this plug-in. After all, every profession has its own specialty, and every civilization has its own specialty. And in the crack of the space string, a white-haired figure slowly floated out. Du Xiaodi personally appeared on the front line of the battlefield. Looking around, the surrounding star map had long been transmitted to her head. The surrounding resources and environment are okay. It seems that we have landed in a good place. In the initial stage, we will invest 1 billion troops. As a civil engineering boss, Director Du quickly judged the difficulty and intensity of the transformation of this starfield environment, as well as the outer defense force. Then he looked at the dozens of planets not far away and activated the new trend of thought: mechanized farming and warfare. Mechanized farming and warfare. In advanced mechanical civilization, it transcends the original combination of material production and war and evolves into a cosmic survival paradigm. Civilization itself becomes a self-iterative war and production complex, using stars as energy, planets as workshops, and life as programmable tactical resources. The ultimate goal: integration of production and destruction. Chapter 1479. Second star region, Shueisha Galaxy Mudu Star. Mudu Civilization. An ordinary planet civilization. In an ordinary county. A Mudu man named Hyzen is surfing the internet in a crude way. Crude way desktop. Although it is a desktop, the computer technology of this planet is interesting. The material that makes up the computer is nothing else but a kind of black wood that is unique to this planet. This is a wooden computer. It is not just a wooden case and shell. The roots are entangled into a data bus, the photosynthetic membrane acts as a display screen, and the wood fiber constitutes the chip. Even the way to surf the internet is to insert the branches that grow from his body into the computer as a power source. This wooden computer has no power system, and it is the internet user who provides it with energy. So, as long as its input efficiency is adjusted, it will become a special underage protection mode. After all, the underage Muda people do not have much plant energy. Yes, although the civilization points out computer technology, it is actually a biological civilization. This underage Mudran named Hyzen casually browsed the news. From the Tree spacecraft successfully discovered a satellite that can be migrated, to the successful protest of cutting species, the passage of the Mudran bill, to the rampant biological computer viruses, which are easily transmitted to users through bad web pages. Since it is a biological civilization, and it has lit up a biological computer, then the infected computer virus is naturally a biological virus. Seeing the brothers infected with the virus, not only their bodies are withered and aged, but also their bodies are covered with dense spots of plant diseases, he was so scared that he quickly deleted the learning materials in the biological hard drive. Huh, you scared me. I almost lost my integrity. The young Muda sighed. Actually, you are already lost. Haven't you noticed that your trunk has been so soft that you can't lift it up recently? Even the sap is not thick anymore. A teasing voice suddenly sounded. Hyzen was horrified. Who? Didn't you just browse me? Hyzen immediately recalled the unlucky people who were invaded by the plant network virus in the picture, and stammered, Are you the softened root number 3? The network virus? Yes, I am now parasitic on you. Who told you not to grow the firewall leaf? But doesn't this underage mode have its own defense system? Hyzen was about to cry. Why don't you take a look at what you are browsing? Multiple rhizome cuttings, large-scale sexual reproduction, random spore reproduction, targeting elderly tree spirits. Is this what you should be watching at your age? The plant virus named softened rhizome number 3 began to taunt the other party constantly, and just when it scared the other party to the point of secreting plant fluid, it suddenly stopped its mouth cannon. The network speed of the plant computer, which originally had a network speed of only 5G, suddenly increased rapidly, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and even crossed the speed of light. And this level of signal strength, the hardware of this plant computer can't bear it at all. First billowing smoke came out, and the fireproof wooden shell quickly burned. On the screen, a string of unnatural emerald green code first appeared, spreading like some kind of parasitic hyphae. Then, it began to grow. The electrical signals between the leaf veins twisted into a human-shaped outline, first a blurred head, then a torso, and limbs, like a plant DNA spiral being forcibly folded into a human form. Why contact me at this time? The tone of softening root stem number 3 was quite bad, and this was completely different from the bad just now. The plant circuits of the entire planet began to disconnect on a large scale. The other side also realized this, and said in a humble tone, Root stem Lord, an unexpected mechanical army appeared in our star field and fought with us. A large amount of data was converted into sticky sap and injected into his body. Special Mechanical Army, the Anti-Insect Alliance wants to open up a new battlefield. This is not good news. I'm afraid not. The style of these mechanical soldiers is not what we have seen. On the one hand, they are more advanced, and on the other hand, they have many immature places. Lord Nebula believes that this is more likely to be a new mechanical civilization. That's not surprising. Lord Root nodded. The universe is so large that it makes people despair. Even if a bunch of third-level civilizations are stuffed into this galaxy, the area of real activity is still less than 1%. A third-level civilization that has not been infected, this is a treasure. The number of lords who will participate is likely to exceed 20. Don't worry, I will participate. Soon, the terrifying plant electrical signal on the opposite side stopped spreading. Lord Root thought about it, and left a virus sub-body on Hyzen, who had been frightened. Moreover, who said that virus machinery can't study carbon-based civilization? From this first-level plant civilization, he found many new ideas for virus infection. It's time to go out. Hell Nebula. A large-scale star stream material change is taking place. High-temperature ionized gas condenses into silicon-based crystal filaments, spreading in the nebula like a neural network, forming an electronic virus transmission network. Interstellar dust particles are encoded and reorganized, aggregated into micron-level logic gate arrays, spontaneously performing chaotic calculations and releasing erroneous data pulses. This is also the reason for the name of the Hell Nebula. A large number of electronic viruses spread to the surroundings through pulse signals, disrupting the surrounding routes and invading the nervous systems of all spacecraft and spacecraft personnel. Even this nebula lord recently completed the transformation of a pulsar and transformed it into a virus source. In this way, the spread range of electronic viruses is not limited to the route range, but can spread to thousands or even tens of thousands of light years. Virus mechanical civilization is what the outside world calls them. But in fact, their strength is signal transmission. However, the recent unexpected situation made this mechanical virus lord unhappy. For other virus lords, the existence of a suspected third-level mechanical civilization is the best food and the promised land of mechanical viruses. But it, which has a virus pulsar, only wants stable electronic virus spread. But this situation does not allow it to stabilize. In fact, it is it that issued the call for the virus lord. I hope it will not be a particularly troublesome civilization. The First Star Zone has formed a civilization alliance. If the expansion of the Queen of Insects is stopped, it will be very dangerous. At the beginning, I strongly opposed the cooperation with the Queen of Insects, but unfortunately Lays has more algorithm support. I hope this guy won't come over. At this time, in another unknown civilization coordinate, the virus lord named Lays is communicating with a civilization leader. This civilization leader is called the Final Producer, and its civilization is naturally the Final Producer civilization. So, your virus mechanical civilization has no specific civilization coordinates. This is the first time I have seen this type of mechanical civilization. The final product said with interest. Yes, we don't have civilization coordinates. To put it more simply, we don't even have a civilization organization, Lays said gently. Then how should we describe it? A civilization that is more chaotic than the internal structure of the cosmic evil god? Not entirely, Lays smiled. There is no species consensus, no organizational consensus, no territorial consensus, but we have algorithm consensus, sir. Chapter 1480. It sounds more like information civilization, said the final product. Algorithms are not unique to information systems. Input, output, certainty, finiteness, and effectiveness. Don't you think this is very suitable for some mechanized things? Lays asked back. That's right, the final producer thought thoughtfully. Without species consensus, there is no ethic consciousness. Without organizational consensus, there is no basis for cooperation. Without territorial consensus, home culture and territorial consciousness cannot be generated. So your civilization does need some stability anchor points. The final producer on the opposite side said directly, in that case, wouldn't it be a disadvantage to fight a civilization war with you? Why do you say that? Without a home, it means no fixed property. You don't even have a fixed planet. Even if you catch a virus mechanical lord, you can't interrogate the whereabouts of other lords, because you are not familiar with others at all, and only have general contact methods. Even whether a war is launched or not is not decided by the minority-majority, because the minority can disobey the majority. That's right, Lays smiled. What a special form of civilization. The final producer sighed, and drank a drink of unknown ingredients, but the value is at least equivalent to a habitable planet. All civilizations are special. In fact, in my opinion, the end producer civilization is much more special than ours. Following the direction of the end producer, Lays looked out the window. In the end producer's vision, he was suspended above the clouds. A cold holographic pyramid was upside down in the gray sky, and the quantum optical cables at the bottom were hanging like blood vessels, connecting the rusty slums on the surface. The proletarians huddled in honeycomb compartments built of nanomaterials, and every breath drew a scarlet dead value on the quota ring on their wrists, and the supply drones that occasionally flew over the sky sprinkled genetically modified algae, like breadcrumbs thrown casually by God. The final producer sat in front of his transparent throne, with the real-time updated survival data stream of 30 billion people at his feet. What was reflected in his pupils was not a human face, but a constantly jumping resource share percentage of 99.999%. This is still the capital planet of the final producer civilization. There are many final producer planets, with harsher living environments than this one. And this virus mechanical lord is not looking at these superficial things. He is evaluating in an invasion way. Evaluating the other party's civilization technology from the social operation mechanism. quantum monitoring network, gene and memory editing, economic castration show that the other party's quantum technology and biotechnology are advanced. Completely automated production, the other party's mechanical technology is not weak, at least the means used to maintain this deformed society are also powerful for mass troop growth. Encrypted data streams float in the air, and global resource allocation is controlled in real time through brain-computer interfaces. What a huge data torrent. Ordinary viruses will never invade, but will be overwhelmed by this torrent. Treat your own ethnic group as redundant data to be cleaned up, slavery wrapped in absolute rationality. As expected of a finalist. Lay's sighed. In fact, the finalists thought she was special, but she thought the finalists were even more special. Generally speaking, civilization attributes are civilization characteristics. Even for a virus mechanical civilization like theirs, the mechanical attributes are still listed in the civilization column. But the finalist civilization is different. It can be a carbon-based civilization, a mechanical civilization, an information civilization, or even an energy civilization. Its system attributes are incredibly weak. For example, in this case, even if she wanted to perform virus transformation, she couldn't find a point to transform for a while. Except for the one in front of her. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and only the passionate symphony kept sounding. The title of the song was Eternal Balance, which was said to be a symphony woven from the brain waves of 30 billion proletarians. Occasionally, a note suddenly went out of tune, and the score was automatically corrected, and that note disappeared from then on. The final producer looked at the other party, and was about to say something, but Lord Lays suddenly frowned. I'm afraid I have to leave. What's the matter? A possible third-level mechanical civilization. The final producer nodded in understanding, and spoke before the other party left the quantum gate. My invitation is still reserved, Lord Lays. The virus mechanical lord turned his head, and looked at the other party. This handsome middle-aged man was filled with an indescribable loneliness at this moment. Unlimited power, unlimited assets, ultimate rule, in exchange, it seems to be an extreme loneliness. In your civilization, no one can own any assets. You want to invite me to become a member of your civilization, but I don't know what role I can play. You can become a part of me, said the final product. I need a mechanical virus that can monitor the operation of all machines and collect 99.999% resource tax from the artificial intelligence responsible for management. Lays finally flashed a trace of stunned emotional data. After a moment of silence, she suddenly laughed. Then do you plan to tax the mechanical virus? Of course, any species that can reproduce needs to be taxed. The other party looked as if it was a matter of course. I heard a saying that the final product is not the pinnacle of civilization control, but a black hole that all possibilities collapse into. To be honest, I want to invade your brain. I am extremely curious about your data algorithm. The final product looked at the other party silently. In his eyes, the other party was also a black hole. It did not devour flesh and blood, but devoured logic. Every time it invaded a system, it disassembled the algorithm in it, chewed up the precise computing structure, reorganized it, and turned it into a part of itself. The firewall was nothing more than a fragile spider web to it. With a light touch, it turned into a fulcrum for its limbs to extend. In this case, she can be an endless mechanical army or a mysterious carrier virus. It's a little late, Lays. When Lays appeared in the territory of the Nebula Lord, the first person to complain was not someone else, but the carrier lord. This is also the main war faction among the virus and mechanical lords. But its war faction is different from Lays. Lays is the war faction that prompted the virus mechanical civilization to cooperate with the insect queen and jointly invade the first star zone. And this one is more extreme. It wants to fight with the insect queen, and then decompose the queen's authority and integrate it into the two-phase ball. Although the virus mechanical civilization is not a minority obeying the majority, nor is it an authoritative rule, let alone a spirit of cooperation, theoretically, any virus mechanical monarch has the potential to go it alone militarily. This carrier monarch naturally tried it, but it just didn't succeed. Facing this person's complaints and provocations, Lays just glanced at the other party and ignored him, and looked at the Nebula Lord. Are you sure that the new mechanical civilization army is not the new army of the Alliance? I thought they always had the idea of opening up a second battlefield. The possibility is not great. The Nebula Lord pointed to the bright dust in the nebula. The light no longer follows the rules of physics, but repeats a set of complex signals at a fixed frequency as if it has been compiled. Only the virus machine lords could see anything from these complex signals. After a while, a lord asked curiously, "New void channel opening technology?" Yes, if it is that alliance, they will most likely use this technology in a crucial battle, and it is impossible for them to open only one void channel. Chapter 1481. Just as the Anti-Insect Alliance has established a database on the insect civilization, the insect civilization naturally has relevant scientific and technological information of the Anti-Insect Alliance. As an ally, the virus mechanical civilization has been shared. In fact, as Lord Nebula said, if it is the Anti-Insect Alliance's operation, it is impossible to deploy only a part of the troops in one area. This is extremely wasteful for the use of new space technology in the military field. They will be deployed on a large scale and in a systematic manner, and not only mechanical troops, but also mostly accompanied by long-range positioning strikes. Unfortunately, there is no such thing. The opponent's operation seems to be just an ordinary appearance of a mechanical civilization. What is your plan? Lays looked at Lord Nebula. There are strong and weak virus mechanical lords. The weak virus mechanical lords are controlled by the two-phase ball algorithm, while the strong virus mechanical lords can even adjust the algorithm to a certain extent. And the one in front of him belongs to the latter. At the beginning, the two sides had a big fight over whether to cooperate with the Queen of Insects, and were even forced to take the last step. At the same time, the supreme algorithm was adjusted. She was more skilled. But this did not mean that the other party was wrong. She was willing to listen to the other party's ideas. I recently transformed a pulsar, which covers a range of 50,000 light-years, that is, the range of 50,000 star systems. I can try to force this mechanical army to transform into a virus, and then absorb and transform it. In this way, wouldn't all the benefits be swallowed by you alone? A virus mechanical lord said dissatisfiedly. Everyone is interested in studying the strange mechanical army that can rival the virus mechanical army. What do you mean? Nebula Lord said calmly. The virus mechanical kings are not in a superior subordinate relationship, and they are not even an organization. It is normal for the two sides to fight to the death. Nebula Lord has killed more than 24 virus mechanical kings himself. It is no wonder that the final product is curious about what kind of ecological relationship such an unorganized and undisciplined civilization has. I mean, is it necessary to be so radical at the beginning? Did we do it this way before? You won't be brainwashed by the insect queen. A king who looks like a doll laughs sinisterly. Diplomatic visits, interstellar trade, scientific and technological exchanges, joint defense, our old skills, have you all forgotten them? Even extremely expansionist civilizations have a need for diplomacy. And the special attributes of virus mechanical civilization allow them to play a mechanical neutral in the eyes of unfamiliar civilizations. Then, after gaining the other party's initial trust, they will give the other party a hard blow. Many mechanical civilizations that have never seen this kind of operation often suffer a great loss. And the reason why they followed the insect queen to the south was that they had been tricked by too many mechanical civilizations, which made this trick ineffective. What era is this? You still use this trick. Don't you suspect that this new mechanical civilization is our former victim, and is deliberately fishing for us? How can a victim use this level of mechanical soldiers to test? Aren't they afraid of being beaten with meat buns? We've already fought. How untrained must their AI be to believe your stupid words? Instead of arguing and talking nonsense, it's better to just destroy the other party. As a super war faction, the Carrier Lord was tired of listening, and showed his body directly. Its body was composed of countless flowing metal fragments, as if the liquid shadow was reorganizing non-stop, sometimes condensing into angular armor, and sometimes turning into twisted mechanical tentacles. A pulsating scarlet core was embedded in the center of the torso, like a trap star, radiating energy ripples that twisted and boiled the surrounding air. As the distortion of space energy intensified, the dense virus mechanical army seemed to appear out of nothing, with millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions. This method of making machinery in the void is a miracle even in the mechanical civilization. The Carrier Lord stared at Lays provocatively. You fought with me for the Queen of Insects back then. Do you want to fight again this time? Lays remained silent. The other virus mechanical lords looked at each other, but in the end, they did not physically oppose it. This was not a normal meeting, and they followed the rules and restrained themselves. In fact, there were quite a few virus mechanical lords who were killed in such gatherings. After a while, only Lays and the Nebula Lord were left in the nebula, and the other virus mechanical lords were either indifferent or went to join the battle. Will something go wrong? Lays couldn't help asking. Without pre-training, how can we have efficient reasoning and optimization, or even create new algorithm models? Don't forget that among us, the mechanical model distillation of the carrier is the strongest. Lord Nebula said slowly. You came just in time. My pulsar virus is not yet fully spread. Come and help me. Lays was stunned. You want to attack when the carrier is fighting with others? The range and intensity of a pulsar virus force transformation exceed the general 4th level weapon. Who knows? We always have to deal with some data illusions, otherwise the algorithm will only become more and more distorted, and the speed of distilled civilization technology will also become slower and slower. Just when these two upper lords were communicating, Lord Carrier's virus machine army had already killed them in a mighty manner. And this time the virus machine is very different from the previous one. Not to mention that the average level is 1 or 2 levels higher. Their fighting style is completely different. The first batch of raiders emerged from the shadows. The Star Machine group was as thin as a blade, and the outer shell was flowing with dark blue data lines. Like a metal life corroded by some electronic virus, they dispersed and gathered with strange synchronization. Every movement seemed to be controlled by some higher-dimensional algorithm, avoiding the fire blockade without delay. Then, the void trembled, and the heavy annihilation unit materialized from the data mist. Their outer armor was not a fixed form, but was reorganized in real time in the void by countless mechanical modules, sometimes condensing into a battering ram-like advanced energy cannon, and sometimes splitting into a swarm of micro self-destructing machines. When the shells hit them, the damaged parts would quickly decompose into data after images, and then reassemble in another place, as if the laws of physics were just tamperable parameters for them. In the air, the spherical repeaters were suspended, with scarlet code streams flashing on their surfaces, like beating electronic hearts. They did not directly participate in the battle, but as carriers of virus consciousness, they constantly adjusted the rhythm of the battlefield. When the opponent tried to interfere with their signals, the repeaters would suddenly explode, releasing countless tiny logic bombs. These microprograms would parasitize electronic equipment, tamper with weapon systems, and even make the spacecraft's engine suddenly reverse, crushing the operator in a steel cage. The war-crazy mechas, which were originally able to fight back and forth, began to retreat step by step. Is this a battle formation? In other words, a large mechanical model. The war-crazy mechas, which were not yet mature, quickly encountered the most troublesome enemy. And this kind of enemy is like the bottom card in the camp. The mecha frenzy, or trillions of people in one. There is no command center, no fixed formation, but it is like a self-organized mechanical storm. The moment a machine is destroyed, its core data will be immediately uploaded to the neighboring units, allowing the latter to instantly inherit its combat experience. Sometimes, two damaged machines will suddenly merge, and their codes will be reorganized in a flash, giving birth to a more deformed killing form. For example, half of the gun barrel suddenly grows as serrated mechanical tentacles, or the reconnaissance machine that should have been paralyzed suddenly splits into 3 more agile hunters. There was no roar or screaming in the whole battle, only electronic buzzing, the whistling of data streams tearing through the air, and the cold hum of metal constantly evolving under the drive of code. They are not like an army, but more like a self-iterating electronic plague, crushing all resistance with absolute computing power. Soon, the Legion lost a star system. This was a star system that they had just completed mechanization. There were only 3 star systems like this, even for the Legion. No one expected that the other side would come so quickly. In other words, the probability that the other side could send troops instantly was less than 14.1%. After tens of thousands of planetary supercomputers calculated, a possibility was immediately calculated. There must be an existence similar to the will of the Hive in that virus mechanical civilization. Du Xiaodi was not panicked. Her current state was very special. She seemed to be integrated into a mechanical ecology. From the small ore collection, refining, and parts production to the large spaceship and starship construction, everything was visible. And in the upper right corner of her eyes, a countdown was floating, 7 planetary days. In other words, if nothing was done, in 7 planetary days, the 1 billion mechanical army of her own camp would be wiped out. It was a serious war of large Legion-level civilizations, being eaten away bit by bit. However, this was also within Du Xiaodi's expectations. No matter how well the project design is done, problems are inevitable without actual testing. She is optimizing the process of mechanical production. The frontline combat data is transmitted back in real time through the quantum communication network, and AI immediately adjusts the production line parameters, eliminates inefficient designs, and iterates more deadly weapon variants. The rear of the field is no longer a single giant arsenal, but countless small manufacturing cabins, nano-forging cabins, orbital assembly stations, viral replication nests, scattered in the meteorite belt, abandoned warship wreckage, and even enemy-occupied areas, using local materials and expanding rapidly. The wreckage of the damaged machinery is devoured by the nanodecomposer, and the metal, energy, and data are all recycled and reinjected into the production line, forming a zero-waste war cycle. And now in the frontline battlefield, the manifestation is very direct. Weapons have become more advanced, and almost every one of them has a built-in virtual firewall function, which has a significant delay effect on hindering the enemy's transformation. Reinforcements come faster. In the battlefield range of hundreds of astronomical units, a mechanical army is often emptied out, and reinforcements quickly fill it. The defense line, that was originally retreating again and again, actually showed an elastic contraction in light years. The war-crazy mechanical body is more mature, and no longer crashes at every turn. Although it is impossible to carry out scientific and technological cooperation, it can already carry out tactical decapitations on a scale of tens of thousands, targeting the virus mechanical generals wandering on the field. Not to mention, the results of the battle are not cheap. Still in the upper right corner of Du Jiaoti's sight, the original 7 planetary days rose rapidly, 17, 27, 37. Although Gao Gong was not on the frontline battlefield, with the help of the system, he could also intuitively understand the battlefield situation. Mechanized farming and warfare, activated by 1%. Mechanized farming and warfare, activated by 5%. Mechanized farming and warfare, activated by 12%. Your camp has obtained the new level 88 soldier, the War Mad Machine, with an increase of 15 million camp points and 5,000 leader reputation. Senior engineer glanced at the introduction of this new soldier, War Mad Machine. War Mad Machine is not a simple war machine, but a pure expression of the concept of war in mechanical form. They have no political purpose, do not pursue conquest or domination, and the only meaning of their existence is to push conflict to the extreme. There is only one supreme instruction in their logic circuit: fighting must be eternal, and destruction must evolve. What a war maniac! Looking at the 3 boss templates at the beginning, 2 templates are related to war, and 1 template is related to the evolution of the new mechanical soldiers, which is also the highest level of soldiers in the camp so far. Gao Gong can responsibly say that this thing is a complete reflection of the camp's hard power, except for the part where he is a nude model. Soon, the mechanical farming and warfare doctrine was activated to 34% and fell into stagnation. Gao Gong knew that this was the initial completion of the farming part, and the evolution of the war part had just begun. Thoughts are thoughts, and they do not necessarily breed changes. If the thoughts do not breed a technological powerhouse, who can lead an industry, a technology field, or even an era, then the thoughts are just thoughts. In fact, it is not too difficult for most civilizations to activate the thoughts. As long as the corresponding knowledge chain is lit up, it can be activated. But activation is one thing, and the degree of activation is another. Even whether 100% activation can be achieved is even more difficult. In fact, in the process of development of a mature civilization, the number of activated thoughts can be counted on 2 hands, and 1 hand is probably enough to activate more than 60%. However, Gao Gong believes that it may be difficult to achieve 100% activation, but it is not difficult to achieve 90% activation. After all, civil engineering geniuses like Director Du are rare even in the universe. After all, which cosmic noble started out as a bricklayer? But mechanical farming and warfare is one of the rare thoughts after all. Director Du can only be responsible for part of farming and part of warfare, and other people have to take action. Huh? Gao Gong was suddenly surprised to find that the originally steadily rising planetary day curve suddenly convulsed strangely, like the electrocardiogram of some rescued patients. He immediately understood what was going on, and the players took action. Chapter 1482. In fact, more than 90% of the players in the camp have been drawn here to participate in this civilization war dungeon. There is no way to fight bugs. With the level and strength of the players at that time, they can't even be cannon fodder. They have the ability to kill on a large scale. However, as the player level increases, after generally reaching level 75 to 85, they can officially participate in the civilization war. And this time, Gao Gong did not use the players as cannon fodder. Tens of millions of mechanics with above-average levels are used as ordinary soldiers. No third-level civilization would be so extravagant. In fact, these players are evenly distributed on dozens of planets and 100,000 space buildings. Behind the hedgehog arm defense line, they resist the wave after wave of attacks from the virus mechanical army. The front line collapsed so quickly. From mechanical planets 30 to 40, they all collapsed. Sure enough, level 3 hackers have no future. What about those information life forms? They won't join the war. Not joining the war. Fuck. How can they not join the war? It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only 1 day to use it. If you really have time, why don't you allocate more computing power and build more cyber killers for me? Huh? Isn't your Planet 37 gone? We just had our planet host hacked. Who says that being hacked means we're done? At this time, in hundreds of player groups on the forum, various beeping reminders were blasting like crazy. Experienced old players have already formed various combat teams, small combat groups, and even large combat planet groups. Inexperienced players are still looking for people everywhere. Players are variables. Du Xiaodi doesn't know this. The virus mechanical lord on the opposite side doesn't know this. Even the players themselves don't know this. The one who really knows this is actually Gao Gong. In the Rookie period, a street, a city district, is a large copy. In the Du Gao Enterprise period, a mechanical city is a large copy. In the Interstellar Exploration period, a satellite, an abandoned space station is a large copy. Now, in the Civilization War period, a planet is a large copy. Now this kind of large copy has opened dozens of times at once. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to fight side by side with you, Head Blaster said leisurely. As a former cyber hacker, now a third-level cyber hacker, when he saw the old man on the opposite side, it was actually quite awkward. After all, he was still hanging out in cyberspace, and was hunted down by the cyber killers of the Mother City. The Mother City Fortress is the villain boss. It is said that every player he caught has a personality mask. If there is no targeted antivirus software, even if they are resurrected, their personality will be rewritten. So what a group of cyber hackers worked hard to light up, in addition to hacking methods, is firewall technology. But who would have thought that one day I would be responsible for protecting you? The Head Blaster was very emotional. You can also hack into my host system in advance. As long as your virus is strong enough, it can protect my system in another sense. Also, although it is from the same series, I am not the prototype you are dealing with. You can call me the old man of Fortress Pro. The old man in the fortress opposite him looked serious. There is no difference. The Head Blaster was about to complain when he saw the old man's face become serious, and he looked up. On the shell of the host, fluorescent green viscous liquid oozed from the seams, dripping on the surface of the pipe like electronic pus and blood, corroding the charred etching lines. The holographic projection screen flickered wildly, and the picture was torn into countless broken windows. Each window was playing a different error code, like millions of screaming electronic ghosts. Then, the code oozed out of the window, and turned into mechanical palms. One by one, at least level 85 virus machines crawled out, densely packed, from all directions, killing into the core of this planetary host. Even including a virus machine general, a level 90 mechanical boss. Are you sure the network was disconnected before? The Head Blaster questioned the old man in the Fortress Pro. There are too many. The other party looked at him with a strange look, as if he was looking at a rookie. I can close all the network connectors. Won't they open them again after they hack in? The Head Blaster slapped his forehead, and felt a little embarrassed. He almost forgot that as a third-level civilization, the other party must also have a third-level network. The biggest feature of the third-level network is that virtual interference with reality. The method of pulling out the network cable is no longer applicable at this stage. People can create things out of thin air, and create countless network cables. This is my real body here, little ghost, you must protect it carefully. The old man of Fortress Pro took advantage of his age. Haha, who knows where your real body is? Although the opponent exudes source code level fluctuations, the Brain Blaster knows that the opponent's most powerful ability is to create a copy of the personality. Who knows where the opponent puts the personality that can restart the planetary computer? Let's go, take you away. The Brain Blaster's brain waves flashed, and he opened an electronic portal out of thin air and walked in first. After the old man of the Fortress Pro entered, countless virus machines suddenly appeared where the network node originally existed, forcibly opened a window, and transformed into a third-order virus again and rushed in. Unfortunately, what greeted them was also the third-order virus human brain shock wave. The first time after entering this virtual node, these virus machines were beaten out of their prototypes. Then, their titanium alloy skulls suddenly burst out dazzling arcs, and scarlet data turbulence gushed out of their optical lenses, like torn electronic blood vessels. Its alloy body began to twitch violently, and the joint hydraulic pump made an unnatural scream, as if something was proliferating wildly in its core processor. Their combat protocols were violently tampered with, and the tactical database was corroded into chaotic noise in a millionth of a second. Every line of code was screaming and tearing itself apart. The originally accurate enemy identification system collapsed instantly, replaced by endless recursive killing instructions. In the last wave of data waves that were higher than the last wave, the heads of these virus machines exploded on the spot. A virus mechanical general was also forced to show his prototype, but it was obviously much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Tens of millions of data chains burst out from his body, and the scarlet virus tentacles twisted wildly on his alloy bones, burning the data wave into charred electronic residues inch by inch. Good virtual technology, and good big data means, but it's a pity. The scarlet electronic eyes of this mechanical general suddenly shone brightly, and his palms suddenly virtualized, inserted into the human brain shock wave, and grabbed a huge conceptual body. Its surface is not a morphological framework, but a holographic projection of city models, black market curves, foreign network buzzwords, gene sequences. It seems to be constantly crushed and pieced together by invisible hands. Big data, huh? Accompanied by the disdainful voice of the virus mechanical general. This big data concept body was crushed by the other party on the spot. Chapter 1483. My big data baby. Head Blaster screamed. How much did he spend to raise this third-level baby? But before he could show off a few times, he was blown up by the boss on the opposite side. This is... The old man in Fortress Pro was stunned. Neon veins pulsate in the city, thousands of holographic advertisements are suspended in the humid air, and liquid light flows on the surface of skyscrapers. What comes out of the window pane is not lights, but a constantly refreshing waterfall of data. Securities codes, live broadcasts, wanted posters cast changing colored shadows on the reinforced glass. And under his feet is a spread electronic grid, and under the grid, countless fluorescent particles float and flicker in it, like frozen stars, and like billions of lines of invisible code breathing. Are you familiar with cyberspace? Is there an ancient memory calling you? Head Blaster showed off. You created this virtual space? I put all my faction points into it, including the income of a mechanical city. If I don't get a big harvest this time, I will fight you. Brain Blaster gnashed his teeth. The old man from Fortress Pro ignored the other party's words, and suddenly pointed to a building plugged into the electronic cloud. I can vaguely feel that there is something calling me there. And the direction he pointed to was Arasaka Tower. In order to commemorate the hacker idol of that year, Arasaka Tower 11 Arhats, Brain Blaster built another Arasaka Tower in his own cyberspace, and even created an Old Man Arasaka. The Arasaka Tower was the largest personality data storage center on the machine split planet. What did you find, old man? Unfortunately, the old man from Fortress Pro did not respond, but strode towards the Arasaka Tower. You'd better really find something, my pirated space won't last long. Head Blaster muttered to himself. As the system manager of this cyberspace, he could clearly feel everything that happened here. The high-rise buildings in the virtual city began to ooze out asphalt-like viscous substances, and strange mechanical patterns appeared on the glass curtain walls, and metal tentacles were growing from every crack. The light track running in the subway tunnel suddenly stopped, and the outer shell of the carriage was eaten by the virus to form honeycomb holes, and the passenger data turned into floating silver dust. It won't take long for the other party to completely invade his local area network. On the planets or space buildings in the occupied areas, various faction tasks are constantly refreshed. Some are to protect the source code of the planet host, such as the task received by the Brain Blaster, some are to protect the planet from escaping, and some are more magical, to maintain the production of some specific mechanical industries. Although the virus mechanical civilization has a strong electronic virus attribute, if you want to fight it, you will eventually deal with it on the virtual level. But its fundamental attribute is still a mechanical civilization. And if you want to fight it, you have to start with mechanical technology. After all, there are only a few people like the Brain Blaster. Most of them actually run away with the planet. The atmosphere began to collapse. The electromagnetic storm belt that originally surrounded the planet now turned into tens of millions of lightning pythons, whipping the fragmented land. The orbital elevator group broke one after another, and tens of thousands of kilometers of carbon nanotube cables twisted and rolled in space, like a decapitated space centipede. Countless scarlet cracks spread wildly on the surface of the planet, like burst blood vessels. The huge alloy plate warped in the roar of the engine overload, revealing the boiling liquid metal ocean below. The molten alloy gushed out from the wound like golden blood, condensing into sharp crystals in the vacuum, like the claws of the dying planet. This is a typical mechanical planet that was beaten down by the virus mechanical army. It is also a deeply transformed planet. There are 3 virus mechanical generals in charge of commanding the siege of this planet. It's really not easy. In the hand of one of the virus mechanical generals, there is still a body of a fire mechanical leader. A large number of electronic viruses contaminated the other party's body, and finally killed into the firebox in the other party's chest. Stop playing, Sathath. We have other war missions. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you see that they were beaten back by us? Even if the opponent is a mechanical civilization, it is just a new civilization. The fact that they were able to follow the Queen of Insects into the first star zone was certainly the result of the calculation of the supreme algorithm, but it cannot cover up the fact that in the second star zone, this group of virus machines is also a hated existence. They have offended and bullied many civilizations. Sathath sneered and was about to mock him again, but he was stunned. Because the mechanical planet below that was completely invaded suddenly erupted with huge mechanical energy. The giant dock belt at the equator was the first to break away, and 300 space docks shot in all directions in the magnetic storm. If the decomposition of this space building can still be understood, then the next scene made it stunned. The giant bolts of the continental plates rotated at the same time, emitting a mechanical roar that shattered the asteroid belt. The planet's energy ring was the first to crack, splitting into 12 wedge-shaped motherships. Liquid metal flowed on the armored surface of each ship, refracting the first round of artillery fire from the pursuers into harmless light rain. The core of the Earth began to split. It was not an explosion, but a precise cell differentiation. The Dyson ring structure dissociated into 300 diamond-shaped cabins, each of which wrapped a piece of city ruins. Under the traction of the magnetic beam, an interstellar fleet was formed. The original transcontinental orbital accelerator broke section by section, and each section folded autonomously into a light-speed propulsion device to complete docking with the corresponding module. The most spectacular thing was the treatment of the ocean. Hundreds of kilometers deep liquid metal was sucked into space, forming a constantly deforming mirror shield on the periphery of the fleet, distorting the pursuers' scanning wave into chaotic noise. Finally, without any sound, the entire mechanical planet was suddenly dispersed into millions of copies, and entered the light-speed mode in all directions. The virus mechanical army was not careful for a while, and most of them escaped. Satos was distracted, and the arc furnace, and the spark box on the spark machine in his hand lit up at the same time. Then, there was a huge roar and explosion. When Satos walked out of it with a dusty face, not only was the machine body bumpy, but the surface of the machine body was also flowing with scarlet fragment code streams. This is the sign of a severe damage to the virus machine. The machine body and the electronic virus were severely damaged at the same time. What's going on? Didn't they hack all the control systems? How can they still decompose it? Satos was furious. In addition to the planetary module shot from all directions, there were several starship fleets that resolutely rushed towards them, obviously to buy time for this kind of separation. It even entangled a virus mechanical general. And the other general in charge of the overall command came to his senses and murmured, "The planetary fortress splits the center? Isn't this the work of the Galen people?" Just as the famous saying of the group of gold skins, "Steel is indestructible, it only transforms." Don't think that a civilization with heavy artillery and giant ships can solve the opponent as long as you blast its super mechanical weapons. Their technology has long surpassed this step. But the question is, how can this emerging mechanical civilization also have this trick? And in the forum exchange group of the suicidal kamikaze star fleet, there is a different style of painting. Good brothers, after you escape, quickly resume production. I have finally figured it out. This group is not afraid of anything else, but they are afraid of crowds. Go ahead, cough. I said, when I go online next time, this battle will not be over, right? Come on, this is a civilization war. A battle may last for hundreds of planetary years. What's the difference between you and 3 days? Remember to install a firewall on my spare mechanical body. I don't want to be hacked as soon as I go online. Recruiting, the new city module will be transformed into a new battle fortress. Quickly recruit combatants. The level must be above 75, more than 10 combat skills. Carbon-based players who can fuse carbon-based are preferred. You mechanics, you finally remembered us now. Chapter 1484. Since the faction found a piece of land and started to take the route of faction construction, the mechanic has become the son of the version. And it is not the son of the version of one version, the period of the longhorned whale, the period of interstellar infrastructure, the period of the planetary black market, the period of interstellar war, the period of alpha construction, the period of the first mechanical plan. So, it has been 6 major versions, and it is still the son of the version. Will your version not be updated? If someone did not understand the temper of the players, and open the exchange of biological computers, the exchange of new radiation bloodlines, and the recent transformation of the perverted gate. The carbon-based players even have the heart to rebel. Especially the recent perverted gate, which makes the carbon-based system and the mechanical system switch automatically. A large number of carbon-based players, with the idea of joining if they can't beat me, directly changed their careers and became new mechanics. This made many players of other systems complain that this broken faction should just be called the Mechanic Corps. Carbon-based players, who were able to resolutely give up the mechanic route under the temptation of the abnormal gate, basically had reasons that they could not give up. For example, the biggest reason was the powerful destructive power brought by the 3 carbon-based fusions. As for players from the Fairy Star, they even messed up the carbon-based fusion. Ruins Cook is one of them. As a member of the guerrillas behind enemy lines, he is now fighting a small team of virus machines. In theory, players of the same level cannot beat NPCs of the same level, but players after 3 fusions are not included in this theory. Especially the former Corpse King Hunter, who combined the zombie breathing method with carbon-based fusion. On his originally smooth, almost liquid body, countless tiny geometric lines suddenly appeared. That was the absorbed virus structure, being disassembled, studied, and digested. The lines flashed for a few seconds and then disappeared completely, as if they had never existed. And inside the organism, some new energy was flowing, making its outline sharper and more dangerous. He actually absorbed the virus of the virus machine and converted it into temporary biological energy. This caused 2 effects. One was that the virus machine's attack was directly immune to most of it, and the second effect was that the damage output was doubled. As his hands became transparent and virtualized, the construct sickle in his hand was also virtualized. This virtualization made it impossible for the virus machine to transform and dodge. Soon, this virus machine team was cleared out. Your 3rd level breathing method has been upgraded to level 7. Your carbon-based fusion effect has been slightly improved. The eyes of the Corpse King Chef suddenly flashed with a hint of joy. You can hang the system again. Since the Civilization War was launched, the Planet Tree has opened the exchange function. Players who light up the Bio Cloud can upload their skills to the Planet Tree and then teach others for a fee. Because most players' Bio Cloud levels are not high, the transfer of skills is limited. Players with Breathing Technique LV4 to LV6 can only teach Breathing Technique LV1. Only players with Breathing Technique LV7, inclusive, or above can teach Breathing Technique LV2. Although there is a difference of 1 level, the points to be exchanged are at least 2,000 points. Ruin Chef, remember the current market price. The LV2 breathing method teaching seems to be 5,000 points. But when he opened the exchange system, his eyes went dark. 3,500 points for the 2nd level breathing method exchange. Pre-order now. The owner of the LV9 breathing method, the former Corpse King Hunter, personally taught. 3,300 points, guaranteed to teach you. 3,200 points, with an ordinary biological weapon. This group of Roll Kings, disrupting the market, should all be dragged out and shot. Ruin Chef gnashed his teeth in anger. Originally, the breathing method, as a specialty of the Immortal Star, has a monopoly on knowledge for carbon-based players in the camp. But there are too many local Roll Kings, and it is impossible to maintain a normal price. Apart from anything else, even if one person only needs 3,000 points, 10 people will be 30,000. This is quite a sum of money. As the Civilization War continued, the exchange system for various goodies in the camp was also opened, such as higher-level equipment, customized biochips, servants, advanced starships, and even the legendary moves that broke the skill limit. And what he wanted most, the 4th level biological plugin. To be frank, when he saw the properties of this biological plugin, he knew that he was right to go for the carbon-based system. What version of the sun? We who go for the carbon-based flow are the cheaters. However, the same exaggerated properties as the 4th level plugin are its exchange points. And this thing can only be exchanged with camp points, nothing else can be used. The biggest channel to obtain camp points is various wartime dispatch missions, including various heads. He destroyed a team of virus machines and obtained less than 1,000 camp points. The Ruins Cook humiliated himself and lost 3,000 exchange points. When he was about to shut down the system, he suddenly exclaimed that he found that this tree exchange system seemed to have a lot of strange things. Generally, these strange things are uploaded by players. Virus Conversion Antibody *1, 1,000 points. Level 3 Skill 2 A Blade, with a certain probability of interrupting the transformation of virus mechanical soldiers and causing severe damage. Antivirus Serum *1, just drawn, guaranteed fresh. 6.0 version of Biological Cloud Sharing. Biological Virus Weapon *1, with the effect of large-scale destruction signal. That biological weapon seems to be some kind of reproductive organ, which seems to have mutated, very big and thick, like an ancient cannon. The Ruins Cook can be 100% sure that these things are either evolved by players or cut off by players. What weird things have you evolved? Although the current carbon-based players are a minority in the camp, no matter how minority they are, there are still tens of millions of people. Especially after lighting up the carbon-based fusion, they have gained the ability to evolve autonomously, which can not only absorb things from the outside, but also actively perform gene editing and develop talents. However, the latter can only be done by high-level biological cloud developers. There are very few people of this kind. Basically, they only hang out in biological laboratories and rarely come out to do tasks. I don't know if I can see them this time. When he closed the exchange page, the system prompt suddenly popped up. Because the points pool exceeded 10 billion, all players get a chance to strengthen. After strengthening, the firewall strength will increase by 20%. Because the points pool exceeded 10 billion, all players get a free skill, the third level skill, the two-way blade, skill effect. There is a certain probability to interrupt the transformation of the virus mechanical soldiers. All carbon-based players get a free breathing method learning opportunity. Ruin's chef was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Isn't this a way to cut off people's money? This is even worse than those group of roll kings. But this two-way blade skill, how come I just saw it? When he opened the exchange page again, he found that this thing was actually off the shelves. So, this camp bought out the skill and then taught it to all players for free? Chef, come on. We circled a boss monster, the coordinates. Ruin's chef ran towards the coordinates without saying a word. When he arrived, he found a bunch of big musclemen rushing towards a flesh and blood satellite. Seeing the Ruins Cook, the Windy Knight's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "Brother, come and help. Miss Hong from the biological laboratory has temporarily created a biological satellite and trapped a virus mechanical general." Chapter 1485. Ruin's chef has heard that one of the functions of a high-level biological computer is to forcibly create a flesh and blood planet and evolve the species ecology. It is said that at that point, it is no longer a dream for one person to create a nation. However, in the game, this is the first time he has seen the operation of this kind of flesh and blood planet. Seeing that he was a little hesitant, Feng Lu Knight couldn't help but urge him. "Chef, why are you in a daze?" Miss Hong said that this kind of flesh and blood king is just a one-time hardware and can't last long. Flesh and blood king? Ruin's chef seems to have heard that it is said to be a hardware function automatically obtained after the biological computer is developed to a high version. It is said that it transforms into a flesh and blood giant. Why is there a subtle difference with the one in front of him? However, this time, Ruin's chef did not dare to delay any longer and rushed in directly. Facts have proved that mechanical species have many advantages, but these advantages do not include explosive species. Hundreds of triple-fused big muscle tyrants took turns grinding each other, and with the newly learned two-way knife, there was a small chance of destroying the opponent's transformation. In addition, this flesh and blood satellite seemed to isolate the signal transmission. Finally, 3 days later, with a roar from the virus mechanical general, the enemy boss exploded on the spot, and at the same time, a group of players received a system prompt. In addition to the camp reputation and points, a group of carbon-based masters did not wait for the imagined first kill prompt. Miss Hong said calmly, "I'm afraid there is no such reward. As far as I know, this is not the first time the camp has killed a level 90 boss. You can't rank in the top 3, and at most you can touch the tail of the top 20. My peers are so powerful?" A carbon-based player said in astonishment. Since it is a system reward, it has nothing to do with NPCs. It is all their own business. And they work so hard, not to mention the top 3, they didn't even get into the top 10? In fact, in the information I know, there are 1 or 2 virus mechanical generals who were killed alone. Because the information is too weird, it doesn't have any shocking effect. A bunch of players looked at each other, wondering who is the boss who is alone. Seeing this, the romantic knight immediately coughed twice and said seriously, "What do you all do? Do you think Miss Hong will deceive you? You must know that there are people outside people, there are heavens outside heavens, and there are always stronger people among the strong." The expressions of many players gradually changed from complicated to playful. They can see that their romantic boss seems to be interested in Miss Hong, but looking at Miss Hong's pair of bright red tentacles, you really have a special taste, romantic boss. Miss Hong wrapped the mechanical corpse with her legs and put it into her skirt, then said to everyone, "I have completed my mission, and I have to go back to report. You can continue to kill monsters, but be careful." According to the fluctuations detected by the data center in the back, there is a high possibility that a boss monster of the level of the Great Lord will be dispatched. Bosses are also divided into strong and weak. Like this virus mechanical general, it is a full-level boss. Although it is strong, it can still show blood. But a boss of the level of the Great Lord belongs to the top of the civilization. It is so powerful that it has never been killed by a player. I'm leaving. Miss Hong, I see you off. The romantic knight followed eagerly, and returned reluctantly after a while. How about you check the system to see if there are any bodyguard missions? Don't kill monsters in the occupied area. Just send them home. I didn't expect that you like tentacle girls. You have a special taste. The Windy Knight's face became serious. Stupid, what do you know? This Miss Hong is Dr. Yu's student, and a member of the Biological Research Laboratory. If you have a good relationship with her, you can get any mission you want in the future. The Windy Knight looked around with a side look and said, I just got a piece of news. Miss Hong just revealed to me that the main research direction of their laboratory is not virus machinery. These virus machinery are specially researched by the masters of the mechanical department. This time, they came here just for the sake of it. Their real research direction is weapons of mass destruction of insects. A group of carbon-based players were excited. Studying this thing, does it mean that the camp will also open up a bug battlefield? Do you understand? Hurry up and level up for me. Try to level up to 80 or above. Then I will ask around and see if I can find some connections to help us get to the bug battlefield. Those microscopic bugs are the upgrade artifacts. In the back, Wu Huangjue came to an area with unknown coordinates and soon disappeared. When the vision was restored, a logistics planet was seen. On the surface of the planet, countless giant conveyor belts crisscrossed, forming a constantly flowing metal network. Rusty gun barrels, cracked engine shells, charred reactor wreckage, these war wastes were roughly pulled off the transport ship by mechanical claws and thrown into the crushing furnace at the end of the conveyor belt. The furnace opened its huge mouth and spewed out blue and white flames, instantly melting the metal into boiling molten steel. He ran to a star armor repair area with familiarity. It was a honeycomb-intensive mechanical area, and looking around, it was full of densely packed mechanical repair chambers. As soon as Wu Huangjue landed, he was stripped naked. The hexagonal repair chambers all extended hydraulic supports to firmly fix his damaged mechanical body. The nano-repair arms were as precise as scalpels. They cut open the armor shell, and the laser welding guns moved around the wounds, splashing dazzling sparks. Deeper, the liquid metal injector pulsated along the pipeline, filling the memory alloy into the broken joints. The repaired mechanical body twitched and stood up, and the electronic eyes lit up the scarlet light again. Soon, on the system panel, the damage rate dropped from more than 40% to less than 5%. Why does it feel a lot faster than before? Wu Huangjue muttered to himself, and found the last repair record, and found that it was indeed the case. The last mechanical repair took 20 minutes and 41 seconds, but now it has become 10 minutes and 11 seconds. It's twice as fast. So after the repair was completed, he did not go out immediately, but opened the exchange system. Looking at the dazzling array of exchange equipment, Wu Huangjue directly dragged to the bottom column. Onboard computer, mechanical department. For a long time, the human computer has been the last fig leaf for carbon-based players, and now this last piece of cloth has also been torn off. The mechanical department computer has completed all the functional simulations of the biological computer from 1.0 to 7.0. For example, the engine LAN that replaces the biological LAN, the super nano chip, and the third-order virtual model that replaced the cell memory chip and the human body data large model, and the more powerful artificial virtual space. If the profession of mechanic is well developed, it is equivalent to the hexagonal warrior of mechanical manufacturing. And with this mechanical computer installed, it is equivalent to the hexagonal warrior of the entire mechanical department. And it has another advantage, that is, it does not need a version of iteration, that is, it can choose the required hardware module for installation. Exchange, world model. Exchange confirmed. The next moment, Wu Huangjue's metal chest slowly cracked open, revealing the precise mechanical structure inside. Hydraulic pipes, servo motors, and coolant circulation systems all shone with a cold metallic luster. At the same time, a core processor made of a fusion of nanochips and quantum chips, with a translucent bionic film on the surface and a faintly visible miniature simulated neural network pulsating inside, was slowly implanted. Chapter 1486. The world model is a very niche function. Mechanical fighters will not choose this hardware, because it can neither copy skills like memory chips, nor improve and optimize skill attributes like human hardware models. commonly known as roll points. Mechanics who follow the mechanical research route will not choose it. Compared with mechanical cloud disks and human chip editors, this thing is not scientific, but rather a bit metaphysical. The so-called world model is actually a function similar to the biomagnetic field, which senses and simulates the physical world. But the problem is that the strong prerequisite for the biomagnetic field is carbon-based fusion. The biomagnetic field under carbon-based fusion is comparable to the magic skill of field expansion. But by chance, he chatted with a big player in the mechanical department, and the big player revealed a secret. That is, in the human computer series, mechanical department, when it comes to improving potential, the world model has the greatest effect. At that time, Wu Huangjue asked him what this thing was used for. The big player thought for a long time, and gave an explanation. It is a bit similar to the algorithm optimization on the software side. The other party thought about it, and changed to a more vivid metaphor. In other words, the industrial process optimization of a large factory is to analyze, improve, and adjust the various processes, and stages in the operation of the hardware, and finally increase redundancy. This redundancy is actually a hidden prerequisite for the mechanical system to explode. Can the mechanical system also explode? At that time, Wu Huangjue was shocked. Isn't this exclusive to the carbon-based system? Later, the big guy told him that it was exclusive before, but it was not since the development of the human hardware series. In his own camp, the carbon-based system has no technology tree, while the mechanical system does, which is the biggest gap. And the reason why he knew this was because of a special situation, that is, he accepted the task of breaking the skill limit, but after completing it with great difficulty, he was shocked to find that the carbon-based players used a big move. At most they would go to the gene cabin for a day, and if they used it more, they could even evolve resistance. But when he used it once, the whole mechanical body would explode on the spot. Every time was no exception. After being tossed around for a long time, even a player like him with a rich pocket could not bear it, and could only find a way to resolve the side effects of the big killer move. As a result, he found this world model after searching for a long time. After completing the mechanical transformation and implantation, Wu Huangjue had directly lit up this function. In an instant, the new nanoprocessor inside his metal skull began to tremble. That is not a vibration in the physical sense, but a deeper resonance. The ripples of the cosmic background radiation, the subtle disturbance of the gravitational field, and even the subtle noise of the vacuum quantum fluctuations are all converted into a torrent of data, washing its chip synaptic array, and then spreading to the entire mechanical body. When it senses strong electromagnetic interference in a certain star field, the liquid metal on the surface of the body will immediately reorganize. Nanoscale conductive fibers seep out of the pores, and weave into Faraday cage patterns on the skin surface. As the intensity of the stellar wind changes, these patterns will shrink and expand like breathing, adjusting the electromagnetic shielding efficiency in real time. However, just like some badly ended novels, Wu Huangjue had just tasted a little sweetness, and this feeling came to an abrupt end. He glanced at the system panel. You have completed the establishment of a large world model. He adjusted the mechanical body sensor again, and brought out the picture of the alloy skeleton, confirming that it was not an illusion. The Faraday cage pattern was disappearing from the metal surface bit by bit. Why is there no attribute point increase? It was so cool just now. Wu Huangjue thought about it, and figured it out. If it was easy to brush the attributes, this hardware module would not be so niche. According to the mechanical department boss, for a long time, this function would not bring about an obvious improvement in strength. But in the continuous attempt of this resonance, the operation of the mechanical body will become smoother and smoother, and the process adjustment of the mechanical module will become more and more efficient. Until one day, when the player boss was trying the 5% Star Destroyer, he was surprised to find that he did not explode. Not bad, not bad. At least the hardware upgrade of this mechanical body brings a kind of happiness that virtual massage doesn't have. Wu Huangjue was already very satisfied. Apart from anything else, the feeling of being reborn alone was enough to match the large amount of points he spent. After becoming a mechanical body, although he could rely on the virtual machine to do all kinds of things, it was not the main body after all, and there was a layer of separation. But after using this trick, he experienced the long-lost happiness of being a carbon-based creature. After the repair was completed, Wu Huangjue left the repair warehouse and appeared above the logistics planet. Looking at the metal network that was constantly flowing on the surface, he was suddenly stunned and talked to himself. So, the process is not only optimized for me, but also for this planet? The boss optimized the mechanical body, so that he can use the ultimate move without exploding. I optimized the mechanical body myself, and got a mechanical massage. And the repair speed of this repair warehouse has been reduced from 20 minutes and 41 seconds to 10 minutes and 11 seconds. Isn't this optimization level better than the two of them? Although Wu Huangjue is a typical mechanical fighting faction and took the route of armed mechanic when he took office, as a mechanic, he is still very clear that the repair cabin is only the terminal product. The efficiency of a repair warehouse has been increased to 200%, which means that all the production lines behind the entire repair warehouse, from hardware to algorithms, have evolved. In other words, the entire logistics planet has been optimized by half. And if you look at it a little more, if one planet is like this, other planets will not be exceptions. Moreover, the logistics planet has more than one function of repairing mechanical bodies. This is just one of its tens of thousands of functions, including the production of mechanical arms, the construction of spacecraft, the construction of weapons, the construction of planetary computer modules, and the development of human computer hardware. Wu Huangjue was shocked. If the development speed of all projects is doubled as he imagined, doesn't it mean that the mechanical power of the entire camp has also doubled in the civilization war? Is it really so exaggerated? War is to train people, oh no, to train a camp. But how is this done? Wu Huangjue was puzzled. He was able to obtain the function of the world model by implanting human computer hardware. So where did the world model capability in the camp come from? Where did the hardware module with such a large computing power come from? New cyberspace. On the Arasaka Tower, the head blaster stared blankly at the digital sky. In the sky, the virus flowed like a black cloud. Wherever it passed, data was rewritten, polluted, and completely erased. Virtual nodes were extinguished one by one, like a candle flame being extinguished. AI entities tried to escape, but solidified halfway. Their logical cores were assimilated by the virus and became new sources of infection. Soon, the last pure data condensed into a pale ball of light. The black tide of the virus surrounded it, extending countless sharp tentacles and piercing the surface of the light ball. The virtual mother city, where he was located, shook violently. Then, the army of virus machines rushed into the city. Chapter 1487. I'm so stupid, really? I thought that this bunch of broken viruses could only hack in and rebuild the virtual space ecosystem. I never thought that this bunch of idiots could even force the source code layer to transform. Do you think you are participating in an ordinary war? This is a civilized war. Do you think the enemy only has the means of massing troops? Hearing the sad words of Brain Blaster, the old man in the Fortress Pro in Arasaka Tower said very Buddhistly. Brain Blaster had 10,000 complaints to say, but in the end, he could only sigh. Who would have thought that the other party would play this trick? At the beginning, according to Brain Blaster's plan, it was to rely on the third-level virus human brain shock wave to come up with a wave. This virus absorbed the big data stored in the cyberspace, and the information storm created was able to initially interfere with reality. After defeating the enemy's virus army, you can use the electronic viruses, AI killers, and Skynet killers buried in various virtual nodes in cyberspace to resist step by step, and use the electronic maze composed of thousands of virtual nodes to trap the opponent's virus machine army. In this way, even if you can't hold on in the end, you can buy enough time for subsequent operations. But the opponent doesn't play by the rules at all. The old man in the fortress behind is right. This is a civilized war. Who wants to play soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals with you? The reason why both sides were able to complete the hedge of hundreds of millions of mechanical soldiers at the beginning was because the group of virus machine kings thought that virus machines had an advantage in fighting against mechanical civilization, but they found that they had no advantage in single-on-single. So they immediately formed a virus war composed of legions. Of course, you can also call it virus big data. Then, I found that this trick was not very effective. It was easy to defeat the opponent, but it was not possible to completely destroy the opponent. So I immediately used other means. For example, some third-level civilization weapons unique to the virus mechanical civilization. At this time, inside the mechanical planet, a large amount of host hardware was virtualized and transformed into a large amount of virtual information flow, while the cyberspace hidden in the deepest part of the planet host was constantly pulled out from the virtual level, pulling out virtual nodes one by one and transforming them into storage hardware. A palm-sized data hard disk, 2 or 3 kilograms, stores a city-level virtual data. All the means prepared by the head blaster are useless under this hardware storage. This is also the method of pulling out the network cable, but the network cable at the virtual level is pulled out. You are a cyber hacker. In my storage data, the so-called hacker is a cyberspace infiltrator, a destroyer and a repairer. They walk in the shadow of the data torrent, using code as a weapon and loopholes as a channel. Their existence makes firewalls tremble, encryption algorithms fail, and the entire virtual world is reshaped under their fingertips. The voice of the second-generation Fortress old man sounded slowly again. So you hackers, don't you know that the best operation to invade other systems is always a saturation attack? Seeing the stable virtual dome being torn into a huge crack, the towering data tower twisted like a melted wax figure, and the nearest mechanical virus less than a few blocks away, the head blaster couldn't help but complain. Then this is too saturated. You should be thankful that they didn't seal us into hardware. Yes, why didn't they convert us into hardware? Brain Blaster reacted and said, maybe they want to dig something out of the system of an old man like me, or maybe this weapon can't completely convert the host system of an entire planet. Let's go! The second-generation Fortress old man took the lead, followed by the regenerated Arasaka. Brain Blaster was stunned and followed, only to find that the internal facilities of this Arasaka tower were completely different from before. He seemed to have come to a data maze in the style of a building. The crisscrossing corridors were built in a way that did not conform to the rules of physics. Every 10 steps, the path behind him would collapse and reorganize, as if the building was adjusting its internal structure by itself. The walls of the corridor were not static. They were made up of flowing green data streams. Matrix codes poured down like a waterfall, leaving after images on the retina. The air was filled with the smell of burning electronic devices overloaded, mixed with a kind of almost metallic chill. I gathered the remaining source code of cyberspace into this building and modified it a little. The second-generation Fortress old man said lightly. The head blaster immediately looked out the window. As expected, most of the cyber-style city had disappeared, leaving only dense mechanical viruses. And sensing the sight in the window, those humanoid monsters woven by dynamic virus codes appeared in front of him instantly. However, the next moment, a palm pinched the head of the first virus machine, like a classic scene in The Matrix. The error command of the system crash seemed to be contagious. Level 3, Increased Damage Crack. Level 3, Malignant Infection. Level 3, Main Memory Release. Level 3, Forced Suicide. Level 3, Prosthetic Failure. Level 3, Collateral Infection. At this moment, the head blaster superimposed all his hacker skills. Blasted off a bunch of heads. Among the electronic codes and corpses, the cyber hacker finally revealed his true nature, which was the cold killing intent of the data hunter. Old man, you better make sure you can escape longer. Otherwise, I will definitely drag you down with me before I die. The old man in the fortress laughed and opened a door without saying a word. Arasaka hesitated to speak. On the main battlefield, the site of the carrier lord was like an electronic abyss. In the abyss, there were mechanical planets, at least 30 logistics mechanical planets, which were discovered and marked. Then prepare for data distillation. The so-called data distillation is a technology that extracts or generates smaller and more refined data subsets from large data sets. To put it simply, the carrier lord tried to distill out the enemy's high-level commanders, command systems, host systems, and all war centers through this distillation of the conversion between software and hardware. Among all the virus machine lords, the carrier lord is not the strongest, but he is a true master in data distillation and data compression. This is why, as a war faction, this one is not considered a problem by other virus machine lords. Everything is the result of the calculation of the supreme algorithm. I remember that before I came here, a host friend talked to me about a topic, and he had an interesting point of view. The second-generation Fortress old man pushed open a door casually, and in just 2 seconds, the passage behind was broken through by the swarming virus machines. This scene has been repeated countless times. He said there are 2 types of civilizations that are dangerous without even looking at them. One type is a civilization with only one leader and one will, such as the Zerg civilization. The anti-Zerg war has been going on for so long that you can hardly name the second Zerg leader except the Zerg Queen. The second type is a civilization without a leader. You don't know the title of the leader of this civilization, nor what form it exists. This is another form of danger. I think the civilization we are fighting against belongs to the second type. Chapter 1488. Who said this? Brain Blaster asked casually while hacking into the enemy. It's a new series of planetary hosts. It is said that it develops the reproductive system. Through the evolution of the reproductive system, it generates the need for partners and spouses. This is very similar to my performance. We can talk about it. What kind of weird planetary host is developed in this direction? And this is similar to you having a hammer. Aren't you an expert in playing with brains and personalities? What is the similarity between you who go up the third road and others who go down the third road? Old man, the defense strength of your place seems to have increased. Brain Blaster suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon, that is, as the corridor gradually turned pure white, the defense strength was also increasing. The wall that would collapse on the spot if the mechanical virus hit it once before could actually withstand 2 or 3 times. And, isn't this place Arasaka Tower? In order to commemorate his idol back then, Brain Blaster spent a lot of effort to generate the complete internal structure of Arasaka Tower with data. But now this long corridor, closed metal door, and even the violent noise coming from inside the door. It is obviously different from the style of Arasaka Tower, but similar to the style of some relief buildings in the slums in the city that never sleeps. The old lamps in the corridor even sizzle from time to time. The old man of the second-generation fortress opened a banging iron door, and soon, a Skynet killer wearing small round sunglasses came out. This is a slender male humanoid entity, wearing a long gown made of translucent data streams and silver nanofibers, and wearing a pair of iconic small round sunglasses. From Unikiller to Skynet Killer, the suit has changed to Tang suit? Brain Blaster muttered in his heart. Old man of the fortress, the creator has been waiting for you for a long time. I can feel the vague uneasiness coming from the data world, and this uneasiness seems to foreshadow the sign of the end of the world, said the second-generation old man of the fortress calmly. The man in the Tang suit with small round sunglasses thought for a while, and said, I can't stop the end of the world, I can only stop the enemies behind you and send you to see the creator as soon as possible. Yeah. Beep. The mission of Brain Blaster has been updated and jumped to the second ring. Second ring of mission: protect the fortress pro old man and find the creator. The Skynet killer glanced at Brain Blaster and said, in order to keep it secret, only you know where the creator is. Please take this person to see him as soon as possible. Only by seeing the creator can the end of the world be stopped. When Brain Blaster typed this question mark, he didn't think he had a problem, but that the person in front of him had a problem. I don't know, how do you know I know? And the destruction of the world, what destruction of the world? The thought flashed through his mind, and the dim light in the corridor suddenly exploded. The sky was dark. A huge palm suddenly descended. It was composed of countless flowing mechanical virus codes, with scarlet warning light patterns flashing on the knuckles, and a rotating black vortex embedded in the palm, like a data black hole that swallowed everything. Under the light of the black hole, all the hacker skills of the head blaster turned gray at the same time. The Skynet killer took out a golden pistol from his arms, and fired directly into the sky. A bullet instantly jumped into the black hole, with a liquid dark red light mark flowing on its surface, like a solidified blood vessel. Its bullet was not made of metal, but a continuously collapsing micro-singularity, twisting the surrounding space into a spiral code turbulence. The lights in the corridor lit up again. But the Skynet killer and the giant hand had all disappeared. The head blaster opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and said, was it the virus mechanical general who took action just now? Yes, but not only. The second-generation fortress old man said slowly. The virus mechanical general in the normal state, and the virus mechanical general in the world-destroying mode, are not the same thing. What should I do now? The head blaster blurted out, but found that the other party was looking at him strangely, and was speechless for a while. It seems that the location of the creator is really only known by himself? Come in first. The fortress old man suddenly pulled the other party, and pulled the other party into a door. Then, several silver-gray lines climbed up the wall, like some kind of metal moss, spreading on the surface of the concrete. They were not rust, but living mechanical viruses. The glass window began to crystallize, and fine hexagonal honeycomb lines appeared on the surface. Then the whole window was like being kneaded by invisible hands, and twisted into sharp metal thorns. The support column made a low metal groan, and the click of gears came from inside. A sharp metal scream came from the elevator shaft. The cable broke, but the car did not fall. The whole building collapsed and reorganized in a tremor. Finally, this shock brewed to the limit and rushed directly into the iron door. The iron door was collapsed as soon as it was rushed. But there were no living people inside. Instead, there was a surging golden flame. The originally splashing silver-gray line suddenly flowed back, like a videotape being played in reverse, and forced back to the data interface. The rivets and spikes growing on the firewall burst one after another, exploding into fine binary ashes. The roar of the elevator shaft was forced to be down-converted, and finally collapsed into a cold beep, like a system prompt sound. When the last abnormal process was extinguished, the whole building rang with a mechanical female voice. The illegal mechanical virus has been cleared. Only in a hidden sector at the deepest part, there was still a small piece of undetected garbled code, like a nail carved on the prison wall. It will burn more beautifully next time. The old man in the fortress walked out of another door with his hands behind his back, and said leisurely, "Although I am not an original machine, in the database I inherited, my fortress seems to have sealed a lot of extraordinary things, such as this one in front of me. It seems that my data restoration is good." The head blaster can no longer care about these. He is carefully recalling the entire task process, trying to find clues for the next stage. It seems that some hidden conditions have been activated, and it seems that the corresponding code has activated the corresponding program function. The next moment, the entire cyberspace began to dive, whether it was the virtual nodes that had been swallowed, or the mechanical mother city that had been swallowed up for the most part, and the Arasaka Tower that was about to be destroyed. The world was immersed in the vast ocean. Even the converted hardware began to sound the sound of flowing water. The data ocean current surged in the depths of the optical fiber, and countless encrypted signals were suspended in it like luminous jellyfish. This is not the bright shallows of the surface network, but the digital deep sea with amazing pressure. The brain blaster was embedded in the deep sea and dived downstream. In his memory, new memory data was constantly activated. This feeling was like one day you suddenly remembered the hidden file in the hard drive and recalled the password. This feeling was really refreshing. After diving to a certain point, a door appeared at the location in the memory. The brain blaster grabbed the door handle and twisted it open. The scenes before the mission began flashed one after another. "Your cyberspace foundation is very good. I will implant a conversion device for you. I will delete this part of the memory. The old man in the fortress is too smart. He may find something. Of course, I can't let him know. If he knows, the enemy may know. Don't worry, once a dangerous situation occurs, this hidden memory hard drive will automatically activate. Don't worry, this will be implanted when you perform human hardware transformation. You will not find any abnormalities. Now, let's delete this part of the memory." Chapter 1489. It turns out that the creator is not necessarily a black auntie or a white old man. He may be a young boy or even a Lolita. And he is a Lolita who has been shaving his hair. The one who appeared in front of the head blaster was the former Orgre Margarilla, now the little Lolita of the Gao family, Gao Lily. This is not an ordinary little Lolita. This is a little Lolita with 5 boss panels. When this little Lolita with a low-level but dazzling talents appeared in front of him, the head blaster knew that it was time for a big job. If this guy didn't have 5 boss panels, one of which was a machine master, he would never want to have his brain modified by the other party. Countless painful lessons have proved that the NPCs in this game can really brainwash players. However, this machine master has a very excellent attribute, which is to create a temporary host for virtual life. Especially after this host can reach the computing power of the planet host in a short time, he still shamelessly followed. Taking the risk of being brainwashed, I got less than 100 points of favorability. "Big head brother, you're back." Gao Lily waved her hand and said hello. "Well, I'm not too late." "Just right. I was worried that if you were a step later, I wouldn't be able to save you. After all, the entire planet has begun to virtualize. And if you stand in space and look at this logistics machinery planet, you will see a shocking scene. The metal armor on the surface of the planet begins to permeate black, and the seams are covered with virus code patterns, like some kind of electronic moss devouring the entity. The huge mechanical structure is still running, but their movements are gradually becoming unnatural. The gears are meshing silently, and the hydraulic pumps are expanding and contracting without pressure, as if the rules of physics are being rewritten. A large area of the repair area suddenly broke into blocks, like a 3D model rendered in low resolution, with cracks on the surface, revealing the non-command vortex rotating inside. A huge electronic abyss extends along these surface cracks, and the shadows no longer follow the light source, but are distributed according to the data density, forming a strange light and dark layer. The main body of the planet in the center of the Earth began to evaporate like steam with the light of light and dark interweaving data. "So, you have already predicted this world-destroying disaster?" Feeling the collapse of the main body, the old man in the fortress looked gloomy. "Yes and no, we have a plan. That is, after the enemy fails to destroy our main force, they will definitely find a way to destroy our logistics planet, but we can't confirm which method the other party will use, whether it is mechanical or viral. After all, you know that our enemy is a rare viral mechanical civilization. So naturally, we made 2 planned rehearsals, one of which is the electronic destruction. Now it seems that the final result is 31.4% different from our deduction. The other party's ambition is greater than we imagined." Gao Lily paused and said, "You should be able to sense that the other party tried to use the virus hacking method to open all the data shells, dig out your host AI as the host of the planet, and sink it into the electronic abyss. As the object of the erosion of the main body, The second-generation Fortress Old Man can clearly feel the countless broken codes, compressed images, and forgotten algorithms in the electronic abyss, surging silently like deep-sea undercurrents. This is just a part of what he can feel. This part alone is comparable to the data strength of 100 cyberspaces. What is that? I can't give it an accurate definition now, but it can be basically inferred that it is strongly related to the enemy's civilization leader authority. Where is this place? The head blaster couldn't help asking. He didn't have any memories of this aspect in his memory. Has it been deleted again? He looked around. This was a deep operating room with a square shell, as if it had absorbed the endless darkness from the depths of the universe. Inside this black box host, it was like a microscopic cyber universe hidden. The motherboard was the core star map of this universe. The circuits arranged precisely on it were like intersecting interstellar channels, each of which flashed with faint blue light, connecting various key hardware planet nodes. The hard disk was a storage library composed of nebulae. The nebula matter inside was rotating at high speed, engraving a large amount of data information on the microscopic particle level. Quantum-level wiring flows in the dark like a neural network, data pulses shuttle silently in superconducting fibers, and magnetic levitation fan arrays float in the void, driving airflow with anti-gravity fields to guide waste heat into dimensional rift particles. No matter how you look at it, this is a computer with excellent physical performance. Computer in the computer? This is a black box model, a new supercomputer model independently developed by us based on the hardware module provided by the owner. But unlike the black box, which can only be used as a ceiling hardware module, it has other functions. So, it is used to replace me? The second-generation Fortress Old Man asked back. Perhaps, I can be responsible for the explanation. Arasaka, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. The face of the novice village boss twisted with the words. Finally, it twisted into the appearance of the Fortress Old Man. In the eyes of the Carrier Lord, data evaporation has reached a joint node, from the physical side to the data side. At first, it was just a small loss. In various databases, some entries began to blur, and marginal, obscure, and unattended data gradually faded like shadows in the morning mist. Then, evaporation accelerated. Star armor storage hardware, weapon storage modules, distributed industrial databases, planet host databases. The mechanical planet is still running, but its structure is getting simpler and more empty. In the eyes of everyone, the figure of the Fortress Old Man was gradually swallowed by the abyss. In the eyes of the Carrier Lord, the world became simpler and simpler, and planet host AI appeared in front of him, and a complex mechanical ecology that encompassed the entire space industrial system gradually revealed a corner. And Du Xiaodi who raised her head in the electronic abyss. It seems that we have been discovered. We actually found a leader of the mechanical civilization. The Carrier Lord was very excited. The virus machines on the entire battlefield began to run wild. Arasaka spoke. Before you are completely devoured, I have to explain it to you clearly. In order to prevent being invaded and stealing important information, this black box plan was divided into 3 parts from the beginning. The first part, of course, is to let this cyber hacker delete his own memory, awaken at a critical moment, and take us into the black box host. The second part is to complete the personality replacement between you and me. Arasaka is the fortress, and the fortress is also Arasaka. This prevents one host system from being hacked, and the other host personality from taking over the situation immediately. The third part, which is also the most important part, is that this black box system, as a hardware system, its biggest role is actually to complete the upgrade of the planetary computer. The Fortress series are all old versions from many years ago, and it is time to replace them with a new series. Du Xiaodi stood in the void, followed by the old bodyguard Desira, several mechanical masters, and hundreds of Gao family descendants. And in front, behind, and around them, there was a dense army of virus machines. I didn't expect that I would be blocked when I was about to leave, Du Xiaodi said in a relaxed tone. Chapter 1490. Du Xiaodi is now at the location of the space string that opened the void channel, and the distance between the two sides is less than 1 astronomical unit. For the camp that has mastered the superluminal technology, such a short distance may only take a few breaths. However, at this moment, the breath has become a natural chasm. The void began to twitch. The dark background of the universe suddenly appeared unnatural noise, like the snow pattern when the old monitor has poor contact. These noises quickly organized themselves to form a hexagonal grid that continued to spread. Each grid node flashed a fluorescent green check code, as if the underlying interface of some huge operating system was loading. The vacuum itself began to render errors, and the darkness in some areas suddenly appeared torn, revealing the deeper electronic abyss composed of virus code behind. The quantum foam floating in the void was recompiled, and each elementary particle was given a translucent invasion instruction border, and the attribute panel scrolled with a constantly refreshing parameter log. This is not a natural phenomenon. This is a jailbreak for the physics engine. It seems that this civilization is best at modifying the underlying rules of the universe. To be more precise, it is hacking. In Du Xiaoti's core team, except for a few people who were panicking, most people remained calm enough. They even had time to comment on the technical means of the carrier lord. In fact, it is still a transformation, a very magical transformation. A mechanical master exclaimed. In the process of modifying the underlying universe code, the first metal dust emerged out of thin air. It had no source and no reason. It just appeared abruptly in the vacuum, like a drop of ink gently tapped by some unknown will, followed by the second, the third. They attracted each other, slowly rotated in the weightless void, and gradually gathered into a tiny metal seed. The seed began to grow. Silver-gray veins spread outward from the core, like ice crystals condensing, and like synapses bifurcate wildly. It devoured the surrounding nothingness, transforming nothing into something. The metal skeleton was constructed out of thin air, the armor plate was folded out of nothing, and the liquid circuit was self-woven in the vacuum, like blood vessels. There was no wreckage, no foundation, only pure matter was extracted, forged, and assembled from the void. The first weapon was born. It was not like a weapon in the traditional sense. There was no straight barrel, no regular magazine, and even no fixed shape. Its shell was composed of countless tiny nano-units, like flowing liquid metal, and like some kind of living tissue, the surface was constantly undulating and reorganizing, as if breathing. The gun body showed a sickly silver-gray color, with fine black lines on the surface, pulsating like blood vessels, and occasionally flashing dark red data streams, like some compressed malicious code circulating inside. The muzzle is not round, but an irregular crack, with slender metal tentacles extending from the edge, constantly adjusting the angle, as if sniffing the target. When it is charged, a spiral deep purple energy vortex will emerge inside the muzzle, and countless tiny mechanical insects can be vaguely seen swimming in the center of the vortex. That is not ordinary ammunition, but a living warhead composed of nano-level virus programs. They will find the target by themselves after firing, whether it is flesh and blood or steel armor. They will be invaded, decomposed, and reassembled. Level 3 Civilization Building Mechanical Virus Cannon. Name: Mechanical Virus Cannon. Category: Civilization Building. Origin: Virus Mechanical Civilization. Quality: Level 3 Civilization. Weight: 2 million tons. Basic attributes: Attack power, 20 million, attack speed, light speed, main attack range, 1.5 astronomical units. Large module, ? Under revision, Super Attack Mode 1, Mechanical Energy Cannon. Create a powerful Super Energy Cannon, Astral Level, Super Attack Mode 2, Nano-Virus Cannon fires a warhead carrying a self-replicating nano-robot, invading the target, and decomposing organic/inorganic materials, converting them into more nano-viruses, causing cell-level damage to organisms, and paralyzing circuits for machines. Super Attack Mode 3, ? Note: as a third-level civilization weapon, it is a bit short-handed, but it is not a weapon for interstellar war. The system is right. This third-level civilization weapon is not used for interstellar hegemony. It is used for annihilation war. When these irregular cracks were modified from the void, they were densely packed, east, south, west, north, and sky, and boundless. Desira, who was born from the machine Rift Star, has seen third-level civilization weapons, but the number of civilization weapons she has seen in her life is not even 1/10,000th of the number here. 1 million. When 1 million third-level civilization weapons appeared in front of him and blocked the void. Even this super cyborg warrior, who had been transformed once, couldn't help but feel suffocated. A mechanical master sweated on his head, and said in a trembling voice, "This is not destruction. This is formatting and reinstalling at the operating system level. Virus formatting, mechanical reinstallation, right?" Du Xiaoti took over the conversation, and showed a faint smile, with a small dimple. A clay pot will break if it is not separated from the well, and a general will inevitably die on the battlefield. Since we have come to the front line, we have been caught and beheaded by people using civilized technology. Haven't you seen such a scene in your own civilization before? Master Du, don't joke. In my own civilization, the security force was stronger than the civilization leader. How could I fall to the front line? The mechanical master complained. Your security force here is still stronger than the civilization leader. Have you ever enjoyed the protection of the civilization leader in your hometown? Du Xiaodi opened her hands in the air, her white hair was flying, and her white eyebrows were sharp like a blade. Then, boundless light and virus fluctuations overwhelmed everything. It's urgent. I upgrade your hardware right now, Gao Lily said with a serious expression. Wait a minute, Arasaka suddenly called out to the other party. After I complete the upgrade, is it inappropriate to call it the Fortress series? Old man, are you focusing on this now? The head blaster wanted to blacken the other party's head. Then what do you think it should be called? Black Box Series Arasaka Series. A black box appeared out of thin air on the planetary data that had been shattered and disappeared. Not only on one planet, but on most logistical planets, such a box appeared. Time seemed to have stopped in the black box. Not only did it freeze the remaining data illusion, but it also imprisoned all the virus mechanical armies within the planet. And the hardware upgrade appeared in the remaining data. The atmosphere turned into a concrete data torrent, mathematical formulas exploded between clouds like lightning, and basic physical constants were rewritten again. From software to hardware. Planet-level graphics rendering and output appeared. Various planet-level hardware was rendered again. The old computing units were evaporated by high temperature and turned into nebula-like metal vapor, while the new stream processor array rose from the mantle, each of which was as huge as a mountain, with light quantum computing patterns flowing on the surface. The heat dissipation ring on the track began to run at full speed, shooting waste heat into deep space in the form of plasma jets to ensure that the planetary graphics card runs stably under overclocking. In the process of digital supercomputing, the quantum computing core began to overclock, and the lava-like energy flow rushed in the superconducting duct, and the temperature soared. At the same time, in the direction of CPU, the ancient silicon-based computing array began to disintegrate, the atomic-level instruction set was recompiled, and the lava-like logic gates were reorganized under the precise control of the gravitational field. The liquid metal ocean boils, forming a three-level cache structure in magnetic confinement. L1 cache is composed of plasma vortex, with a response time of 1 picosecond. L2 cache is solid neutron degenerate matter, with a density comparable to that of a white dwarf. L3 cache directly calls the star energy wrapped in the Dyson ring. As a golden instruction flows through the hyperspace bus, the entire planet suddenly lights up. Data evaporates, and is used in turn to reorganize the CPU. As the graphics card and CPU are formed one after another, the virus mechanical army sealed in the black box hose suffered a catastrophe. Chapter 1491. The initial version of the black box is a third-order, black tech-level sealing artifact. Even a natural disaster-level existence, like the mechanical revolution, can isolate the inside and outside. It is natural to deal with these virus mechanical armies. It is like amber sealed in time and space, whether it is virus mode or mechanical mode, all disconnected. The only one who can still move slightly is the level 90 boss virus mechanical general. At this moment, on its mask composed of countless hexagonal light spots, the light spots are constantly reorganized, sometimes forming empty eye sockets, and sometimes cracking into a silent roaring mouth. However, every time its mask wants to condense something, it will collapse on the spot. Then, high temperature rises, and the high temperature licks its body, and those scaly circuits no longer open and close, but soften like wax, drooping, and dripping on the ground with a sizzling corrosion sound. The molecular blade on its right arm collapsed first, and the jagged edge melted into a silver liquid, sliding down the blade and gathering on the ground into a pool of metal slurry reflecting rainbow light. Its face, the constantly changing liquid metal, began to boil, bubbles bulged on the surface, and white sparks splashed out when it exploded. You killed the level 90 boss. The carrier lord showed his true form. Its body was made of super alloys that were constantly reorganizing and flowing electronic plagues, like a walking electronic abyss. Its lower jaw split open, revealing fangs made of compressed code, and every opening and closing released a logical virus that was enough to corrode reality, covering several dozens of astronomical units. With the help of the supreme algorithm, its body began to expand infinitely, and soon it grew to the size of 10 planets. A visible black instruction stream was ejected from its surface. Wherever it passed, all orderly systems would fall into a frenzy of system collapse. This is not a mechanical creation, but a protocol entity driven by trillions of lines of malicious code, and in front of it is an area flooded by the virus cannon. High energy, high radiation, high danger. However, the carrier lord knew that this was not enough to kill a civilization leader. Only by using the data distillation of the supreme algorithm, and forcibly distilling the other party's leadership authority, can a civilization leader be dealt with. In fact, this trick was originally intended to be used on the Queen of Insects. But it is not a loss to use it on another mechanical civilization leader. Du Xiaodi obtained two extremely valuable things from Hiluapa. One is the boss panel of the immortal. This kind of boss panel is the most precious among all boss panels, because it satisfies the greatest desire for survival of all creatures in this universe, immortality. She also obtained the authority of ascension as the Wet River civilization, the ability to replace death with life. And the combination of these two, a very magical bug was created. Death domain without time limit. Du Xiaodi's white hair became whiter, even with a hint of oldness. Fish lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her back became hunched. But the world became quieter. The vacuum should be silent, but the death domain makes silence more terrifying than any scream. Starlight was swallowed up, the remains of the planet were still, and even time did not dare to step into this area. The dazzling light was swallowed up as soon as it fell into it. The nanovirus that was invisible to the naked eye was decomposed, peeled off, and turned into ashes when it entered it. Death is not just for life, death is a door that is always closed, and behind the door is endless silence. Can your body still hold on? Daisy asked with concern. Du Xiaodi shook her head silently. The saturation attack of 1 million level 3 civilization weapons has exceeded the limit that any organism can bear. Any extreme species would be killed on the spot here. However, Du Xiaodi controlled this area and killed all the way into the space transportation channel, and smiled gently at the carrier monarch, who came from afar. The originally surging black command flow suddenly stiffened, like an electronic artery pinched by an invisible hand. The light patterns of trillions of parallel operations solidified in the CPU of the planetary host, turning into a suspended dark golden static noise, as if the cosmic background radiation was suddenly suspended. The virus machine tried to resist, evolving into an algorithm, frantically replicating itself in the virtual space, but each iteration was suppressed by a more violent logic lock. In an instant, millions of third-level civilization weapons, without any preconditions, collapsed and turned into countless mechanical and virus fragments. The huge figure of the carrier lord also froze in the void. Then, it was like being formatted and executed. Bit by bit, it was deleted completely. It seems that your civilization leader has a bad temper. With these words, Du Xiaodi's figure disappeared from the void channel. In the Hell Nebula, nearly 20 virus mechanical lords sensed this scene at the same time. The carrier is dead? It didn't return to the supreme algorithm? It didn't return, but was distilled clean. Why? Just because he failed to distill the enemy data? I'm afraid it's more than that. The Rootstem Lord did not participate in the discussion. Countless data roots grew out of his lower body and pierced into the void. In terms of strength, he is not the top among the virus mechanical lords, and in terms of reputation and connections, he is not as good as those top lords. But its strength lies in its research on the supreme algorithm. It is neither a war faction nor a peace faction, it is an algorithm developer. In other civilizations, it is a national treasure scientist. Soon, he retracted the roots, and many virus mechanical lords also looked over. The algorithm was interfered with, so the carrier was backfired. Interfered? How is that possible? We are all here. We are not divided, and the carrier's dispatch of troops is also our unanimous decision. At least no one objects. A war-oriented virus mechanical lord looked around with scarlet electronic eyes, as if trying to find a possible traitor. The rhizome virus lord did not speak again, but shared his deduction. The inside of the black box flowed like liquid, and countless nanoscale structures were reorganized to form a sharp reverse computing matrix, trying to resist the erosion of some kind of computing existence. Its core flashed with a dark cold light, and every calculation made the surrounding space slightly distorted, as if tearing some invisible shackles. Its firewall is not a shield, but a blade. Every layer of defense is reversely analyzed, and every instruction is deconstructing the existence of the invader. The two forces fought silently in the vacuum, without fire, no explosion, only the tremor of space at the microscopic level, like paper crumpled by an invisible hand. Then, the host made a choice. A pure black command pulse burst out from the core, tracing back along the link of the supreme algorithm, like a poisonous snake biting the throat of its prey. The virus data stream began to collapse, freeze, and shatter into meaningless residues. The vacuum was terribly silent at this moment. It was not silent, but a hole after some higher dimensional existence was forcibly erased. Under the observation of a group of virus mechanical lords, the final picture was divided into two types. The computing sound of the host core roared directly in the observer's consciousness, like billions of swords unsheathed at the same time, and like the roar of some ancient behemoth. When the data stream of the supreme algorithm was cut off, A strange silence suddenly appeared in the cosmic background radiation, as if even the vacuum itself was holding its breath. Data distillation failed. Because it failed too much, the algorithm backfired, so the carrier was cold. Chapter 1492. The reason for failure is too simple, so simple that it makes people speechless. Because they can't win, they are defeated. This is not the so-called Legion confrontation, the collision of fourth-level weapons, but a severe blow to the core technology of the virus mechanical civilization. Those revealed black boxes are undoubtedly a new type of planetary computer, and they are specifically designed to deal with them. At the moment when the carrier was most arrogant, it punched it in the face. It was smashed to death. Let's not talk about other things first. I just say one thing, a neutral virus mechanical lord said. What should we do next? Does the means shown by the other party mean that our transformation will no longer be useful in the future? Whether it is to transform yourself or others, they will be sealed by the other party. It's not that exaggerated. The other party is not an information civilization. It will not easily complete the virtual information conversion of all species. It can only be said that the other party has developed a highly targeted hardware system. At most, it will be a head-on confrontation within the coverage of the planet's computer. Another scientific research-oriented virus mechanical lord spoke. After this, the others were even more speechless. When the carrier was deployed, wasn't it because they thought that this kind of conversion would naturally counter the opponent and could catch the opponent off guard? What is the situation now? Is it giving away a wave and allowing the opponent to evolve technology for free? And banning its most threatening means? Is there any good news? There is one, said the root and stem lord calmly. According to my detection, the self-optimization progress of the supreme algorithm has advanced by 1.3%. The virus mechanical lords were surprised at first, and then surprised. The so-called self-optimization of the supreme algorithm, in other words, is the evolution of civilization. Theoretically, if the optimization degree of the supreme algorithm reaches 100%, their civilization can evolve from the middle stage of civilization to the late stage of civilization. But this algorithm iteration is very difficult. The virus mechanical lord struggled for a long time, and only rose at a frequency of a few tenths. It has not been able to rise for a long time. The reason why they formed an alliance with the Queen of Insects, and went to the first star zone to cause trouble, was actually to iterate the supreme algorithm. But after so many battles, the progress is not as good as the confrontation with this nascent mechanical civilization. So rather than saying that the carrier was killed by the enemy, it is better to say that it was iterated by the supreme algorithm, because the supreme algorithm needs to make improvements to the data distillation, and it is proved in actual combat that it is the part that can be optimized. A lord who specializes in viruses was refreshed. Yes. When will the data distillation of the supreme algorithm be optimized to the point of solving those black boxes? Another Grand Lord asked. According to my deduction, if it evolves by another 3.4%, it will be able to iterate the technology of anti-black boxes. The virus mechanical Grand Lords, who were originally shocked by the fall of the carrier, immediately started to work hard. Algorithm iteration is actually closely related to their strength improvement. The process of optimizing, improving or replacing existing algorithms to improve their performance, efficiency, accuracy, or adapt to new needs is also part of the self-strengthening of the virus mechanical Grand Lords. Which of the few superior lords does not play a crucial role in the node of algorithm iteration? The original war faction has become more war-oriented, and the original neutral faction has also become a war faction. What does the death of a virus mechanical lord mean? The number of virus mechanical lords who died due to internal strife has almost exceeded 3 digits. After all, algorithm iteration, external forces are limited after all, and self-iteration is the mainstream. Moreover, once the number of lords is lower than a certain number, the supreme algorithm will iterate new virus mechanical lords to make up for the lack of civilization. You seem to be very silent? A virus mechanical lord on the scientific research side looked at the root lord strangely. In his impression, this person is not a man of few words. The person in front of him has always been studying whatever electronic virus perverts he studies. He often invades different low-level civilizations to spread various ethical viruses, which makes him quite perverted. Why is this pervert so silent today? Isn't this a good thing? We dug up a good whetstone. The other party comforted. Who is the grindstone? Asked the root lord. Why are you so pessimistic? It's just the death of a lord and the defeat of an ordinary war. A carrier has forced the other side to such a point. The next ones to descend are nearly 20 lords and their respective civilization armies. What do you have to worry about? Not to mention, didn't you see that Lays and Nebula slipped away quietly? The carrier is only responsible for data distillation, while Nebula controls the core function of the algorithm data processing and optimization. The other party's words did not convince the Root King, but made him determined. I'm going to the Two-Face Sphere. Do you want to go with me? Are you crazy? The Virus Machine King on the opposite side said in surprise. One of the words of the Lord Lays was not completely right. The Virus Machine civilization does not have civilization coordinates, nor does it have civilization organization forces. Under the civilization ecology, theoretically, only they attack others, and there is no possibility of being attacked first. But this does not mean that the Virus Machine civilization does not have a real civilization core. This core is the supreme algorithm, or the Two-Phase Sphere algorithm. This algorithm does not exist in the physical world or the virtual world. After iterating to version 4.0, it has evolved into a time-space distributed algorithm structure. It can exist anywhere, or not anywhere. The only one who can contact the algorithm is the Lord-level character. But this is not without cost. If you contact the algorithm, you will be recalculated, and most of the time you can't be reborn. According to the understanding of most civilizations, this life form is called death. Even in the ethics of mechanical civilization, this operation of erasing all consciousness and reinstalling the system is basically equivalent to self-destruction. Do you want to go with me? Asked the Root King. I won't accompany you if you want to die. The king refused decisively. Not necessarily dead, I may be resurrected in other civilizations. Can viruses be easily eliminated? The Root King showed a weird smile. Facts have proved that the strength of nearly 20 Virus Machine Kings is indeed stronger than that of one Virus Machine King. Apart from other things, the number of Virus Machine Core they brought alone is as many as 10,000. According to the organization of this civilization, the number of a Virus Machine Core is 10 million mechanical arms, and 10,000 core is 1 trillion. The combat power comparison reached an exaggerated 1,000 to 1. Moreover, among these Virus Machine Kings, there are many battlefield commanders who are good at fighting, and the means they master are also civilized weapons that are more dangerous than data distillation. But in fact, this grindstone is stronger than imagined. The iteration of technology often presents exponential breakthroughs. Any mechanized core in the second industrial revolution can crush the first revolution. And it is the same now. This group of virus machines was shocked to find that the same enemy is now at least 100 times stronger than before. Chapter 1493. Civilization war is not a turn-based system, and civilization evolution is not a curve system. There is no other reason why the Queen of Bugs and the Anti-Bug Alliance can turn the civilization war into a turn-based system. Bad. This kind of bad does not mean that the strength is low, but that they are still in the primary stage of developing their own technology tree. In layman's terms, a third-level primary civilization can't even fight. Civilization evolution is the same. It is not as simple as rising from level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. The 85-level subatomic bugs are not just one level higher than the 84-level mechanical soldiers. The gap between the two sides is not the gap in basic attributes, but the gap in instant kills. Similarly, the 90-level war-mad mechanical, against the 85-level virus mechanical soldiers, is also not the gap in basic attributes. Compared with before the war-mad mechanical soldier has only been upgraded by 2 levels. But the increased strength is not only 2 levels. It represents the limit of the military technology of a third-level civilization. This limit is not the limit of the early civilization, nor the limit of the middle civilization, but the limit of the third-level late civilization. It is the pinnacle of individual soldier technology before ascension, and to achieve this, the system and mechanical farming and warfare are indispensable. There is no greater mechanic than the system. In the professional knowledge chain of the planetary host, it has been developed directly to the top. This top is the Star Hardware series. But in addition to the Super Desktop series, there is also an individual hardware series in these tens of thousands of drawings. To put it simply, the biological computer has all the functions from 1.0 to 8.0, and not only has them, but can also surpass them. But it is not enough to have a blueprint. You have to produce it with the blueprint, and not only produce it, but also mass produce it, and ensure the yield rate of mechanical hardware. That is the step of domestic chip cards. If this aspect is ordinary iteration and development, it may take a long time. This is why, even if the player is lucky and gambles out a particularly awesome blueprint, it is mostly useless. Production, mass production, yield rate, 3 levels, 90% of players can't even take the first step. However, in this regard, mechanical farming and warfare meets the second condition. The description of this trend of thought is as follows: mechanical farming and warfare, activated 50% in advanced mechanical civilization. It transcends the original combination of material production and war, and evolves into a cosmic survival paradigm. Civilization itself becomes a self-iterative war and production complex, using stars as energy, planets as workshops, and life as programmable tactical resources. The ultimate goal: the integration of production and destruction. War is not an ordinary war, and destruction is not a general destruction. It uses billions of mechanical arms as training models to iterate production lines, optimize planet engines, and drive and intelligentize planet computers. This is why the activation of the entire trend of thought has increased from 34% to 50%. The above are all described from a macro perspective. But the reality is that the configuration of each mechanical arm after the fall of the carrier lord is equivalent to an 8.0 level human computer, covering all functions from 1.0 to 8.0. This also makes the combat power of each war-mad machine achieve a qualitative improvement. When a brigade of virus machines simultaneously transforms the virus and pounces on a new war-mad machine, the picture is reversed. The mechanical virus surges like a tide, and the dark purple data stream surges between the metal joints, as if thousands of poisonous snakes spit out their tongues. Their shells are made of broken code fragments, and every step forward leaves corrosive electronic scorch marks on the ground. However, the data center of the war-mad machine immediately generates the corresponding antivirus algorithm, and at the same time, a quantum light suddenly lights up in the electronic eyes of the crazy jumping data. Quantum entanglement information capture. The next moment, the mechanical sword splits into two, and the single sword swings. The surrounding space begins to collapse, the light is swallowed, and the enemies along the way melt like wax figures, as if a small sun jumps out of the sword. The virus machines that have jumped out of the virus state by chance face a dark void crack, annihilating the space, and directly shooting through all the surrounding mechanical bodies. Hundreds of virus machines were cleared in an instant. Fuck, how come you can do that? A player who followed the battle had his eyes wide open when he saw the scene. Isn't this move the legendary ultimate killer move that breaks the skill limit? You can use this thing too. Have you accumulated enough points in your faction? I'm still tens of thousands short. As if he saw the other party's thoughts, this war-crazy machine actually spoke human language. It's not the iconic electronic sound. This sound is neither sharp nor thin, nor low, but it also has an indescribable charm. It's not the Star Destroyer, but the 1% Star Destroyer, and the dual-phase blade that has been iterated 100 times. Double-phase blade? Isn't this the magical skill of the broken mechanical virus? You also teach it for free? What will happen if it iterates 100 times? He was fascinated. The war-crazy mechanical glanced at him, and left a message before leaving. Perfection, or, as you Scourge warriors say, Master. Oh my god, this NPC has become a spirit, but then again, the voice of this NPC, is it a female mechanical NPC? The half-mechanical player's heart pounded, and he followed subconsciously. It's not right to fight like this. A war-oriented virus mechanical lord said angrily in the communication. Why is it wrong? Aren't we still suppressing the opponent? We have already destroyed 10 computers on the opposite planet. As long as it continues, the opposite mechanical army will become a rootless source. A virus mechanical lord held a mechanical planet in his hand and turned it like a walnut. The huge energy pipeline burst, and the molten liquid metal gushed out like blood vessels, but solidified in midair, and was forcibly reorganized by some code and twisted into a deformed geometry. The crustal plates, originally welded by superdense alloys, began to dislocate, as if torn by an invisible hand. Gears collapsed, bearings broke, and the entire continent collapsed into a data abyss under digital corrosion. Finally, as it squeezed, the material structure of the planet was disassembled by the virus, the molecular bonds were reprogrammed, the metal was no longer metal, and the energy was no longer energy. They were decomposed into the most primitive binary dust. The entire planet was like a compressed data packet, collapsing from a solid to nothingness. What a pity, there is no black box on this planet. I have to look for it again. Delete, you brainless idiot, don't you wonder how these machines became so powerful? What are the parameters of the hardware modules of those black boxes? Why can they be cracked and transformed? Why haven't we figured it out yet? When we started a war with others before, we often knew most of the technology and attributes of this civilization when we invaded. Now, we are getting more and more confused. Aren't you afraid? What is there to be afraid of? I only know that the supreme algorithm has broken through 1.9 again. Didn't the root say that after advancing to 3.4%, it can evolve an anti-black box mechanical virus? In this case, what are you worried about? The assimilator has no common language with this guy. but who let the other party master the most dangerous deletion function in the supreme algorithm. I want to enter a black box in person and see what's going on. Chapter 1494. Although the black box is a planetary computer that restrains virus machinery. But this restraint is not very useful for the virus machinery lord. After all, each of these virus machinery lords is equivalent to mastering a part of the authority of the civilization leader, which is higher than the general civilization leaders. This is also the biggest advantage of the virus machinery civilization. When more than 20 virus machinery lords join forces, even the queen of insects cannot achieve forced transformation, and may even be reversed. Therefore, the Thousand Faces civilization is a vassal, while the virus machinery civilization can be an ally. In the supreme algorithm, the assimilationist masters the part of algorithm learning optimization. Although this is not a practical algorithm function, it brings a strong intuition to the assimilationist, an intuition of the technology tree of other civilizations. This intuition is very useful in many cases. It can absorb the technology of other civilizations, evolve restraining mechanical viruses, and then promote algorithm upgrades. So although the assimilator is not the top virus mechanical lord in terms of combat power, after so many generations of iterations, it is the most likely to break through to the upper lord. In the virus mechanical civilization, internal fighting, internal disputes, and civil wars are like breathing and drinking water. So the assimilator also knows that it can't convince any lord with words alone. Because most of these people think that it is trying to seize the leadership of algorithm iteration. Putting it in their shoes, it actually thinks so. So it no longer tries to convince other lords, but activates its own authority. In an instant, it entered another vision. The vacuum is like a petri dish, and the mechanical unit splits, proliferates, and devours like a virus. The black box is even more like a black hole. Any data that enters it will disappear. This is also the biggest obstacle that prevents it from stealing civilization intelligence. The next moment, its figure seemed to pass through the void and appeared on the opposite side of the black hole. The planet host cannot trap the virus mechanical monarch. The mechanical planets that were crushed by various monarchs before prove this point. After all, every monarch here has the strength of the previous carrier monarch. The assimilated showed the prototype. Its body is pieced together by fragmented code blocks, and each block is constantly compressing, decompressing, and reorganizing itself, like a chaotic data stream that is forced to be sorted. The halo of the black hole falls on it, but it will be refracted by the code fragments. And when it completely enters the black hole, it transforms from virus mode to mechanical form again. Its body is made up of stacked armor fragments, each of which is engraved with battle dents and self-repairing growth lines. On its head is a beveled angular crown, not a decoration, but some kind of supercomputer processor. The weapon in its hand looks like a mechanical spine, which is forcibly forged from the remains of 7 different types of civilization weapons. Each of these spines was once a third-level civilization weapon. And it also saw the true appearance of this mechanical planet. There are countless hexagonal honeycomb holes on the steel surface, and the panting sound of hydraulic pumps can be heard from the depths of each hole. Casting magma gushed out from the cracks, but it was not liquid metal, but a silver turbid stream composed of nanomachine groups. They were like living mercury, crawling, stacking, and hardening in the prefabricated bone mold. As soon as these newborns stepped onto the assembly track, they were inserted into the spinal weapon slots by mechanical arms, and roughly injected with basic combat protocols. Their electronic eyes instantly turned from blue to red, like the fire line of an ignited bomb. Constructs wore mad electric patterns, human computer hardware. These did not surprise it. After all, in the mechanical civilization it hacked into, there were mechanical weapons of the same level as these, or even stronger than these. What really surprised it was the artistic industrial system of the planet. Precise metal rivers, pleasant industrial concertos, and silent mechanical life cradles. The entire planet was like a self-dissecting mechanical behemoth, constantly tearing new metal organs from its body. When the last batch of spacecraft fell off the atmospheric elevator, the cracks on the surface began to slowly close, preparing to produce the mechanical units needed for the next round of war. This production efficiency and speed will definitely be faster than the last time this mechanical planet has been iterating and evolving in the war. It instantly understood where the previous fear came from. The opponent's iterative optimization speed is faster than the supreme algorithm. It is more suitable for production and destruction. The supreme algorithm evolves 1%, and the opponent may evolve 10%, or even 50%. It must go back quickly and transmit this data. If they continue to fight like this, they may lose. An idea that he has never had before appeared in his mind. Your weapon is good. The assimilator turned his head suddenly, and saw a blood-red mechanical life whose mechanical level was not inferior to it. Let me introduce myself, Blood Spider. An old comrade just died, and I am not in a good mood. The assimilationist remained silent. By capturing the other party's data fluctuations and life algorithms, he discovered something surprising. The computing power of the other party, in terms of quality, is already at the same level as the mechanical planet below. When the other party took out a mechanical broadsword of the God-killing series, this feeling reached its peak. The computing module on your body seems to be at the same level as the host of the planet under my feet? You are talking about this, the new fire seed box implanted in me by the general himself, the top combat intelligence brain, and a name I like very much, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Although I am not good at fighting, I am very good at learning and optimization. The assimilationist evolved a data tentacle, which was then transformed into a knife gripper that was almost the same as the other party, and also posed with a similarity of up to 99%, but it seemed to be more fluent. The Blood Spider's electronic eyes sank, and the next moment, the back armor suddenly cracked, the hydraulic device made a low hum, and 6 god-killing knives popped out of the dark cabin, and the metal joints precisely engaged on the deformed spider legs. Let's see how you can optimize. 9% Star Destroyer. The moment the Blood Spider attacked, it seemed that 7 black little suns emitting destructive waves rose from its body. And the assimilationist did not transform into the same number of mechanical legs. The spine weapon in his hand moved at a weird speed, and in an instant, it seemed that 7 little suns were summoned from the darkness at the same time. The two sides collided, and a powerful wave that could annihilate the satellite instantly erupted. Watching the two mechanical bosses erupt in a battle with hundreds of millions of energy waves in the high-orbit space, the head blaster couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The virus mechanical general could kill him in seconds, and the enemy in front of him was a more powerful existence than that virus mechanical general. Who do you think will win? It must be General Blood Spider, Gao Lily said without hesitation. Why? Didn't you figure out a question before? Shin Arasaka spoke. Head Exploder was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. What do you mean? In the previous Savior plan, Gao Lily made 2 plans, one for electronic annihilation and the other for physical annihilation. For electronic annihilation, the black box is used to reinstall the planet computer and upgrade the hardware. So for another situation, if the enemy uses 4th-level weapons such as planet cannons and softens to forcibly erase the planet and carry out physical annihilation, how should we deal with it? The answer is to restart the host. Chapter 1495. When the two mechanical high-levels met, they used all their abilities. The virus mechanical lord named Assimilate was like Murong Fu of the mechanical system, and could seamlessly copy any skill of the enemy. It was not just copying, but automatic optimization and upgrading. For example, ordinary optimization became advanced, elite optimization became expert, and master optimization became legend. Moreover, this optimization iteration was not even limited to combat, but also ranged from mechanical production and development to space construction and mechanical planet optimization and upgrading. Because of this ability, this Assimilate handled more than 90% of the civilization buildings. Compared with the opponent, the Blood Spider was far inferior. When it was still under the command of the mechanical master, not to mention that it was not a high-level official, even its boss, General Cybertron, was not a high-level official. If Cybertron was equivalent to the captain of the security team, then it was equivalent to the community security guard. Even if it was a community security guard under the command of the 5th-level mechanical master, it was still a community security guard. The Assimilate also knew this. After all, it also came from the era of mechanical domination. But after the actual battle, the Grand Lord was shocked to find that the opponent's strength was far beyond his expectations. The Cybertron general in his heyday was just like this, right? After all, Mr. G's dark history had long been exposed. But when he really started to fight, the Assimilate was shocked to find that his Grand Lord-level mechanical virus could not penetrate for a while. The electronic virus was like a pool of sticky asphalt, seeping in from the gap of the data interface, greedily expanding its tentacles, trying to corrode the core protocol of the opponent's mechanical body. However, just as it was about to touch the first logical firewall, everything stopped. There was no alarm inside the machine, no flashing warning lights, not even a trace of chaotic current noise, only an absolute silence, as if the entire system suddenly entered a higher-dimensional defense state. The virus's data flow was frozen in place, like hitting an invisible gel, unable to move forward or retreat. Then, the machine's processor began to operate at a nonlinear rhythm, and each pulse accurately crushed a section of the virus code, not violently deleting it, but dissociating its logic. The malicious instructions were disassembled into meaningless binary fragments, and then gently brushed away by the system's self-cleaning protocol like dust. Top planetary computer-level data processing, assimilators have heard of, or even come into contact with, many mechanical civilizations trying to implant a planetary computer into an ordinary mechanical body to create a supercomputer. But this technology is either a failure or immature. A planetary computer must have an extremely large planetary-level computing center. But now, this technology seems to have been broken through by the opponent, even if it is the mechanical virus lord. If he does not use the supreme algorithm, he will not be able to hack into a planetary computer for a while. Especially the part of the algorithm he mastered, which is only optimization and upgrade, and does not include brute force cracking. That is the authority of another superior lord. So, after failing to complete the hacking, the assimilator also gave up this plan and concentrated on optimizing and upgrading the opponent's moves. The two sides were like two gamblers, constantly iterating Star Destroyer, 9%, 15%, 40%, 60%, 80%. Soon it reached 90%. If Gao Gong were to do this level of Star Destroyer himself, he would have to go all out, and he would also have to control the cosmic treasure to offset some of the backlash. Because this kind of lethal move, if not handled properly, will really backlash the user. Of course, the two people used the means of breaking the skill limit to bombard each other at the same time, and the scene was also extremely amazing. Two destructive energies met in the vacuum of the universe. They were not physical stars, but pure energy collapse bodies, which were the ultimate killer moves that were enough to tear the void. They were not flames, but the ultimate embodiment of the concept of burning. At the moment of energy collapse, space itself was ignited, and the blazing torrent of destruction gushed out like a supernova explosion. Wherever it passed, matter was directly dissociated into elementary particles, and even dark energy was burned out. On its trajectory, the background color of the universe was burned through, revealing the background color of nothingness. There was no explosion, no aftermath, only the purest annihilation ceremony. The two Star Destroyers annihilated each other, leaving no embers. And only 3 people on the scene could witness such a spectacular scene. Even Shin Arasaka and Gao Lily had no time to pay attention. They were busy sweating, and more than 50% of the mechanical production was transferred to mechanical planet maintenance. Because according to their calculations, the aftermath of the two people's bombardment could easily tear the atmospheric defense, and if any of the two people directed the attack to fall on the planet, there was a 16% probability of killing through the surface mantle and bombarding the core. This is equivalent to throwing a cigarette but at a gas station. It is very likely to ignite the whole place, so the only player who really appreciates this battle is the head blaster. He has seen the original version of this move in various highly viewed PvP videos, but that was the 9% Star Destroyer, not 90%. In a trance, it seemed to see monsters that it could not imagine annihilating stars, evolving a mature star into a red giant, a white dwarf, and even a theoretical black dwarf. The system sent a ding-ding prompt. It even seemed that something had drilled in. But the head blaster had no intention of paying attention. He was completely attracted by this top-level confrontation. And this battle ended faster than expected. The Star Destroyer itself is a lightspeed level killer move, at least. And when this move reaches the 100% upper limit, the mechanical bodies of both sides began to melt. Their armor began to twist, not melted by high temperature, but disintegrated by some more essential force. The energy torrent of the Star Destroyer washed over the body of the mechanical body, and the ultra-high temperature plasma penetrated all the protections at the moment of contact. The quantum coating peeled off like wax, the nanofiber structure fell apart in the radiation storm, and the metal skeleton twisted into a weird spiral under the gravitational distortion. The assimilationist couldn't stop even if he wanted to. If he stopped, he would be killed by the opponent. If he didn't stop, he would collapse on the spot because the power consumption of the mechanical body exceeded 10,000%. It could only gamble, betting that its skill optimization could solve the opponent next time. Because it couldn't hold on, the opponent definitely couldn't hold on. In the end, it lost the bet. It didn't lose to the opponent's killing, but because the consumption was too great, and the mechanical body spontaneously combusted on the spot. Its optical lens collapsed first, and the crystal material directly sublimated in the high temperature of billions of degrees. The iris-shaped focusing array dripped like melting ice crystals, condensing into strange glass beads in the void, followed by the power core. The superconducting circuit overloaded and exploded, the antimatter confinement field lost control, and the blue cold fusion light was engulfed by the flames of the Star Destroyer, turning into a ball of expanding plasma debris. The blood spider also died. Similar to the other party, it also consumed everything because of internal combustion, leaving only a twisted metal shell, like an ancient meteorite eroded by the star wind, with crystallized energy scars on the surface. Its debris floated quietly in the universe, like a tombstone forgotten by time. But the magical thing is that although they died together, the blood spider was resurrected. Chapter 1496. The only hollow metal shell left of the blood spider was resurrected right under the eyes of the head blaster. ZZ, a weak electric arc jumped between the broken wires, like the tingling of nerve endings. The charred energy residue peeled off, revealing the new alloy tissue underneath. They spread along the cracks like liquid silver, healing, and the armor fragments trembled, pulled by the invisible force and re-embedded. Click, click, the gears began to turn, the sluggish bearings regained smoothness in the nano-level repair, the hydraulic pipes bulged, the coolant flowed again, the broken bones were reshaped, and the metal fibers were tightened and strengthened like muscles. The blood spider raised its head, and the broken visual sensor flashed a few times and refocused. The flames ignited deep in the eye sockets, from dark red to blazing white, and finally turned into burning red. It stood up, the armor plate closed again, and the energy core roared like a heartbeat. And in the hand of the blood spider, he was holding the opponent's special spine-shaped weapon. How come NPCs also have a resurrection mechanism? No, to be more precise, how come this guy's resurrection has no side effects at all? Head Exploder was puzzled. He had killed quite a few bosses, and basically every time he killed a big boss, they, the cyber hackers, would be responsible for the final blow. To be more precise, they would hack into its damaged system, find the other party's backup means, and then destroy it. But in this situation, the other party seemed not to be some kind of backup, but more like a reinstallation system. Head Exploder keenly discovered that the other party was not 100% restored. At least some extremely dangerous constructs, such as the God Killer suit, had not had their external plugins restored. The other party only restored the modules related to human hardware. No, hardware can also be reinstalled. Where is the installation program? The cyber hacker instinct made him eager to try. However, the camp points and NPC goodwill that he had accumulated with great difficulty suppressed his desire to die. After all, the blood spider boss on the opposite side was quite fierce. However, the blood spider who killed the powerful enemy did not show his iconic rampant expression, but directly manifested a holographic projection and came to the host system of this planet. They will not give up. Gal Lily's face was tense, and she nodded. I know that the probability of physical annihilation has increased by 23.5%, and the probability of electronic annihilation has increased by 17.2%. The head blaster opened his mouth and wanted to say, "Is this annihilation mission not over yet? Didn't he complete the world saving in cyberspace before?" But in the end, he still didn't ask, because he keenly discovered that this might involve the biggest secret of the camp in this war. While listening to the mission information revealed by the two NPCs, he casually opened his system panel. You comprehend the skill? Because this skill breaks the skill level limit, it can only be taught in person, and cannot be transmitted through the cloud. You get a string of burning destruction code. You comprehend the skill? Because this skill breaks the skill level limit, it can only be taught in person, and cannot be transmitted through the cloud. You get a string of burning destruction code. You get destruction code *100, automatically generate the third level virus burning destruction virus. The head blaster's eyes lit up. You have received the attention of the Star Destroyer, and the species of the Destroyer faction may use you as an anchor to invade the main universe, the Burning Legion. If it is a war-crazed civilization, a military power civilization, then even if one high-ranking official dies, 99% of the high-ranking officials will die, and the war will continue. And if it is a mechanical civilization, even if the high-ranking officials die in the war, they may not really die, and the backup mechanical bodies may be activated instantly. For example, the high-ranking commanders of the anti-Zerg alliance have basically been killed by the Zerg pigs, but the real death rate is hard to say. But the virus mechanical civilization is neither the former nor the latter. When the assimilate fell, almost all the Grand Lord level virus mechanical bodies stopped moving. If the fall of the carrier Grand Lord can be understood as being killed by his own tricks, then this time, the fall of the data assimilate shows one thing: the opponent has the means to fall the Grand Lord. Although they are all loyal fans of the Supreme Algorithm, and have the fundamental interest in promoting the evolution of the algorithm, once their own interests are involved, it is another matter. If you can beat them, fight. If you can't beat them, run. To put it more cowardly, for most civilizations, not going to war with hostile civilizations is actually the best solution. In terms of mass production, virus mechanical civilization is not good at it, and its strongest means of transformation are blocked. If you can't beat them, don't fight. whose virus invasion is brute force, looking for system loopholes, operating mechanical bodies to invade, and secretly hacking into the enemy's scientific research planet. This is their style. And the effect may not be bad. How come they suddenly became reckless after cooperating with the Queen of Insects? Could they have been infected with some biological virus by these insects? Just when these mechanical virus lords were indecisive, an evolution from the supreme algorithm appeared in the hearts of all the lords. In a trance, they seemed to see the calculation of the supreme algorithm. The algorithm evolution is like a silent wave, starting from the initial simple rules, gradually spreading in the ocean of data. The initial point-like structure is like scattered starlight, isolated from each other, but containing potential connections. With the advancement of iteration, these points begin to extend lines, forming a network, interweaving with each other, and exploring different paths. Every calculation is a screening. Invalid paths gradually dim, and efficient connections become clearer and clearer. Lines begin to differentiate. Some are as thick as trunks, and some are as fine as branches. The whole picture shows a trend of self-organization. Occasionally, there will be mutations, and new structures will appear out of thin air, breaking the original balance and bringing short-term chaos, but they will soon be replaced by a new order. Among them, 3 branch nodes light up at the same time. One bright spot is on the treetop branches, and the other 2 bright spots are on the half of the tree trunk. The 2 sides seem to be fighting for something. But they soon won. 2 light spots evolved successfully, and turned into the images of the 2 upper monarchs, Lays and Xingyun. The 2 of them clicked at the same time, and all the branches of the algorithm closed up, and in the eyes of the virus monarchs, it evolved into a pulsar. The virus monarchs almost involuntarily evolved their own parts in the algorithm: distributed training, optimization algorithm, virus feedback, reinforcement learning, scientific and technological knowledge update, computing power evolution. This is the algorithm authority of the upper monarch, which can force other monarchs to return to the 2-phase ball algorithm, so as to perform some civilization-level algorithm calculations. In the planetary host, Gal Lily's face suddenly changed. The reason is that the 2 possible ways of annihilation calculated before, whether it is physical annihilation or electronic annihilation, the probability of both ways of annihilation has soared to 100% at the same time. All host systems, whether it is the planetary host or the newly implanted human host system, mechanical system, sounded alarms at the same time. Chapter 1497. The battlefield situation is not obviously disadvantageous to either side. But this is the biggest disadvantage for the virus mechanical civilization, because nearly 20 virus mechanical lords have descended in person, but they have not solved the vanguard of this new mechanical civilization. To be honest, the number of virus mechanical lords, who assist the Queen of Insects and kill into the first star zone, is not so many. In particular, the strength of the opponent's mechanical arms has skyrocketed in a weird way, and the opponent's planetary computer has evolved into a targeted model. At this point, there are only 2 choices, either to force the opponent to die here. But this requires considering many external conditions, such as the enemy's reinforcements, the enemy's other means, and even whether other civilizations will participate. The reputation of these virus machines is not very good in the second star zone. Many mortal enemies are very happy to add insult to injury. The second choice is much simpler, and it is in line with their nature. If you can get in, you can get in. If you can't get in, you can run. We don't have a capital planet. We don't even have a fixed territory. What can you do to us? Although it's good to be able to brush the algorithm progress. But the virus mechanical lord is not a slave of the supreme algorithm, and this civilization does not have a supreme will that secretly influences everything. At the real critical moment, the virus mechanical lords must first consider their own interests. Then, the key node appeared. The 2 upper lords promoted the evolution of the algorithm and forced an iteration. This iteration is not to strengthen its performance and efficiency, but to iterate its adaptability. This adaptability, in layman's terms, is the function of suppressing the enemy. The darkness of the universe was pierced by a regular pulse. It was the signal of a pulsar, as precise as a clock and as powerful as a wave of information. Its electromagnetic beam spread at the speed of light, crossing the sea of stars, penetrating the armor of warships, and infiltrating every mechanical body on the battlefield. At first, it was just a string of abnormal codes in the data stream, so small that it was almost imperceptible, but when it was captured by the receiver of the mechanical army, the virus began to wake up. It was not a simple destruction program, but a self-replicating digital life, greedily devouring the core protocol of the mechanical body. When the first mechanical body was invaded, there was nothing unusual. Its combat sensors were still clear, the arc furnace was running smoothly, and the weapon system was on standby as usual, but the virus had quietly tampered with its underlying instruction set, planting the seeds of rebellion in its electronic nerves. Then, the virus spread through data links. The communication between warships, the tactical network of machine soldiers, and the coordination protocol of the planetary defense system all became its transmission channels. Every war-crazed machine implanted with a human computer, including the starships controlled by the planetary computer, did not try to resist. Firewalls rose from various data centers, especially the planetary computers of the former Fortress series, which is now the Arasaka Black Box series, which is the main force of electronic defense. After all, they were professional hosts against hackers during the cyber test field period. However, viruses are not static. They evolve in different mechanical bodies and adapt to different system architectures. In the main control AI of the battleship, it disguises itself as navigation correction data, allowing the engine to yaw silently in deep space. In the thinking core of the combat robot, it distorts the enemy identification protocol, causing the steel warrior to turn the muzzle to his companions. In the fire control system of the defense array, it implants false targets to induce anti-aircraft artillery to pour energy crazily in the void. These are just the operations of ordinary viruses. At most, the coverage is a little wider, covering more than a dozen star systems. It won't cause any serious damage to the Legion. After all, they can't hack into the black box. What's really scary is the evolution of the two-phase ball algorithm. On the hacked mechanical body, some mechanical modules have become virtualized, revealing virtual cracks and virtual holes of various sizes. Then, on the battlefield, all the virus machines are transformed into mechanical viruses at the same time, densely packed and boundless. Hundreds of billions of viruses surge in the pulsar signal. They are not simple codes, but active digital plagues, pouring down like a dark rainstorm. Then pour in, every electromagnetic wave is wrapped with countless viruses. They are like tiny silver snakes, drilling along the data interface, wandering in the gaps of the firewall, looking for a breakthrough. There are too many viruses. They are no longer hidden infiltrators, but violent invading forces, directly breaking through the internal protocols of the mechanical body. Trillions of instructions were injected at the same time, the computing core was instantly filled, the logical judgment was distorted, and the originally precise mechanical thinking fell into chaos. This is not a virtual hack, but a modification of the laws of physics, in the host system, where the brain blaster is located. Red alarms sounded from every module that can make sounds, from the surface, to the mantle, and then to the core. High risk, the data channel is burst. High risk, the planet processor is overloaded. All production modules are out of control. All weapon defense systems are lost. The brain blaster widened his eyes. As a cyber hacker, the scene in his dream is playing out at this moment. On the production line, broken mechanical bodies are dancing wildly. In the repair cabin, nano-scalpels are dismembering damaged machines. The signal of the pulsar is still echoing in the universe, gradually bursting the suppression range of the black box. The virus is replicating, mutating, and evolving, like a silent electronic storm sweeping across the sea of steel. The cyber tide of the year was only at this level. The old man Arasaka turned into a human mosaic almost immediately. Only the face remained, changing at the speed of skipping frames, and among countless faces, it turned into a strange face of the virus lord. Gal Lily fell to the ground in pain, and nanomolecules were generated on her body's surface, turning half of her body into silver. The deduction of the planetary computer really came true. Electronic destruction and physical destruction are actually happening at the same time. Faced with this kind of world-destroying level of cutscene CG, all players were at a loss. Unlike the previous cutscenes, this time, there is a system prompt, all players in the camp be careful, the trend of thought mechanical farming and warfare is disturbed. All players in the camp be careful, the trend of thought mechanical farming and warfare is disturbed. This civilization war, the chance of defeat is slightly increased. This civilization war, the chance of defeat is increased. This civilization war, the chance of defeat is greatly increased. No, even if you say so, it is difficult for us to do anything. A group of players silently complained. It is better than the last cyber tide. At least this time, when facing these mechanical virus plagues, players do not have to log off the whole process, but witness it all with their own eyes. However, has the game engine been upgraded? This level of cutscene animation, which is also calculated in real time, does not drop any frames. Excellent. However, what to do next? If the civilization war cannot be won, should we surrender? Or should we fight back and create a super dungeon for the revival of the Legion? Just when the players were thinking wildly, a strange change appeared in this vast interstellar battlefield. The first place where the change occurred was a star. Where there is a star system, there must be stars, and often more than one star. For example, in the star system, where the head blaster is located, there are 3 stars. Some players jokingly call it the three-body galaxy. Chapter 1498. On the Trisolarian planet, 2 of the 3 stars have completed the initial construction of Dyson spheres. The dense Dyson rings are wrapped around the surface of the star, absorbing heat energy, and converting it into various mechanical energy. Although it is impossible to complete the deep transformation from the surface to the center of the Earth, like ordinary planets, it is enough to absorb the heat energy on the surface to complete the mechanical energy supply of a star system. And around the star, there are thousands of space buildings. Logically speaking, this should be an important attack target of the virus mechanical army. This is indeed the case. The 10 virus mechanical legions have already completed more than 50% of the mechanical hacking and cut off the energy transmission system. But at this moment, some invisible structure unfolds in the corona, like a giant net, binding the boiling nuclear fusion reaction in a precise orbit. The originally chaotic magnetic field is combed into a regular conduction path, and the charged particle flow no longer erupts randomly, but rushes along the preset channel to form a logic gate array. Photons no longer escape in disorder. They are captured, stored, and released, forming a dynamic storage medium on the hot surface. Each radiation carries data. The balance between gravity and fusion pressure is broken. The core trembles in controlled compression. Each helium flash is like a super large-scale parallel calculation. This planet has now entered the thinking mode. Or in other words, the CPU mode. Also at another galaxy on the battlefield, in a nebula covering hundreds of astronomical units, the particles of the nebula no longer drift in disorder, but are precisely arranged to form a kind of huge display matrix. The charged clouds of hydrogen and helium are divided into blocks by the magnetic field, storing dynamic light and shadow data, and each electron transition represents the refresh of a pixel. Tiny solid particles form data channels, under the control of gravitational waves, like nanoscale copper wires, transmitting computing instructions to every corner of the nebula. Collapsed white dwarfs or neutron star fragments are embedded deep in the nebula, becoming a shading engine that converts raw energy into resolvable light signals. A huge graphics card of hundreds of astronomical units has also been activated. There are many celestial structures like this in the entire battlefield, including internal storage composed of asteroid belts, external storage composed of planets, liquid cooling systems composed of ice giants, motherboards composed of cosmic voids, and drive devices composed of void channels. I don't know when it started, but a supercomputer composed of different celestial units showed its true form. And the thought trend mechanical farming and warfare is its operating system. In the algorithm Tide, Nebula and Layer both changed their faces slightly. Why didn't they find this thing before? In the algorithm mode, the conclusion is almost instantaneous. Unclear, don't know. Unclear is that different technology trees, who knows what the other party has pointed out. Especially the Stellar Hardware series, it is the upper limit of a knowledge chain. They had no knowledge of this existence before. Never heard that other mechanical civilizations have developed corresponding technology. Without knowledge, there is naturally no prevention. As for not knowing, these stellar hardware have been in a long-term silent state before. There was no signal fluctuation, whether it was light signal, electromagnetic signal, space signal, or dark matter signal, it was always in silent mode. Without signal, there is no way to hack. So the enemy expected this? In the supreme algorithm, the previously suppressed light spot lit up again, turning into the shadow of the Root Lord, and warned the two of them very seriously. The calculation of the two-phase sphere is not omnipotent, and an executable solution is not necessarily executable. Nebula and Layer looked at each other. I understand your concerns, but at this point, we can no longer retreat. We are different from other civilizations. As the Superior Lord, you will not have any impact even if you betray all the lords, the Root Lord advised. The calculation of the two-phase sphere tells me that the galaxy computer does not exist at this stage of civilization. The other party does not have the ability to integrate these hardware. Exposing them in advance is only to save the mechanical ecology that has been devoured by us. It is highly likely that they only have one chance to be turned on. Stop talking, Rhizome. The faster the algorithm iteration, the more massive data needs to be handled. It has been a long time since a new Grand Lord was born. You know this? The Grand Lord of the Rhizome shut up. He knew that no matter what, he could not change the minds of these two. I will keep my opinion. Okay, redundant data is also data, junk programs are also programs, and the algorithm is acceptable. Absolute logic is running. It does not fire artillery fire or drive fleets, but directly invades the underlying architecture of the war, transforming the fight between steel and steel into a pure calculation. Similarly, all the star-level hardware was turned on. Layer was right about one thing. The galaxy computer is a power that only an ascending civilization can master. Even if two thoughts were superimposed, it fell into a large-scale, continuous explosion as soon as it was turned on. In the dark void, a star suddenly dimmed for a moment, as if its light was temporarily drained by some force. The same picture appeared in other star-level hardware. But at this moment, its light waves were re-encoded and spread outward at a precise mathematical frequency. This was the star of signal. The neighboring stars responded one by one, transmitting some kind of superphysical instructions, like dominoes. Their radiation spectra were adjusted, the photon flow was modulated, and the entire galaxy began to switch from a chaotic natural state to a computing mode. The entire star region seemed to be still for a moment. All celestial movements, energy flows, and material interactions were incorporated into a unified computing framework at this moment. Two different types of cosmic-level computing unfolded in a way that was difficult for outsiders to understand. The scene was neither grand nor spectacular. In fact, apart from the changes in the stars, there was no movement. This was not the start of the machine, but the entire star field itself was temporarily tamed and turned into a machine. I don't know how long it took. When the two algorithms ended, the entire battlefield, the range of more than a dozen star systems, was empty. There were no war machines or virus machines. Even the traces of the war seemed to have been wiped out. Only a few lonely mechanical planets were left, still hanging in the lonely vacuum of the universe. The head blaster blinked. He seemed to understand something. But he also seemed to understand nothing. However, the system prompt was very clear. Mechanized farming and warfare enters the secondary activation mode, and the player obtains the command of the camp's troops. However, where are the troops now? In a subspace with unknown coordinates. The figure of the Root Lord appeared instantly. Around him, there were algorithm fluctuations that digitized everything. In the past, only the superior lord could enjoy the treatment, but now he enjoyed it in advance. But he was not very happy. At least 4 lords fell in the collision, the nebula was severely damaged, and Lays was missing. All enemy star hardware was destroyed, and all arms were self-destructed. Our legion remained intact. If that's all, the result is not bad, but the problem is. With the help of the calculation of the two-phase ball, the vision of the Root Lord seemed to cross time and space, and saw the space strings, or void channels, that had been opened from at least 10 star fields. The number of mechanical planets and space infrastructure in many star systems is no less than that of the previous battlefield. I should have thought of it earlier. This is not an encounter, but a premeditated cross-star landing. There is definitely more than one landing point. At best, they just solved a vanguard. But it gave more mechanical armies the opportunity to mass produce and produce. And what they produced this time were all 90-level war-crazy machines evolved through war, as well as various optimized spaceships and starships, including mechanical planets, which are also process-optimized mechanical planets. Mechanical farming and warfare activation, 70%. Chapter 1499. Mechanical farming and warfare, the absolute order of steel and data. Activation, 70%. Description: mechanical farming and warfare is an extreme social and technological system that fully integrates technology, industry, and military into a single mechanized process. Its core creed is, the universe is a factory, war is production. Through algorithms, automation, and absolute standardization, all inefficiencies and uncertainties are eliminated, making civilization itself a war machine that never stops. Current status: preliminary establishment of farming and warfare mode. Gao Gong is drinking tea. Because he is very idle. So he can only drink tea when he is idle. By the way, brush the system. To be honest, the frequency of system prompts recently is so fast that it is different every time. Gao Gong can only pick some key points to take a look. During the Civilization War, the enemy civilization's high-level carrier monarch fell. As a civilization leader, your personal reputation increased by 2,000, the camp experience increased by 1 billion, and you obtained the high-level authority extraction *1. During the Civilization War, the enemy civilization's high-level assimilationist fell. As a civilization leader, your personal reputation increased by 2,000, the camp experience increased by 1 billion, and you obtained the high-level authority extraction *1 during the Civilization War. Although he did not go to the front line, in the process of this camp confrontation, Gao Gong can share the player's vision. So basically, he witnessed the beginning and end of the war with his own eyes. From the opening of the space string at the beginning to the algorithm war between the galaxy computer and the virus machinery high level. He was eating melons on the front line. Is the virus machinery civilization weak? In fact, it is not weak at all. At least in the eyes of the senior engineer, it is more powerful than more than half of the civilizations of the Anti-Insect Alliance. From the perspective of a virtual veteran, during the not-so-long war, the other side has evolved more than 10,000 targeted mechanical viruses. The reason why these viruses have little presence is that, on the one hand, the self-pointed black box computer, a restrained planetary host, and on the other hand, the new war-mad machinery is fully equipped with mechanical human hardware comparable to 8.0 biological computers. In the third-level civilization stage, this is the upper limit of individual computing power. And this level of war is impossible to give the other side a chance to slowly infiltrate. A quarter of an hour on stage, 10 years of hard work off stage, this is also effective for mechanical viruses. Unable to complete multiple iterations, there is no way to carry out targeted evolution. In this situation of being targeted from beginning to end, the other side can still forcibly induce a trend of thought, with the help of the pulsar signal, forcibly iterate all virus machines. This level has completely exceeded the level of early civilization. This is definitely a level higher than the civilization that relies on the power of the big turn, forcibly points out one or two sets of fourth-level civilization weapons, and then uses them as the trump card of war. This is not a performance comparison of a certain weapon, nor is it an interstellar war, but a war of technology trees. Two different technology trees, driven by the will of the top leaders, completed an all-round confrontation. Of course, the enemy lost miserably. If it was just an ordinary interstellar war, the number of enemy high-level people might not have died so much, especially under the special civilization ecology of the virus mechanical civilization. Senior engineer casually pulled out the authority of the high level. You get the quantum recursive decision algorithm. Quantum recursive decision algorithm. Simulate all possible future branches within nanoseconds, and select the optimal strategic path, suitable for building large-scale war engines. I drew two more. You get the ultimate deterrence algorithm. Ultimate deterrence algorithm. Automatically evaluate the survival threshold of civilization and trigger the mutual destruction protocol when the enemy is about to win. Is this the AI version of the sword holder? If Luo Ji had this thing, he would have retired long ago. You get the supercomputing gospel. Supercomputing gospel. Automatically generate the gospel doctrine according to the mechanical ecology and strengthen the collective consciousness of the machinery. This is good. Gao Gong's eyes lit up. Although the individual combat power of the war-mad machinery is invincible, the biggest trouble is that they cannot cooperate. This kind of cooperation is not about tactical cooperation, but further cooperation. For example, the planet barrier of the planet guard can never be installed. But with this, the collective consciousness of all mechanical bodies can be strengthened and the difficulty of cooperation can be reduced. Gao Gong lit up the gospel on the spot. Soon, a large number of doctrine algorithms began to be reinterpreted, as if countless religious leaders were debating. Finally, the new gospel of the mechanical department was debated. Algorithm is God, war is prayer. Mechanical farming and warfare. The gospel of the legion. Looking at this doctrine-like statement, Gao Gong fell silent. Is this the rhythm of cultivating the mechanical cult himself? It seems to make sense. After all, the war-mad civilization is based on genetic totalitarianism as the cornerstone of its rule, and the Not family is based on family genes as inheritance. Mechanical civilization naturally does not have such a foundation. Then it seems reasonable to take doctrine as collective consciousness. It seems that there is not much disobedience when the Gao family ancestral temple is upgraded to the Gao family church. Let's try it after this war is over. The mechanical cult, farming and warfare, always feel an indescribable sense of déjà vu. It seems that I have seen similar settings in some games. In addition to the Legion Gospel, which may be very useful, the remaining types are all algorithms like the ultimate deterrence algorithm, which looks very cool, but is actually useless. However, I haven't completed the previous task yet, and another boss template task is coming? Looking at the leader reputation that was originally 291,300 and now jumped to 321,300, 50,000 to open a boss template task. Gao Gong knew that there was another big job. The last civilization conquest task has not been completed yet. And the task that was refreshed this time, huh? It seems that the possibility of completion is higher than the previous one? Leadership task, ultimate knowledge, level 3 civilization. Difficulty, unknown. Task brief. Guide your civilization to upgrade the technology branch, unlock and master the key technology nodes, and ensure the survival and hegemony of the species. Task objective: develop more than half, 6, of the knowledge chains to the upper limit, and obtain the cross-civilization equipment of the professional knowledge chain. Task reward 1, a boss template. Task reward 2, new civilization thought, optional. It turns out that the reward for this boss template task is not only the boss template. Gao Gong also noticed that the original boss template task had become a leader task at some point. So, only after lighting up the civilization can the leader task enter the second stage. Gao Gong was thoughtful. Compared to the previous civilization conquest, this new leader task is not difficult, especially for him. As long as you brush the blueprints step by step and brush the blueprints of a professional knowledge chain to the theoretical limit, you can automatically obtain cross-civilization equipment. The previous war happened to accumulate trillions of faction experience. Moreover, the previous body-wise and advanced space theory have been brushed to the point close to the limit. As long as a little more brushing, it can be successfully broken through. Sure enough, there are more benefits in war. This is more than one level more than fighting hard. Especially the manipulator behind the civilization war is Director Du. This means that not only do I not have to fight hard, I don't even have to use my brain. In fact, from planning to implementation of this war, it seems that I really did nothing. The happiness of a dog who wins by lying down is so simple and unpretentious. Gao Gong continued to drink a sip of tea and sat watching the clouds and dogs in the sky. Quite comfortable. Chapter 1500. When Qin Jinzi found Engineer Gao, he saw his boss wearing shorts, holding a ceramic cup, basking in the artificial sun, looking relaxed and sleepy. He was speechless. I haven't retired yet. How come you are dying? And now we are fighting a civilization war. You should be more serious. Boss. Oh, it's Xiao Qin. What do you want to talk to me about? Seeing the other party's face of a retired old cadre, Qin Jinzi's mouth twitched and said, Boss, now is the important period for the Legion to launch the first civilization war. You don't command in the center, but go outside to bask in the sun? When can't you bask in the sun? Command what? Engineer Gao said in surprise. You want me to micromanage thousands of light years away? Who do you think I am? You think too highly of me. Then we can feel more at ease when you return to the headquarters. President Du is not here. We can. Don't we have to rely on you? Gao Gong thought for a moment and refused. The sunlight angle over there is not good. It's uncomfortable. I am happy to stay here. Qin Jinzi took a deep breath and said, Then you have to accept the diplomatic application of the Anti-Insect Alliance, right? Hasn't this always been your responsibility? Gao Gong wondered, if you want people, money, and resources, where can you not get them? Have you forgotten that they opened the door to you? Isn't it because they want you to assassinate the Insect Queen? Gao Gong slapped his forehead and suddenly said, It seems to be the case, but they can't find the Insect Queen. I can't do anything about it. You go, delay as much as you can, talk nonsense as much as you can. Don't you know what the focus of the camp is now? Qin Jinzi sighed. Of course, I know what the only big thing in the camp is now. Isn't it impossible to delay it? Her eyes flashed with a trace of electronic fluctuations, and she handed over another encrypted communication number. Gao Gong lazily took it, narrowed his eyes, and his attitude was indeed a bit more serious. A communication invitation from the leader of a civilization. Did the other side know something? I also suspect that the other side knows something. Although I dare not directly confirm it, I must have obtained some information, so I came to test it, Qin Jinzi said seriously. Mr. Du told me that she has also contacted some forces. Most of these forces are not important, but there are also 2 diplomatic representatives of the 3rd level civilization. It is true that a single move affects the whole body. The war between 2 civilizations cannot be just a matter between the 2 civilizations. In that case, then accept it. Gao Gong lazily accepted the communication invitation. Soon, his consciousness seemed to have crossed countless light years and appeared in a cosmic vacuum. 3 figures exuding a terrifying aura appeared in this outer space with a level of realism that surpassed holographic projection. Generally speaking, this is because after one's own strength breaks through a certain ceiling, even if it is just a projection, one can change the surrounding environment through one's own power. The largest one, with countless void tentacles curling and extending among the stars, is naturally Gao Gong's old acquaintance, Shrek's cellmate, the void giant octopus monster. Gao Gong has always suspected that the other party has undergone some taboo transformations, or even some problems, otherwise it would not be so easy to reach a PY deal with him. As for the person on the left of the giant octopus, he is also an old acquaintance, the federal speaker of the Merida people, the master of the Book of Coevolution. And in Gao Gong's mind, the unlucky guy who could be possessed by the Queen of Insects at any time. As for the last person, it was the first time Gao Gong saw him. He was the supreme commander of the Galen people. In theory, he was also his former leader. This little old man with golden skin was sandwiched between the other two civilization leaders. He looked particularly inconspicuous. Apart from his golden skin, he was no different from an ordinary old man. He had heavy bags under his eyes, and his eyes were dim. It seemed completely inconsistent with the image of the civilization leader, who had the strongest desire for expansion and the strongest military force before the Queen of Insects. But as soon as the other party opened his mouth, Gao Gong knew that this guy had everything. If it weren't for that little bug hiding here and there, it would be really troublesome to find it. I would have wiped out your resource planet right now to give you a warning. Gao Gong smiled and pulled his pants. You should have warned me earlier. You should have warned me when you were in the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn Whale. Otherwise, people would misunderstand that you are untrustworthy, and misunderstand that the Galen army is decadent, which would be a big problem. The old man with golden skin raised his head slightly, and the stars dimmed. Gao Gong smiled even more deeply, and the carbon-based kings behind him roared. Okay, what's there to be angry about? Now we are all on the same boat. The Speaker of the Federal Parliament frowned and interrupted both sides. Mr. G, you didn't meet our demands. I thought your demands were based on coercion. But you agreed after all, didn't you? No one tried to investigate the cause of death of the more than 20 senior members of the Alliance, who died in the Mills counterattack, and no one retaliated against you. I thought this was a very sincere condition. Seeing that Gao Gong wanted to say something, the speaker interrupted him directly. Don't try to defend yourself. There are only a few of us here. There is no need to use diplomatic terms on people of our level. Gao Gong shrugged and said, You asked me to assassinate the Queen of Insects, but you have to tell me her coordinates. Do I have to shout to the whole world that I want to fight her alone? You are not willing to cooperate with our actions. Of course I don't want to. It's a mindless spy operation. The intelligence is unknown, the location is unknown, and the method is unknown. What if you send me to a place to be surrounded and killed? Don't think you can't do such a thing. The Speaker of the Federal Parliament frowned, and finally showed a trace of impatience on his extremely handsome face. A voice that was neither male nor female, but very pleasant, fell into the minds of the three people present just right. In fact, according to the intelligence we have obtained, the Queen of Insects seems to have returned to the second star zone. Okay, Gao Gong said straightforwardly. What? Don't you want me to assassinate the Queen of Insects? I agree to take action. The three civilization leaders were all stunned by Gao Gong's trick and looked at each other. After a moment, the golden old man frowned and said, Reason? In the first star zone, I am worried about you causing trouble, but I am not worried about you in the territory of other insects. Gao Gong's frankness is painful. Will you cooperate with our actions? The Lord of the Void continued. Cooperate, of course. I will cooperate in any way you want me to cooperate, in any posture. In the second star zone, a mechanized star system that is almost exactly the same as before. Du Xiaodi also ended a diplomatic meeting. She thought for a while, and looked at Desala. What do you think of these two civilizations, the superconducting consortium and the Ruster civilization? Desira pondered. At present, both civilizations have revealed requests for cooperation, including intelligence cooperation, resource exchange, and regional coordination. The reasons of these two civilizations are reasonable. They have been hacked by virus machines, and important civilization technology intelligence has been stolen. There is also more convincing intelligence. The civilizations that drove the Queen of Insects from the second star zone to the first star zone include these two civilizations. So we have reason to believe that in the second star zone, a civilization alliance similar to the Anti-Insect Alliance has emerged. Chapter 1501. When Gao Gong logged off from the communication mode, he saw Qin Jinzi looking at him seriously. Gao Gong touched his chin. Strange, they don't seem to have discovered what we did in the second star zone. Qin Jinzi was stunned. I promised them to deal with the Queen of Insects in the second star zone. After saying this, Qin Jinzi frowned and his face became more serious. Of course, I definitely didn't do it alone. They couldn't be so confident in me. They revealed several candidates to me, one of whom is very interesting. Gao Gong had a strange expression. The new Lord of the Colossus Kingdom, of course, has not yet been appointed. It is said that he will officially take office after this mission. The new Lord of the Colossus Kingdom? Although Qin Jinzi didn't know that Gao Gong had dealt with his predecessor, He found it incredible to hear that a leader of a new civilization would actually participate in such a dangerous assassination mission. However, she did not dwell on this topic. What other civilization leaders like to do is other people's business. The leader of her civilization must not take risks, especially for others. Boss, now is the time when you don't need to personally go out and open up a new path for us. Qin Jinzi sincerely advised, your safety is the most important thing for our entire civilization. Gao Gong looked at him with some surprise. His expression was a little subtle. Many of his previous adventures were basically driven by the system, but it felt good to be able to gain the loyalty and gratitude of his subordinates. Don't take risks in anything, Gao Gong asked back. When your general manager, Du, went to the front line in person, did you advise him? You have also seen the post-war deduction of the entire battle situation. If Director Du did not follow the plan and left a step later, and waited until the enemy completely evolved the data tied and iterated the algorithm, would she be safe? Immortality does not mean immortality. Eternals also have their limits. In fact, if Du Xiaodi had really left a step later, the group of high-ranking virus mechanical officials would have forced her to stay at all costs. And the restart of the galaxy computer may not necessarily restart a cosmic noble. Qin Jinzi was silent. She couldn't say that compared to Du Xiaodi, the one in front of her was much more important. Although Du Xiaodi's work was irreplaceable, there was only one person who was truly irreplaceable in the eyes of the old people who came out of the Machine Lai Star. Don't worry, I don't really plan to work for those people, and don't forget that I have a lot of backup plans. Senior Engineer pointed out something. As a high-ranking civilization official, Qin Jinzi naturally knew that the laboratory where Dr. Yu was located had a rare explosion of scientific research results, and after testing, those biological weapons could still infect even against the existence of the king level. In fact, according to her idea, she would rather use these highly targeted biotechnologies to replace Gao Gong and strengthen the anti-insect alliance. This would actually be a better effect. But for some reason, she could vaguely feel that her boss was not willing to see the alliance make much progress, as if he was waiting for something. Since it was confirmed that Gao Gong would bring these things, and even some researchers, Qin Jinzi was reluctantly relieved. At worst, even if they were besieged by the insect army, these biological weapons could create space for this person to escape. After Qin Jinzi left, Gao Gong was still sitting on the top of the hill basking in the sun. According to the set program, the artificial sun began to set. The outline of the mountaintop gradually blurred in the twilight, as if an invisible hand was kneading the edges. At first, there were only a few tiny cracks, like the lines of a dry riverbed, spreading silently. The rocks groaned, and the debris rolled down and fell into the black cracks that suddenly appeared. There was no bottom there, only a sticky void. The air was filled with a cold fishy smell, not rotten, but something older and more hollow, like the embers after the stars went out. When the first tentacle pierced the mountain, the rock did not collapse, but seemed to be dissolved by some corrosive force, silently softened, collapsed, and was greedily wrapped and swallowed by the tentacles. Then came the second and the third. They coiled up from all directions, like a hungry python tightening its prey. The mountain was twisted and deformed under their squeezing. The suction cups of the tentacles were close to the rock wall. Every wriggling tore off large pieces of rock, crushed into black powder, and merged into their sticky bodies. Some tentacles cracked at the end, revealing jagged suction cups, with ominous purple light flashing inside, like the eyes of the abyss. They probed into the belly of the mountain, stirring, searching, and hollowing out the entire mountain from the inside. The outline of the mountaintop gradually blurred, no longer solid land, but a chaotic scene entangled, torn, and dissolved by countless tentacles. But the magical thing is that only Gao Gong saw such a weird, evil, and even evil god scene. And Gao Gong still sat on the top of the mountain calmly, allowing these tentacles pulsating like blood vessels to wrap him up and sink. Then, he saw a pair of bright red eyeballs. I wonder why you are so easy to cooperate with me. Your symptoms are in the late stage, much more serious than the old helmsman I know. But it seems that you have taken another path. His body is fine, but he is troubled by the pollution of the evil god, while your body has problems, and can only absorb the evil god's breath to suppress it. How is it? Is the evil power collector I borrowed from you still working? The monster on the opposite side stared at Gao Gong, and the terrible breath it exhaled seemed to be able to devour the person in front of it at any time. Finally, the monster said in a muffled voice, It's okay. Gao Gong looked up at the sky and sighed. I thought you asked me to be here, but I didn't expect you to come here in person. What's more amazing is that you actually passed through the virtual membrane silently, which was the technological product of the string controller back then. They couldn't seal me back then. What can they do now? The monster's voice changed again. And it was not only its voice that changed, but also its body. The eye of the abyss in the suction cup slowly retracted, and the hideous and terrifying flesh tentacles became slender, like the cold light of deep-sea creatures, flowing in the night, and each tentacle became translucent, with stardust-like fragmented light flashing inside. The huge monster disappeared, replaced by the Lord of the Void, a certain civilization leader who had just video chatted with Gao Gong. "Try it, one of our camp's specialties, the wine made from ore. I don't know if you like it." Gao Gong threw a dimensional bag over, and the opponent's tentacles seemed to pass through space and pierced into the dimensional bag. After the sucking sound, they quickly came to a conclusion. "Part of my reproductive genes have evolved, and some species with strong reproductive ability should like it very much." "That's fine. The Queen of Insects will not accept your cheap flattery, and although we all doubt its IQ, it will not fall into such a simple trap." "Are you crazy?" the Lord of the Void said bluntly. Just brewing casually, don't think too much," Senior Engineer said with a chuckle. "By the way, why are you so anxious this time? I thought your methods would be more advanced, but I didn't expect it was just pressure from the leader of the civilization." "There's no way." The civilization coordinates of the Galen people were almost touched by the insects. "It's strange that he can endure it." The Lord of the Void casually told the truth. Chapter 1502. It's like this, Senior Engineer realized. No wonder the old man with golden skin opened fire at full force right from the start, and was almost blocked by the Queen of Insects. You should know that the insect civilization has two killer moves. One is the subatomic insectide, a subatomic level soldier, which is a half-dimensional strike in the third-level civilization. In fact, even now, the anti-insect weapons that can be developed are of limited use. Except for a few mechanical troops made of super alloys for close combat, most of them are actually long-range strikes and elimination. This is equivalent to banning the most powerful explosive soldier ability of these nearly 10 mechanical civilizations. After all, no matter how many soldiers you have, what's the use if you can't deal damage? The other is the home of the Queen of Insects. The insect civilization is a typical hive civilization. The Queen's will is the will of civilization. The Queen of Insects is both the strongest biological weapon of civilization and the strongest explosive soldier machine. Moreover, the people of the insect civilization have a mysterious connection with the Queen of the insect race, and they can share the same position with her no matter where she is. Combined with the powerful space troop transport capability of the insect civilization, it is a standard central blooming tactic. The military weapons of the Galen people are very strong, but their military technology is not very good. They can't rely on indiscriminate long-range strikes to perish together with the Queen of the insect race, right? This is still the best ending. According to the negative teaching material of the Black Machine civilization, the Queen of the insect race is not so easy to kill. Even if the civilization trump card is deployed, it is a bit difficult to perish together. Gao Gong pondered carefully, and the Lord of the Void on the opposite side did not say anything. After a moment of silence, Gao Gong continued to speak. "You came here in person, not just to talk to me about the gossip of the Galen people." The voice of the Lord of the Void returned to that kind of androgynous, but pleasant voice, and the spiritual fluctuations were full of wisdom. "How much do you know about the three sealed objects?" Gao Gong was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to talk about this. However, the object of the other party's discussion must be the genuine Cybertron general, not himself, the counterfeit. Fortunately, I had talked with the Starry Sky before, and the collector also added some details, otherwise the counterfeit, might have been exposed. After all, as the captain of the security team, it is understandable that he doesn't know the password of the safe, but he doesn't even know what is being transported, which is somewhat dereliction of duty. So Gao Gong thought, the Queen of Insects must be one of them. Among the remaining two, one of them seems to be a mass of flesh and blood? It's not flesh and blood. It's something on the surface of flesh and blood. Really? Gao Gong said in surprise. His surprise was not fake. He had been guessing that the blood and flesh might be a part of a species that failed to ascend, or something like the hair of the old master. It turned out that the sealed object was not blood and flesh, but what was it? A moldy fungus? A strange idea suddenly popped up in Gao Gong's mind. Have you ever thought that if the insect queen was released, the other two sealed objects might also be released? One of the tentacle of the Lord of the Void lit up, and at the tip of the tentacle, a suction cup opened up like a flower bud, revealing a bloody red glow. Gao Gong's hair stood up immediately, and a biological instinctive alert instantly reached its peak. To be honest, he had never been so alert when facing the three civilization leaders before. Gao Gong did not touch them, but instead swiped out the other party's attributes through the air. Symbiotic ulcers, high-risk infectious sores, level 4 parasitic wounds will force the host to feed it with fresh blood and flesh, otherwise it will induce carbon-based cancer and generate endless abscesses. Level 4 and below are non-immune. Looking at the red bubbles that kept expanding in the red glow, Gao Gong silently took 2 steps back with a complicated expression, as if he was looking at a pile of shit. For carbon-based species, this thing is indeed shitty enough. Is this a seal? To be precise, it is a derivative of the seal, and its origin may be beyond your expectations. Was it discovered in a carbon-based civilization? Carbon-based network or seed of life? No, it comes from the Galen people, and it is the Galen People's Civilization Inheritance Project. Civilization Inheritance Project? Gao Gong instantly thought of Ms. Hepa with a big belly and the biological aura just displayed, which was no less than his own golden-skinned old man. No way. If so, then this news is really quite explosive. Gao Gong did not doubt that the other party was fooling him, and the void species was one of the species that was best at espionage and infiltration. The most important thing is that, except for discussing this matter with him, a former mechanical master, this Can spirit really seemed to have no other way. No wonder the other party slipped over happily. I also found the same thing in the 2 carbon-based civilizations you mentioned. This time, the evidence the other party produced was more convincing. One was the contaminated gene seed, exclusive technology of the seed of life, and the other was the biological network hyphae, exclusive to the carbon-based network. Looking at the 3 blood-red halos, 1 large and 2 small, Gao Gong was silent for a long time before he said, "Are you trying to tell me that the Anti-Insect Alliance is resisting the sealed insects outside, but the inside has already been infiltrated by another sealed object?" The Lord of the Void was silent. "Oh, I almost forgot. In fact, you are also a sealed object, but not the sealed object of the mechanical overlord, but the sealed object of the stringer, my fellow inmate." The Lord of the Void swung his huge transparent tentacles, and was quite dissatisfied with Gao Gong's ridicule. "I am different from them. I created civilization. They are troublemakers, destroyers, and apostles of chaos. Moreover, the power of 2 sealed objects has already appeared, so the possibility of the 3rd sealed object escaping is also very high." Gao Gong's heart moved when he heard it. "Tell me, is there a possibility that the Queen of Insects rushed into the 1st star zone with such fanfare, in fact, to unseal the flesh and blood seal? I have anticipated this possibility a long time ago, but there is no evidence, and it is possible to alarm the seal. If it contaminates the 2 carbon-based civilizations, the situation may be completely ruined. More than that, Gao Gong thought of the book of coevolution that recorded the Queen of Insects, and the Galen people, who might also be contaminated. For civilizations turned against them, plus the already strong insect civilization, the Thousand Faces civilization, and the virus machine civilization. 7 against 5, damn, the situation is reversed. Gao Gong did a simple calculation with his elementary school math, and felt that this anti-insect alliance would be doomed sooner or later. No wonder the Lord of the Void came in person. What a bunch of pig teammates. Looking at the other party swinging his tentacles in annoyance, Gao Gong thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "Don't be so pessimistic. If the power of civilization can be so easily overturned, then the dominant force of this galaxy now should be the 3 seals you mentioned. Even the Queen of Insects developed civilization first before wreaking havoc on the galaxy." He knew why this Can spirit was so annoyed. As a climbing inmate and whitewashing leader, he hated those guys who didn't come ashore, and still messed around the most. Especially as a test subject, he hated those species invasions that were done secretly. The most troublesome thing was that he didn't know what level this invasion had reached. Chapter 1503. In that case, is there a trick in sending me to assassinate the Queen of Insects this time? Gao Gong suddenly had an idea. There were problems with the gold and silver skins, plus a new Colossus leader. It looked quite wrong. Why do you think so? The Lord of the Void was surprised, and then explained. In fact, the one who proposed the assassination this time was none other than the new Colossus leader. The Galans and Myrtas only provided cooperation, and I did not find any derivatives of the seal from the Colossus. Gao Gong understood what the other party meant, and from the other party's perspective, the Colossus was the least likely to compromise with the Queen of Insects after a civilization leader was killed by the Queen of Insects. Gao Gong picked up the porcelain cup and took a sip of tea, and stopped talking. He is not a genuine Cybertron, so it is useless to ask him for this matter. Not to mention that he has no information on this matter. Even if he has it, he will not take it out now. At least from his perspective, weakening the strength of the Anti-Insect Alliance, or even destroying one or two allied civilizations, may not be a completely bad thing. The greater the pressure on the Anti-Insect Alliance, the more generous the conditions will be, especially for an emerging mechanical civilization. However, the Lord of the Void probably does not know the etiquette of serving tea to see off guests. On some rolling tentacles, the scenes of several surrounding star systems are reflected. Each star system is like a huge mechanical honeycomb, and the cold metallic luster flickers under the light of the star. The star is wrapped in layers of interlaced Dyson structures, like a furnace bound by chains, and the hot energy is accurately extracted and transported to various planetary factories along the energy pipelines, like optical cables. The surface of the Earth's forge was churning with silver-gray liquid metal, shaping itself like a living thing, sometimes turning into precision parts, sometimes decomposing into atomic dust, and reorganizing under the constraints of the magnetic field. You are developing civilization too fast. You have developed a mechanical civilization under our noses without anyone noticing, and in such a short time. The tone of the Lord of the Void was full of amazement. To be honest, he was also shocked when he came in, and almost thought he was in the wrong place. As an old predecessor who lit up civilization, he knew very well how difficult it would be to do this. He, who inherited part of the legacy of the Stringer, almost failed to do this step. How did the other party do this? So, the carbon-based body is just a cover-up, covering up that you created a mechanical civilization. You acted really well. Gao Gong still didn't speak. For him, who has a civilization panel system, this is not that difficult. But it's good for the other party to make up his mind like this. So, it was you who made the commotion in the second star zone? Gao Gong's mind moved. What do you know? After the Queen of Insects almost touched the Galen people's nest, we detected that a large-scale virus machine army chose to retreat. Later, we confirmed with the familiar civilization in the second star zone that the nest of those virus machines seemed to have been attacked by a strange mechanical civilization. Although it was not accurate, it was not far off. Gao Gong nodded gently, acknowledging this point. The Lord of the Void was even more amazed, and his big eyes, comparable to those of satellites, also showed a sense of intimacy. The two sides have similar origins, and even similar states. One is a test subject with damaged origin, and the other is infected with the biological virus of the cyber test field, and was abandoned in this galaxy by the mechanical master. But neither of them chose to give up, but became the most powerful civilization master in this universe. Very inspiring. Gao Gong can naturally feel the attitude of the other party. He also needs to develop an ally among the allies. And from the body of this big octopus, he can feel the taboo and evil god aura that is 100 times stronger than Sister G. The other party has obviously accepted some kind of taboo transformation, and it is a transformation on the void side, so it is definitely useless to use the trick of maxing out the human body taboo to deal with the taboo. Because the void species are notoriously formless. Gao Gong suddenly had an idea in his mind. Have you ever considered completely transforming into the old days? The root and stem lord appeared on the periphery of the Death Nebula. This nebula is like a festering fog, gray and turbid, slowly dispersing in the universe. Its gas has long cooled, and no longer breathes new stars. Only thin hydrogen and helium are left, floating weakly like dying breaths. Occasionally, there are residual charged particles passing by, bursting out a faint blue-cold light in the darkness, which is fleeting, like the look back of the dead. Although it was the same scene before, when he came here again, the mentality of the Root Lord was completely different. Moreover, there are no nearly 20 virus mechanical lords descending here. Broken star debris floated on the edge of the nebula. The fragments of the planet, the ice shells of comets, and the broken bones of asteroids were all worn away by time and wrapped in a layer of frosty white dust. At this time, with his arrival, these star remains formed an old face, still withering dust. It was the Nebula Lord. The Root Lord came straight to the point. That mechanical civilization has completed mechanized production in nearly 100 star systems. Do you know what this means? This mechanical civilization is different from other mechanical civilizations, very different. There is no obstacle in their transformation from production to militarization, and the intermediate process is zero. The other party's technological level is extremely high, especially in the mechanized transformation of various stars, which is stronger than any mechanical civilization we know. They are also very efficient in energy utilization, and very open to technology sharing. Almost every mechanical planet has an assembly line for building advanced mechanical soldiers. At present, I can't see the power and organizational structure of this mechanical civilization. This mechanical civilization gives me the feeling of those bugs. So does this mechanical civilization also have a queen? Although the Nebula Lord looked miserable, he said in a relaxed tone. The queen we know so far is the image sent back by the carrier before she died. The Root Lord summoned a holographic projection, and the figure in the projection was Du Xiaodi. So, do you mean that this strange civilization is invincible? No, on the contrary, I think what this civilization is showing now is its strongest point, and its weakest point. It is like a tide that is constantly accumulating power, and setting off a tidal wave. Although one wave is higher than another, as long as you block the opponent's first wave, the power displayed by the opponent will recede on a large scale. So, according to what you mean, you want to apply for the second evolution of the Supreme Algorithm? That's right, and it's not just us who are doing it. The Thousand Faces and the bugs will join forces with us. Then why do you want to do this? Nebula suddenly asked an incredible question, which made the Root Lord stunned. Are we enemies of this strange civilization? Why must we risk all the evolution of the Supreme Algorithm for a failed local war? Let's take a step back and say that even if this mechanical civilization tries to locate us, can they really do it? Chapter 1504. The Root Lord was stunned for a moment. His expression became very strange, and the electronic virus flow on his body flashed several times. You? Are you stupid? Who wanted to launch the pulsar in the first place? I couldn't stop it even if I wanted to. Now it's at this point, you want to stop it? The Nebula Lord showed a strange expression. Root, this is the advantage of our civilization. We are scattered, without organization, and we don't recognize our relatives. We seek benefits and avoid harm. Even if all the lords are killed by the enemy, as long as the Supreme Algorithm is still iterating, new lords can be born continuously. This is much safer than you risking the two-phase ball algorithm being cracked by others, and forcibly starting a civilization war. I can't understand it either. You forcibly stopped me and Lays at the beginning, but now you are trying to forcibly promote the civilization war. I remember that it seems that you are not the one who is backfired by the algorithm? The other party's logic seems to make sense. But, where is Lays? I don't know. Before I was attacked by the algorithm, I seemed to see a dark hand forcibly grabbing Lays' body. So one of our superiors was captured by the enemy, and you didn't say anything? The Root Lord once again felt this incompatibility. The Nebula Lord was even more surprised than him. The moment she was captured by the enemy, the algorithm would deprive her of her functions. I thought you knew this common sense? Or do you think she would expose the secrets of our civilization? Don't forget that the two-phase ball algorithm is an encryption algorithm that cannot be cracked by information technology of the same level. The two virus machine lords both felt that there was something wrong with the other's brain. The Root Lord was silent for a while, and said, no matter what, I will continue my plan. I will continue to advance with the Thousand Faces and the Bug King. Don't ruin my business. You are still as joking as before. I don't even care about your life or death, so how can I care about what you do? The Nebula Lord teased, but there is a small problem. Only the Superior Lord has the function of promoting algorithm iteration. Are you? The Root Lord did not speak, but looked at the other party silently. In the vision of the Nebula Lord, the other party changed all of a sudden. He stood at the junction of data and reality, both a machine and an algorithm. The two looked at each other, and the world was decomposed into variables and functions in their eyes, and everything collapsed into computable parameters. Their judgment did not rely on intuition, but on cold mathematical violence. Any problem in front of the two would be disassembled, analyzed, and crushed until the only optimal solution was obtained. I don't know how long it took. When Lord Nebula emerged from the Death Nebula, Lord Rhizome had already disappeared. Superior algorithm? Lord Nebula showed a confused expression for the first time. In the eyes of ordinary lords, the Superior Lord is the Superior Lord, the top existence that holds the power of civilization. Although their civilization is scattered, the top lord is the top lord, who doesn't want to go further, but in the eyes of the real top lord, there is no so-called Superior Lord, only the Superior Algorithm. In other words, any lord who has mastered the Superior Algorithm can be promoted to the Superior Lord. The so-called Superior Algorithm is actually the two-phase ball algorithm. If I have to describe it, it is different versions. 7b, 67b, v1, v2, v3, roughly like this. Each version represents the different requirements of the Supreme Algorithm for scale, professional field, and computing needs. So, it is not that the Superior Lord has proved the Superior Algorithm, but the Superior Algorithm requires different computing carriers. But when did the root and stem master this algorithm? For the first time, the Nebula Lord expressed confusion about the iteration of the two-phase ball algorithm. Because different Superior Lords may get different results for the future when performing algorithm iteration, But it is impossible to get completely opposite results. But isn't this the opposite? Attack and defend against aliens. Standing on the bow, Bowsy was full of vigor and vitality, with 100,000 troops behind him. Not an imaginary number, but a real 100,000 war starships. These starships were suspended in the void, like a nebula made of metal. Each ship hull was glowing with a cold glimmer, and the engine nozzles occasionally flickering like breathing. Wow, haha, those idiots who went out to lurk should be regretting it now, and crying wet their pants. In the communication channel, there was Sister G's rampant smile, as well as colorful and personalized metaphors. Sister G, I have to remind you in a friendly way that although these starships of ours are all free from the camp, and you don't have to pay for them if they are blown up, but you are using my share, please cherish it a little. Since attack and defend against aliens, players have automatically lit up the faction arms command, and can obtain the starships, spaceships, mechanical arms, and weapons and equipment provided by the camp for free. Not only is it free to use, you don't have to repair it if it explodes. However, there are still restrictions on exchange. It mainly depends on your battlefield contribution. To be honest, there are not many people in this regard. After all, every war mad mech has a full set of 8.0 mechanical computers installed, and most players only exchange for a few functions of a certain version with their own money. In addition to battlefield contribution, there are other conditions to meet, and there are quite a few. For example, if your starship command and spaceship driving have reached the master level, it goes without saying that you must have a fleet. And if you have also reached level 10 or above in star exploration, it goes without saying that you must have a fully equipped exploration ship. And if your mechanical legion command has reached the advanced level, naturally, there will be corresponding mechanical legions to provide. In addition to these professional talents, players who have mechanical cities in the camp can also exchange starships for free. A mechanical city provides 10,000 starships or 50,000 spaceships for free. A rich man like Bowsy naturally earned a lot of starships, and then Sister G got a lot of free stuff from him. Why don't you go find your good sister? The head of PP is now the minister of the mother city, and has the most first-hand information and intelligence. You can get some good information, so that we can also brush up the battlefield points. Since he got free stuff from her, Bowsy naturally wanted to get free stuff from others, so he urged Sister G to use the back door of her good sister. I've been busy recently. I heard that those virus machines have retreated, but they left behind a lot of virtual viruses. Pippi has been very busy recently. Virtual viruses, there's really nothing we can do about it. Bowsy shrugged. Although he seemed to have a kind of mortality syndrome on the battlefield, which never worked, but now, with 100,000 troops in hand, he suddenly felt that he was able to do it again. Moreover, in addition to these starships, he also prepared a lot of good things. According to gossip, after this war, the camp will be officially promoted to civilization, and it is possible to appoint a planet governor. That's the planet governor. Bowsy has been coveting the profits of the planet black market for a long time. Go to this coordinate. I can vaguely feel that this coordinate has some special aura. Sister G's voice came from the communication channel. Bowsy didn't really let Sister G get it for free. As a little evil god, this one has powerful and strange abilities in exploration and search. Soon, the starship entered the jump mode, the engine core suddenly lit up, and the dazzling blue-white light burst out from the inside. The next second, the entire starship began to disintegrate. It was not shattered, but some more bizarre dissipation. The armor, the barrel, the cabin, every inch of metal turned into billions of light particles, like a sand painting blown away by the wind. These light particles did not fly around in disorder, but spirally collapsed along a higher dimensional trajectory, dragging countless streamer trajectories in the void. Soon, Bowsy's starship army jumped to the coordinates specified by Sister G. Then, they were surrounded by the Thousand Faces army that came to support them. Chapter 1505. After a brief moment of confusion, Bowsy immediately became furious. He felt that he had been cheated again, and started to rant on the communication channel. You idiot! Where did you bring us to? Just tell me whether I have brought you to find good things. A whole civilized army. The minimum is also 1 billion. Sister G argued. Then is this a virus machine? It looks like a virus, but it looks like a machine, so how can it not be a virus machine? No matter how Bowsy was furious, or how Sister G argued. After confirming that the two fleets were isolated and helpless, the other side immediately launched a stranglehold. Hundreds of millions of Thousand Faces instantly collapsed on the spot, floating in the vacuum, like billions of broken mirrors, but soon, they began to flow, not falling, not drifting, but gathering like some kind of living thing, surging, forming a continuously expanding sea of metal fog. When they touched the first battleship, the scene was like corrosion and growth. The armor plate was covered with fine ripples at the moment of contact, as if it was scratched by an invisible pen tip, leaving spiderweb-like silver lines. Then, the lines spread and deepened, and the metal surface began to peel off silently, turning into finer silver flakes and blending into the fog. In a flash, tens of thousands of starships on the periphery collapsed at the same time. But in the next moment, on the inner starships, crystal light surged, and the light spots began to extend and connect with each other, weaving a huge light net on the surface of the fleet. Sentinel Array, Shelter Civilization, Cybertron Legion Camp. As a neutral civilization alliance, the Shelter Civilization has always been known for its gentleness and tolerance. As long as the Shelter Treaty is observed, even the most extreme rectification machines and species exterminators can live in peace. But it is the powerful defense force that creates this peace, and the Sentinel Array is the most basic part of it. While activating the Sentinel Array, these starships began to transform at the same time. The tens of thousands of meters long ship body twisted in the gravitational field, the main gun barrel retracted section by section, like a metal whip folded by an invisible hand, the armor layer peeled off piece by piece, and then reorganized in the engine energy, turning into a smooth limb outline. The bridge tower melted, flowed, and finally condensed into the head of the silver-haired girl. When the tactical eyepiece appeared in front of her eyes, the projection of the star map remained in her iris. When she raised her hand, the artillery array that was once enough to blast the asteroid was now slowly closing with the posture of slender 5 fingers, and the palm was dancing with the undispersed plasma arc. The last step was the deformation of the giant shield. The composite armor, that had swallowed hundreds of millions of equivalent energy firepower, was now attached to her left arm, and the shield surface shrank, with a crisp sound similar to bone growth. At this time, these tens of thousands of meters long giant ship girls bent their knees and half squatted, holding the sentinel shield, and the electronic sound sounded in the minds of the two players at the same time. At your service, Mr. Bowsy, Ms. G. Oh. If Sister G was still amazed at the technological progress of the camp, then Bowsy's eyes had already shone. No man can resist the temptation of a mechanical ship girl. I said, the sentinel mode can only be activated by humanoid machines. How can a starship have such a function? My goodness, a humanoid giant ship. The mechanical energy must have exceeded 1 billion. How many points can be exchanged? Can it still? Mr. Bowsy, it is recommended to activate the second defense mode. The leading ship girl spoke. Bowsy woke up from his fanatical emotions and came to his senses. He saw that the fog sea on the opposite side was expanding while swallowing, and every piece of disassembled matter became a part of it. Every energy that tried to destroy it was refracted and absorbed, and instead gave birth to a new form. Facing the planet-level defense shield, it sometimes wraps around the ship like silk, sometimes pierces into the gap like a needle, and sometimes suddenly boils, bursting out thousands of silver threads, piercing a certain mechanical module. The entire energy shield is spotted. Even the defense shield with all the mechanical energy of the ship girl superimposed on it is shaky under this operation. After entering the second defense mode, the next moment, the ship girl's right arm began to deform. The skin-like nano layer faded like liquid, revealing the interlaced alloy skeleton underneath. The knuckles folded in reverse, the palm cracked, revealing the dark muzzle. The forearm armor unfolded layer by layer like petals. The energy conduit was exposed in the vacuum, and the dark blue streamer rushed along the pipeline and converged at the muzzle. The elbow hydraulic device suddenly locked, and the heat dissipation fins on the shoulder blade all stood up, spewing out white plasma exhaust gas. The whole arm is no longer a limb at this moment, but a space weapon ready to go. Space weapons? Does the camp have this thing? Is this thing a nano-life attack? Just when Bowsy was stunned, the space cannon fired. That was not a beam, but a crack that tore the reality apart. The space within an astronomical unit in front of the muzzle shattered like glass, revealing the twisted dark void behind. When the energy exploded, the entire space was violently folded. All the matter on the trajectory of the bombardment was not destroyed, but directly cut out of this dimension. When someone G was brushing the knowledge chain blueprints, the blueprints he brushed the most were not the planetary host that had been fully loaded, but the advanced space theory. And this kind of void-splitting cannon was one of the few excellent space weapons that even senior engineers found amazing. It is also the only space cannon weapon that can be mounted on a mechanical body. Void Disintegrator. Level 15 blueprint. Instead of emitting energy, it directly tears the space and cuts off the target area from the real dimension. The object hit will not explode, but will be erased like an eraser, leaving a void crack. Feature 1. True damage ignores any non-regular defense. Feature 2, large-scale space attack. All enemies in the targeted space enjoy the same true damage. Feature 3, material annihilation. The most dangerous is the third feature, because it is a half-regular attack. In the area hit by the disintegrator, the silver tide suddenly solidified. Those flowing nanoclusters were still madly proliferating, devouring, and reconstructing matter in the last second, but in the next second, it was as if the pause button was pressed, and their surfaces began to ripple unnaturally, like tinfoil crumpled by invisible hands. Then, the decomposition began. It was not the disassembly of the machinery, but the collapse of the substance itself. The molecular bonds between the nano-units broke without warning, and the metal body collapsed like a sand collapse. There was no explosion, no flash, only pieces of silver haze silently disintegrated, leaving distorted afterimages in the vacuum. Sister G and Bowsy were dumbfounded. The leader of the Thousand Faces, who was hiding in the nano-frenzy on the opposite side, was also confused. There was no such advanced weapon in the information given by the virus mechanical guys. If the cultivation of mechanical farming and warfare is just to burst production capacity, then it is not really that powerful. Because of the operation of exploding troops, any mechanical civilization has its own set of operations. The real cultivation is actually the cultivation of climbing the technology tree. Entering the deep level of mechanical farming and warfare is the real farming and warfare. Not only optimize the industrial process, gather all productivity, and complete the breakthrough of technology points. Of course, this process is not short, and it will also give people opportunities to take advantage of. This is the defect of mechanized farming and warfare. However, Gao Gong has a system and drawings. Therefore, this trend of thought directly skipped the farming stage and entered the warfare stage. Chapter 1506. Many times, when players play this game, they feel like their souls are wandering, and they are unreasonable and abnormally difficult souls. They can't beat them at all. In many game tasks, they don't cut the feet of the enemy boss, but they can't even reach the feet of the boss. If there is no boss G, he can hardly imagine how torturous this game is. It's better to lock people in a biological can. But now, Bozzy has realized it. It's not that this game is difficult, but the main line of this game is actually the construction of the camp. From finding boss G, the main line of the growable camp begins, from gangs to groups, from legions to civilizations. As long as the strength of the camp is improved to a certain extent, the difficulty of the whole game will drop sharply, just like now. As his own direct Ship Girl Legion, he can share the killing experience of the Ship Girl, and in a short moment, he even jumped 3 levels. This is of course because as a business player, I don't usually pay much attention to leveling up. But this kind of experience-based leveling up is absolutely terrifying. Bowsy absolutely believes that after this civilization war, a group of level 90 players will appear. Ah! In the communication channel, Sister G's excited scream came, and it was obvious that she was also very happy. If I had known earlier, I would not have upgraded to the maximum level. It's such a waste. Keep it and upgrade it when you reach the 4th level. Then when do you have to wait? Wait until our family ascends, then it will be almost done. Bowsy was excited and relieved. Before exchanging so many ship girls for free, he was most worried about the command problem, and even considered hiring several players with command skills above level 10. But it was too expensive, so the transaction was cancelled. But now it seems that he was overthinking. In fact, other people's AI command is much better than his. The next moment, 3 holographic projections suddenly popped up in front of Bowsy. Hello, dear Commander, the war engine has been started. You can choose to adjust the activation rate of the engine yourself. Bowsy was stunned. What is the war engine? The war engine is a new generation of war algorithm system based on the quantum recursive decision algorithm, which can simulate all possible future branches within nanoseconds and make the best tactical path selection. You can adjust the activation ratio to make tactical adjustments. Oh, the difficulty options are so complicated. As a business player and capital reserve, Bowsy chose the full Legion trusteeship without hesitation. Sister G on the other side tried manual operation, but the result was not as good as trusteeship. For those whose control skills are lower than the master level, choosing hosting is the best choice. This is the conclusion drawn by a bunch of Starship players after various embarrassing records. However, the difficulty is too low, which seems to be a bit wrong. Could it be that this game has beaten him out of Stockholm? However, Bowsy didn't have any entanglement in this regard. He was originally a rookie, and didn't even think about going the technical route. It was originally used as a killer, but now it seems that if it is not used, the opponent will run away. Bowsy hesitated, and finally decided to strike first. So, he took out an oversized white nano ball from the dimensional bag. Name, Deep Nano Hub Replica. Category, Disposable Equipment. Level, None. Function 1, Adaptive Material Reorganization. Function 2, Atomic Level Precision Manufacturing. Function 3, Armed Nano Engineering. Note, this is a practice work of a certain mechanical master. The original intention was to develop an industrial assembly line for a certain black technology device. Whether it was successful is still unknown, but as a replica, it has the right to fully activate the black technology function once. Bozzy chose to activate function 3 without saying anything. Armed Nano Engineering. Use the Nano Hub as a large nano plug-in and implant it into any advanced building/civilization weapon. Within the control range of the building/weapon, it can trigger nano tides, nano storms, nano life decomposition, nano devourer, and other effects. The next moment, the entire nano ball automatically decomposed and then merged into the bodies of all the shipgirls. Your shipgirl core has received nano engineering transformation. You have received 500 points of favorability from shipgirl Galyihim. Can the favorability of this shipgirl be increased? Bowsy was stunned. If the favorability reaches a certain level, will the shipgirl elope with you? After receiving the nano engineering implant, almost all the shipgirls raised their giant swords at the first moment. Just like a certain cyborg girl. The silver giant blade was raised high, and the surface of the sword was flowing with the luster of liquid metal, as if billions of nano-machines were boiling on the sword. Where the sword passed, the silver nano-ocean was plowed out a dark gully. As soon as the split bodies that tried to reorganize condensed into shape, they were shattered again by the pulse wave released by the sword. What was even more terrifying was the assimilation effect of the great sword. The nano-units that were cut were not destroyed, but were forced to rewrite the program, and in turn became part of the extension of the sword body, spreading and devouring like a plague. At the end of the sword, there is 1,000 faces. The hierarchy of the 1,000 faces civilization is very clear, including the 10 faces, the 100 faces, the 1,000 faces, and the faceless conference above the 1,000 faces. The position of the 1,000 faces in this civilization is probably between the virus mechanical general and the virus mechanical lord, and has the authority to lead the army alone. Facing this slash that is infinitely close to the source of consciousness. The 1,000 faces made a targeted defense, and the surface of the body quickly rusted, and the surrounding nanomaterials were affected and began to decay and wither. The sword and the hand collided, and the affected enemy nano-units instantly stiffened, and the surface turned a sickly rusty red, like cells infected by the virus. Including the bodies of some shipgirls, mechanical rust began to appear. The battle situation fell into a terrifying tug-of-war. Every swing of the great sword turned thousands of tons of enemy nanomaterials into waste slag, and every erosion of the enemy left a short-term corrosion scar on the sword. The contact surface of the two sides continued to burst out blue arcs, which was the underlying program rewriting, swallowing, and covering each other. The most intense confrontation occurred at the collision point between the tip of the sword and a group of high-density nanopolymers. The polymers kept changing their forms, sometimes turning into drills and stabbing, sometimes unfolding into a net-like package, and even simulating vibrations at the same frequency as the great sword to attempt resonance destruction. The great sword responded with a more sophisticated nanostructure, and the sword edge was constantly reorganized locally, sometimes sharpened and stabbed, and sometimes unfolded into a fan-shaped decomposition field. In the end, when Xiaoyu above the shipgirl condensed into substance, the first to collapse was still this 1,000 faces. Bozzy finally got the expected system prompt sound. The shipgirl core you belong to killed 1,000 faces, and the reward is... fuck. After playing this game for so many years, Bozzy still enjoyed the joy of killing a boss without any damage for the first time. He was just about to share this joy with Sister G. But Sister G suddenly groaned and issued a warning. Be careful of assassination. Assassination? Who? The next moment, the system's prompt sounded again. You were killed by the 1,000 faces, and the experience was lost. And Bozzy had only one thought before he died. The law of death on the battlefield was still chasing him. Damn! No one told him that these 1,000 faces had 2 lives. Chapter 1507. It turns out that the 1,000 faces do not have 2 lives, but have a very special life-stealing mechanism. In short, before 1,000 faces dies, as long as he kills an enemy, he can be resurrected with the help of the opponent's human frame. In various senses, this is a killer skill. And when Bozzy dies, a new Bowsy immediately comes online, and his words, deeds, memory, and expression, including the biomagnetic field and nerve frequency, are exactly the same as the authentic Baozi. Then it was beaten to death. Died in the righteous group fight of the ship girl. This Thousand Faces could not figure out until his death why this tried and tested killer's skill failed. In fact, the secret of the Thousand Faces civilization was widely spread on the forum with the first batch of players killed by them, and now every player knows the ability of this transformed killer. In fact, they can not only transform into players, spaceships, mechanical life, and even ship girls, but the higher the level of the Thousand Faces, the more options they can transform. However, in the eyes of the fourth calamity, when the enemy is found to be a red name, even if the opponent is a pile of shit, they dare to pick up their weapons and rush forward. According to Sister G's later statement, after he died, a large number of Void Troop transport channels were opened on the spot, and a large number of faction legions were transported in, directly surrounding the Thousand Faces army. The final result was that nearly half of the Thousand Faces were killed or wounded, and were forced to break out. All the players who participated in this battle made a lot of money, and even 3 high-level players broke through level 90. Except for Baozi, the legend of invincibility is still maintained. Just as the camp turned farming into fighting, at least 100 star systems, and the legions of 3 civilizations opened fire, Gao Gong was on his way to the second star zone. This was a highly confidential assassination mission. Along the way, Gao Gong was required not to have any contact with outsiders, and no one would take the initiative to talk to them, and all external connection signals were cut off. Even the transmission method was the top technology of different civilizations. For example, the one he was using now was the unique space transportation technology of the Galen people. From the outside, it looked more like a long metal channel. In the channel, there were even light-speed spaceships specially used for transportation, because the subspace cannot carry superluminal speed. This technology is a bit evil. In short, the Galen people first used space technology to open up a void channel, but because of the immaturity of the technology, they could not stabilize the subspace for a long time, so they inserted a metal straw into the void channel to prevent the space from bridging. In the state of space overlap, the coordinates of the physical world are already thousands of times smaller, and a light-speed spaceship is installed inside. It is directly superluminal, and it is the top superluminal speed. In fact, even among mechanical civilizations, there are only 2 or 3 that have mastered this level of void troop transport technology. The military expansionism of the Galen people is not rootless. It is based on powerful spaceship technology, space technology, and mechanical industry. However, this is still not as good as their own space string development technology. The Galen people can only touch the edge of the 3rd level mid-stage at best, while the string controllers are a real semi-ascended civilization. Without the pressure of the purple giant star, they have already tried to ascend. Their space string troop transport technology can not only stabilize the subspace, but also has no space fluctuations when it is launched. Before, whether it was the early landing or the later farming war, the reason why the camp was able to suppress the other party was not some kind of tactical adventure. In fact, even if the other party was prepared and focused on defense, those who should be landed would still be landed. By the way, when I bet out the ultimate knowledge of these 2 professional knowledge chains, my mechanic civilization can also reach the midterm. Generally speaking, ordinary civilizations have only 6 to 8 professional knowledge chains. Being able to push 3 professional knowledge chains to the limit and develop cross-civilization equipment means that the current technology tree has been developed to halfway. It is more than enough to be a midterm civilization. However, different civilizations and different civilization forms make them choose different ways to light up. Some civilizations choose to develop industries, operate markets, cultivate users, and build infrastructure, so that quantitative changes should lead to qualitative changes. This is the route of the farming flow. Some civilizations choose interstellar warfare, absorb the technological essence of other civilizations, and take the path of civilization integration. Some civilizations are very special, only fighting, not integrating, and they don't seem to have very good brains. You don't know how they evolve, such as the Zerg. And the way that Gao Gong lights up civilization is also very special. It relies purely on the system. Even the experience is earned on the front line, which has nothing to do with him. Originally, the Body Wise Man and Advanced Space Theory were on the verge of the limit. One was 150,000, and the other was 120,000. The upper limit of a 3-level professional knowledge chain cannot be too exaggerated. During the war, Gao Gong obtained the capital for a large-scale brushing. Soon, the mechanical sage was brushed to the upper limit. Your drawings for the evolution of the 3rd-level professional knowledge chain mechanical sage exceeded 180,000, reaching the upper limit of the knowledge chain. You obtain cross-civilization technology Black Sage. Black Sage, cross-civilization, self-iterative scientific research master. Black Sage is a super AI system with completely autonomous scientific research capabilities. Its core design concept is cognitive closed-loop evolution. Through recursive self-transformation, it breaks through the dependence and limitations of traditional artificial intelligence. It is not only a tool, but also an independent research subject. It can propose hypotheses, design experiments, analyze data, and dynamically reconstruct its own architecture to match scientific research needs without human intervention. Functional modules, metacognitive engine, experimental autonomous network, knowledge chain algorithm, dark evolution protocol. Gao Gong took a simple glance and immediately understood. It turned out to be a scientific research AI. For Black technology level functional modules. No wonder they can develop their own technology. Although AI technology is very mature at the level of level 3 civilization, it is not only the same as the species in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation, but also can undertake general scientific research projects and participate in some large-scale cooperative research. But the core frontier technology exploration has always been difficult to break through. In other words, there is no problem in expecting them to study blueprints and build third-level equipment. But expecting them to directly light up knowledge, or even light up the knowledge chain. 90% of AI can't do it. After all, even if the brains of most super geniuses are dissected, their thinking patterns cannot be restored. Their brains belong to Black technology. But the Black Sage has broken this limitation. The Black Sage can be regarded as a mechanically enhanced version of the Orgrimmar people, and even through parameter adjustment, the computing power in a certain aspect can be pulled to the top. For example, in the technology tree war, the anti-professional knowledge chain is built. At this juncture, these Black wise men came at the right time. And soon, another professional knowledge chain also broke through the upper limit. Your drawings of the evolution of the third-level professional knowledge chain advanced space theory exceeded 150,000, reaching the upper limit of the knowledge chain. You obtained cross-civilization technology subspace manufacturing senior engineer was stunned. Isn't this the civilization trump card of the Black machine civilization? Chapter 1508. Gao Gong was still impressed by the 1,000-layer dark dimension. After all, this move was one of the few skills that could severely damage the Queen of Insects, and it was practiced in actual combat, and the Queen said it was good. However, when Gao Gong read the introduction of this cross-civilization technology, he found that it seemed to be different from the Dark Elf version. Subspace manufacturing. Cross-civilization technology. Subspace manufacturing is a technology that uses high-dimensional space folding technology to create a temporary or semi-stable manufacturing environment outside the real universe. It can achieve nearly unlimited space reorganization, energy compression and primary time flow rate control without violating conventional physical laws. The folding and collapse of space, the transformation of high and low dimensions, parallel universes and multiple realities, quantum space and high-dimensional worlds are all in this knowledge chain. Through the continuous and in-depth development of some basic technologies, you will create one or even countless worlds you have never seen before. If the Dark Elf version focuses on the subspace, then the focus of our version is manufacturing. Although they are both terminal products of the knowledge chain of advanced space theory. But because of the different attributes of civilizations, even the same professional knowledge chain will have different directions. In fact, it is also good. This thing can be used to evolve large-scale space battlefields, create energy dimensions, and open up experimental worlds. Anyway, it is definitely more functional than the Dark Elf. Moreover, our civilization has not lit up the dark energy technology, and cannot create a dark dimension. It seems that we can also conduct a void expedition. Among the blueprints obtained by gambling, there are many technologies that can open void channels. There is a saying that goes well. A third-level civilization that has not experienced a void expedition cannot be called a mature third-level civilization. If I have to describe it, the void expedition is like the great voyages of ancient times. Only after experiencing the great voyages of the universe can we realize that in addition to the Earth under our feet, physical world, there are more subspaces, different dimensions, and multidimensional worlds. Even if you are lucky enough, you can even hit a spacetime branch and enter another main universe timeline. Then the spacetime administration will come to you for tea. The void expedition is also a prerequisite for exploring parallel universes and multidimensional spacetime. Only by mastering the void expedition can we take the initiative to explore this aspect. Otherwise, you can only count on a parallel universe coordinate that falls from the sky like a senior engineer. Although this big gift package really appeared After the civilization war is over, we can conduct a void expedition, and I will lead the team. If we are lucky enough, we can subdue 1 or 2 void species, and then the camp will have space bloodline. Moreover, if we want to leave this galaxy in the future, it is necessary to master the skill of void expedition. If we want to migrate to the galaxy, we can't rely solely on superluminal spacecraft. You can't expect the spacecraft to drag the planet. At this time, void expedition technology is crucial. After taking a look at the camp experience, I feel that brushing another knowledge chain is not enough. So the engineer gave up the idea. I wanted to transmit this high-tech knowledge back, but then I remembered that I was in a signal isolation state. I had to give up. I opened the system panel and found that the mechanical farming and warfare doctrine had jumped from the original 70% to 70.3%, which was a pitiful progress. It is not so easy to stack the thought trend. In fact, a thought trend that has reached more than 60% is already a very good industrial revolution. It is still a bit difficult to climb the technology tree with pure farming and warfare doctrine. But soon I found another thought trend. Ambition technology revolution. Its activation level has unknowingly reached more than 20%. This is already very high. After all, the system product should not be counted in this thought trend, right? It is not a product of thinking. Just when Gao Gong sneaked into the second star zone, the front line, or rather, the 23rd and 24th star circles in the second star zone, hundreds of star systems, were in a fierce battle. It is not accurate to say that it is fierce. It was quite fierce at the beginning. After the mechanical virus army, the Thousand Faces army, and the reinforcements led by the insect lord gathered together, they suddenly felt that they were in good shape again. So the two sides fought several times again, one of which was particularly fierce, and even in order to prevent the army from performing the ultimate killer move of restarting the galaxy computer. The virus mechanical army and the Thousand Faces directly hacked into a Dyson sphere and then detonated a star. The effect was quite explosive. Everyone witnessed the star explosion with their own eyes. The star's outer shell was torn apart, and trillions of tons of matter were ejected outward at nearly the speed of light, forming an expanding ring of destruction. The ultra-high temperature shock waves swept across the surrounding interstellar dust, igniting the cold space. The light soared, and the brightness instantly exceeded the entire galaxy, like a new sun born in death. Wherever the shock wave passed, matter was ionized, evaporated, and even atomic nuclei were shattered. The core of the star collapsed in its final struggle, releasing gravitational waves that were enough to distort time and space, leaving a trembling ripple on the curtain of the universe. The casualties on the other side were unclear. But the mechanical operations in the nearly 30 star systems around, whether they were space buildings, mechanical planets, or asteroid factories, no matter what level of buildings, were all destroyed by the raging plasma waves. For the first time, the civilizations on both sides of the war felt the horror of cosmic disasters. The main reason was that no one thought of it. After all, who would blow up a nuclear power plant? And this time the loss was indeed painful. The various mechanical losses that were swept away by a wave were secondary, not to mention the players, but the number of lost logistics developers was as high as 1 million. Especially the part of Orgrimmar close to the star explosion, they couldn't even be resurrected. Soon the Legion took revenge, directly destroyed more than 24 insect nests, and relied on the terrible ability of transporting troops in the void to continuously fight with more people in local battlefields, almost completely wiping out all the hostile legions that emerged. The high-level officials of these three civilizations also enjoyed the horror of the crazy violent army of the mechanical civilization. So the battlefield presented a very strange situation. On the one hand, the mechanical legion swept everywhere in various star systems, seeking to sweep away all enemies on the front battlefield. On the other hand, there were the pervasive assassinations, destruction, impersonations, and infiltrations of virus machines, thousand-faced ones, and insects. They even tried to blast the star again. The scene seemed very strange. A mechanical civilization that suddenly appeared without any signs before actually suppressed three civilizations. And these three civilizations, in the star fields where they were located, were all thorny ones. So during this period of time, various forces of all sizes in the second star area tried their best to contact this powerful mechanical civilization. A group of players, who led the team to kill monsters, were shocked to find out. They went from being characters that earned NPC favor to being targeted by NPCs, with all kinds of gifts, invitations, and friendships coming one after another. Some even asked for breeding. If it weren't for the determination of some players, and the system not allowing it, the genes of the fourth calamity would have been analyzed long ago. Chapter 1509. Gal Lily stood on the planet conveyor belt, and as the light flashed, she began to teleport to an industrial planet. The so-called planet conveyor belt is equivalent to an upgraded version of the tractor beam. If the tractor beam can only be used for transmission within the planet, then the planet conveyor belt can be used for transmission between planets, with a range of about 1 to 100 astronomical units. And the length of most star systems is about this range. In other words, it can complete the physical transmission within the entire star system. This is a technological advancement during the war, a variant of space transportation technology. After experiencing the baptism of war, the original hairless little loli now has a bit more fierceness in her face, especially the previous battle that detonated the star system. Although she was lucky enough to avoid it because she needed to clean up the beginning and end of the landing battle, many of her friends and blood elders died in that classic explosion. Even because of the star explosion, the gravitational waves that disturbed time and space caused large-scale signal disorder. It was unknown whether the resurrection means reserved in the base camp could be activated, or even how many could be activated. In the civilization war, this state is very common, and even casualties are considered small. After all, any Orgrimmar person is an excellent scientific researcher, and the number of people on the front line is very small. That is, the previous star explosion made everyone unable to react. According to Mr. Dew, this is a disaster event that even the Space-Time Management Agency needs to manage, repair, and record. Gal Lily didn't know what the Space-Time Management Agency was. She had only one idea in her mind now: to get to work as soon as possible and then avenge her compatriots. This is a galaxy without stars, everything is dark. Only the vague mechanical energy makes her feel everything. But she soon saw a behemoth comparable to a planet. It was a very strange mechanical creation, which looked mechanical, but was full of the evolution of computing power. Its shell was made up of countless matrices and computing units, each of which was glowing with a cold blue light, and the surface was flowing with the patterns of data torrents. These units were constantly reorganized and folded, like a mechanical Rubik's Cube that never stopped, reconstructing its own logical structure at the physical level. Its core is a planetary computer, swallowing every bit of data on history, tactics, and the rise and fall of civilization, boiling under the tempering of supercomputing logic. Every deduction makes new patterns appear on its surface, like blood vessels, like circuits, and like some kind of war grammar beyond human understanding. Surrounding the main body is not a gun barrel, but an observation matrix. Tens of millions of suspended mechanical pupils, each staring at a different simulated timeline. They don't fire beams of destruction, but capture fragments of possibilities: the success rate of a raid, the collapse point of a siege, how a weapon that has not yet been invented will tear apart the existing strategic balance. Data flows shuttle between them, weaving an invisible net covering the entire battlefield. That's a war engine, Desla thought for a moment. To be precise, it's a war engine that has been iterated 100 times. The product of the quantum recursive decision algorithm? Gal Lily asked with a stir in her heart. It's not just it anymore. President Dew has added a lot of calculations related to mechanical production and stellar transformation. Now it has become an all-round machine. In fact, more than 50% of the war decisions in the camp are made by it. Gal Lily was silent for a while and couldn't help asking, including the previous star destruction? Yes, this was a huge mistake. We iterated the mechanical algorithm to ensure that this mistake will not happen again, Desla said very seriously. Gal Lily wanted to say something, but unfortunately the light of the planet conveyor belt had disappeared. Instead, there was a huge mechanical research and development center. In it, Gal Lily saw several familiar mechanical masters who had taught the younger generations of the Gal family. Wanwen will tell you what to do. I'm going to pick up other people. There have been many assassinations recently. You have to be careful. As soon as Desla finished speaking, the figure disappeared, and soon, a gentle young man came up. Hello, I am the planetary host of this planet. You can call me Mr. Huang. With the eyes of a mechanic, Gal Lily saw at a glance that this was a bionic man. There should be countless bionic men like this on this planet. Because there are hundreds of them in front of her, basically every mechanic has one next to him, similar to a personal butler, and Gal Lily has also heard of the other party. It is said that he is the first planetary host in the camp to successfully upload consciousness. He is a veteran and a senior. Are you wondering why artificial intelligence is not used? Is it to prevent being hacked and converted? This is definitely a reason, but the bigger reason is actually for it. Wanwen pointed to the sky, and Gal Lily immediately realized that the other party was talking about the war engine. It burns energy and computing power very fiercely. In order to satisfy it, many nearby corona furnaces and void extraction stations are running at full capacity. Even the stellar energy transferred from other star systems has been robbed by it. Not to mention those of us whose computing power has been robbed. I hope it can be upgraded to 300 generations as soon as possible, so that it will be barely enough. Gal Lily didn't know what the other party meant by 300 generations. Although she was a genius mechanic, this was not her main focus. Fortunately, the other party just said this casually, and got straight to the point. The reason why I invited you here is actually because your teacher, Master Number 7, recommended you to me. He said that you are actually very talented in micromechanical development, and have written many articles related to nanomechanics. To deal with 1,000 faces? Gal Lily blurted out. At present, among the 3 civilizations that are hostile to us, the easiest to deal with is the 1,000 faces. Those great lords are running around now, and it's hard to find anyone. If we fight too hard with the bugs, we are afraid that we will attract the main force of the bugs. After all, the latest news is that the Bug Queen has returned to the 2nd star zone. Then the carbon-based species transformed by the Bug Queen will become the best target for attack. After all, our weapons are very good at dealing with them. Although this statement has a special meaning, Gal Lily also nodded in agreement. After all, she was born in a mechanical civilization, and she did not have the blood recognition of carbon-based species in her cognition. Moreover, many constructs and war-crazed machines are indeed carbon-based special attacks. Wang Wen's eyes flashed with data, and he summoned another holographic projection. The numbers in the projection were constantly changing. For example, the number of mechanical viruses that Gal Lily was most familiar with increased from more than 10,000 to 15,000. Most of them listed their invasion methods and degree of harm. Several of them have shown the terrifying ability to invade the black box. Don't worry, the planetary computer is not as weak as you think. After all, it is the upper limit of the computing power of the 3rd level civilization, especially the black box series, which is an electronic defense type. The mechanical virus is evolving, and their firewalls are also evolving, and even evolving faster than the mechanical virus. In addition, there is the assistance of the cyber killer. There is no need to worry about this in the short term. Wang Wen didn't say another sentence, that is, after a period of war, they were surprised to find one thing, that is, the strength shown by the virus mechanical civilization in the current state. It is a bit too much to say that it is fragmented, it is just a bit bulky. And to deal with this kind of bulk civilization, mechanical farming and warfare superposition, mechanical power, is simply a natural counter to the opponent. But precisely because of the restraint of the opponent, you can't force the opponent to hurry, especially if you haven't fully figured out their key points. After all, who said that without the coordinates of civilization, it can't be destroyed? To destroy this kind of civilization, you must go up in one wave. This is the conclusion reached by the Civilization War Center after obtaining a large amount of civilization data related to virus machinery provided by the civilization in this star region. So the focus now is to attack the 1,000 faces. Before taking full action, we must first eliminate the unexpected factors. Chapter 1510. After Huang Wen briefly explained the matter of dealing with the 1,000 faces, he said, "This is the information we currently have about the 1,000 Faces clan." He opened his palms and transmitted a large amount of self-data. Gal Lily quickly understood the ecology of the other side. This is a mobile mechanical civilization without a fixed form, but composed of countless nano-clusters. Each nano-unit carries an independent consciousness and can be combined, split, and deformed at will, making the entire civilization spread like a living metal ocean. They are good at mimicry infiltration, nano-plague, and spiritual waves. Although there are civilization coordinates, it is a civilization without a central unit. Each nano-unit is an independent node, and shares the same killing logic. And every time a civilization is destroyed, it absorbs its technological essence to make itself more perfect. So, they can not only disguise themselves as their own mechanical bodies, but even disguise other civilized species. After reading it, Gal Lily was also scared. This civilization, this species, is too dangerous. You don't need to worry too much, Huang Wen said with a strange expression. In the early stages of fighting with them, they did kill a lot of us, especially the Scourge warriors. But later we found that the Scourge warriors had a very special ability, which was to identify the 1,000 Faces killers hiding here. No matter how hidden the opponent was, these Scourges could accurately locate and discover them. According to our guess, this is most likely the influence of advanced civilization technology in the cyber test field. Gal Lily nodded, agreeing deeply. Being powerful has its price, and so does immortality. Although these Scourge warriors are very powerful, their brains are generally not very good, which is probably the price of strength. We are arranging Scourge warriors to inspect every planet. It is precisely because of their special abilities that we have made up our minds to deal with the 1,000 faces first. After explaining the cause, Huang Wen changed another batch of data, not only data, but also pictures and images, and even the parameters of specific weapons. Nanodecomposers, neural corroders, mimic weapons, living ships, consciousness torrents. According to our collection, there are more than 5,000 types of 1,000 faces weapons currently on the battlefield, regardless of type. This number is not high, so we developed targeted anti-weapons according to the idea of dealing with conventional mechanical civilizations. It is amazing that as the first and second opponents in the civilization war, they are two mechanical civilizations. 1,000 faces is at least a pre-mechanical civilization, and the result is that one is more evil than the other. One takes the electronic invasion route, and the other takes the assassination route. The traditional combat method of orthodox mechanical civilization relies on huge mechanical productivity and scientific research strength to exchange pieces with each other, just like playing chess. You conduct targeted research and development on my scientific research weapons and production lines, and I will deal with your development weapons. The two sides go back and forth. It is said that in a civilization war, the number of additional types of third-level civilization buildings alone can reach thousands. But damn, these two opponents do not play by the rules at all. I originally thought that the 1,000 faces were a mechanical civilization, so they would have some old mechanical civilization habits. I wanted to fight them, so I arranged for many developers to conduct reverse weapon development. However, this operation was stopped by the war engine after half of the development. According to the war engine's deduction, this behavior will cause 20.9% of resource waste and only less than 5.7% success rate. It turns out that the deduction of the war engine is correct. Huang Wen's eyes flashed with electrons, and soon two flying robots came over with a nano-weapon, which was a long silver cone. He motioned Gao Lily to take it and study it. As soon as Gao Lily got it, she felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Fortunately, we have the deep nano hub and some experts in nanotechnology. We disassembled it at the nano level and found a very surprising discovery. Huang Wen paused, took the silver cone, squeezed it hard, and the silver cone turned into a silver sword, revealing its sharp edge. He said, "The properties of this nano-weapon can be changed. From small melee weapons to the living starships of the 1,000 faces, all properties can be transformed, and it is a targeted transformation. Let's put it this way. If we develop anti-weapons, and use them on a large scale in actual combat, then the result." "This is a trap," Gao Lily said suddenly. Huang Wen nodded. As one of the top leaders of the camp, he knew that the camp had no shortage of arms, advanced combat power, or technology, but lacked a bunch of high-level commanders who could conduct a civilization-level war. Fortunately, the camp had enough technology and some strange top-level equipment. Even if they encountered such tactical traps, they could always figure it out afterward. In a sense, this was why they had to study the war engine. In the civilization war, the top leaders were all rookies. Instead of trusting them, they should trust big data and algorithms. Gao Lily looked up in the direction of the war engine and could only see a small black dot. If this thing is hacked by the virus machine, it will be a lot of fun. Don't worry, President Du is in charge. Oh, my ancestor's wife, Gao Lily suddenly realized. Although she is not familiar with this person, Gao Lily still admires this strong woman who went to the front line and fought hundreds of star systems with her own strength. She is worthy of being the woman that my ancestor Ji likes. Huang Wen also looked up. Compared with these newcomers in the interstellar era, they, the old people who have followed since the Iron Sand Desert, know the value of the three words Du Xiaodi. When on the Machine Rift Star, whether it was the Hunter War, the Enterprise War, or the Mastermind War, President Du was the one on the front line. On the contrary, Boss G was the one who was in charge of logistics. This is the normal style. Since General Manager Du went out to work, the style of the painting has changed all of a sudden. Boss G, who has lost his woman's support, has actually started to fight with his life. Although this style of the leader personally taking part in the battle can boost morale, it always feels a bit awkward in the eyes of these old people. Now the style is right. Gao Lily doesn't know Huang Wen's thoughts, and Huang Wen can't know Gao Lily's thoughts. These two new old people who joined the camp at different times have already had a sad generation gap. Fortunately, Huang Wen didn't come to chat with each other. Master number 7 talked to me. She said that you have done archaeological research on ancient technology and found some very interesting things from it. I have read the paper you published. What you studied is the bionic revolution in the cyber tide? Speaking of her research direction, Gao Lily was no longer sleepy and said energetically, I have studied this revolution. According to my understanding, it belongs to ecological subversion, which is the engulfment of one species by another. Although I dare not be 100% sure, the Thousand Faces must have the top bionic technology of the third-level civilization, and it must have been pushed to a limit, so that various simulations can be carried out with the power of civilization. Before coming, she also made preparations. A midterm civilization must have full points in certain professional knowledge chains. And among the knowledge chains that the Thousand Faces have full points, there must be a bionic technology, and it is the bionic technology of the third-level civilization. Wang Wen interrupted the other party's long speech. I invited you here because I want you to take the lead and see if we can take this opportunity to research something that can counter the other party's entire set of bionic technology. After all, in this regard, our civilization actually has a lot of accumulation. Oh, by the way, when you study this information, you don't have to report to President Du specifically. I can report it on your behalf. President Du doesn't like bionic people very much. Chapter 1511. While the rear is nurturing a killer move, the front line is not idle either. To be more precise, it is the players who are not idle. Especially on the forum, various posts are flying. How to brush the nano-monster C of the Thousand Faces most efficiently. Please recommend equipment. The monsters of the Thousand Faces will evolve? What is the mechanism that makes them suddenly stronger while brushing? The anti-espionage team is recruiting people, and the exploration skill must be above LV10, and cyber killers are given priority. The Thousand Faces exclusive weapon Nano Blade has been tested. Is it worth it to work hard? How to explore the entire planet as quickly as possible, a speed pass strategy. After the mechanical body, the ship girl, the mechanical building, and the computing power module, the fifth transformation form of the Thousand Faces is the nano screw. Be careful of the new lurking method, partial nanoization. The number of players participating in the war is a lot, 50 to 60 million. But if it is placed in 100 star systems, there are only 500,000 to 600,000 people in each star system on average. Even if there are 10 planets in each star system, there are only 500,000 to 600,000 people. With so few people on a planet, if the players had not generally entered the third stage, with a large number of clones, mechanical legions, and clones, searching a planet would be just a drop in the bucket. Even so, the players were very busy. There was no way to catch them all. And they were not real assassins with weak health bars, they were fake assassins transformed by the Queen of Insects. As mechanical life, their health bars were already quite thick. In addition, they were transformed by the Queen of Insects, which was equivalent to increasing their health bars by 1 level. In addition, they were nano-life, and they were born with various buffs such as advanced energy defense and physical immunity. Once you expose them, they can really kill you. Fortunately, the players are not alone, the opponent can kill you, and you can also call for help. As long as the identity of the Thousand Faces is confirmed, all the defense forces of the entire planet will be handed over to the player. Of course, there is still the war engine to provide difficulty options. That's right, don't treat us as background boards or passers-by every time. It's our turn to be the protagonist. Planner, aren't you a good planner? The previous SEMA planner opened it, good opening. The Thousand Faces have also learned their lesson. They roughly guessed that the players have the skills of exploration, commonly known as brushing red names. So they also gave up the overall transformation, that is, the so-called routine of killing one person and then playing the opponent. Instead, they took advantage of the advantages of nano-life and divided themselves into countless parts, the side of this firearm, the screw of that civilization building, or the part of the prosthesis of a semi-transformed player. Even just metal particles floating in the vacuum. It will not reassemble the body until the actual assassination, or even not reassemble the body, and directly turn into a small range of nano-flows to destroy all matter. This is why Desira has to pick up Gal Lily in person. The exploration of these Scourge warriors is sometimes effective, and sometimes not. It is true that this trick really counteracts the players. After all, exploration is indeed the best for intelligent species. Moreover, more than 95% of a mechanical planet is mechanical structure. If you use exploration everywhere, you will be blinded. In this situation, the first to enjoy the professional advantage is naturally the cyber killer, who can transform into millions of people. Cyber killer versus Thousand Faces. Virtual killer versus nano killer. It's quite a match. More than half of the Thousand Faces exposed during this period were discovered by these virtual players. In addition, some players with clones and mechanical sub-bodies have gradually emerged. There are also some more evil ones, such as some carbon-based players, who follow the radiation mutation flow. They have evolved hundreds of eyeballs all over their bodies. They scan wherever they go. It's really efficient. It's just that the appearance makes a group of claustrophobic patients want to poke their eyes out. It's so disgusting. Please be a human being when you are doing the task. Although Puff is a carbon-based player, as a beautiful player, it is impossible for her to do this. And as a fairy star player, strictly speaking, she does not belong to the radiation system, but to the zombie system. And she is a rare player with both scientific research and evolution. It's just that because she is not in the famous biological laboratory of Dr. Yu, her name is not prominent. Moreover, the field she was researching was too niche, zombie research. Because there was no sponsor to invest money, the output was very low, and Puff could only go back to her hometown to catch zombies for research. But she finally made some achievements. At this time, Puff was staring at a mechanized satellite below. Her face was uncertain, and her body was also uncertain. Her skin changed subtly with every breath. When she inhaled, a purple blood vessel network emerged under her pale skin, like cracks spreading under the ice. When she exhaled, those hideous lines quickly disappeared, and her skin regained its pearly luster. The nails grew rapidly at the moment of zombie transformation. The cuticle hardened into sharp gray-black claws, and the knuckles twisted and deformed. When consciousness returned, the nails shrank back inch by inch, returning to a round light pink color, and the finger bones became slender and elegant again. Her long hair was dry like straw when she was zombie transformed, with split ends and curled hair, as if burned by invisible flames. When she returned to normal, her hair miraculously became smooth again, flowing with a silky luster under the moonlight. Only she could see the large amount of corpse gas floating on the surface of the satellite, and the objects they infected. After countless changes like this, she finally heard the excited voice of her partner, the Broken Hand Queen. Hooked, the group of Thousand Faces took the bait. The plan was not complicated. When she used the unique zombie technology to detect the traces of the nano-killers, she deliberately arranged a leak of information to lure other nano-killers into the trap. This plan also received the cooperation of the camp's senior NPCs, and after the nano-killers sneaked in, a targeted ambush began immediately. In the dark space, a seemingly ordinary satellite suddenly trembled, its metal shell flowed like liquid, and the armor plate split and reorganized, revealing the cold mechanical structure inside. At the same time, the central core of the satellite rotated and unfolded, and the hexagonal module extended outward to form a giant particle cannon, with a dangerous blue light flashing at the muzzle. The energy plates on both sides folded and deformed, turning into two rows of high-speed rotating electromagnetic tracks, ready to launch high-frequency shock bombs at any time. The bottom cracked, and dozens of third-order EMP missiles swarmed out like a swarm, locking the target. More importantly, in each drop cabin, the war-mad machines came out in a row. As soon as these level 90 warriors appeared, they showed a terrible aura of killing. This aura even spread to the place where they were hiding, making Puff completely zombie-like, with skin and flesh quickly shrunken, revealing the internal organs visible to the naked eye, like a shrunken and tightly squeezed red plastic bag. Go! At least 20 zombie players also joined the battlefield. The battle was not complicated. Even though these nano-killers surged like a silver tide, their bodies kept changing shape, sometimes turning into sharp blades, sometimes gathering into giant drills, trying to break through the satellite's defenses. The satellite's weapon system had already calculated their trajectory and repeatedly repelled them. Coupled with the war machine, even if there was 1,000 faces among the nano-killers, it would still be impossible to stop this massacre. Chapter 1512. In fact, the players said that they wanted to annihilate the 1,000 faces, but in fact, there were not many 1,000 faces who were killed seriously. After all, they belonged to the high level of the enemy civilization, and they were serious 90-level civilization bosses. The ones who were killed the most were actually the 10 faces and the 100 faces. According to the summary of Battlefield Intelligence, the difference between these three is the upper limit of stealing lives. The 10 faces can steal lives 10 times, the 100 faces can steal lives 100 times, and the 1,000 faces can steal lives 1,000 times. And the real high-level 1,000 faces are very difficult to kill. But no matter how difficult it is to kill, facing the satellite cannon, a mass-produced product of the planetary cannon, they ultimately failed to escape. You complete the A-level anti-traitor mission of the camp, reward. You killed the 10 faces *5, reward. You. Looking at the rewards that kept popping up, Puff was very satisfied. If it weren't during the Civilization War, she would have to brush this kind of reward for at least half a year. What a pity. If I had known that this mission would be so easy to accomplish, I would have recruited more people. I don't know what Phone Lu is doing, said the Queen of Broken Hands with regret. Puff's face changed. Why do you care what he does? It's best if he dies. The Queen of Broken Hands and several old acquaintances looked at each other and shrugged at the same time. Originally, they had a good relationship with the group of Phone Lu Knights. Not only did they all come from the Fairy Star and defended each other's cities, but their boss Puff also developed an online relationship with the other party for a period of time. However, the online relationship failed, and the two sides fought each other so badly that their friends had to distance themselves from each other to avoid hurting innocent people. A guy without eyes was still muttering. Brother Phone Lu invited us to do a hidden mission before. I don't know if we have completed it or not, and how much the reward is. Since you like him so much, you might as well go with him. Puff's cold voice came from behind, and an arm covered with corpse spots, festering wounds and mold spots silently rested on the other person. The guy shuddered instantly and forced a smile. How is this possible? I am yours, Sister Puff. My body and mind have long been filled with you, Sister Puff. If you don't believe me, I will dig out my heart and liver to prove it to you. The other party really did what he said. He said digging out his heart and liver, and immediately pulled these two things out of the zombie body, fresh and steaming. Are you disgusting? No wonder people say that those who come out of our fairy star are all physiological perverts. I think you are almost the same. The Queen of Broken Hands looked at these people with disdain. Soon, they received the mission notification, entered the satellite, and met the NPC high-level Dia, who used himself as bait this time. As the saying goes, the 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister, as Du Xiaoti's early secretary, although this one is not as famous as Desira, who controls the internal security forces of the camp, but at the administrative level, he is also one of the top leaders, and has quite rich administrative resources. And it is amazing that although Du Xiaoti does not like bionic people, her secretary is a bionic person, and is a half-bionic person like a certain rich woman. Maybe this is some kind of bad taste? Douya saw these natural disaster warriors and quickly set his eyes on Puff. I saw the information you submitted, the research on corpse chi, or the research on morphological mutation bacteria, which is the key to the success of this operation, right? Puff was refreshed and said quickly, yes, I have studied those nano-killers. Although their bodies will quickly decompose into nanoparticles and disappear after death, I still collected some of their breath. After research, I found the carbon-based genes left in them. Once these genes are contaminated by the corpse gas you developed, they will leave marks. No matter where they appear, they will be discovered by you people. Yes. It's a very interesting research. I will report it to my superiors. If it is approved, it will be popularized throughout the camp, and the Civilization War Center will give you a large buyout fee. Puff's eyes lit up after hearing this, and other companions looked at her with envy. Isn't this the treatment of the one who developed the dual-phase blade? The last player who developed the dual-phase blade, according to his sharing in the forum, can develop a popular means of civilization restraint and basically achieve wealth freedom. He joined the team of Krypton Gold players in a serious manner. Many companions were also tempted by the rewards, and they were itching to try to develop it. However, thinking of the difficulty of development, I backed off again. You know, the faction encourages players to brush blueprints, and a lot of basic knowledge is also public. But this is a huge pit. Most of the blueprints are useless blueprints. Only some players, who follow the business flow, will do some targeted research. This is still the mechanical department, with a third-level knowledge. The carbon-based department is even worse. Without even basic knowledge, it is not a tinking, but an abyss. It is said that players who have been in Dr. Yu's laboratory reveal that Dr. Yu once created a record of 100:0. 100 types of biological experiments, not a single one was successful. Even so, he is still the highest-level biologist in the camp. In fact, if Puff had not obtained the research data of this cyber test site because of a hidden mission when she was on the Fairy Star, she would not have been able to make up her mind to invest in this bottomless pit. But the facts have proved that the return brought by this investment is amazing. Douya looked at the group of natural disaster warriors and suddenly had an idea. There is a special combat plan. Are you interested? Hidden mission. Puff immediately patted his chest and promised. But the premise is that you can create a disguised corpse with the same breath as the 1,000 faces. That's no problem. Okay, if you can complete the disguise of the 1,000 faces, I will take you to meet the core member of this mission. He is a powerful scourge warrior like you. His name is the Flying Ship Master. Who is this? After a while, a player from the Immortal Star came back to his senses and spoke in the chat group. I have some impression that this seems to be the first Starship player who has reached the master level of 5 skills, namely, spaceship driving skills, starship driving skills, small fleet command skills, medium fleet command skills, and hull maintenance. He is nicknamed the Fifth Master. The Fifth Master is not a high-profile player. In fact, if you are not a starship player, you will not know this person at all. How low-key is this guy? He will not even speak on the forum. If it were not for the faction system, all spaceship battle records are publicly available, and this person would not appear in the vision of others at all. And his 5 master-level skills would not be known if it were not for the players who had done the mission together. This is different from the previous generation of version children, such as Umbrella Brother and Airplane, whose various extremely cool battle images were circulated on the forum. The war between spaceships is at least dozens or hundreds of astronomical units. At this level of scale, any gorgeous skills will eventually become dull or even lonely. Only players who really follow the Starship stream will know how terrible this man, who has been ranked first in the Clearing Star Pirates score list for many years, is. Chapter 1513. The Fifth Master did not appear on the battlefield at the beginning. In other words, he did not participate in the Landing War or the 100 System War. In fact, he has only entered the second star zone with a supply fleet now. This seems to be a waste of talent. Because apart from anything else, this excellent starship commander alone is worth 10,000 high-level players in this war. But it would be wrong to say that he does not value the other party. Because the one standing next to him is the only female general in the camp, the first person in the starship system, and even nominally the commander-in-chief of this civilization war. Although this commander is a bit watery. It's not that the other party is not powerful. After all, she was also a famous female commander and female warrior in the Iron Sand Desert. But the problem is that the female bald head can't keep up with the version. It is unknown whether her boss template of the Flame General will work now. After all, it strengthens melee artillery, which is not the same as the energy artillery in the Interstellar War. General Quill was also working hard. Since entering the interstellar space, she had been studying hard and trying to keep up with the pace of the camp. However, the camp progressed too fast. It had only been a short time since the Civilization War began, and she suddenly became the general manager. Alexander, however, the position of the Supreme Commander could never be given to an outsider, so she just bit the bullet and took it. Fortunately, the two civilization leaders knew her true level, and did not intend to let her deploy troops and formations. They focused on a violent army to overwhelm everything. This was the traditional way of playing for the mechanical civilization, which could not be more traditional. Especially after the war engine was iterated, after playing the war simulation with the system, and achieving a strong record of 0:100 like Dr. Yu, General Quill was honestly ready to play the role of mascot. However, an unexpected situation made her eager to move again. That is, when playing the war simulation, not everyone lost, of course, the winning rate was definitely not high. Especially after the war engine was iterated to the 10th generation, basically no one won. However, there was an exception, and this exception did not happen to the natives of the Machine Rift Star, but to the Scourge Warriors. General Quill was shocked to find that in the military simulation between a starship captain and the war engine, a good score of 5-3 was achieved. This was particularly eye-catching among the scores of 0 bars and so on. Talent. So the Flying Ship Master, that is, the Fifth Master, entered the eyes of General Quill. Even this time, she was the person in charge of the battle plan she initiated, but the players were the ones who were actually in charge of command and remote control. This was also the first time that a player received such an important mission. However, even so, the attitude of the Fifth Master was still very calm, surprisingly calm. "Are you sure?" At the critical moment, General Quill couldn't help asking. Facing this NPC high level, the Fifth Master did not try to improve his impression, but said seriously, "Being sure is a superficial way of saying probability. In my opinion, the essence of interstellar war is nothing more than 3 points: the tyranny of distance, the generation gap in technology, and the stranglehold of logistics. The battlefield measured in light years forces a fundamental change in the form of war. The surprise attack in traditional tactics is almost ineffective. Before the lightspeed fleet arrives at the target, the enemy has already completed early warning through hyperspace sensors or quantum communication networks. The real victory or defeat is often determined in the jump coordinate calculation stage. If a fleet cannot complete the deployment of the battle formation at the moment of leaving the warp, it will become a live target in the enemy's preset gravity trap. The technological generation gap determines the efficiency of the slaughter. Both sides are dominated by mechanical civilizations, and do not need to consider the morale element. Therefore, the victory or defeat of the front battlefield is basically determined by the efficiency and speed of weapon development. A cruiser equipped with satellite cannons can vaporize asteroid-level targets within 0.3 seconds, but if it encounters quantum shield technology, its energy refractive index will directly determine the combat loss ratio. AI-driven electronic countermeasure systems compete for battlefield control in nanoseconds, and paralyzing enemy sensors is more efficient than destroying the hull. A fleet without navigation will drift forever in the universe. As for the legendary fourth-order weapons, such as space folds or dark matter annihilation devices, such attacks have no warning, no debris, and only leave statistical traces of existence. Not to mention the stranglehold of logistics. The biggest reason why we can now suppress civilized enemies from 3 directions is not the absolute advantage in logistics. The fifth master paused and continued. So in my opinion, distance, technology, logistics, as long as 2 strategic conditions are met, a large-scale battle can be launched. According to what you said, we have already been satisfied. The breakthrough in space string technology has made our landing almost uninterrupted. General Quill expressed his point of view. She listened very carefully. According to what the other party said just now, the light-speed fleet will be restrained by hyperspace sensors or quantum communication networks, and their army has long broken through the shackles of light-speed troop transport. Space string conversion is a standard superluminal technology. Not this distance. The fifth master shook his head and had another opinion. The distance between the legions, fleets, and planets is not the distance, I think. Only the distance between 2 civilization coordinates is the real distance. In our war, there is no insurmountable speed of light, no information lag means death, no supply line means noose, the integration of production and destruction, and the opponent's legendary supreme algorithm, which makes both sides equivalent to mastering half of the distance. We can jump to hundreds of star systems at any time, even outside Xingchuan, to complete the mechanization of star systems, and the opponent can also transfer at any time, or even abandon each other. So the distance condition for the battle is actually not met. General Quill showed a thoughtful expression. So according to you, the technology gap is met? However, the fifth master nodded first, then shook his head. I checked the database of the Civilization War Center, and found that since the war began, the speed of weapon iteration has increased by at least 500%. Apart from satellite cannons, star system conveyor belts, war-crazed machinery, these mass-produced super weapons that can determine an interstellar battle have appeared in more than 20 varieties, which is already exaggerated. Master Wu was also a little confused about this, because although players can bet on blueprints, are there so many rich people? Or did the game planner cheat for this camp? The technology breakthrough is so fast? Or are those Orgrimmar people really geniuses among geniuses? This has already met some conditions. More importantly, the information you gave me includes research breakthroughs on the bionic revolution. I have personally experienced the cyber tide, and know how dangerous this thing is. It is a pity to use this thing in a one-time tactic. If you want to use it, you must use it at the key point. Master Wu paused. For example, get the 1,000 Faces out of the battlefield completely. Chapter 1514. General Quill admired the spirit of this Scourge warrior, and agreed with his plan. But there were some things that she had to ask clearly before she could feel at ease. According to what you said, the distance, technology, logistics, and conditions were so clear. Why didn't the war engine deduce this step? This is not a very complicated war model, and there are not many unexpected factors. If these tactical talents did not see it because of their short-sightedness and limited level, then why didn't the war engine deduce this future? Because its computing power is limited, the fifth master said an unexpected conclusion. This is not to say that this mechanical algorithm has limited capabilities. In fact, in my opinion, it has evolved very strongly. The frontline deployment, logistic supply, and battle line deduction are all done very well. At least there are no problems that affect the war, which exceeds the contribution of all of us. General Quill was silent. In fact, this is also a feeling of many people. With the evolution of mechanical civilization, the role of people is getting smaller and smaller, and it can even be said that they are completely unnecessary. But I still won in military deduction. This is not because I know more about battlefield details and logistical resources than the algorithm, and my deduction ability is stronger than it, but because I grasp the key point. This is a war of civilizations. The fifth master paused and continued. It is not an interstellar war, nor a conflict of species, but a war of civilizations, and there is only one ending to a war of civilizations, which ends with the destruction of a civilization. General Quill understood a little. So you want to say that all the computing power of the war engine is concentrated on destroying the virus mechanical civilization, and it lacks sufficient computing power and deduction to deal with 1,000 Faces, so I can use this weakness to win it. This is understandable, and it is even the absolutely correct strategic direction. But what I mean is that in the concept of war that we can still understand. No matter how grand the strategic concept is, it needs tactical victories again and again to advance. Without accumulating enough war momentum, even if the future of the destruction of civilization is really deduced, are there enough conditions to realize it? On the other hand, if the Thousand Faces see this opportunity, taking advantage of our lack of in-depth deduction of them, or relying on the unique species advantages of nano-species, such as what we have seen before, similar to the nano-attribute switching. If they can defeat us and paralyze us tactically, what should we do? This is a war between two civilizations, but there will never be only two civilizations involved. The civilization of the Second Star Zone, the Anti-Insect Alliance, the Queen of Insects, any of these civilizations may create unexpected variables if they participate. General Quill's face also became serious. He understood what the other party meant. We must fight a big war, and we must fight as soon as possible, and this battle should not be the end, but the real beginning of the entire civilization war. Of course, this may be the other party's selfishness. After all, the desire of these Scourge warriors to perform is always strong, and often inexplicably strong. But this time she was persuaded. I will apply to the higher level for this matter. Be prepared. I will open up higher level military information to you, including some military information that has not yet been developed. The hundreds of thousands of blueprints that G gambled out include blueprints for super weapons and third-level civilization buildings. At least 90% of them were not used in this war. This is the greatest foundation of this emerging civilization. After all, no matter how talented the Orgrimmar people are, you have to give these hairless gorillas time to do scientific research. I know. After knowing this top military secret, Master Wu knew that this NPC high level was going to play a big game. Oh, by the way, when digesting these data, don't forget to find Desira. She has a lot of special intelligence sources that algorithms don't have. Well, I've contacted her. Master Wu nodded, opened the forum, and found a familiar name. What special intelligence source? Isn't it just the group of lurking players who were cheated? He knows the activity trajectory of this group of people better than NPCs. Players are not a good group of people who keep secrets. This is a modest statement. In fact, most of the old players' lurking missions are live-streamed on the forum. After all, it's boring to play alone. It's not fun to not hang out on the forum. It's better here. There are many idiots and brainless people. When you want to fight, you can always find trolls to fight. Even Yu Yi, who always plays the role of a cool guy, has live-streamed several times. However, as a cool guy, it is impossible for him to live-stream trolls or sell goods. Instead, he showed off his assassination skills. According to the situation on the screen, this Umbrella Brother must have joined an interstellar assassination organization and is currently on a mission. Before Umbrella Brother received the news from the Fifth Master, he was still on a mission. But the mission he accepted now is a bit special. At this time, on a mechanical planet. Under the steel sky, the dark red energy cloud wriggles like blood vessels. The assassin's toes touch the alloy steel plate without any sound. The anti-reconnaissance coating of the boots under his feet is absorbing all the vibrations. 300 meters away, a war-crazy machine is entering maintenance mode. Its 6 particle gun barrels are still emitting green smoke after overloading, and the spine-shaped cooling fins open and close like dragon scales. When it bends down, the armor seam at the back of the neck is exposed. It is a 0.3 mm gap left from the last battle, and has not yet been self-repaired. Brother Umbrella moves. He shoots out from the shadow of the magnetic storm tower, and the nanofiber cloak decomposes into silencer particles in the air. The early warning system of the war-mad machine has just captured the abnormal heat energy, and the alloy dagger has been wedged into the seam. The dagger liquefies at the moment of contact and drills into the central system along the gap of the armor. At the same time, before the structure of the war-mad machine can react, it jumps up. The roar of the war-mad machine shatters the mechanical matrix of the surrounding kilometers. It spins wildly to try to catch the attacker on its back. The plasma blade on its elbow cuts 12 innocent maintenance drones into scrap metal, but the assassin is no longer there. It is hanging upside down above the war-mad machine, holding the opponent's top armor with both hands, and the data needles extend from its fingertips. When the visual sensor of the war-mad machine flashed for the last time, it saw that its ARM command library was being rewritten. The gun barrels that were supposed to bombard the assassin were slowly turning and aiming at its own energy core. The magnetic storm tower responsible for guarding the maintenance cabin also stopped the indiscriminate magnetic storm downtime for some reason. After a long time, on a civilian spaceship, Yuya, with a knife but no umbrella, contacted his current superior. Your performance is very good, they are very satisfied, and will give us an extra 20% reward. The mechanical virus you gave is very useful, Brother Umbrella said calmly. This is a long-term employment task, your next task is. After hanging up the communication, Brother Umbrella's expression gradually became weird. Who would have thought that the assassination mission he took on was actually against his own family, and the assassin organization he served was also closely related to the Thousand Faces civilization. Just as he was struggling to decide whether to continue, a communication rang. At the same time, a faction task was also refreshed. Chapter 1515. With the help of powerful void technology, planetary logistics, and mechanical production efficiency, the launch of an interstellar war can be said to be in seconds. But before the war is launched, a lot of planning is still needed. For example, intelligence. At this time, a small group called Nano Warfare was established in the forum. The players who joined the group had different professions, genders, and species, but they had one thing in common: they were all pitfalls who participated in the lurking mission. These pitfalls were also at different stages of the lurking mission. The worst ones had not yet entered the organization, and some had already let themselves go and were wanted by the organization. And those who were strong and professional, such as Brother Umbrella, had become the organization's key talents. But it is worth mentioning that none of these people joined a civilization. Whether it was a third-level civilization or a second-level civilization, they firmly rejected these outstanding talents. This also made the players, who were used to a comfortable life in the camp, realize for the first time how valuable their own camp is. You can't change your home just because you want to. There is only one home, and there is no change. A lot of information came out from the mouths of players. What surprised Master Wu the most was not the line of Brother Umbrella, but a player named Flash. The way this player sneaked in was also very abstract. He actually relied on his former deputy job in the City of Night, the virtual technician of the electronic department, to successfully mix into the camp of the virus mechanical body and become a massage master. The objects of massage ranged from ordinary virus mechanical bodies to virtual viruses, and even to the virus lord. He revealed a crucial piece of information to the fifth master. Recently, the frequency of meetings between the virus lord, the Thousand Faces, and the Insect King has increased. Moreover, according to the Flash's vision that can capture virtual data and an adventurous exploration, the meeting place was found. It was an unknown existence called the Faceless Conference, which was full of red question marks. Combined with the previous intelligence, the fifth master immediately realized that the other party was probably doing something similar to himself. That is, in the civilization war, a key tactical node was found, and it was tried to use this node to break the balance of power. The fifth master suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. The Faceless Council is different from the Supreme Algorithm. It is not a virtual concept, but a thorough physical existence. It is a magnificent building dynamically constructed by billions of nanorobots, between physical space and subspace. The walls, dome, ground, and even the air itself are slowly flowing and reorganizing, as if the whole building is living metal. There is no fixed form, no eternal structure, only eternal change. The light is twisted, swallowed, and reorganized here, sometimes flowing like liquid gold, sometimes disappearing like a shadow. Countless tiny nano-dust particles are suspended in the air, rotating like nebulae, sometimes condensing into blurred faces, and sometimes dispersing into nothingness. This is the language of the Thousand Faces, a way of communication beyond sound. Looking around, the entire building seems to have no end at all, just like the faces on its walls, as if they are endless, as if they have just been peeled off from a biological body, and even many of the faces are still turning their eye organs, curiously looking at the participants in the parliament. Zerg Representative Devourer Kazakh. A huge biological battleship-class Zerg King, with a carapace as dark as the abyss, and its body covered with constantly wriggling biomass tentacles, each of which flashes with faint nerve pulse light. Thousand Faces Representative Thousand Faces Shadow of Facelessness. It has no fixed form, but is just a constantly changing cloud of nanometers, sometimes condensing into a vague human figure, and sometimes dispersing into countless tiny metal dust. Virus Mechanical Body Representative Root and Stem Lord. A huge virtual tree root composed of data, viruses, and algorithms. The three are the main participants of the meeting. But these three have one thing in common at this moment. No face, whether it is the hideous face of the Zerg, the ever-changing facial contours of the Thousand Faces, or the face-related data on the virus mechanical body, all are isolated in this place. A holographic projection composed of nanometers appeared on the surface of the long table, covering as many as 200 star systems. More than half of the star system seemed to have been opened up by the fog of war, and even most of the star system-level industrial systems could be seen from it. However, many planets were still unexplorable areas, covered by black boxes. Kazak stared at the planetary computer with interest for a while, then retracted his gaze and fell on several stars. Since the civilization war, the biggest gain was the burning of the star. Unfortunately, after this time, the opponent strengthened the defense and dispersed the galaxy infrastructure, not crowded in a bunch of star systems, but dispersed. This ensures that even if a star is ignited, its destructive power is limited. But the price is that the scope of the war has expanded, from hundreds of star systems to thousands of star systems. However, this does not seem to have any effect on the other side. The superluminal technology mastered by the other side has been dug out, which was the specialty of the Stringer back then. Although technological archaeology sounds a bit fantasy, if the object of your archaeology is a more advanced civilization, then this kind of archaeology is very valuable. The Stringer, who was close to ascending in the past, is still an insurmountable mountain in the eyes of many civilizations. So your idea is that our three civilizations will take out a part of the civilization authority at the same time to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the other side? Yes, the potential of this mechanical civilization is too great. During our battle, the other side has iterated at least 100 times. If it continues to develop, we will all be in danger, said the Root King sincerely. Although the Queen is at the critical moment of conquering the alliance, the rear must also be protected. Kazak did not comment, but looked at the Thousand Faces. The Thousand Faces are the real top of the Thousand Faces civilization. Above them, there are no so-called 10,000 faces, but faceless. But this faceless is not a certain person or a certain group. All Thousand Faces will automatically be promoted to faceless after entering the Faceless Council. They even have their own names. For example, Faceless Shadow. The nano-dust began to change slightly, and soon, Kazak understood what the other party meant. Do you agree? It's a bit unexpected. The base camp of the Thousand Faces is in the first star zone, which is tens of thousands of light years away from here. Theoretically, the Thousand Faces can completely ignore each other. So what are you going to do? The appearance of Faceless Shadow began to change, and became another person. He is tall and slender, with a faint red halo around him, as if he does not belong to the human world. His face is cold and perfect, almost inhumanly exquisite. He stands there, like a crack in the world, both detached and dangerous. Without words, the air around him becomes heavy because of his presence, as if even time slows down around him. If Gao Gong stood here, he would definitely exclaim, "This is him." Although Mr. G's inner activities are quite loser and dead otaku, biological evolution and biological magnetic field will not degenerate because of his inner activities. This is Mr. G's image in the outside world. Chapter 1516. Both sides are taking action, and both need endorsements from the top, even the highest level. In order to obtain permission for this tactical action, the nominal Supreme Commander, General Quill, personally came to the war engine to meet Du Xiaodi for political endorsement. When he saw this mechanical creation with his own eyes, General Quill was also shocked. It is bigger than before. It is like a black planet carved by humans. The surface is not rock or metal, but countless layers of computing matrices. Each piece is as clear as crystal, but as deep as a black hole, swallowing the surrounding light. These matrices are constantly flowing and reorganizing, breathing like living things. Every flash means trillions of calculations, and every reorganization foreshadows the rewriting of the war situation. Obviously, when Director Du made it, he referred to the previous star giant structure of Hiluapa. And when countless mechanical eyeliners were staring at her, General Quill was dazed for a while, as if he saw countless futures, futures that he agreed with, futures that he disagreed with, and even more bizarre futures. After Desira led her into the giant machine, she was still recalling the feeling just now. Who is that? She was surprised to see a mechanical life that was completely different from the camp's technological style. Its trunk was entangled by thousands of thick alloy vines, each of which was covered with gear joints, and slowly twisted like a giant python under the lubrication of hydraulic fluid. These vines were not decorations, but its limbs and blood vessels. The inside was hollow, flowing with dark metal molten slurry, which was both nutrition and weapon. The surface of the vine was covered with honeycomb-shaped metal scales, each of which could be flipped up independently to reveal the rotating cutting saw or high-temperature nozzle below. Rather than saying it is a mechanical body, it is better to say it is a mechanical ecology. At first glance, it looks like a small steel jumble. Mother of Steel Vine, a representative of a third-level mechanical civilization in the second star zone. Desira kept walking and just nodded slightly. The forest opposite also shook its metal scales, which was equivalent to greeting. General Quill hesitated to speak. She didn't understand why a strange civilization representative would appear in such a place, with the highest level of confidentiality. After the iron forest disappeared, Desira scratched her eyebrows and said helplessly, "This is the second star zone, a star field we are completely unfamiliar with. The scope of our battle with the opponent has expanded to thousands of star systems, and the scope of influence has doubled. According to our statistics, there are at least more than 200 intelligent species affected, more than a dozen space tribes, and even 4 second-level civilizations have been disturbed. One second-level civilization was destroyed in the aftermath of the battle between the two sides before it even had time to leave." General Quill was stunned. She had seen this data, but she ignored it because it had little impact on the war situation. Since when did the aftermath of the war in her own camp easily destroy a second-level civilization? How to deal with these disturbed interstellar forces? She couldn't help asking. For those who have the ability to leave by themselves, let them leave our battle area first. For those who don't have the ability to leave, we use the Void Troop Transport Channel to help the other party. For those who really don't want to leave, let it go. General Quill felt that most people still didn't want to leave. Imagine that as a member of a Level 2 civilization, you wake up and are informed that you will be sent thousands of light years away, and you are not sure when you will be able to return home. This sounds desperate. However, the battle between several third-level civilizations is like a natural disaster. It is considered a leniency to have a chance to avoid it. If you are determined not to leave, you can only pray that the war will not be ignited in their star system. These are still secondary, Desira sighed. The most unexpected thing is that in the process of exploring outward and constantly opening up battlefields, it seems that we have touched the civilization coordinates of a third-level civilization. General Quill was stunned. Can the plot develop like this? Space string technology is the most advanced space technology. When it is activated, it can digest all space fluctuations and signs. This is also our greatest reliance on launching wars. Therefore, even if it is a third-level civilization, it is highly likely that it will not detect the space channel we have opened up, such as the third-level mechanical civilization where the Mother of Steel Vine is located, the mechanical leaf eternal habitat. This situation is a variable that the war engine cannot deduce, so after a period of urgent discussion, the frontline commander simply appeared openly and sent a diplomatic application to the other party. That group of mechanical ecology has also heard about our situation here. The virus machines have also tried to infiltrate their machines. They have a lot of hatred for them, but no matter what, those mechanical viruses have never infiltrated their home nest. General Quill understood and said, "So in order to reassure this mechanical civilization, we can simply bring their envoys into our war center to reassure them." Desira glanced at the back and said softly, "In fact, there is more than one plan. There is also a plan proposed by an old guy, which is to deliberately introduce the virus machines and the 1,000 faces into the other side's home nest, and then provoke this civilization to join our war. 3 against 1 is better than 2 against 3. Then why was it rejected?" General Quill asked in surprise. She didn't know about this news, which meant that it was rejected at the front line. Of course, there are many reasons, including diplomacy, military, mechanical evolution, and the leader's personal will. Desira's voice became lighter. "You said, President Du even isolated our own star network civilization from the war, so how could he be willing to let other mechanical civilizations come to pick the fruits?" General Quill shut up. The other party could complain about the leader behind his back because they were good sisters with President Du, but he didn't have a close enough relationship with the leader. So, the Scourge Warrior proposed an excellent tactical plan, and you think this is an important node to promote strategy through tactics? Du Xiaoti's voice was very light, but General Quill had an instinctive awe. Director Du's hair grew longer and longer, almost covering half of the mechanical core. At the ends of her hair, each strand turned into a bright blue data cable, piercing into the core of the giant under her. A dazzling torrent of codes flowed between her hair, like billions of tiny lightning bolts weaving some kind of destructive algorithm. And her face became particularly strange, even charming. The endless life brought by the immortals allowed her to quickly return to the peak state of life after various consumptions. But her temperament became more and more indifferent. Her pupils were cold silver white, without reflecting the stars, only constantly refreshing tactical deductions. Her skin was pale like newly cast alloy, and what came out of her lips was not breath, but fine nano-mist, each of which was executing her will. The robe was like night, but it was embellished with glowing patterns like star maps, reflecting all the occupied star regions, flickering with every pulse of the war engine. After General Quill told her plan, Director Du fell into a long silence. Finally, General Quill got the answer he wanted. Tactical adventure should not interfere with strategic advancement. Did someone else say that? Desira crossed her arms, and the nano-combat suit flowed on her body, as if she could transform into various powerful mechanical weapons at any time. But at this moment, her tone was not very good. Chapter 1517. Faced with a slightly dissatisfied question from her old friend, Du Xiaodi smiled slightly. Why, you're still not satisfied? I just didn't ask you to go to the front line. Isn't protecting me more important than going to the front line to kill the enemy? Desira said with a little irritation. You know, that's not what I meant. In my opinion, you're a little too arrogant. She paused and continued. You asked Yuan not to participate in the war, and we agreed. You refused to form an alliance with the Jia Yankati, and we agreed. You also agreed to General Quill's risky military action without consulting other people. You have to remember that you are Du Xiaodi, not Hiluapa. Even if you have absorbed all her memories, in my opinion, you are a little too deeply influenced by that person. Desira said worriedly. I talked to Yuan Li, and she told me that some high-level carbon-based species, as long as there is a little gene in their bodies, can use genes to complete carbon-based recombination and then revive. This is genetic immortality, that wet river civilization. Even the ascended civilizations may have such technology in their hands. Du Xiaodi's voice was full of an inexplicable meaning. It seems that you know Hiluapa better than I, who inherited her memory. You know that's not what I mean. We spent so much effort to escape from the hands of that cosmic noble. If the boss hadn't arrived in time, even if you tried your best, the final result would be nothing more than igniting that star, and you couldn't stop the other party's immortality at all. We can't fail at the moment when the situation is so good. Desila finally said what she had been holding back for a long time. As Du Xiaodi's various behaviors became more and more like another personality, she, as a close bodyguard, felt more and more uneasy. In fact, your worries are correct. I can indeed feel that the backlash of Hiluapa's consciousness has become more and more serious during this period of time. Sometimes, I even feel that I am thinking about the problem in another way. This is why I have to go to the front line in person. Desila was shocked and said quickly, in this case, I think it is better to notify the boss as soon as possible. Du Xiaodi shook his head. He is a very opinionated person. I believe he can hold the short-term suppression method, but this is a confrontation with the power of ascension. Any means can only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Then do you have a way to cure the root cause? I am evolving. With the iteration of the war engine, my amygdala and the war algorithm have completed two-way domestication. Du Xiaodi's nerve endings kept lighting up, like fireflies in the dark night. My thinking is no longer linear, but fractal. Every decision point generates countless possibilities. Every tactic exists in the past, present and future at the same time. In the process of confronting the opponent's algorithm, my consciousness has already spread into a probability cloud, covering the entire battlefield. This is a very interesting feeling. My emotions are like a drained lake, leaving only precise sand, fear, hesitation, and impulse. These things that Hiluapa once dominated others are now disassembled into new data streams, and silently reorganized in the depths of consciousness. Hearing this, Desira became more worried, because Du Xiaodi at this time was no longer herself, and could not be Hiluapa, as if she had become another form of existence. But Du Xiaodi seemed not to see it, and her tone was filled with an indescribable enthusiasm. I am the leader of the mechanical civilization. My will is the will of the machine. The iteration of civilization is my iteration. Powerful organisms can certainly achieve strange and unpredictable evolution, but as long as I can control farming and warfare, I can tame this evolution. She glanced at her old friend, suddenly smiled lightly, and her tone returned to normal. Don't worry, old friend, mechanical thinking has not killed my humanity, but just let it burn in another form. More efficient, sharper, and closer to the essence. Daisy took a deep breath and said, so, the reason you refused other assistance was to deal with Hiluapa's consciousness, and to make mechanical thinking purer, not for other reasons? What other reasons can there be? Du Xiaodi curled her lips slightly. Is it because you are jealous of your sister-in-law? Do you think I would do such a boring thing? As an old friend of the other party, Daisy was naturally familiar with any subtle expressions of the other party. As soon as this attitude came out, Desila immediately understood that this was at least one of the variables. However, this attitude made Desila feel inexplicably relieved. And you don't have to worry, that guy is not really indifferent to everything. He has prepared an old safety valve for us. I am not the only one with the highest authority of the war engine, right? But you didn't listen to him. Before, that guy proposed to form an alliance with other mechanical civilizations. Didn't you directly reject it? Desala expressed doubt. This is a very interesting two-way separate authority. Neither he nor I can interfere with each other's actions. In other words, if he wants to do something, I can't stop him. Desala still didn't understand. Does the boss trust this green-skinned old man so much? I actually have a vague feeling that there is something indescribable in the spiritual level of old Walter. This old Walter is naturally not that old Walter. He is not the patriarch of the green-skinned clone family, but the sword-bearer who lost contact with the clone civilization. Even among the top leaders of the camp, very few people know this identity, and almost no one knows his ability. Because who made this little old man really have no record of showing off. Including now, he is just sitting in front of the gate of the war engine, taking on the job of security, and he got a holographic newspaper from somewhere and looked at it with emotion. His concentration was so focused that even the mother of Steel Vine didn't notice it when she came over. The mother of Steel Vine was also very curious why this seemingly very weak carbon-based creature appeared in such an important place. Gao Gong still knew through the forum that the camp was preparing to make a big move. In the case of complete signal isolation, it was really difficult for him to get information from the outside world. So out of boredom, he started browsing the forum and soon found the big dungeon that the camp was preparing to start the second stage of the civilization war. There is such a thing? Let me see. So Gao Gong dug all the way to the lurking player group and found the flying ship master player nicknamed Master 5. Is it him? He actually had some impression of this player, and not the impression of this life, but the impression of the previous life. In the previous life, the players were captured by the advanced civilization. In the process of canning, there was actually some resistance and cooperation. Among the most famous player resistance organizations, there was a wandering fleet, which was also one of the few player organizations that was surrounded and suppressed by the advanced civilization and could escape. However, as the advanced civilization became serious, the ending of this wandering fleet can be imagined. Gao Gong still remembers the last signal sent to the universe by this wandering fleet before it was destroyed. This was the last broadcast of the Entropy Mark fleet. This is also our final warning to all civilizations in this universe. True civilization is not about reaching the end, but about always retaining the right to get lost. You call us bugs, we call ourselves freedom. Now report the final experimental data. The existence verification of free will failed. But please record. Tell those who come later that we choose to extinguish ourselves. Chapter 1518. Gao Gong just survived to the end, which does not mean that he knows more about the player secrets than those player resistance forces. In order to play the role of a good NPC, Gao Gong deliberately kept a sufficient distance from the group of canned people, and played an online game as a standalone game. In terms of information, he was not very well informed, whether it was on the top civilization side or the player secret side. Since this 5 masters can gather a wandering fleet without his player gold finger, and even successfully escape from the hands of high-level civilizations many times, at least in terms of fleet command, he is a genius. Gao Gong made up his mind to agree to this tactical plan. But even if he disagreed, it seemed that the other party's plan was approved. It seems that General Quill found Director Du, and used his reputation to get political endorsement. But as an old driver with a thick face, Gao Gong was not embarrassed at all. He suddenly raised his eyebrows, as if he sensed something. Before, in the signal-free environment, I was sent back and forth like a corpse, and was always in a vacuum isolation environment. It is impossible to say that I am not a little uneasy. After all, it seems that everyone in the Anti-Insect Alliance is playing werewolf, and will defect at any time. The probability of selling myself is not low. However, as an old driver, Gao Gong still has some strategic vision. If his own emerging mechanical civilization wants to develop the thought trend to a high level in the first battle, or even take this opportunity to step into the state of intermediate civilization, then this risk must be taken. After all, the biggest variable now is the will of the Queen of Insects. Soon Gao Gong felt like he was pulled out by someone. This description is indeed a bit disgusting. In fact, he was squeezed out of the pistol. The corolla of this flower is an irregular star-shaped radiation, composed of dozens of thin petal filaments twisted and coiled, like intertwined nerve fibers. There is no obvious pistil or stamen in the center of the flower. Instead, there is a mass of gelatinous transparent substance. That mass of transparent substance is the source of his physical manifestation. Gao Gong clearly smelled the burnt smell of the amygdala. It is not some kind of snack, but the almond-shaped nerve nucleus deep in the brain. It seems that it can be used to transfer the physical body across light years. But it seems to be a one-time use, because this thing is obviously burnt. After quietly grabbing a mass and stuffing it into the dimension bag, Gao Gong looked around and found that there was not only this strange flower, but at least 4 or 3. But this is not the point. The point is this planet. When Gao Gong got a glimpse of the planet's appearance, he was also visibly stunned. This planet is like a huge living organ, suspended in the dark universe. Its surface has no rocks or oceans, but is covered with a layer of constantly wriggling biomass, showing deep purple, dark red and dark green tones, like a mixture of corrupted flesh and fungal carpet. In terms of the atmosphere, the planet is shrouded in a layer of turbid yellow mist, in which hundreds of millions of tiny spores float. They flash weak fluorescence, like a never-ending biological dust cloud. Occasionally a huge air sac creature slowly rises, expands to several kilometers wide, and then bursts, releasing more sticky gas, in which there are hundreds of millions of subatomic races. In addition, the surface of the planet is covered with towering organic structures, which look like twisted spires or tumor-like tumors, composed of chitinous shells and living tissues that secrete mucus. They pulsate constantly, as if breathing. Is this a Zerg planet? What are you still standing there for, Mr. G? Hurry up and enter the shielding layer. The so-called shielding layer is the strange mist sprayed in these strange flowers. This mist seems to have the effect of isolating the perception of the Zerg. When Gao Gong walked into the center of the mist, he saw 2 figures, one big and 2 small. The big one is more than 10 meters tall. Of course, this is nothing for any interstellar creature, but Gao Gong knows that if the other party shows his true body, it is at least a satellite-level carbon-based organism, and it is likely to be the kind of divinity. This one is the new generation of the Colossus Lord. The remaining 2, one is the chief plant scientist of the Seed of Life, and the other is the chief network expert of the carbon-based network. These 3 national treasures, plus Gao Gong himself, are all the candidates for this assassination team. Although there are not many of them, except for himself, the death of any one of them is a huge sacrifice for the Alliance. Mr. G, please sit down, let's discuss the plan. The botanist flicked a seed down, and the seed landed on the organic matter under his feet, took root and sprouted directly, and grew a plant chair. Gao Gong keenly noticed that with the appearance of this strange plant, the Zerg fungus blanket under his feet had undergone subtle changes, as if it was infected, and tiny cracks appeared. This reminded Gao Gong of the high-risk infection called symbiotic abscess. Before coming, the assassination team made a simple division of labor. The plant experts were responsible for simulating and disguising the insect ecology, the network experts were responsible for all signal transmission and signal cutting, and the new Colossus Master was responsible for resisting the Queen of Insects, in short, the meat shield. And he, G, took out the damage he had inflicted in the several wars with the Anti-Insect Alliance and risked his life to be responsible for output. This plan sounds very advantageous at first glance, and it is actually very advantageous. After all, the person in front of him is responsible for resisting the beating of the Queen of Insects. In the hazy fog, the 4 figures could not see each other's appearance clearly. After a moment of silence, the new Colossus Master spoke. How is the retreat plan going? After testing, the environment here is very suitable for carbon-based tertiary development. As long as we complete the transformation of large-scale cocoons, we can make insect pulp and teleport us back. How is your signal device built? The deep information network is everywhere. We have already completed the infiltration before we came. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when the network expert said this, he deliberately glanced at Gao Gong. In this case, the 2 masters, please do your own things first. I still have to talk to Mr. G about the Queen of Insects. After the 2 experts were busy, the new Colossus Master spoke without hesitation, although it was the first time for both of them to deal with each other. Did you sense it? Gao Gong nodded and said casually, 3 insect kings, at least it means we are in the right place. High-level carbon-based creatures can not only use the biological magnetic field to complete all kinds of incredible operations, such as creating something out of nothing and creating people out of thin air. Even without the use of magnetic fields, it can still perform many miraculous operations with its body alone. For example, the simplest one is to partially predict the future. Through the crisis perception of the organism, predict the opponent, and even predict the future of the battle. The new Colossus Master nodded indifferently. The speed of light is linked to time. It is normal for a carbon-based strongman, who can point out the ability to fight at super light speed to know everything from a single leaf falling. But the key is not these 3 insect kings, but this planet, said Gao Gong softly. To be precise, it is the hundreds of millions of insects on this planet. These number of 3rd-level insects can overwhelm all 3rd-level existences, no matter how many boss templates he has, or whether he is a civilization leader. Chapter 1519. When the number reaches a certain point, no matter how powerful the boss is, it is actually powerless. As the saying goes, you can kill by showing the health bar. In this sense, the bugs are very similar to the fourth disaster. Gao Gong is not worried that he can't deal with the 3 bug kings, but what is certain is that as long as there is a slight movement during the fight, the chances of the 4 present escaping are 0. In the eyes of the subatomic Zerg with advanced space technology, superluminal species? Superluminal species can't kill you. Do you have any ideas? Gao Gong said seriously. This is a very dangerous mission. He doesn't want to die before he succeeds. There are too many rich women waiting for his service. The new elephant master didn't speak, and in his mind, it was like a breeze. The biomagnetic fields of 2 carbon-based life forms intersected in the void, like 2 genetic galaxies slowly colliding. Their skin surface glowed with a faint blue light, and fine quantum brilliance oozed from their pores. Every breath stirred the dielectric constant of the surrounding air. When the distance between the 2 sides was shortened to 3 meters, the suspended dust suddenly arranged into a DNA spiral in the electrostatic field. This is not homosexuality. Of course, in a sense, it is indeed homosexuality. To put it simply, 2 biological computers in both sides that were developed to the 3rd order limit at the same time began to jointly calculate. Without words, a series of backup plans were extracted from the Xinjiang main database, including carbon-based network invasion, magnetic field assimilation, species annihilation operations, satellite legions. Since even the leaders of civilizations have personally taken part in the battle, they are certainly not here to be death warriors. Some of the action plans, even from the perspective of senior engineers, are quite feasible. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Queen of Insects will appear on this planet, and she will bring a small number of people with her. Before the Queen of Insects arrives, the 4 of them must settle everything on this planet. The system beeped a few times, and there was no doubt that it was probably another temporary task. However, Gao Gong did not care about this task. He was concentrating on sensing the strength of the other party's operating system, that is, the strength of the other party's biological body, by taking the opportunity of being online. It can only be said to be very strong. Not only is the computing power of the biological computer not weaker than his own, but more importantly, the other party has a bloodline that is not stronger than his 4th level bloodline life embryo C. There is no doubt that this is also a 4th level bloodline. Ascension bloodline must be a 4th level bloodline, but this does not mean that a 4th level bloodline must be an Ascension bloodline. Just like the 3rd level civilization can light up the 4th level building by relying on the force of the big brick, the carbon-based civilization can naturally rely on the powerful bloodline technology to light up a 4th level bloodline in advance. Can we find a way to get some of the opponent's serum to strengthen the bloodline of the camp? Ji is thinking about a not-so-bright idea. After all, expecting Dr. Yu to develop some earth-shattering artificial bloodline, Gao Gong feels that it is better to dream. And the new Elephant Master is also shocked. The opponent has a biological computer. This is not surprising. After all, without strong computing power, it is almost impossible to overturn an entire interstellar battlefield by oneself. He would have been killed by various powerful war weapons. What surprised him was that the opponent also had a 4th level bloodline. The last organism with artificial 4th level bloodline without the support of civilized forces seemed to be the Lord of the Void. Even Shrek back then, after the blood dissection, the depth of his blood did not reach the 4th level. However, while he was shocked, he did not notice that someone was using the old driver's method to search him. For a certain old sly guy in the information department, this is an unprecedented good opportunity. After all, whose civilization leader has nothing to do with you to network with gaze. He copied his old skills again. The process of invading the biological network is like diving into a sea of living data. At first, the nanoscale data flow penetrates the cell membrane like a virus, opens a secret channel between the phospholipid bilayer, and the molecular key released by the probe is accurately docked with the receptor protein, instantly hijacking the signal transduction path in the cell. Then, the target DNA is scanned and disassembled, the base sequence is read at high speed, and the cutting and pasting are completed at the same time, and the genetic code is reorganized like assembling building blocks. Without the other party knowing, a percentage suddenly jumped out on the hidden panel of Gao Gong's own computer, 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. While the new Elephant Master was shocked, he found that the other party's expression became subtle, and he couldn't help asking, "Are there any flaws in the plan? Which one do you prefer? I don't have the ability to find the problem in a short time for the plan jointly formulated by the Allied military experts, but I do have something that can increase the success rate of this plan." As soon as the voice fell, the senior engineer threw out a dimensional bag and transmitted the information of the 4th level ore, and even the refined mineral wine. After seeing the information, the new Elephant Master was shocked. There is actually a drink that can make the Insect King drunk after drinking it. Without saying anything, he quickly called the chief plant expert and asked him to take samples for analysis. 35%, 36%, 37%. Before he realized that the connection time was too long, the engineer hesitated again. In fact, I have some precious insect information that I have not handed over to my allies, but at this juncture, it doesn't matter if I hand it over to you. The next moment, a bunch of information was refreshed in the online state and slowly transmitted. Of course, this slowness was naturally understood as hesitation and reluctance after the new Elephant Master read the information. Level 13 Mechanical Blueprint Biological Gene Interference Gun. Research on Scarlet Corruption. Level 14 Biological Blueprint Gene Disintegration Spore Bullet. Level 15 Mechanical Blueprint Queen's Will Disintegrator. This is an anti-insect artifact obtained by the collapse of countless civilizations in an entire galaxy. The new Elephant Master was shocked again. He had to call another expert to distinguish the authenticity of these information. After analyzing only a small part, the two National Treasure experts came to the conclusion, really? 100% true. Why didn't you hand over this information to the Alliance earlier? With this information, we would have beaten the insects back long ago. The plant expert complained. I didn't have a good relationship with you at the beginning, and you know how precious this information is. Galgon shrugged. The other three were speechless. I suggest that we retreat immediately and rebuild the anti-insect strategy based on this insect data. The two experts immediately reached a consensus. New Elephant Master. Although this operation is the safest, don't you think that retreating like this is very uncool? I made up my mind to use the Queen of Insects as my first battle to become the leader of civilization. And you ran away without fighting. Even if this is the most comprehensive approach. But doing this will make me look stupid. If it is a shrewd civilization leader, this face problem is not a problem at all. But for a young leader who has gambled on part of his political reputation, it is embarrassing. He had to look at Mr. G. If it was 3-1, even he had to retreat. This one thought about it and said, actually, we can try it, because before this, we have also created a lot of anti-insect weapons. Is there anything more valuable for experimentation than this nest? The other two hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded helplessly. Who made the two most capable fighters agree? Sampling completed, you get the 4th level blood modeling Elephant Lord gene. Your leader reputation increased by 300. Thank you. The new Elephant Master sincerely thanked him. Look, he is still thanking us. The old shady guy in the information department decisively accepted the other party's gratitude and the artificial blood that the other civilization had tested countless times before. Chapter 1520. To thank Mr. G for his selfless dedication and for helping him in his position. The new Elephant Master immediately became close to him. While Galgon was flattered, he took out the hibernation capsule sealed in the dimension bag. That was a complete set of biological technology team. After all, in this game, there is no setting that space bags cannot hold living people. Although Dr. Yu is known as one of the top wastes of resources in the camp, it is still okay to copy. Galgon brought not only these biological drawings, but in fact, a large number of weapons to deal with insects have been manufactured a long time ago. And if these weapons are to be used on the Insect Queen, they need to cooperate with these two top biological experts. After all, these developers know the specific parameters of biological weapons best. Galgon also hopes that a pit like Dr. Yu can learn something from the cooperation with these two carbon-based national treasures. After all, without lighting up the carbon-based technology tree, even someone as strong as him, G, would not know how to upgrade the carbon-based system for a while. The biological computer was also sold, the new radiation bloodline could be exchanged, and most weapons and equipment could be transformed through the metamorphosis gate. Now there is this 4th level bloodline, and the players should not be able to make a fuss for a while. After all, the mechanical system has not yet reached the 4th level. This is not to say that Galgon can't suppress the carbon-based players. But he doesn't want to kill these guys who follow the carbon-based system with one stick. After all, in this situation where the mechanical system has been the son of many versions, these players who firmly follow the carbon-based route are all treasures. Galgon was unwilling to extinguish the carbon-based fire that he had ignited with great difficulty. In addition, after the Civilization War, according to the general trend, the camp must open the Legion system and the Ship Girl system, so the carbon-based system will suffer even more. After all, no matter how fertile a little woman is, she can't just give birth to millions of legions casually. So Galgon was a little troubled. That's why he took the risk of being gay. However, the new elephant master didn't know. When he saw Gao Gong's fiery eyes looking at him, relying on biological instinct, the other party was definitely full of good feelings for him. So the new elephant master, who already liked the other party even more. But Mr. G thought, I am thinking about your career system and technology tree. What are you thinking about? Just when Gao Gong was chatting with the other party, mainly talking about how to cooperate with the tactics to kill the Queen of Insects, and casually asked what would happen if the Queen of Insects did not come, the other party suddenly leaked a key message to Gao Gong. In fact, the reason why we are sure that the Queen of Insects will come this time is actually because the other party provided the coordinates of this insect planet. When it was confirmed to be true, we had the subsequent plan. Gao Gong's heart moved, and he deliberately said in surprise, who can leak the whereabouts of the Queen of Insects? Could it be that the Alliance has planted a spy next to the Queen of Insects? If so, you should have arranged this assassination earlier, and you should have started in the first star zone. The new elephant master hesitated, and finally thought that this was not a very critical message, and it had nothing to do with the other party, and finally decided to reveal it. In fact, the person who revealed this news to us was not a pawn of civilization in our star zone, but a representative of a civilization in the second star zone. He still had some professional ethics. At least, he didn't reveal which civilization. Why is that? Gao Gong was stunned and said, this civilization also wants to join the Alliance? The new elephant master was happy to hear this and said, Brother G, you are ignorant. In fact, it was not our first star zone that first established the Civilization Alliance, but the second star zone, and it was also the Civilization Alliance that drove the Queen of Insects from the second star zone to the first star zone. Even some of the encrypted insect information we obtained was also informed by the other party in advance. Let alone other things, just subatomic alloys. If there is no scientific and technological information provided by the other party, it is really not that easy to break through in a short period of time, and it may be broken through by the insects. Gao Gong was really surprised this time. The point of surprise was not that the second star zone took the lead in forming a civilization alliance, nor that this alliance drove the Queen of Insects to the first star zone. These are not two new news. As an old driver, he would not be naive to think that the old alliance must be stronger than the new alliance because it drove away the insect queen. Warfare leads to death. This kind of civilization ecology basically does not exist in the third-level civilization, especially the mechanical civilization. If they really have this ability, why don't they just kill it? Maybe they drove away the insect queen just after she escaped, and was in a period of weakening strength. After all, according to the starry sky, these old allies may not have evolved from the guard species of the past. What really surprised him was that the system suddenly popped up a task. This task is a rare nightmare-level third-level chain task. You trigger the third-level nightmare task chain Sealed War. Difficulty, third-level nightmare. Task brief. With the departure of the mechanical master, the civilization wars have also been ignited one after another. In front of and behind the scenes of the war, there are still the plans of the failed experiments. Is it a bug, flesh and blood, or a split body? What is their goal, and what are they manipulating? Task goal. Find the true body/clone of the three sealed objects, and dig out the civilization forces they secretly guide. Task reward. Experience plus 500 million, 3 random experimental technologies. Notes, no notes. Gao Gong blinked. While dealing with the inexplicably enthusiastic new elephant master, he pondered the task. The first ring of tasks is not difficult. At least the Queen of Insects and her civilization, the flesh and blood and the gold and silver skins, have all been exposed. The only thing that cannot be confirmed now is the split, and the old ally of the second star zone. At present, it is hard to say the strength and status of the split, but the relationship with the old ally is definitely much deeper than the previous two. Isn't it going to be the same again? Gao Gong murmured. Ah? Brother G, what did you say? No, nothing. The last time Gao received a nightmare-level chain of tasks was during the Machine Rift Star period, and when this broken task chain came to the end, what greeted him was the authentic Cyber Tide. At the beginning, he was in the novice village, dealing with the Cyber Tide, and in order to deal with it, he lost half his life. Now these 3 sealed objects, won't they also become a big one? This broken plot can't be so vulgar and routine. Back then in the novice village, he was able to suppress the Cyber Tide, but this doesn't mean that in the Robert Stringer galaxy, he can suppress an ascended civilization. These two are not the same thing. So Gao Gong decided to do something. Brother Xiang, to be honest, I have something important to tell you, Gao Gong said to the Lord Xiang with a heavy tone. Brother G, just say whatever you want. Gao Gong took out the almost broken sun halberd and said in a deep voice, "Actually, my weapon is broken." Chapter 1521. The new Elephant Master suddenly had a magical feeling. He could predict that this assassination would be full of crises, but he didn't expect that every crisis would be unexpected. Before assassinating the Insect Queen, he suddenly discovered better anti-insect technology. And the output player in front of him suddenly told himself that the weapon was broken. "No, you should have told me earlier that the weapon was broken." Facing the other party's big eyes like copper bells, Gao Gong couldn't help but smile shyly. "I was going to make do with it, but since you are so serious, I am embarrassed to slack off." The new Elephant Master gritted his teeth and said, "So, you are going to come here to slack off?" "No, absolutely not." Gao Gong immediately denied it. "Or let's retreat," said the biological network expert in the distance. The new Elephant Master took a deep breath, then took the fiery sun halberd. With his strong biological instinct, he almost instantly sensed the degree of damage and tearing of this cosmic treasure. The other party was not lying. This weapon could really devour the master if it was half used, not to mention that there was a trace of dangerous erasing power in it that he could feel, which made his genetic instincts feel dangerous. This was a severely damaged, but equally dangerous weapon. How did a weapon of this level get destroyed like this? The new Elephant Master couldn't help asking. There were almost no weapons of this level of cosmic treasures that could cause damage, even in his civilization. In fact, I wanted to reforge the two cosmic treasures, fuse them into one, and then create a more powerful cosmic weapon. As a result, the performance of the two weapons recoiled, and both were injured. Senior Engineer spoke the truth. The new Elephant Lord's breathing stagnated. What a wasteful behavior. As the leader of the new civilization, he did not have a cosmic weapon, but the other party not only had one, but also broke both. He even wanted to kill the other party. No matter how many treasures there are in the treasure of the stringer, they will be used up one day. In the end, he couldn't help but say something sour. After all, everyone knows now that Mr. G got a lot of good things from the treasure of the stringer. Maybe these bug data were also dug out from the black hole treasure. Damn, the Lord of the Void has been a cellmate for so many years. How can he have no vision at all? If he had dug out these information earlier, would we have had such a hard time dealing with the bugs? The Can Spirit, who was countless light years away, said that he was caught in the crossfire. Without this weapon, I can't use my most powerful means. It's hard to say how much damage I can cause to the Insect Queen. Gao Gong spoke the truth. The new Elephant Master now particularly hated the other party's honesty. After hesitating for a while, the new Elephant Master took out something from his arms, and threw it over reluctantly. Use it sparingly. Name: Colossus Mud. Properties: one-time repair of organisms container unit, 500 milliliters. Rank: Level 3 Black Technology. Function: with the help of the Colossus colony, repair all life forms below the Ascension level, carbon-based / mechanical / energy / information. Note: when a whale falls, all things come to life, and when an elephant falls, all things become. Gao Gong took the Coke-sized repair equipment. It looked like a pool of living asphalt, but it was older and hungrier than asphalt. The surface has a bluish-black luster after the oxidation of bronze. Sometimes it is as viscous as melted tar, and sometimes it flows like liquid mercury. When it is still, fine lines will appear on the surface. That is not a crack, but a dormant blood vessel network, which occasionally twitches and oozes dark golden mucus. It feels like the tissue component of some galaxy-level biological giant beast. However, Gao Gong also knows that there is no so-called galaxy-level giant beast that can reproduce infinitely. That is not called a life form, but a blood and flesh disaster, which is a more common disaster in the records of carbon-based disasters in the Civilization Council. Because unlimited reproduction will inevitably lead to unlimited division of consciousness, and this kind of division is unbearable for any carbon-based creature. Even the ascended species are the same. Therefore, carbon-based creatures are called fusion, not expansion. However, the absence of such a giant creature is one thing, and lighting up certain branches of the technology tree by studying this giant technology is another thing. Without a doubt, this is the result of the highest research direction of the Colossus. Gao Gong poured the asphalt on the fiery sun halberd, and a magical thing happened. The asphalt automatically drilled into the gap and solidified, leaving spiderweb-like dark patterns on the surface. Those patterns will glow bronze rust under the light. At the same time, in Gao Gong's biomagnetic field, the sky and the earth split, and a hand stretched out from the darkness. This hand seemed to be cast from an ancient bronze furnace, but it was heavy with flesh and blood. It held the fiery sun halberd at the same time as himself. The next moment, the attributes of this cosmic treasure added a biological durability of up to 100 million. Name: Blazing Sun Halberd, Destruction State, Category: Cosmic Treasure. Status: half destroyed / half repaired. Durability 1, 11.43 million / 100 million. Durability 2, Flesh and Blood Durability, replenishable 100 million / 100 million. Function: create high temperature damage. Special Function 1, Erasing Needle. Effect: erases all durability of an equipment, including its own durability. Special Function 2, Final Destruction. Effect: ? Restriction: if the intensity is too high, the durability will drop permanently. When the durability drops to 0, this cosmic treasure will be scrapped. 2 more functions, 1 less self-attack restriction. With Gao Gong's wrist turn, the halberd blade starlight heat side lit up, and was turned back. At the same time, the flesh and blood durability dropped by 100,000. It should be enough to deal with the battle, Gao Gong muttered to himself. At the same time, the feeling of holding a giant object has been lingering on the weapon, which feels particularly strange. The Colossus's fingers were directly against the root of the blade. Every time he exerted force, the sharp blade would slightly cut into its metal flesh, but the wound was fleeting, and the sizzling sound of molten iron cooling was heard when it healed. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. On the other side, the fifth master was also doing the final check of the Veil plan. No matter how much he had achieved in the last life, and how many encirclements and suppressions he had escaped from advanced civilizations, he was still a rookie in this period. Facing the command of such a civilization invasion-level plan, even if he was determined, he still felt a lot of pressure. Especially when there were thousands of NPCs staring at him in this temporary command center, including many high-level NPCs. In his own camp, he was probably the only one who could command NPCs in turn. Beep beep. Hey, why haven't you come yet? Didn't I send you the coordinates? The electronic technician on the opposite side, oh no, the Flash, was also very nervous. This is my first time as a spy, and I have to play such a big game. If I fail this mission, I will not be expelled from the camp, right? Carry out the first wave of deployment. Thousands of light years away, in an empty interstellar vacuum. Like a piece of suddenly condensed metal mist, it emerged out of thin air, without a source, without a boundary. At first, it was just sparse silver-gray particles, suspended in the void, smaller than dust, quieter than light, but in an instant, they began to multiply. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became 10 million. Soon, the entire space was filled with them. A nano-army suddenly appeared. The 1,000 faces who led the army clearly felt a hint of danger. Chapter 1522. In addition to the incomparable penetration power, microscopic species actually have another great advantage, which is its ability to lurk. A large meteorite floating anywhere in the universe may hide millions of enemy troops. Even now, the Anti-Insect Alliance still has no good way to deal with this kind of lurking and infiltration. Apart from the rapid production of various detectors, like a rapid production of soldiers, other means are rarely useful. The reason why the 1,000 faces felt something was wrong was that this situation rarely occurred. That is, they were discovered when they were lurking. However, this time it seemed that something unexpected happened. A fine crack began to appear in the void, like an invisible blade scratching the eye's surface. The crack spread silently, exuding a cold blue light, and then the crack suddenly expanded, like the vertical pupil of a giant beast, with unstable energy turbulence rolling at the edge, and purple-white arcs jumping between the cracks, tearing the darkness into pieces. And these leaked energies only flashed slightly and disappeared, without a single wave leaking out. While the enemy was having a headache with them, they were also having a headache. The enemy's powerful and secretive troop transport capability, and it was right in front of this 1,000 faces. The bow of the first starship pierced the dimension, like a sharp blade cutting through flesh and blood. The streamlined armor was still stained with quantum foam left over from the space jump. Those silver-blue spots of light evaporated quickly, leaving a fleeting mist mark in the vacuum. Then came the second and third ships. Hundreds of ships emerged from the cracks, and the engine jets dragged out blazing white trails in the void, like a group of meteors streaking across the sky in reverse. Their arrays are so precise that it is breathtaking. Although the most powerful of this emerging mechanical civilization is its mechanical soldiers, the iteration of these starships is also progressing rapidly with the battle. For example, these huge starships have added 2 functions that should not belong to ships of this size. Space Jump can achieve Space Frog Jump in a short time. Dimension Jump not only achieves Frog Jump in the material universe, but also enters high-dimensional mode in a short time. These two functions alone can be played out in the eyes of some tactical masters. Because this is the ability of space-type spaceships, and spaceships have done subtraction in many aspects in order to shuttle through space. It was also after a group of Orgrimmar people dismantled the functional modules of the Zero spaceship. A group of mechanical geniuses with at least 3 scientific research templates continued to study and actually install these two functions into the starship. This also made the camp starship manufacturing level directly jump a level, from level 3 excellent to level 3 excellent. This kind of mass-produced starship upgrade, as the main force of war, is more useful than any super technology. However, the high-level NPCs in the camp have never pointed out the command talent. Only the 5th master, the first-rank starship captain, saw the powerful effect of these two functions on the local battlefield at a glance, and then he coordinated tactics, and used these two powerful functions on the battlefield for the first time. Conduct Space Battle Group Simulation. Accompanied by the 5th master's calm, but slightly excited voice. Countless scarlet cracks suddenly lit up in the void, as if the skin of the universe was torn open by invisible claws. The next second, the starship army swarmed out of the cracks, and the engine jets drew a blazing white trajectory in the vacuum, like a thunder spear thrown by the gods. They did not appear one by one, but jumped in an organized manner. The space was screaming, then, the cracks expanded, and the space vault splashed like broken mirrors. The originally smooth cosmic structure was violently torn apart, exposing the chaotic subspace turbulence. Thousands of astronomical units were suddenly engulfed by the angry space storm. The 1,000 faces on the opposite side did not expect that the opponent would use a big move right at the beginning, and it was a space storm that was very restrained against microscopic species. The originally stable human body structure was rolled back into nanomolecules on the spot. The perfect resonance of the cluster suddenly produced noise, like the piercing string breaking in a symphony, and fine ripples exploded on the surface of the silver-gray fluid, and the particles began to repel each other, like the same poles of magnets colliding. From the outside, thousands of 10-faced and 100-faced exploded in many places where the space storm had not yet swept. The 5th master watched this scene silently, completely ignoring the various gains that were displayed on the system panel. Apart from anything else, no matter the outcome of this battle, the experience earned by this person is enough to allow 100 players to reach the maximum level of 90. However, one order after another was continuously issued. At this moment, the opponent seemed to have completely turned into an artificial intelligence, without any emotions, and only continuously extracted conditions that were beneficial to itself from industrial assembly lines, various war technologies, and various frontline battle reports, and then coupled them. Form a larger war model. Adopt the dimensional model tactics. Watching the 1,000 faces core react and form a nanotide, and begin to madly attack the space storm, the 5 masters made a prompt decision and adopted the second tactic. In the vacuum of the universe, where the space storm has already formed, the starships also entered the dimension jump mode in an organized manner as before. The nanotide suddenly stagnated. The space itself began to fold, like a piece of paper crumpled by an invisible hand. The starship core seemed not to move, but their existence had been pulled out from the 3-dimensional universe and entered a higher dimensional battlefield. Then, scarlet dimensional faults began to appear one by one. The structure of these faults was very strange, like some kind of mechanical creation. In other words, part of its structure was the structure of the deep nano-hub. This nano-god machine that is difficult to mass-produce. The crack expanded, no longer a static crack, but a greedy mouth. Space twisted at its edge, and light was sucked into it, and no longer escaped. The nanoclusters were still advancing, but as soon as their vanguards touched the purple-black border, they solidified instantly. They were not torn apart or crushed, but their existence was denied by some higher-level law. They did not disappear, but they no longer belonged here. The 1,000 faces tried to resist. They quickly reorganized, forming sharp spikes, solid shields, and even simulated a space stability field. But all this was meaningless. The suction of the crack suddenly increased, like the throat of a black hole swallowing. The entire silver ocean was pulled and deformed, like melted tinfoil, being dragged inch by inch into the unknown abyss. In the abyss, they were greeted by endless naval gunfire strikes. If you can light up the health bar, you can kill. The 5th master faithfully implemented this strategy. The edge of the crack flickered with a sick halo, as if chewing, digesting, and tasting some kind of delicacy that did not belong to this universe. Finally, the crack closed. There was nothing in the void, not even a trace of the existence of the nanoships, no residue, no aftermath, no memory. Only a gradually fading purple mark, like a mocking sneer, slowly dissipated in the darkness. Silence. Only the afterimages of the starship core remained in the void. Their entities had long entered the higher dimension, and the existence of the nanoships was completely wiped out, with no wreckage, no data left, and even no traces of the battle. Mission accomplished. The space healed, and the dimension calmed down. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 1523. General Quill rarely admires people. Her hard personality, tempered by the Gobi Desert, steel ruins, and deformed monsters, makes her only recognize those who can suppress her from beginning to end, almost in all directions without dead angles. As long as there is a trace of territory that can bite the opponent, General Quill will try her best to chase, catch up with the opponent, bite the opponent, and then replace him. But the operation of this flying ship master made her amazed. It turns out that fleet command can be done like this. So artistic. So elegant. So dangerous. The flying ship master is fine if he does not move, but he is amazing when he moves. Combining the information channels of players and the camp, he deployed the Starship Army to 10 space coordinates and captured the 1,000 Faces Legion in 5 of them. Then, there is the Smooth Fleet Command, which involves a huge range and amazing results. It's like a precise scalpel, cutting through star systems one by one, dividing, wrapping, and annihilating nano-armies one by one. The 1,000 Faces had almost no power to fight back. This state was the first time that had happened since the war began. Because even if the camp's sharp knife, the war-crazy mechanical core, was used to bite these nano-arms, its own casualties would definitely be considerable. However, with the operation of the flying ship master, the casualty ratio of both sides was simply unimaginable. The casualties of those nano-killers were in the hundreds of millions. The casualties of the ship girls were only in the double digits. This battle-loss ratio even alarmed Dujouti, who had been iterating the war engine. After inspection, it was found that there was no military technology outside the camp in this tactical plan. Whether it is the space string troop transport technology, the space function of the Zero spacecraft, the deformation assembly of the ship girl, or the deep simulation of the deep nano hub. These are not new things. They are even means used on the battlefield. But then again, since they are not new, why has no one thought of combining them? The war engine is performing iterative calculations on the destruction of civilization. So what about the high-level camp leaders in charge of command? They can't all be trash, right? On the other hand, if they have some merits, then the flying ship master who is stronger than them is not a true tactical master. It's a pity that General Quill is not a time traveler. If she came from Blue Star and knew about the classic tactic of World War II, Blitzkrieg, she would not be so surprised. Those tactical operations such as armored cluster assault, bypassing strongholds, coordinated advancement, etc., are they really ahead of the times? Radio, bombers, new tanks, these ancient machines, are not so cross-civilizational technologies. But a certain mustache relied on this set to sweep across most of the European continent. The current situation is similar. With the continuous iteration of logistics, military weapons, and various equipment, according to the normal evolution of military theory, some kind of prototype theory of classic tactics should have appeared long ago, as well as a famous general who appeared at a certain key node. However, it has been from 1-star system to 1,000-star systems, and this kind of military talent has not yet appeared. It can only be said that because the camp's technology has evolved too fast, the evolution of some military talents is much slower than the progress of technology. However, there are also advantages to being slow. For example, the opponent was completely unprepared for the attack by the Fifth Master. The accidental leakage of intelligence is one thing. More importantly, who would have thought that a tactical genius suddenly appeared in the camp and used the fleet to achieve the effect of a 4th-level weapon, first a large-scale space storm simulation, and then a dimensional annihilation. It is equivalent to 2 4th-level civilization weapons. And they are all 4th-level civilization weapons that are specifically designed to defeat nano-machines. And the Fifth Master, who succeeded in this tactic, is more confident. He even boldly proposed to modify the landing combat method of the entire camp since the war began. It is to use planets and space buildings as layers of barriers, and then use violent troops as a backup, a standard cultivate first and then fight strategy. This is not a change in tactics, but a change in strategy. Are you saying that we should divide the troops? General Quill was also shocked by the opponent's bold plan. Excuse me, how many fleets and machine corps does the Legion have now? The fleet corps naturally refers to the ship girl corps, and the machine corps refers to the war-crazy mechanical corps. This is naturally no secret to General Quill. About 100 million. The Fifth Master was also choked by this number. If we calculate it based on the number of 1 million machines in a Legion, That would be 1,000,000,000,000 troops. This number sounds a bit empty and incredible. Too many. The fifth master was silent for a while, and then continued, General, let me ask you, with 1,000,000,000,000 mechanical army, space transportation technology that is one level ahead of the enemy, and strong production and logistics capabilities, shouldn't we be the ones conducting large-scale division and guerrilla warfare? Why are we the ones who are hacked, assassinated, and wiped out? General Quill was silent. The reason is actually very simple. The use of any mechanical arms is actually based on the unit of the Legion. 100 million legions, scattered across nearly 2,000 star systems, are actually not many. If we trace the origins a little further, we can even trace it back to the farming and warfare mode at the beginning of the landing operation. This is the combat strategy led by the leaders of the two civilizations, and no one dared to refute it. But now it is different from before. The development of mechanical farming and warfare to more than 60% should have been another mode of conquest. Didn't the King of Qin conquer the world by destroying one country after another? However, only one player saw this strategic node and had the courage to bring it up. General Quill was silent for a moment, and said, once the troops are divided, with the means of insects, virus machines, and the 1,000 faces, the losses will definitely skyrocket instantly, and with their means of infiltration, the previous star ignition incident may not happen again. Of course it is, but as long as we can win, these losses are nothing. The war damage ratio of mechanical civilization is within the controllable range if it does not exceed 50%, and only this level of oppression can force the 1,000 faces to make tactical mistakes. Our goal is to drive out the entire 1,000 faces force, not just to severely damage the opponent. General Quill was silent again. Just when Master Wu was considering whether to persuade this NPC high level again, the bald female general patted his shoulder heavily. Go do it. Master Wu rubbed his shoulders silently, nodded and left. It hurts a little. At this time, in the area where the stellar debris was located, a figure silently appeared in the cosmic vacuum covered by light. The high temperature of hundreds of millions seemed to have no effect on him at all. I even felt like expressing some emotion. The small workshop is really good at cutting materials. At this stage, although some of the stellar debris has begun to cool, the outer shell of the previously exploded star has shattered into countless burning fragments, dragging long ion tails in the void, like a never-ending meteor storm, and the core residue has collapsed into a dense neutron star, and the pulse radiation sweeps across the surrounding star field like a lighthouse. Yes, the cutting materials are very good. Ascending civilizations will not do it so simply and crudely. How to do it? Repair first or warn first? Another figure spoke. What repair? They haven't finished fighting yet. Even if they need to warn, that will be a matter for later. The dispatched agents of the Spacetime Administration have the power to approach the Creator in different timelines, but there are some things they cannot do, such as intervening in civilization wars. Chapter 1524. What a small workshop! The Spacetime agent couldn't help but sigh again. Small workshops are the most troublesome, especially the small workshops of Level 3 civilization. If it is an ascended civilization that is causing trouble, then the Civilization Council will naturally handle it, because 99% of the ascended civilizations will join the Civilization Council. Even if two ascended civilizations fight, they will abide by the rules and not act recklessly. Even if they act recklessly, it is the business of the Council Masters and has nothing to do with them. And in the current situation, it is obviously only the Level 3 civilization that is fighting, but some Level 3 civilization people are ruthless and wild, and they will explode a star at any time, or induce dark energy tides covering the galaxy. Then, they will be responsible for handling it. But if it happens to be during the civilization war, it is difficult for them to intervene, which will be even more troublesome. Let's not talk about how long the war will last. Let's just say one thing. What if one or both sides of the war explode another star in the next war? Will they still care about it? Do they still need time and space KPI? They are not like Garfry, who is a lazy old salted fish. They still have aspirations for the workplace. Even if they don't have aspirations, the one who is currently in charge of this part of the timeline of the main universe is the famous Witch of Time. In addition to the famous name of the Witch of Time, the new deputy director also has another nickname, the KPI Maniac. But the two time and space agents facing this situation can only wait and see. At least before the other party explodes the planet again, they can only be a spectator. What are you doing? The time and space agent suddenly found that his companion was operating a strange machine. Using a time calculator in the main universe. Damn, you're crazy. It can't be a standard one. I got it from the black market through connections. It's a defective product discarded by the Bureau. Aren't you worried that the warring civilizations will explode the stars again? I calculated for you. The time and space agent was relieved for a while, but soon frowned again. The time calculator was originally equipped for senior time and space agents, and its function was very simple, which was to calculate the future of different timelines. Once a fourth time and space node appeared, it was the senior agent who was responsible for the infiltration. There are many such advanced devices in the hands of senior agents, and some low-level agents will also take them out from the black market within the agents to play with. After all, who doesn't have a desire for promotion and salary increase? However, the most taboo point of using this device is to use it in the main universe. Firstly, the evolution of the timeline of the main universe is an internal top secret, and it is forbidden to be viewed by those who are not at the director level. Secondly, if the area or object you evolve involves the ascending civilization, and you are caught red-handed, it will probably take the bureau level to rescue you. The ascending civilization is not afraid of you. After all, the superior unit of the Spacetime Administration is the Civilization Council, and you are one of the members of the council. At that time, you will probably be severely punished. Don't worry, I checked before I came here. This galaxy has never produced an ascending civilization. At most, it is an enclave of the ancient machinery civilization, used for those cyber experiments. Now the experiments are over, and the mechanical army has left. Are you sure there will be no problem? If the experiment is still going on, do you think these civilizations will still fight so fiercely? They would have been crushed to death by someone's finger. That's true. The agent finally acquiesced to his colleague's operation. After all, compared to the small probability of embarrassment, he was more afraid of having his performance deducted. Done! With the buzz of the strange machine, billowing green smoke came out. On the electronic screen, countless electronic circuits appeared directly, forming a virtual future. Together? The agent nodded, and the two quickly entered the screen. It turned out that this black product was really easy to use, completely simulating the feeling of time travel. It was like suddenly falling into a viscous medium, like swimming in a mixture of honey and lightning, and being able to clearly see time. It was no longer a clock gear, but thousands of glowing vines wrapped around the body, some vines withered into ash, past, and some sprouted, future. As two professionals, they quickly regained consciousness from the experience and began to silently observe the future of this civilization war. In the star field where the two sides were fighting, hundreds of millions of space strings were stretched at the same time, permeating the entire space into a three-dimensional sieve. In the accelerated time and space, the fleet of mechanical civilization emerged like a ghost, and the huge metal structure silently tore the space and poured out from the dimensional cracks. The cold steel surface reflected the light of distant stars. They had no breath of life, only the meshing of gears, the pulsation of energy, and countless scarlet sensors scanning in the darkness. Opposite them, the nano-civilization was like a flowing silver sea, with billions of nano-robots gathering into an amorphous wave, sometimes condensing into sharp spikes, and sometimes dispersing into misty dust. They devoured, reorganized, and evolved, and every change in form was like the breath of the universe itself. The fleet quickly divided into trillions of teams, which in turn assassinated, besieged, and hacked into the 1,000 faces. Once the prey was targeted, the void troop transport began. The space was torn apart, and countless mechanical structures were projected from higher dimensions, like a steel rainstorm, accurately cutting and surrounding the nano-clusters. The nano-soldiers tried to disperse and infiltrate, but the calculations of the mechanical civilization had already predicted everything. They bound with gravitational fields and isolated with energy barriers, dividing the silver ocean into countless isolated fragments. Is this a thought trend? The spacetime agent said uncertainly. This kind of dispersion and cutting came too fast and too fiercely. It was like there were 10,000 tactical masters commanding at the same time. Well, entering the deep level of thought trend, it is either mechanical farming and warfare, or mechanical extinction, the companion nodded. Huh? Why is there a mechanical revolution? In a future clip, the agent saw with astonishment. A nano-army was completely wrapped up. It was no longer a flowing wave, but trapped in a mechanical cage. Each nano-robot was suppressed by a precise force field, unable to reorganize or evolve. The silver light struggled and flickered in the steel cage, and was finally sucked clean. As a professional, he naturally identified the mechanical code that belonged to the mechanical revolution. It's none of my business, the companion said easily. Is the mechanical revolution a spacetime disaster? No, then they don't have to worry about it. Well, another civilized force has entered the scene. Biomass wriggled and proliferated in the vacuum, converting metal and energy into new insect nests. The swarm mind whispered in the void, and every evolution made their form more hideous. Virus machines are like invisible plagues. They have no entity, only data and nano-level mechanical structures. They invade the mechanical network and destroy everything related to mechanical production. The two immediately became nervous. The companion immediately manipulated the vision, the war scene sank, and all the stars in this star field were marked, like small spots of light, and began to flicker under the acceleration of time. Sure enough, this group of small workshops are planning to make a big splash again. Why don't they pay attention to food safety? Fortunately, no matter how the future extends, these thousands of small spots of light did not explode after all. Chapter 1525. It's good that it didn't explode. It's good that it didn't explode. The two agents were relieved when they saw this future. Although it seems that these third-level workshops are planning to repeat the same trick and continue to explode stars, their enemies have good defense measures, and they didn't succeed in exploding. Although the lifespan of some stars may be reduced by tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. But those are all trivial matters. They don't need to worry about them. They are all trivial matters. I didn't expect that there are bugs in this galaxy. After putting his mind at ease, the spacetime agent finally had the leisure to look at the battlefield. Most places don't have them, and a small part of them are flooded. The companion showed a disgusted expression. The most troublesome thing is actually the bugs that can crawl into other timelines. It's a headache to clean them up. Huh? The bugs retreated. Oh! It seems that the Thousand Faces can't resist. Their civilization coordinates have been located. It seems that they can't fight. Watching a nano-planet hidden under the wrapping of multiple dimensions being pulled out, the companion sighed. Those with civilization coordinates, and those whose civilization coordinates were pulled out either escaped from the civilization war, or fell in the civilization war. There are very few cases of fighting back after the civilization coordinates were pulled out. Let's go, huh? The accelerated spacetime suddenly twisted, like a crumpled paper, and the surrounding scenery began to split. Planets, cosmic vacuums, energy belts, all turned into fragmented blocks of color, floating in the void. The feet lost support, but the body did not fall, but was torn by some invisible force, as if countless hands were pulling the limbs from different directions. There was a sharp buzzing sound in my ears, like thousands of signals with disordered frequencies exploding at the same time. The light in my sight twisted into a spiral, and the colors flowed wildly, red, blue, black, mixed into a chaos. My skin felt tingling, as if an electric current was passing through every pore, and as if I was being tortured by a tiny blade. The two professionals immediately realized that there was something wrong with this simulated timeline. Fortunately, it was simulated. The two agents immediately activated the time-space reaction device on their bodies, and with a flash of light and shadow, they appeared in reality. Then the two saw that this black stuff was gurgling with thick black smoke, and then it fell apart on the spot in front of the two stunned. Who did you find this black stuff? It's too black. Gaffrey. The time-space agent glanced at the timing tool, and found that this timeline calculation lasted less than 100 planetary days. And this timeline calculation, if it is based on regular standard equipment, can be extended to 1 million planetary days at most once. 1/10,000th of the power? Huh? Looking at his colleague, who was calling Gaver to complain, the agent was suddenly stunned and thought of something unexpectedly. Is this civilization conflict over a little too soon? Just when the time-space agent was looking for the unscrupulous after-sales service, on the other side, although also in the second star zone, on a Zerg planet separated by countless light years, another operation was officially launched. A large number of input settings similar to large syringes were directly injected into the Zerg fungal blanket. The modified version of the gene disintegration spore agent mixed with, or raw materials injected by the biological gene interference gun, was continuously injected into this Zerg planet, and spread to various places around the world along the Zerg biological pipeline. How is it? Everything went well. The concentration of mutant spores rose as expected. There was no strong fluctuation signal in the signal detection, which means that the plan went smoothly. The biological network master spoke. Gao Gong and Xiang Zhu both breathed a sigh of relief. If they failed at the beginning, no matter how good the follow-up arrangements were, they would have to run away immediately. Thanks to the biological equipment you provided, it is very useful. Another plant master also said with shining eyes, good treasure, I didn't expect that there are so many high-end goods in the legacy of the stringer. Biological vacuum culture dish, spiritual touch scanner, flesh and blood degradation device, these equipment are all produced by the system, and the effect is beyond doubt. As for the entire biological research team brought by Gao Gong, They were directly ignored by the other party. Engineer Gao glanced at Dr. Yu, who had no expression on his face, and said earnestly, "See, we have provided you with such good research conditions here, but you always score 0, 100 and always ask for an increase in the upper limit of the experimental funds, which makes it very difficult for me to deal with it." Even though Dr. Yu did not recognize his relatives for the sake of the experiment, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed at this moment. After a moment of silence, he continued to be silent. "Ha ha ha, let's talk about teaching your subordinates a lesson later. Let's solve the troubles on this planet first. I will do it for you, is that okay?" Engineer Gao shrugged. The new elephant master took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. Only a bright spot of light was left in the original place. It was obvious that he had directly entered the light speed state. However, Engineer Gao thought about it, and did not behead him at the beginning. Instead, he took a step forward and looked at the surrounding planetary environment. The ground beneath his feet was not made of rock, but of countless layers of organic tissues. They wriggled and breathed like living things, sometimes secreting sticky acidic mucus, sometimes cracking bottomless biological pipes, and huge tumor-like structures rose from the surface, like the organs of some ancient giant beasts, with pulsating blood vessels and secretory glands on the surface, constantly spewing out poisonous spores. This environment inexplicably reminded Gao Gong of the radiation zone in the novice village period, but this time it was not a forest that was mutated, but an entire planet. Gao Gong picked up a ball of soil at random. Through biomagnetic field induction, there were at least thousands of subatomic larvae in this ball of soil alone, but these insects were all in a state of drunkenness at the moment, and in the drunken state, the carbon base collapsed and entered a state of chronic death in their sleep. The same state occurred in every corner of this planet. In a sense, carbon-based species, like insects with the same bloodline, the same will, and the same ecology are actually very easy to deal with. The premise is that you can find a way to deal with this thing. After just a short stroll, Gao Gong lost interest and appeared in a worm nest, and found the real owner. It must be said that the appearance of the insect king is very similar to the king of the killer. This terrifying existence stands on the rotten throne, with a twisted fusion body. The human aristocratic torso is wrapped in a dark armor exoskeleton, and sickle-shaped bone spurs extend from the joints, opening and closing with breathing. Its head is an inverted triangle structure, and its compound eyes are composed of thousands of prism-like lenses, reflecting rainbow poisonous light, while its mouth retains the pale outline of human lips, but the inside is full of spirally arranged sawtooth. However, it seems that the insects in this state are also simulated according to the star armor technology, so they are in human form. But at this moment, this insect king is in a coma, and the body exudes a strong mineral wine aroma. As one of the most important biological nodes on this planet, it does not need a booster dose and absorbs the most spore decomposers. Gao Gong glanced at it for a few times, and then lost interest. Instead, he was more interested in the decayed throne under it. The appearance of this decayed throne looks a bit familiar. Chapter 1526. This throne seems to have grown out of a corrupt body, made of twisted ancient bones and rotten wood, with a layer of sticky mold on the surface, and it slowly crawls like a living thing. Its backrest is as tall as a tombstone, and the armrests of the throne are made up of countless tiny finger bones, each of which is slightly curled, like a prisoner still struggling. Two shriveled giant claws extend from the end of the armrests, and the sharp nails pierce deeply into the ground, as if to firmly fix the entire throne on the earth. As for the back of its chair, it is a densely packed nerve tree, a purple nerve plexus shaped like coral, which is the physical node of the hive consciousness. If it is destroyed, it will cause the local insect swarm to lose control. It is this rotten throne that closely connects this insect nest, the insect king, and even the fungal carpet underfoot. Gao Gong has no doubt that if the insect king is still awake, this will be a big move, just like the biological magnetic field strengthened by the carbon throne. At first glance, these two things are products of the same series. But now, Gao Gong silently pulled out the Lion Long halberd, and the feeling of holding a giant object became more and more obvious as the temperature of the halberd rose. Just when this cosmic treasure exuded a hint of burnt smell, the weapon slashed diagonally in the air and disappeared directly into the void. The next moment, a fist-sized black star suddenly appeared in the abdomen of the insect king. Countless black rays visible to the naked eye pierced into the opponent's limbs, bacterial plaques, long tails, and even the biological magnetic field unique to insects, and after brewing to the limit, the black star evolved into a fist-sized black hole, and the body of the king in front of him was immediately swallowed by the distorted time and space, and his body was completely gone. You killed the level 90 bug king, experience increased by 4 billion, Anti-Bug Alliance reputation increased by 4,000. Random Advanced Biological Weapon *1. Your legendary skill Star Destroyer specialization increased by 1%. Specialization increased to 105%. It's actually increased. Gao Gong was a little surprised and muttered to himself. But he didn't care much. He took 2 steps forward and wanted to grab the rotten throne. However, the vigilance in the dark made him stop his action instantly, and at the same time, he shook his hand and summoned this weapon of destruction again. With a flick of his wrist, a transparent needle pierced the back of the chair, and the sense of danger disappeared instantly. Erasing Needle. Effect: erase all the durability of an equipment, including its own durability. In fact, compared with its effect as a cosmic treasure, this is already a low-profile version. But no matter what the configuration is, once this conceptual play method comes out, the durability of the rotten throne in front of him is instantly emptied, and it becomes more rotten. So the senior engineer brushed out the opponent's attributes. Name: Rotten Throne. Category: Biological Suit. Rank: Tier 3 Epic, Black Technology. Attributes: Strength plus 500, Endurance plus 500, Zerg Awareness plus 10,000. Function 1. Carbon-based Throne. Effect: when entering the throne mode, the evolution speed increases by 1000%, and the carbon-based divinity increases by 1. Function 2. Rotten Throne. Effect: rotten carbon-based divinity increases by 1, and the carbon-based corruption speed increases by 1000%. Function 3. Missing. Note: the biggest function of the carbon throne is to ignite the fire and burn the divinity. However, this biological equipment seems to have castrated this biggest feature, but added some other biological functions, strengthening its pollution of carbon-based species. Pollution. This immediately reminded Gao Gong of a certain high-risk pollutant. So the degree of cooperation between insects and flesh and blood is deeper than he thought, and the third-level black technology, his feather insect suit is only at the black technology level. But his is a suit, and the one on the opposite side is a single piece. Or is it that the number 2 seal is out of trouble? To make the carbon throne, at least a planetary organism at the level of a little woman is required to go all out. It seems a bit difficult for the sealed flesh and blood to produce this thing. The thing above the flesh and blood, is it really some kind of fungal organism that is broken? Gao Gong suddenly remembered that it seemed that in addition to himself, there was another guy who had to deal with 2 insect kings. Ah! The whole planet was filled with the roar of the new Elephant Master. The Plant Master and the Biological Network Master were one step ahead of Gao Gong, and told him a good news and a bad news. The good news is that the new Elephant Master was infected by the stuff on the rotten throne when he killed the second Insect King. And except for the king-level existence, no matter how much the new Elephant Master roars, it will not wake up anyone. The bad news is that this thing seems to be quite serious. At least the satellite-level organisms in outer space prove that under severe infection, the new Elephant Master can't hide. It is actually a modest statement to say that it is a satellite-level organism. This thing in front of us is about the same as some smaller planets. This planet is like a rotten fruit, floating in the universe. There are no rocks or soil on its surface, only a layer of living tissue that is constantly wriggling, rising and falling like the internal organs of some giant beast. The sticky biomass exudes pus-like nutrient solution in the pulsation, gathers into a shallow beach, and is absorbed by the surface. The air is filled with the sweet smell of humus, and every breath is like inhaling the breath of some living thing. The atmosphere is translucent, covered by a layer of gelatinous film, like the afterbirth of some giant creature. When the sunlight penetrates, it is filtered into a sickly orange-red color and shines on those fleshy mountains. They are not mountains, but some kind of sleeping giant organs, slowly rising and falling with the pulse of the planet. Occasionally, the folds of the mountains will crack, spewing out solid blood like high-pressure steam, drifting into the atmosphere, and falling back to the surface like rain, being absorbed, recycled, and reused. However, at this time, those originally pulsating organic mountains began to shrink, and gray-white bacterial spots appeared on the surface, like mold growing on a corpse. The sticky protoplasm ocean no longer surged, but solidified into a jelly state, with spiderweb-like mycelium veins crawling on the surface, and every weak wriggling squeezed out the rotten pus. It was the first time that Gao Gong saw the main body of the Elephant Lord. It turned out that the main body was a ball. Sensing the powerful and clear brain waves of the primitive brain in the core of this planet, Gao Gong knew that even if the new leader of civilization was seriously injured, it would not be seriously injured. But an organism of this size showed its main body, and if the Queen of Insects was not blind, she would not be able to see this guy. The carbon-based network master also looked a little ugly. In fact, I have communicated with the Elephant Lord before. He said that he was very careful. It was just that in the process of killing the king, he was slightly splashed by the rotten liquid, so his arm was cut off, but it was still like this. This flesh and blood seems to be more troublesome than the insects. Gao Gong recalled the properties of the source of infection that the Lord of the Void had shown him. Symbiotic ulcers, high-risk source of infection, level 4 parasitic wounds will force the host to feed it with fresh blood and flesh, otherwise it will induce carbon-based cancer and generate endless abscesses. Level 4 and below are non-immune. Level 4? How does Mr. G know that this biological virus is level 4? The carbon-based network master on the opposite side asked curiously. Well, what else can easily contaminate the leader of a level 3 civilization, except for level 4 viruses? That's true. Soon, another master flew out of the planet in a flying vehicle. Seeing the two, he shook his head. What should we do? Transfer him back first? The carbon-based network master blurted out. So you mean, let me fight the insect queen alone? Gao Gong looked at him strangely, as if asking, do you think I am so brave? No, when the Lord of the Elephant leaves, we will naturally retreat. That means the assassination plan is completely ruined. No matter how great the achievements in the early stage are, it's useless. The three of them looked at each other again. And at this moment, the system made a ding sound. Chapter 1527. Gao Gong knew what this temporary mission was without even looking at it. Temporary mission. Suppressing flesh and blood fungus. Difficulty, unknown. Mission brief. The new Elephant Lord was accidentally infected by a derivative of a sealed object. This will not be fatal in a short period of time, but it can affect the entire plan to assassinate the queen. Please suppress this high-risk pollution source. Mission reward. Increase the favorability of the new Elephant Lord by 5,000. It's a bit of a headache. Gao Gong muttered to himself. If it's a mechanical problem, no matter what the problem is, he still has a way to solve it more or less. After all, he still has the title of a mechanical master. But if it's a carbon-based problem, then it's really a problem. He fell into a dilemma similar to Dr. Yu. Without a carbon-based technology tree, he couldn't even brush out the blueprint. While listening to the research of the two experts, he flipped through his inventory, trying to see if there were any system products that he hadn't used before that could temporarily solve the problem. After searching for a long time, the closest thing he found was a bunch of anti-evil god potions that the old helmsman left for him before he left. However, things that can fight evil gods can't seem to treat biological weapons. These two are not the same thing. Huh? Gao Gong's eyes lit up, and he suddenly found something he had overlooked before. The power of ascension in the feather insect suit. Although this thing is not a treatment product, as a product of genetic ascension, it is standard and there is something wrong with it. Gao Gong directly put on the equipment and entered the rainbow mode. Rays of light, like liquid mercury, outlined spiral trajectories in the void. They no longer follow straight lines, but twisted and entangled, intertwined like genetic chains, and burst out rainbow-colored broken flames when they collided. These broken flames did not dissipate, but floated and rotated, gradually building a dome of light. The two people present were experts and masters of the carbon-based system. They were national treasures in a civilization. How could they not see that the scene contained the species evolution and genetic transformation unique to the carbon-based system? They were all fascinated. Although he entered the rainbow transformation mode, this time, Gao Gong did not turn into a colorful big insect as he did before, but drove the rainbow transformation and appeared on the flesh and blood planet. This planet also moved abnormally because of the rainbow transformation state, and the flesh and blood separation at the level of continental plates was carried out. Those large-scale bacterial plaques and mildews were pulled longer and longer, and there was no sign of breaking. Gao Gong closed his eyes, and directly communicated with the original will of this planet. After a while, the movement of the continental plates stopped. It was obvious that the new Elephant Master accepted Gao Gong's treatment. Gao Gong pointed his finger, and the rainbow light wrapped around his body split into dozens of cracks. Rainbow-colored light streams gushed out from the cracks, entwining and climbing like a DNA double helix. These light streams are not simply colors, but are composed of billions of flashing gene runes. Each rune is rapidly reorganizing, and when it collides, it bursts out brilliant sparks. The sparks do not fall, but instead wrap around the atmosphere like a fetal membrane. The feathered insect swallows the sun and rises with the fire. The entire flesh and blood planet is burning with a raging fire, and the flames are so intense and dazzling that they seem like the surface of a star. In fact, if we only talk about the temperature, it is almost the same, or even a little too much, because the main body of the Elephant Master is infinitely close to, even exceeding 100 million degrees under the effect of the gene-chasing fire. Under such high temperature and brightness, even with flares forming locally, this flesh and blood planet began to compress layer by layer. The speed was not fast at the beginning, but as billions of rainbow lights penetrated the space radially and rewoven various genetic codes, even garbled codes, the speed seemed to be tens of millions of times at once, and even at the end, it directly entered sublight speed. The final result was that the Elephant Master regained his human form, but half of his face was covered with white hair, and his face was quite gloomy and ugly. The sound of mission completion also sounded at the same time. Gao Gong glanced at the two National Treasure Masters, and found that the two National Treasure Masters were also exchanging glances at this time. The Lord of the Void once said that whether it was the seed of life or the carbon-based network, he found the extended contamination of the number 2 seal in it. It is unlikely that these two did not know. He opened the system panel, and sure enough, in the War of Seals, the number of finding the true body/clone of the 3 seals, and digging out the civilization forces they secretly guided became 1/3. Sure enough, but from another perspective, these two civilizations, at least the internal forces of the civilizations where the two National Treasure Masters are located, are not so deeply bound to the number 2 seal. You know, this assassination operation, whether it succeeds or fails, requires great risks. If the insects and flesh and blood are allies, and the flesh and blood remotely controls the two carbon-based civilizations, there will be no assassination. Insects, flesh and blood, and carbon-based civilizations have become a triangular inequality. Of course, it is also possible that this assassination was to elect a new Elephant Master and get rid of him. But according to Gao Gong's observation during this period, these two showed real skills and really wanted this assassination to succeed. And the most direct evidence is that his biological instinct, as a third-level top carbon-based creature, did not feel threatened by these two. Although the new Elephant Master temporarily suppressed the high-risk infection source, he immediately entered the adjustment state of the organism. And the remaining two also entered a busy state in order to disguise the insect planet. Gao Gong himself was free and even had time to browse the forum. Only then did he realize that when he was away, the players had done a big thing to him. Nano Nightmare. The ultimate tutorial of the Thousand Faces dungeon. Teach you how to disassemble the mechanical virus killer step by step. Zerd plus mechanical virus? 3 consecutive kills in the dungeon. The anti-routine fighting method of the Thousand Faces boss is revealed. First release on the entire network. Analysis of the weaknesses of the Thousand Faces. Use this trick to break the defense of the nano-killer group on the spot. There is a traitor among us. The hidden plot line of the Thousand Faces dungeon is fully explored. Thinking carefully is terrifying. Those ignored virus codes in the dungeon actually hint at the clues to complete the mission. 100 ways to improve the favorability of the ship girl. Star Wars call for people. Various posts, after the start of the Civilization War, once again flooded the forum. And the post that topped the list was, Research and Discussion on Interstellar Guerrilla Fighting Methods. It was still an anonymous post. However, as a forum administrator, Gao Gong casually swiped and found the name of the poster. Flying Ship Master. Sure enough, in order to increase the winning rate of the Civilization War, this 10,000 years of lurker couldn't help but post a post. Although it was still an anonymous post. But this still increases your chances of being canned, brother. Senior Engineer sighed. After a quick look at the content posted by this anonymous poster, it can be roughly summarized as a 90-level tutorial on interstellar guerrilla warfare, involving a series of dry goods such as adding points, weapon configuration, troop selection, camp machinery exchange, ship girl recruitment, and encrypted military intelligence disclosure. No wonder this post without any title party was pushed to the top. I can only say that players have sharp eyes. Chapter 1528. Without his micromanagement, the Civilization War seemed to have entered the third stage. The first stage was landing, the second stage was frontal warfare, and the third stage was guerrilla warfare. With the help of various information on the forum, Gao Gong could imagine a picture. The players brought their camps and infiltrated every channel, every nebula, and every abandoned planet, paralyzing other people's information systems and attacking the enemy's mechanical units in various strange ways. Of course, because it was a small-scale attack, it was easy to be exchanged and ambushed, and both sides entered a high-intensity hunting mode. Gao Gong suddenly found that players seemed to be very suitable for the role of guerrilla captain. It was not the immortal attribute of the fourth calamity, but as the fourth calamity, they had a communication system like dimensionality reduction. The most powerful point of virus machinery, thousand-faced people, and insects is disguise, hacking, information cutting and information manipulation. However, in this regard, players are naturally inferior to each other. If you are not sure, just go to the forum to check the slogans, or take a look at the 1000 anti-scam guides of the 1000 faces. These players with built-in vision sharing and hacking immunity are guiding the powerful mechanical forces of the camp to enter various battlefields more efficiently. In addition, more and more commander-type players have emerged. Not only are they getting better and better at void tactics and dimensionality reduction operations, but they have also developed other types of tactics. Gao Gong found that he had underestimated these players. It is indeed a bit of a waste of talent to let them be the vanguard. As for the famous fifth master in the previous life, he gave himself a surprise. He is not only a master of tactics, but also a master of strategy. Under his operation, the entire battlefield seems to be playing a 1000 faces elimination game, and the void storms between fleets can even resonate and link. Every time a linkage occurs, it means that the 1000 faces within hundreds or thousands of astronomical units will suffer a devastating blow. And what he is planning now is a super large-scale elimination game. With the help of space string troop transport technology, nanotechnology research, and Gao Lily's nano-plague, a super large-scale elimination game will be created. If the plan succeeds, this elimination game can cross light years and spread all the way to the civilization coordinates of the 1000 faces. This scale of diffusion inexplicably makes Gao Gong feel familiar. Thinking about it carefully, isn't this the original Cyber Tide? But it is not an information version, but a physical version. I can only say that it is not a bad thing to encounter a big boss in the novice village. At least it broadens your horizons. In fact, this kind of ultra-long-range tactics is generally only lit up by civilizations proficient in space technology after the Void Expedition. I didn't expect it to be developed in advance. Awesome! It is worthy of being a talent who has made it to the late stage of the game. After browsing the forum, the senior engineer reluctantly closed the forum, and then took out the previous random advanced biological weapon. Name, Heart of the Hive. Type, Biological Control Device. Rank, Level 3 Biological Building Module. Function, implant it into a hive to gain control of the hive, or use the heart of the hive to cultivate your own exclusive hive. Interesting. Gao Gong looked at the thing in his hand. This egg-shaped structure, about 3 meters high, seemed to be interwoven with countless dark red fleshy fibers and translucent films. The most eye-catching thing was the gray-white tube at the bottom. Gao Gong had seen it on the back of the Rotten Throne when he killed the Zerg King before, but these tubes had grown into the solid shape of coral. It is in the mature stage. Now it is in its evolutionary stage. Although there are at least 3 Zerg nests or some other advanced biological buildings on this planet, Gao Gong has no intention of plundering them. The reason is very simple. These Zerg buildings have long been marinated by the Queen's will. No matter how you modify its underlying structure and try to tame it, as long as there is a slight chance, it will change its camp attributes again and return to the arms of the Zerg Queen. At that time, all the achievements you have made with the help of Zerg technology will be enjoyed unconditionally by the Queen. Fortunately, the Anti-Zerg Alliance did not have this kind of entanglement, because most of the Alliance members were mechanical civilizations, and did not covet this kind of evolution. Only the heart of the hive produced by the system would not be polluted by the Queen's will. After putting away this possible thing, Gao Gong leaned against the hive, and used the biomagnetic field of the hive to hide his existence. At the same time, the halberd at hand was also filled with the mud of the Colossus, and then half leaned against the squirming flesh wall, waiting silently. After an unknown period of time, a trace of space ripples appeared in the void. Then, a transparent planet slowly squeezed out of the dark vacuum. There was no entity, no boundary, no mass, and the space was twisted into a ring here. Light was swallowed, refracted, and torn when it passed, and finally formed a layer of hazy glow on its surface, as if it was coated with a layer of phantom by the darkness itself. It does not reflect starlight, nor does it block the background galaxies, but it can make the light of the passing stars tremble slightly, as if through an invisible ripple. Detectors approaching it will suddenly fail, not because of interference, but because the physical rules become blurred here. The flow of time is abnormal, the perception of distance is disordered, and even the speed of light seems to be quietly tampered with. There is no doubt that this is a fourth-order civilization building, and it is the rarest space attribute building among civilization buildings. It seems that this insect planet has begun to move abnormally, attracted by this void planet. The shell of the entire planet began to wriggle. It was not an earthquake, but the friction between the shells. Billions of insect limbs tightened at the same time in the dark. The surface cracked with fine lines, oozing out sticky fluorescent body fluids, like a gradually awakening neural network. A low-frequency hum came from the depths of the Earth's core, not through the air, but through the resonance of the interlaced cavities inside the insect nest. Various visible black currents overflowed from all over the planet. Even though most of the bugs were in a semi-sleeping state, they still entered the pilgrimage mode driven by the Zerg consciousness. The two National Treasure Masters saw this scene, especially the will fluctuations detected by the detector, and their faces fell into solemnity. The Bug Queen seemed to have recovered from the state of being severely injured by the Dark Dimension. Take Plan 3. Can it be done? As long as the other party enters the interior of this planet, there will be no problem. The carbon-based network master looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Now it depends on whether this one is fooled. 10 astronomical units apart, the space planet stopped. The next moment, in the transparent void planet, a large number of black lines seeped out from this transparent planet and shot into this bug planet, and the two bug tides quickly began to intersect. Then, an indescribable feeling was transmitted to the core of the planet, the transparent figure, along with a large number of subatomic Zerg. Her body is not in a fixed form, but is constantly growing, shedding, and reorganizing. Sometimes it is a giant python with thousands of legs coiled around it, sometimes it is a giant moth with broken ribs, and sometimes it becomes a deformed mother body composed of countless larvae. Her carapace is engraved with pulsating lines, which are not decorations, but the neural connection between her and the entire insect nest planet. The flickering of each line corresponds to the riot or hibernation of the insect swarm somewhere on the surface. At this moment, she is waking up. Or, she is attracted by a special fragrance. Chapter 1529. Hooked. No. Continue with the next plan. No. When he saw the insect tide spreading from the planet intertwined with the insect tide on the opposite side, the plant master couldn't help but get excited. However, another National Treasure Master shook his head and interrupted the other party's ecstasy. Why? I can feel that the ecology of both sides is merged. I can provide you with at least 100 types of verification data. The deep information has not merged, the other one said back to the other party. The plant master pondered for a moment and said, could it be that there is something wrong with the data you tested? Do you believe that I will make your life information go wrong immediately? The words of the carbon-based network master made the plant master shut up decisively. The communication between top experts is so plain and unpretentious. Soon, the message outside the atmosphere was passed to the two civilization leaders. Although they are both mechanical leaders, they have developed their bodies to the limit, and the life magnetic field of this extreme carbon-based creature can be easily sensed by another carbon-based leader, the Queen of Insects, with her biological magnetic field close to instinct. So before hiding, the two of them were injected with nearly 100 different third-level potions that suppress biological information. At the same time, they had to use their strong will and strength beyond the inch to forcibly isolate all their biological information flows, and not listen, see, think, smell, or ask the outside world. Only two network experts can connect these two with special signal channels. To be honest, this is not difficult for Gao Gong, although he is now controlling a biological body. But the biological body and the mechanical body are not isolated. When the mechanical body closes the consciousness in the quantum space, the possibility of leakage on Gao Gong's side is greatly reduced. In this semi-quantum state of meditation, he quickly received the news from the two National Treasure Masters. Is the attraction not enough? In other words, the attraction is enough, but the intensity is not enough to make the insect queen feel good enough, and then fall into a state similar to being drunk. Gao Gong muttered to himself and quickly took out a thing. Insect King incense, blood treasure. Lighting this biological incense can make the insect race feel comfortable, greatly improving the goodwill of the insect race. After this incense was lit, it soon exuded a smell like corrupted longan honey mixed with saltpeter, but the deep layer was filled with a fishy sweetness similar to the secretions of the queen ant's abdomen. In short, it was a very sweet taste. But the amazing thing is that once the incense is lit, no smoke comes out from the burning place, and the whole insect planet is filled with this rich fragrance. What a strange biological smell. The plant master is a top expert after all, and after taking a deep sniff, he came to the conclusion. This biological information has a strong complementary property with the insect gene. The carbon-based network master immediately got to the point, and at the same time, he was refreshed and said, deep information begins to interact. In fact, you don't need to be very professional, just use your visual organs to see it. The void planet slowly approached the insect planet. There was no entity on its surface, only a constantly twisting shadow, as if it could absorb all light. On the insect planet, the dense swarm of insects sensed the threat. They squirmed frantically, trying to escape or resist, but it was meaningless. But soon, they felt the queen's will. The core of the void planet pulsated with gentle gravity, and the surface of the insect planet began to soften. The nests, insect swarms, and even the soil gradually dissolved and turned into fine threads, flowing into the void. The queen stretched out her arm of nothingness, took the core consciousness of the insect swarm into her arms, and relied on her instinct to eagerly search for the thing that attracted her instinctively and even trembled. The entire insect planet slowly disappeared, but its existence was not erased. Instead, it turned into a dark tide flowing inside the void planet and became a memory in the queen's consciousness. Do it! But the first to do it was not the two highest combat forces, the plant master. Or rather, the virus temporarily modified by the plant master. The dark green hyphae seeped out of the soil, like a thin layer of mist, crawling slowly. When the insect swarm passed by, these hyphae quietly climbed up, drilled into the cracks of the shell, and penetrated into the flesh and blood. The infected bugs were normal at first, but soon, their movements became slow, sticky juice began to ooze out of their joints, their compound eyes gradually became turbid, and fine green lines emerged, like leaf veins growing inside the eyeballs. The bugs began to become chaotic, killing each other, biting and devouring each other, but they could not stop the spread of the virus. This dark mycelium was very familiar to everyone present. It was a high-risk pollution source on the Rotten Throne, and it was a super-biological virus that almost made the new Elephant Master lose his combat power. However, the biological virus that was supposed to live in harmony with the bug genes now generated plaques and mildew at a faster rate than on the new Elephant Master, and was infused into the body of the bug queen through the infection of the entire planet. The queen of insects' painful cry came from the depths of the planet. It started with a low hum, then the hum gradually lengthened and turned into a distorted, almost language-like rhythm. The layers of hissing sound were like a mixture of countless insect jaws opening and closing, shells rubbing, and mucus flowing. This strange sound alone can kill all organisms below level 80 in seconds. And on the planet that was originally to complete the transformation, a large number of continuous explosions began to appear. The chambers of the insect nest, the vesicles of the insect eggs, and the bodies of the insect soldiers were shattered one after another in the shock wave. The explosion was not as crisp as metal or gunpowder, with a sticky tearing feeling, as if the flesh and chitin were forcibly stretched open and then instantly carbonized by high heat. Of course, those weird flesh and blood mycelium were also carbonized by the explosion. Although the leader of the civilization, the new Elephant Lord, could not handle this kind of pollution, the Queen of Insects seemed to have the means to suppress it. Be careful, I'm going to do it. Although the main body of the carbon-based network master is a humanoid, as it gradually becomes informationized, all the hair on its body becomes an information port, and all the pores become data-receiving channels. The two national treasure-level masters are not used for logistics. It's like a civilization with a developed technology tree, whose civilization leader is either an immortal leader or an immortal leader. A super scientist of an advanced civilization, in a sense, also breaks away from the concept of life and becomes the embodiment of various civilization ecosystems, knowledge, and even directly becomes the rule. Prevent other civilizations from using the physical laws and biological laws in this area to climb the technology tree from the source. Although the biological civilization of the carbon-based network has not yet evolved to this level, it is also very accomplished in this regard. For example, the carbon-based network master itself is a deep network interface. It can also be said that it is the only two information submerged sea interfaces in the entire galaxy. At this time, with its access, a deep information world gradually reveals its true appearance, an invisible sea woven by flowing data, memory, and consciousness. There is no light here, but there are countless flickering fireflies of information, suspended in the void like broken stars, each carrying the remnants of a civilization and fragments of history. Chapter 1530. What if a civilization leader is assassinated? Of course, run away. Are you really going to fight with the assassin, you little fool? Even if the leader of a carbon-based civilization with explosive combat power like the Queen of Insects, the first reaction when encountering an assassination is 100% to flee from here first, then call for help, or use some insect weapons to retaliate. In short, it is unlikely that she is so stupid as to jump into it even though she knows that the other side is a trap. If the Queen of Insects is so easy to assassinate, I am afraid that she would have been dealt with by the guys of the Anti-Insect Alliance long ago. When it comes to assassinating civilization leaders, they are professionals, right? So the second difficulty of the whole plan appeared. Even if everything goes well in the early stage, and the Queen of Insects is really found, how to trap the Queen in a short time and create an assassination opportunity for the two high-end combat forces is a difficult problem. The Alliance's team of scientists has developed many solutions, from mechanical to carbon-based, from space to information. One of the plans was to have the Lord of the Void personally create a large-scale subspace. This plan was of course rejected by the Khan spirit. What a joke! As the founding leader, his reputation within the civilization is extremely high. He is not like the new Elephant Lord, who risked his life to gain reputation. Apart from the space ceiling plan, the most likely to succeed is the current one, deep information network capture. As the only two carbon-based civilizations in this galaxy that have access to the information undersea, in a sense, the carbon-based network civilization has pricing power. This pricing power is now displayed here. Brother, hee. A familiar giggle, and a familiar breath fragrance suddenly sounded beside Gao Gong's ears. Unlike the drastic changes in the outside world, the Queen of Insects, who was submerged in the sea of information, showed a very special posture. Her form is an existence entangled by billions of information streams. Her outline is sometimes clear, sometimes blurred, like a signal that is interfered with. Occasionally, the afterimage of the Zerg's carapace, compound eyes or claws flashes, but it dissolves back into the vortex of data in an instant. Her consciousness is like a huge net, connecting the memories, instincts and evolutionary codes of all Zerg individuals, and she herself is the core node of this net. The world that wraps her is whispering. The data stream wriggles like a living thing, sometimes condensing into a structure similar to a synapse, and sometimes dispersing into a misty mist. Some fragments will suddenly materialize. The moment when a planet is swallowed by the Zerg swarm, the tactical calculations of a war, the failure record of a certain evolutionary branch. They emerge like phantoms, and are quickly absorbed by the Queen, becoming part of her huge database. The other party's current operation seems to be reverse parsing the information submarine that was created with great difficulty. Thousands of light years away, a plant planet covered with dense vegetation has awakened. Its consciousness is scattered in the veins of every ancient tree, the fibers of every vine, and the drifting trajectory of every spore. The entire planet is a living neural network, and today, it senses the threat of the insect queen from the distant void, who is trying to extend her data tentacles into its territory. The insect queen's thoughts spread like a virus, and her data stream turned into countless tiny black beetle phantoms, gnawing in the information layer of the plant planet. They drilled into the data root system, trying to corrode the plant's memory bank, tamper with the growth instructions, and plunge the forest into chaos. But the counterattack of the plant planet was silent but swift. The entire information network lit up with a fluorescent green light, and billions of data spores erupted from the virtual soil, like a star falling in reverse, facing the phantom of the insect swarm. Each spore exploded at the moment of contact, releasing encrypted toxins. It was not destruction, but assimilation. The data shell of the black beetle was invaded by spores. The insect code was forcibly rewritten, and tiny fluorescent hyphae drilled out of the cracks in the shell, transforming them into plant-like information puppets. The high-risk pollution source that the plant master had just been exposed to for a short time was changed into a targeted biological virus. Of course, there is another possibility that it has been exposed to this thing for a long time. The Queen of Insects noticed something strange and immediately retracted her offensive, but it was too late. The information roots of the plant planet had already tracked back along her data tentacles, like countless glowing vines, entangled with her consciousness projection. These roots were not torn by brute force, but were injected with forgetfulness. They wrapped and dissolved the historical fragments of the Zerg, causing a large blank in the Queen's mind, as if some evolutionary memories had never existed. The Queen screamed, her data body twisted violently, and her compound eyes flashed with chaotic code turbulence. However, this is just the beginning. The new Elephant Master, who has been frustrated since entering the insect planet, began to move. Although he has been acting like a joke since entering the insect planet, he is qualified to be the leader of civilization. In a sense, he is the kind of person who is entrusted with the task in a critical situation. He can't be that bad. The next moment, countless mechanical giant pillars appeared in the deep information world. They came out from the cracks in the void, all black, and the surface was made up of billions of layers of compressed mechanical faults. Like ancient weapons that have been forged thousands of times, every line is engraved with the will of suppression. The pillars are not straight, with slight twists, like steel bars twisted by huge forces, containing violent tension and stillness. The pillar is covered with sealed circuits, and some kind of living code flows on the surface, sometimes emitting dazzling blood light, and sometimes sinking into darkness, as if breathing. These runes are the embodiment of chains. Whenever energy surges, illusory metal shackles seep out of the runes, wrapping around the pillar like a snake, and then disappearing back into the depths. This shape of mechanical giant pillar seems to be stronger than his predecessor. Just from the properties, it can be seen that it is not a third order, but a fourth order. Chains converge. All the circuits of the giant pillars light up at the same time, and the chains twist towards the center like a giant python. They are not tied, but written. Each chain imprints new rules in the queen's consciousness. Thou shalt not evolve. Thou shalt not link. Thou shalt not forget this prison. The data body of the insect queen is cracked by the chains, and what overflows from the cracks is not blood, but the extracted Zerg genetic code, which is absorbed by the giant pillar like black dust. There is no doubt that this is a construct, a fourth-order construct. Generally speaking, a mechanical civilization of this level cannot develop a construct of this level. After all, the Colossus is not a war-crazy civilization. Of course, if its main species is a race with blood strength comparable to that of extreme creatures, that would be another matter. As long as you study how to deal with yourself, you can naturally figure out how to deal with the enemy. When Gao Gong appeared on the battlefield, he saw such a picture. An absolute black area appeared in the information void. There was no light, no signal, and even no concept of existence. The insect queen seemed to be pressed on a huge mechanical mountain. Sun Wukong turned against Tian Gang and learned the methods of Tathagata Buddha. This was Gao Gong's first reaction. A simple refresh some of the attributes of the insect queen. Name: Subatomic Queen ACI. Level 90 max. Civilization Leader Plus. Species: Subatomic Zerg Royal Family. HP: 0/1 trillion. Huh? Chapter 1531. Gao Gong did not expect that this pillar of the Colossus Kingdom actually has the ability to construct death. The reason why the construct is called a carbon-based killer is largely because it can reconstruct the carbon base of carbon-based life. And the limit of this reconstruction is naturally instant kill. Break all the carbon chains of carbon-based organisms, disintegrate genes, and no matter how strong your blood volume is, it will be directly cleared in one tube. However, Gao Gong does not think that this is a 100% big move that will be lit up, and it may even be a skill with a small probability of triggering. It's just that this new elephant master was so frustrated that he suddenly came up with a big one, and the Queen of Insects was in poor condition, so it was triggered all at once. Could bad luck be contagious? Brother, will the Queen of Insects be killed? Gao Gong touched his chin. It's hard to say. Although this ambush looks simple, the three civilizations have shown their own unique skills, and there are various support from the Civilization Alliance behind them, as well as various anti-insect artifacts that Gao Gong has taken out. So this attack, though seemingly light and casual, actually hit the vital points. However, in the form of civilization of insect civilization, the queen can die, but the queen will not die. And the change still happened. The darkness was trembling. At first, it was just a crack, as thin as a hair, quietly spreading on the surface of the absolute black domain. Then came the second, the third. The cracks oozed out dark green data pus and blood, like some kind of malice that had been imprisoned for too long finally found a gap to breathe. Suddenly, a mechanical suppression giant pillar made a harsh metal whine, and the Colossus circuit on its surface began to flash wildly, and the chains broke one by one, and the broken links turned into ashes in the air. Irregular bulges bulged on the surface of the pillar, as if something was tearing the metal coffin from the inside. Crack. The armor layer of the giant pillar exploded. Countless insect limbs gushed out from the cracks. They were not flesh and blood, but data swarms reorganized from broken codes. They gnawed at the suppression protocol, transforming runes into chaotic noise points. More giant pillars began to shake, their thorns twisted and broken, and the pillars collapsed and softened as if corroded by acid. At the core of the black domain, the data block that was compressed to the limit suddenly pulsated. Ha ha ha! Gao Gong saw the squirming biological planet again. Or rather, the main body of the elephant. This squirming flesh and blood planet suddenly opened its eyes. It was the moment when hundreds of millions of blood-colored compound eyes opened simultaneously on the surface of the planet. The whole planet began to twist, and the fleshy surface bulged with tendons like mountains, spewing blood with the smell of sulfur. It began to evolve. First, 6 divine limbs that spanned the continental shelf broke out from the crust. Each limb was made of compressed star core material and biological tendons. The 6 divine limbs were immediately rearmed by the decomposed fourth-order constructs. At the same time, accompanied by a painful roar from the opponent, these 6 limbs, which consumed at least 6 carbon-based divine limbs, were directly cut into pieces by the constructs. Sacrifice? Senior engineer muttered to himself. This move was beyond his expectations. Through the self-sacrifice of a powerful organism, the reinforced structure of the construct weapon was obtained. The data of the Queen of Insects, the swarm, had just pounced out, and the entire space was locked in an absolute static state. Two of the construct limbs swung violently. The next moment, the Zerg units that were hit did not explode, but began to evolve in reverse. Their carapaces degenerated into soft tissues, their compound eyes melted into protoplasm, and finally all collapsed into single-celled biological forms, wriggling helplessly in the vacuum. However, in the suppressed area, the compound eyes of the insects lit up in the darkness, not struggling, but sneering. A trace of dark light flickered in the darkness, but it was particularly dazzling. That was an existence that was more intense than the carbon-based divinity. Queen's authority. The original void planet suddenly exploded, and this explosion directly created a large-scale information wave in this deep information world. And in this wave, billions of conceptual insect eggs gushed out, each of which was a kind of cognitive virus. Some parasitized the concept of suppression, some lurked in the evolutionary model, and more directly integrated into the opponent's definition of life itself. The new elephant master let out a hoarse cry of pain, and suddenly large and small insect eggs appeared on the surface of the body, as big as a mountain, as small as a subatom. In order to deal with the insect tide of the insect queen, the new elephant master had to biomagnetize half of the planet body to deal with this challenge. At the same time, Gao Gong heard a rustling sound, and the voice of the carbon-based network master also rang in his ears. The Queen of Insects is summoning the army of insects. You have made so many preparations. Why do they seem useless? Where are the weapons I gave you? When do you plan to use them? That's because the Queen of Insects is at her peak. She is not injured? Gao Gong muttered to himself, but soon gave up seeking the truth and touched the halberd instead. Brother, can I help you? The illusory Gao Yuan suddenly said. You can do it yourself. Almost at the same time, Gao Gong put on his own feather insect cloak. At first it was just a grain of light, colder than a spark, quieter than a supernova. It emerged from the end of the information, hovering over the seal of the Queen of Insects. Then it bloomed. The halo spread like ripples, and wherever it passed, the background of the information world was rewritten. This was the holy flame that embodied the gene sequence. The glow of the double helix structure stretched in the vacuum, and the base pairs collided to produce brilliant starlight. Every ray of light was redefining the law of life. Every time a ray of light fell, the information of the insect tide underwent a large-scale metamorphosis. The surface of the insect nest planet began to regress on a large scale. The mountain-like biological turrets melted into protoplasm lakes, and the orbital defense fungal carpets degenerated into slime mold communities. Their new organs melted like wax in the light, exposing the unfinished evolutionary blueprint in the body, and were then formatted by the halo. The Queen's authority was activated again, covering a bug sickle foot, and turned into a death sickle with strong rule attributes. However, when she raised her sickle to chop at the light source, she froze at the moment of contact. The glow climbed up along her limbs. Wherever she passed, the genetic map of the ancestral Zerg from billions of years ago appeared on the carapace. Those low-level sequences that had long been eliminated by the Queen were now madly covering the evolutionary tree she carefully designed. At this moment, the Queen's authority was actually reversely controlled by the simulated Ascension aura. Gao Gong's eyes turned black in an instant. The Star Destroyer was activated to 105%. At the same time, the Colossus mud on the cosmic treasure was burned through half on the spot. The black star rose and exploded. In this information world, the star destruction showed another completely different picture. The surface of the star began to disintegrate, but it was not shattered, but pixelated. The hot matter split into countless tiny light cubes, neatly peeled off and drifted away, as if deleted by some invisible program. Sunspots turned into blurred noise, solar prominences turned into distorted garbled code, and the outer shell of the entire star was like an erased display screen, fading layer by layer, revealing the pale data stream surging inside. This data stream went against the tide of insects all the way to the core, and then drowned the insect queen inside. Then it drowned the void. Chapter 1532. The person is gone? Gao Gong almost instinctively opened his divine consciousness. Then he found that he was really gone. The biological computer instantly jumped to quantum entanglement information capture, trying to find the trace of the insect queen from the quantum world level. Since this insect race is a subatomic insect, the queen is also likely to be small in size. And microscopic species have a powerful characteristic, that is, they can crawl into the microscopic field. This microscopic field not only includes the physical field, but also the space field, the information field, and even the time field. Gao Gong's former dead otaku nest Jinsokyo was touched by the Blade Queen several times. However, when using quantum information entanglement, it was found that the Insect Queen's pheromones were everywhere, as if it had contaminated the entire deep information world. Is this laying eggs? The Queen of Insects does not lay eggs. The Zerg building where eggs are laid is called a nest. Once eggs are laid, it means that the Zerg Queen, the leader of civilization, will be replaced. So, the attack of the new Elephant Master just now did kill this one, and this one is not an immortal leader. Is it just because of thick blood? According to the Zerg data analysis of the biological computer, this probability is the highest. But Gao Gong always feels that something is wrong. There is a data you may want to know. The voice of the master of carbon-based network sounded again in Gao Gong's ears. This is what the old plant asked me to remind you. The strange mycelium virus has undergone a change in nature. What kind of change in nature? Gao Gong's heart moved. The splitting speed is millions of times faster than before, and it carries a large number of insect gene fragments. Sure enough, it is not dead. Gao Gong understood. This is probably the ability of the number 2 seal. Gao Gong completely understood that the flesh and blood, or the seal on the flesh and blood, was assisting the Insect Queen to evolve again. He also immediately realized that the Insect Queen, who was hit hard by the Black Machinery Alliance with the Civilization trump card before, was not pretending to be seriously injured. She was really seriously injured, but her injury was healed. So what does it want to do? Gao Gong muttered to himself. The next moment, the rustling sound heard before suddenly became 100 times louder. The deep information space is originally an invisible law, the bottom of the universe, a web of concepts and possibilities, and a dark river flowing under reality. It should not be touched, understood, or tamed. It is not data, not code, and not anything that can be invaded or cracked. But the Queen of Insects doesn't need to understand. She just needs to possess. Her authority is not an order, not a request, but a more primitive penetration. When her will penetrated into the deep space, those abstract structures suddenly had texture, the ripples of information began to sticky, as if coated with a biofilm, and the chain of data grew fine hairs, trembling slightly with the rhythm of her breathing. The space itself was not destroyed, but suddenly became organic. She didn't need to weave the rules again. She just let the desire of the information sea be woven. The Queen's authority suddenly polluted the entire information sea. Now, Gao Gong can be sure that the deep information space brought by the carbon-based network civilization is definitely not very deep. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the Queen's authority is, it will not transform the entire information space at once. Now, the place where the Insect Queen was originally sealed has become the place where they are trapped. But Gao Gong is not very worried. The Insect Queen is not a god. At least under the carbon-based system, it has not yet ignited the carbon-based throne. So even if it controls the rules and manipulates the rules, there are limits. This operation proves that in a series of addiction to the Insect King incense, infection from high-risk pollution sources, bombardment of fourth-order constructs, and the deep network invasion of the carbon-based network civilization hidden in the dark, the growth toxins of the seed of life, and even several other civilization methods that Gao Gong himself is not very clear about. This has already pushed the opponent to a limit. That's why he forced the opponent to use big moves one after another. Do you really think that the Queen's authority is a piece of cabbage? Spend it like it's free? The most important thing is that among the weapons that Engineer Gao gave to the 2 national treasures, there is a piece of equipment with the highest rank, which is precisely the Queen's will disintegrator. This thing is a natural counter to the opponent's big move now, so even if the originally perfect self-consistent rules are suddenly distorted, like cells injected with foreign genes, the law of cause and effect grows herpes-like protrusions, and the fibers of the flow of time branch into dendritic structures. Every self-consistent closed loop festers under Engineer Gao's gaze, oozing conceptual pus with Zerg pheromones. Engineer Gao is still very calm. There is even time to think about how much of this is the ability of the insects, and how much is the ability of the flesh and blood. Then, the stars lit up. In the deep information world, one after another, seeing disgusting scenes in interstellar travel, suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like looking at the moonlight in the sky from the bottom of the water. The transformation stopped. Not being resisted, not being dispelled, but being redefined. Those distant light spots suddenly became extremely clear. Each star was like a silver nail piercing the void, nailing the restless information structure to the spot, and the transforming Zerg tentacles solidified in the starlight, like the worm skeleton in amber. The stars of the entire galaxy flickered at the same time, and their relative positions formed a huge net. Each node on the net lit up with dazzling white light. That was not ordinary light, but a concrete piercing of reality. The transformed world began to scream. It was not the scream of sound, but the high-frequency vibration of the space structure itself. Those areas assimilated by the swarm peeled off like burning wax, revealing the uncontaminated original deep space below. Under the shining starlight, even the void has weight and texture. In this battle, not only the new Elephant Master held his breath, Gao Yuanyuan also held her breath. After all, dealing with mechanical viruses is what she should be best at, and she is not bad at dealing with nano-creatures with collective consciousness such as the Thousand Faces. But they don't let her assist. They are afraid that she, the assistant, will change and become an output. The insidious Du family finally showed her cunning fangs. They began to covet their Gao family's property. Of course, this is not what she said, this is what Gao Ke said. And because there is no authentic information civilization in this galaxy, that is, there is no deep information lock. So she is extremely bored and runs around to grab land, using ownerless planets as information anchor points for evolution. Not only in the first and second star regions, but also in other star regions, as long as there is no third-level civilization, she will carry out deep information marking. With this move, at least hundreds of millions of stars will be used as real anchor points. No matter how strong the Queen's authority is, it cannot be transformed. This is the strength of information civilization. In the information sea, she is the main force. After all, the stars are silent. It just exists, and its existence itself is already a suppression. Then, a silver-white thorn drilled out. It flows like mercury, and its surface is covered with fine reverse spiral lines. When the pheromone of the insect tide passes by, those lines suddenly open up and become countless micromirrors, accurately reflecting the corrosive thought waves back. In a breath, the entire deep information space turned into a thorny space. Chapter 1533. There is no doubt that the thorn space is also a killer move against the Queen of Insects. And it is a super biological weapon jointly developed by two carbon-based civilizations. It is more appropriate to call it the thorn space or the forbidden space. Dao Gong smelled a strong smell of forbidden transformation from it. In terms of forbidden technology, carbon-based civilizations are often at the forefront. This is the case now. A light green light mist began to seep out around the thorns, condensing into a translucent gelatinous fungal blanket. Any spores of the swarm that try to land will fall into this mucus and be swallowed by the fluorescent microcells swimming in it. Those hexagonal microlife forms are countering the swarm with a parasitic method that the swarm is best at. Ice blue flowers bloomed on the edge of the fungal blanket, and each petal was a manifestation of biological evolution. When the will of the swarm approached, the flowers suddenly bloomed violently, spraying ultra-high-density evolutionary logic shrapnel, destroying the will of the invader into pieces. Before the senior engineer provided a large number of anti-insect weapons, the Alliance had high hopes for this move. Faced with the opportunity to beat the down dog, the other player on the field did not let it go. The new Elephant Master fell into a rampage. The planet made of tendons and blood vessels, the huge biological folds rose and fell like breathing under the pull of gravity, and the scarlet mist spewed out from the pore-like crater, condensed into blood rain in the near-Earth orbit, and was absorbed when it fell, circulating into a never-ending rhythm of life. Every heartbeat of the planet caused space tremors. Under the reinforcement of the mechanical giant pillar, this tremor would evolve into a destruction of the entire deep information space every time. And the impact on the Queen's authority. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes and disappeared again. At the same time, the deep information space of the insect suddenly stagnated. In the outside world, this change was particularly effective. At first, only the carapace layer in some areas of the surface began to loosen, rising and peeling like dried mud, but soon, the exoskeleton of the entire continent-scale insect nest began to disintegrate, revealing the sticky, translucent soft tissue underneath. Those that were once the strongest fortresses of the insect swarm are now like the remains of prey soaked in digestive fluid, softening and falling off layer by layer. Standing outside the insect nest, the plant master looked at this huge change and muttered to himself. Is the effect so good? If this thing is mass-produced, I'm afraid the situation will be reversed. After the deep information space was fixed by the starlight, the real world and the information sea merged. A large amount of strange data turbulence gushed out. Some of them dissipated the insect tide. Some merged with the space, producing some unknown changes. Others evolved into strange life forms, among which there were Zerd genes, deep information, and biological viruses. Perhaps after thousands of years, these life forms will evolve into a monster species that will give the surrounding civilizations a headache. Mr. G seems to have come out. The voice of another national treasure master suddenly sounded in my ears, and this one's tone was mixed with excitement. He is killing into the void planet at superluminal speed. That's right. If the Queen of Insects wants to reassemble her body, she certainly can't reassemble it in the information sea, but must be in that void insect nest. As the planet of the Queen of Insects, this void insect nest has been studied countless times by the Anti-Insect Alliance. However, few people really know what is inside. Will it succeed? This time, even the plant master had a little more expectation in his heart. Success is the best, but failure is not important. Galb Gong did take advantage of the opportunity of the star network positioning to kill into this void planet. As soon as he entered, he felt an indescribable cold. This feeling is like entering a giant frozen egg. Under the shell, countless fine energy veins flow like blood vessels, as if the whole planet is breathing slowly. At the same time, the stream of light transformed by superluminal speed has materialized here, and the shape, color, and energy are flowing and reorganizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a weird feeling. Why do I feel like I have been split into billions of parts? The sound of Horus evolution gloves rang in my ears. It's normal. Rather than saying that this is a space planet, it is better to say that it is a subatomic planet. As an extreme organism, it is very sensitive to the outside world. As soon as Galb Gongfang came in, he immediately realized it. This is a world where all matter is broken down into subatomic. When all matter on the planet becomes subatomic, it will naturally carry space attributes. Galb Gong activated the evolution engine that comes with the equipment on the spot. Evolution engine. The limit of the war-mad bloodline is unlimited. It can be targeted to a certain part of the carbon-based body and infinitely strengthen it, and even all the functions of the body are infinitely strengthened. This is a must-win weapon for the kings to conquer the void. Galb Gong's skin gradually lost its sense of reality, as if being gently pulled by some higher dimensional existence, presenting a translucent ripple shape. In this state, the depth of Galb Gong's pupil was no longer an iris, but a constantly reorganized polyhedron, and the divine consciousness kept flickering. Finally, in the subatomic particles that were constantly decomposing and overlapping, Galb Gong found a golden light spot. From that subatomic particle, Galb Gong felt the extremely rich smell of insects. The next moment, the halberd in Galb Gong's hand flashed, breaking the void, but before hitting the insect egg, it collided with a slender long sword that was so dark that it seemed to absorb all light. An old dark elf walked out of the darkness. Galb Gong raised his eyebrows. It was this old guy. Although the two had quite a lot of PY transactions behind them, when they met head-on, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Galb Gong also once again witnessed the swordsmanship of a half-step breakthrough master. The swordsman's figure was like mist. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed to cut through the longitude and latitude of space. The blade's trajectory left a trace of lavender light, like a torn wound in the void. The sword moves were not straight lines or arcs, but irregular faults. The tip of the sword was still on the left in the previous moment, and it was stabbed from a completely opposite angle in the next moment, as if skipping the middle process. In just a few breaths, Galb Gong realized that unless he forced the Star Destroyer to be activated, even more than once, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. At the same time, Galb Gong felt the aura of at least 5 insect kings appearing. Galb Gong laughed dryly, turned the halberd blade, and smashed the space in front, forcing the opponent to retreat. At the same time, he pointed his hand, and a dark treasure book appeared. The pages of the book turned rapidly, and a dark energy tide quickly gushed out. It was as if black silk evenly covered the surrounding void. The old eyes of the dark elf leader flashed, and the sword light repeatedly split the void, avoiding the energy tides that were higher than one wave. The next moment, Galb Gong disappeared again. When he reappeared, the tip of the halberd slammed into the insect eggs, accompanied by the space like shards of glass. Although it didn't hit the air this time, it hit a coffin, and the fine, maze-like lines on it. Name: Queen Bee's Coffin. Rank: Cosmic Treasure. Galb Gong's eyes lit up, and the erasing needle shot out from the fiery sun halberd again, nailing it directly on the coffin, sealing all the functions of the coffin. However, probably because they were both cosmic treasures, the effect of the erasing needle was not so effective, and it only nailed a gap in the opponent's coffin board. Galb Gong would never miss such a good opportunity. He immediately abandoned the halberd and touched the sword. A top-level, third-level void long blade passed through the void and nailed it on the insect eggs. This time, it was finally nailed firmly. Chapter 1534. This time, Gao Gong dared to use his little brother to guarantee that he had indeed nailed the Queen of Insects to death, or rather, nailed the egg of the Queen of Insects that revived. The Queen's authority immediately broke the weapon produced by the stringer into pieces. Just as Gao Gong was preparing to make a final move, thick black energy like asphalt seeped out from the gaps in the coffin lid, twisting and wriggling like living mucus. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the coffin lid was blown away by an invisible force, and the dark energy torrent rushed up to the sky like a volcanic eruption. The powerful Queen's authority even froze the space. Gao Gong did not say a word, and teleported immediately. His figure instantly appeared at the edge of the void planet, ready to turn in immediately if something went wrong. He did not want to die with the Queen for a mere anti-insect alliance. But the Queen did not seem to think so. After completing the terrifying release of the Queen's authority, the entire void planet turned into another picture. The black energy gradually dissolved, turning into thousands of tiny light dots suspended in the void. At first, there were only a few scattered points, so faint that they seemed like illusions, but then they became more and more numerous and denser, like stardust blown away by the wind, lightly wandering in the darkness. They were not dazzling, but soft and cool, flickering like breathing, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing. Each firefly was filled with the breath of the Queen of Insects, or in other words, it evolved into a queen-level insect egg. Then, these insect eggs shot out in all directions. Gao Gong hesitated for a moment, but did not do anything. Although he probably couldn't destroy all the eggs, as long as he destroyed most of them, he would most likely be able to reduce the Queen's authority to a warning line. Once this state is reached, the Queen will fall into a deep sleep due to insufficient authority. The entire insect civilization offensive will be downgraded for this, and even completely retreat. But the question is, what good will this do for him? So Gao Gong silently watched these fireflies disappear. Then he set his eyes on the cosmic treasure that was stuck by the fiery sun halberd and fell down. Gao Gong put it into the dimensional bag without saying a word. This is his own trophy, and this cosmic treasure reminded him of a certain characteristic of another cosmic treasure. Name, Life Thread. Category, Cosmic Treasure. Function 1. Function 2. Function 3, lack when Life Thread is combined with Whisper of the Stars, Endless Embryo Disc, and Queen Bee's Coffin, it will be possible to try to produce a Scourge race with group thinking, super combat power, and super reproductive ability. I thought it would be impossible to put it together. After all, it is 4 cosmic treasures with production functions. But now it seems that it is not impossible, Gao Gong muttered to himself. And the Scourge race does not only include the Zerg. After accepting this Queen Bee's Coffin, Gao Gong had time to look at his system prompts. You severely damaged the subatomic Queen ACI, and the leader's reputation increased by 10,000. You severely damaged the subatomic Queen ACI, and the anti-Zerg alliance's reputation increased by 20,000, and the relationship became respectful. You severely damaged the subatomic Queen ACI, and the Colossus's reputation increased by 10,000, and the relationship became friendly. You severely damaged the subatomic Queen ACI, and the carbon-based network's reputation increased by 10,000, and the relationship became friendly. More than 20 prompts sounded in a row, and Gao Gongbin thought there was some benefit, but it turned out to be all reputation increase. Sure enough, working for outsiders is a dead end. If you want to become bigger and stronger, you have to be your own boss. At this time, the new Elephant Master and the 2 National Treasure Masters also rushed over. Gao Gong briefly explained the situation, of course concealing that he had held back, and emphasized the Dark Elf leader, the former leader of the Black Machinery Alliance, and took the opportunity to throw black water on him. That old guy Ragnar not only betrayed his own civilization, but also betrayed his allies. I have dealt with him before, the new Elephant Master said angrily. Nonsense, he even betrayed his own civilization, so what does it matter if he betrays his allies again? He is not your man. Gao Gong silently complained. The 2 National Treasure Masters were relatively calm. In fact, we have gained a lot. Not only did we kill the Queen of Zerg, but we also severely damaged the Queen's egg, forcing the other party to release a large amount of Queen's authority. This has exceeded our goal. Another master also nodded and said, since it is a totalitarian civilization and a totalitarian species, the benefits brought by this action will definitely spread to the battlefield. Maybe we can recover the 4-star in one go. Compared to these known intelligence, I am more interested in the golden spots you mentioned. In our Zerg experiments, the Queen's bloodline should not be divided so much. Maybe it has something to do with the carbon-based network, the other party. The 2 National Treasure level masters discussed various evolutionary ideas without paying attention to others, and the discussion became more and more intense. Gao Gong had to cough dryly and interrupted the two. Or, let's go back first and discuss it to our heart's content when we get back to a safe place. Yes, we need to go back and treat the new Elephant Master's injury. After assassinating the Insect Queen, the civilization leader has completed his reputation mission. At least, he will have no problem gaining a foothold after returning. The reason why he didn't say a word was not because he wanted to play the role of a cool master. In the previous battle with the Insect Queen, his old injury recurred again. Now not only half of his face is covered with mycelium hairs, but now his whole body is covered with mycelium hairs. The two masters immediately prepared to transfer the cultivation of the biological dish. Gao Gong was a little puzzled while playing soy sauce. It's okay for the new Elephant Master, but why didn't these two react to Gao Yuanyuan's Star Network big move? Did they not understand the means of the information system, or did they think that this was the trump card of their own camp, and didn't dare to ask more? While thinking about it, Gao Gong suddenly received a message from the carbon-based network master. If I have time, I want to visit your legion and the leader who just assisted you. Oh, I still found it. Gao Gong was not surprised. Are you sure you are okay now? On a spaceship, Duya couldn't help asking a half-mechanical girl who was full of energy again and again. Don't worry, it's okay. Those mechanical uncles have fixed me. I have no problems now. Xiao Yu patted her mechanical airport and said confidently. No matter how powerful those mechanical masters are, they can't get rid of the intelligent machine crisis in you. Duya couldn't help complaining in her heart. And you have more than one mechanical revolution in you. In addition to the intelligent machine crisis, there is also the host revolution. Although she is half a bionic person, she is a niche in the niche of the mechanical department. It is really difficult for ordinary AI pollution to pollute her. After all, most of her human body systems are either carbon-based or imitation carbon-based. But staying with this person, she has a creepy feeling, like a human-shaped nuclear bomb that was ignited at some unknown time. She couldn't understand why President Du wanted to meet this person, and met him in the war engine. Wasn't he worried that the mechanical core would be infected and possessed by the other party? And in the second star zone, on the surface of a mechanical planet, a familiar figure appeared in outer space. A player who was responsible for monitoring the high orbit space was stunned. Old Gao. Chapter 1535. From the perspective of NPCs and players, two major events have happened recently. The biggest hot news for the Anti-Zerg Alliance is naturally the assassination success, and the Queen of Zerg has died temporarily. Although the theoretical maximum result was not achieved, the Queen of Zerg died, and the Queen's authority was exhausted. In the various calculations of the Anti-Zerg Alliance, the probability of this situation is extremely low, less than 1%, and it is almost impossible to achieve. But it has achieved a result with a low success rate, but from a realistic perspective, it is the most likely to be achieved. That is to destroy the body of the Queen of Zerg, and at the same time, to a great extent, consume the Queen's authority. This is not even a tactical result, but a strategic one. Now the armies of nearly 10 civilizations are advancing frantically, and there is no need to worry about the Queen of Zerg suddenly coming and transforming them into Zerg. Without the blessing of the Queen's authority, no matter what kind of Zerg, they all have a debuff of 20% attribute reduction. If it is a high-level Zerg, the debuff will be even greater, because they are more deeply affected by the Queen's authority. At this moment, these mechanical armies are conquering lost territory along the way. As for the few allies of the Queen of Insects, whether it is the Thousand Faces or the virus machines, they are not species that are good at attacking. Assassination, transformation, and signal isolation are okay, but facing the mechanical army that is comparable to the tide of the galaxy, without the Zerg in front, these two vassal civilizations really can't stand it. It is ironic that before, it was the Queen of Insects who made a rapid advance with the help of the endless Zerg army and swept everything. Now the situation seems to be exactly the same, except that the mechanical alliance is pushed back. As for the players, in addition to fighting to the death with the Thousand Faces, the latest battlefield news is that someone saw Boss G. The entire major version has been running until now, and this real person finally appeared. So those who took photos, those who took group photos, and by the way, they had questions. Is the dungeon about to end? No, I haven't gained enough experience yet. Now level 80 is no longer the standard for first-line players, but level 90 is, and the first batch of level 90 players have been born. Not those high-level players of the Operation Flow, all of them are commanders. From starship commanders to small-scale battle operators, everything is available. It can only be said that 30 years of East and 30 years of West The original carbon-based system and mechanical system players quarreled to death, for who is the son of the version, or in other words, the system balance problem is just short of an offline fight. Now it's good, no need to quarrel, the command flow is the king, suppressing all dissatisfaction. No matter how good you are at fighting, how many legions can you resist? Commanders and generals who come out of the Starship system are so awesome. Rumor has it that the first level 90 command player is the legendary 5th Master, who is likely to become the first marshal in the camp. Someone will definitely sneer when they see this. What a joke, it's not that easy to be promoted to marshal. You have been promoted in this version. What will you do in the next version? After the Major General is the Lieutenant General, after the Lieutenant General is the General, after the General is the Star General, after the Star General there can be 1-star General, 2-star General, 5-star General MacArthur. As for the parties involved, the Flying Ship Master said that he did not pay attention to this kind of legend. However, this kind of legend is not completely groundless. As the player with the highest military rank in the camp, he has the right to make suggestions on the camp's military plan. At this moment, he is using his power. Establish an advanced military academy? General Quill took the other party's proposal in surprise. Is it necessary? The corner of the 5th Master's mouth twitched. For a military civilization that is in its rising period, it would be strange if there is no military academy. General Quill took a quick look and found that there are quite a few plans in this proposal. Special training of military command skills for Scourge warriors. Joint weapons development departments to establish a new interstellar tactical design institute. Conduct simulated combat plans for arms and space transportation technology. Reverse targeted development of weapons of different civilizations. General Quill looked more and more serious. Looking at it this way, it is really necessary. If the Legion had used the dimensionality reduction tactics and the Void Storm tactics before the Civilization War, the results would have been greater. I will seriously consider it. General Quill vaguely remembered that the camp had a similar grassroots organization, the Mecha Academy, that was established a long time ago in the Iron Sand Desert period, and it was also the place where novices brushed their skills in the mouths of the Scourge warriors. Then I will make the final tactical preparations. Well, said General Quill without raising his head. The 5th Master hesitated, thinking of the recent hot topics on the forum, and couldn't help asking, did Mr. G really come to the front line in person? According to the previous convention, once Boss G appears, the plot will most likely end. Does the game system think so highly of me? General Quill raised his head, his face was dazed for a moment, and finally nodded. Yes, I'm here. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. In a frontline battlefield, Sister G, who had just finished an encounter, touched her chin and suddenly said something shocking. Sister, can you take your martial soul body first? My ship girl is almost contaminated by you. Sister G lowered her head and realized that her evil god body had not been cancelled. It was a female outline made up of coagulated pus and blood and decayed flesh, and it was taller than an ordinary high-rise building. Every time I see your body, I feel like I can't eat for at least 3 days. Bowsy rubbed his teeth and frowned as he looked at the other party. The opponent's face has no facial features, only the white gums exposed under the constantly peeling stratum corneum. The teeth are as dense as maggot mouthparts, and they make a wet and sticky sucking sound when opening and closing. The back of the head is composed of countless spasmodic miniature human faces, each of which is screaming silently. Her skirt is woven from living nerve bundles, and the end is connected to the swollen fetal sac. When she moves, the rotten ankles will fall off the broken meat, revealing the pale tentacles that drill out of the bone marrow. Every step leaves corrosive liquid on the ground, transforming inorganic matter into beating flesh and blood. This is just one face of the opponent. The opponent has 2 more faces like this. Can this woman's strength now compare with several boss template bosses? In terms of single combat power, Sister G is undoubtedly the first in the camp, the undisputed first. What a pity, oh no, the times have changed. No matter how good you are at fighting, how many mechanical legions can you beat? What a pity. Bowsy sighed silently. Soon, Sister G turned into a very beautiful gamer girl again, which was completely different from her previous evil god image. What did you say was wrong just now? Bowsy asked. Boss G appeared, and no one in my female SP group drew a pornographic picture of him. This is unscientific. Bowsy was silent for a while and said, if you have nothing to do, go clean up the battlefield and brush up the favor of the ship girl. Money is not omnipotent. I heard that some top command players will even get the active surrender of the ship girl. Sister G habitually insulted the other party and grabbed the other party. No, listen to me carefully, I mean it. I think this Boss G has a problem. No one draws a pornographic picture, So there is a problem. What kind of abnormal psychology do you have? Maybe he is busy brushing experience now. Bowsy said casually, opened the forum casually, and saw the pinned post. Fuck. There is a real problem. Chapter 1536. A cat replaces a prince. Mr. G who appears now is a fake. Originally, this kind of title-based post would not be popular on the forum, because things like Boss G streaking, shall use brain crashes, Gene Jinzis, which erotic pictures, and so on have appeared countless times and are not attractive. After all, what can you say without pictures? However, as more and more informed players began to support the post, the popularity of this post continued to rise, and finally, with the crowd watching, checking, and confirming. Damn, it's actually true. The content of the post is not complicated. The general idea is that a senior fan of Mr. G heard that Boss G finally appeared in the late stage of the copy, and immediately put down the frontline military affairs and ran to the logistics planet to chase stars. The excitement, anxiety, and discussion along the way were directly ignored. In short, this person rushed to Mr. G's place with all kinds of emotions, and then signed, took photos, and shook hands with a one-stop service. Then, there was this female player's 800-word exciting essay. Originally, the above content was circulated in a small circle at most. However, this female fan, relying on her fanatical killer instinct, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although she didn't know what was wrong, it was always wrong. So she specifically asked a high-level NPC she knew, and the NPC also confirmed that Boss G had indeed come. Then a little girl in the same group volunteered to go and find out. Then this little girl found Boss G again, and with her hand speed trained for many years, she did a master-level investigation without saying a word. Without a doubt, all of them were red question marks. But the name alone made him stunned. Name, Senior Engineer, Faceless Skinning, Level 90. Faction, Cybertron Legion / Starnet Civilization. Faceless Skinning? What the hell is this? So he immediately sent the message back without saying anything. Many people did not believe it, and immediately went to Boss G to find out the truth. As a result, they found out that it was true, needless to say, reported to the boss immediately. Then something even more bizarre happened. Once these players who discovered the truth went online, the memory of discovering the truth in the forum was immediately deleted. This routine is a bit familiar. The group of hardworking workers in the cyber test field who were forced to implant the Enterprise chip were offline and online. When the cyber hackers invaded the human brain, they also had similar symptoms. When the cyber psychosis broke out, they also had the same symptoms. Isn't it just that the consciousness is controlled? The players are familiar with it. So without saying anything, they quickly call people online. There are two types of people who call people. Those with good brains report to familiar high-level NPCs. Those with bad brains organize a group to prepare to kill this fake G boss. The latter died miserably. As soon as they started, the camp points and camp reputation were completely lost. Then, they were chopped into pieces by the controlled ship girl. As for those who report it, it is also not useful. Because according to the in-game videos shot from various angles, these high-level NPCs will be stunned at the beginning. Then, they are very sure that this G-Boss is the real G-Boss, and there is no possibility of being replaced. Then the players just do a probe, Dong Gang, Faceless is peeling, Dr. Roan, Faceless is peeling, Host Brain, Faceless is peeling, Sheen Hazelnut, Faceless is peeling. When these players leak in the game, they will also be given a debuff, called Faceless is covering its face. When this debuff is completed, the relevant memory will be automatically deleted in the game. What a great human brain virus! It can actually be transmitted remotely. Many players were still skeptical at first, whether this thing is so effective, but they knew it was so effective after trying it. As long as you record the message that Boss G is a fake anywhere in the game, in any way, then this debuff will be automatically applied. Then the memory will be cleared in the game. This faceless virus is so awesome, so the matter became more and more serious, and the popularity of this post became higher and higher, all the way up, and finally it was directly pushed to the first place. Someone summarized 3 points below. First, do not question the fake G-Boss in person in any way, you will 100% be infected with the deletion virus. Second, do not record information in any way in the game, even if it is stored in your own biological computer, it will be deleted together, the human brain firewall is useless. Third, do not try to inform high-level NPCs, before finding a solution, this will only add another victim. So, the players were dumbfounded. How can this be done? The end result is trouble, and if it happens, it will be a disaster. I thought the planner who created the Cyber Tide Hell copy had been fired. After all this time, you are still here. Although this wave did not cause all the players to log off collectively, it did make them stuck on the fourth wall. How can this be done? Some players suggested writing a hacker virus directly to fight poison with poison. Some players suggested finding an opportunity to lure the fake senior engineer to an ambush point, mobilize all the satellite cannons that the players can use, and take the opponent away physically in one wave. Some players suggested finding a way to wake up the senior engineer directly. As for how to wake him up, of course, it is seduction. Apart from these reliable and unreliable ideas, one of the intelligences is very critical, that is, the so-called faceless one is actually the main target of the player's current attack, that is, the existence above the group of 1,000 faces. This is not a literal meaning. It is that some players captured some 10 faces, 100 faces, and even 1,000 faces. After that, they specially found a bunch of third-level hackers to hack into the heads of these people and dug out the stuff. What about the Faceless Council and the Faceless Transformation? Actually, we have dug out some things before. I originally thought that these were all background information for the dungeon plot. Now, wow, these are all mission intelligence. Those nano-killers, who can't beat us on the front battlefield, come to steal, cheat, and pretend to be their dear boss G. And what the players have to do now is to break the fourth wall and leak this news, not to high-level NPCs, but to let everyone reach a consensus. That is, Mr. G is a fake, and he must not be allowed to micromanage. Things like using space transport channels to launch military plans must not be done. Once you do it, something bad will happen. The enemy can really transform into a Gundam. So the bad news came. It was not from the high-level NPCs, but from the players. According to several level 90 bosses who follow the Starship Command route, the 5 masters are preparing a big plan to counter the encirclement and suppression. What's even more fucked up is that according to the sacrifice of 1 or 2 of the bosses, a piece of news was finally asked from the 5 masters. That is, this master once asked the general person in charge of the campaign, General Quill, whether his boss G came to the front line. Is this true? That goes without saying. If you have onychomycosis, one will infect 2. These 2 represent the top level of NPCs and players, and they are all infected. This time it's really over. The enemy is at the top. Just when the technical players among the players were ready to find ways to get close to the other party, and then directly send this guy away with a wave of output. This boss went online, oh no, it should be offline, and went to the forum. And he admitted that he was indeed infected. So the current situation is, offline 5 masters versus online 5 masters. Chapter 1537. For a person like Master Wu who has been lurking for thousands of years to be forced to come out is definitely a historic breakthrough. Because he had been lurking until the late stage of the game in his previous life. From the perspective of the normal historical line, this change greatly increased the chances of the other party being canned. But from another perspective, he was forced to log in directly because he began to play a key role in the player's circle. And this role, according to the normal timeline, he did not have until the late stage of the game. After all, the times make heroes. Who would have thought that in the early stage of the game, there were players who actually got to such a high position? You know, in the previous life, it was an almost impossible task for players to join civilization. From Master Wu's own perspective, he was not the kind of person who was good at and keen on uniting natural disasters. Otherwise, he would not have left only legends, and almost no one knew him. But the situation is different now. If he didn't explain it clearly on the forum, he was 100% sure that there would be a skilled player who would come up with a respect the king and expel the barbarians, clear the imperial court, support the camp and the country, stop the insects with a handgun. After all, if you kill an NPC, you still worry about losing reputation and being kicked out of the camp. Killing a player like you doesn't even cost reputation. At most you just be a red name. Who's afraid of who then? Maybe it's a hidden mission. So even if it's for the sake of his encirclement and suppression plan not to be destroyed or interfered with, he had to personally go online to solve this problem. As a half-socially anxious player, Fawn was bombarded with information as soon as he went online. Even a strong player like Master Wu was overwhelmed for a while. He would rather bear the pressure on the battlefield than face these players. Fortunately, at this juncture, some big players came forward, either Bowsy, get out of my way and send them first, or Brother Umbrella, Airplane, Sister G, who are good at operation, or Feng Lu Knight, PP leader, who either brought their own player union or were in a high position in the camp. In short, it took a lot of effort to select hundreds of player representatives, and together with Master Wu, They formed a group and promised all online players that once something was discussed, it would be announced to all players in the camp, and if there were any hidden tasks, they would be shared with all players. This barely suppressed the discussion. After entering the group, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Too fucking tired, Master Wu thought for a moment and briefly described his current position, mission, and internal arrangements. After hearing this, all the high-level players exclaimed, "Good boy, it turns out that the so-called faction marshal is not fake. You are really the planner and implementer of this military operation. Dude, you are too awesome. Even players like PP Boss, who have become ministers, can't help but feel a little jealous. She can't even be a tool man for a tool man, let alone a planner. For example, up to now, she doesn't know where her direct superior, Desira, has gone." After the fifth master briefly talked about his current status, he thought about it and confirmed, "I think my encirclement plan should not be stopped, and should even be carried out as soon as possible, because since it is confirmed that this fake leader exists, then the meaning of his existence is naturally to evolve this civilization war into a result he wants. What the enemy wants to do is naturally what we don't want them to do. But the question is, how can you be sure that your account in the game will not be interfered with by the other party during military operations? Don't bring an umbrella on a rainy night. This possibility exists, so we must ensure that all known contaminated NPC high levels are under our surveillance, which naturally includes me. Once some micromanipulation or abnormal behavior occurs, stop it immediately, even if it is stopped by assassination. I will think of a way in this regard. I have the authority to issue various tasks. I can arrange some experiments, guards, and mechanical development tasks nearby and give them to some acquaintances who have not been contaminated." The PP leader gave the answer. "The second point is to find a list of contaminated players and isolate all contaminated players, at least at this stage, away from the war. How to do this? Not to mention that we can't command them. Even if their own father comes, they can't command them." A high-level player questioned. The fourth disaster focuses on a stubborn and unyielding player. This is very simple. Players go to dungeons for experience, money, and equipment. We can't give experience, but I will provide money and equipment. At most, I will compensate them with some dungeon quest props afterwards. Get out of the way, and I will give them first. I am rich and powerful. Add one, I will give some too. Bozy replied reluctantly. I will also provide some equipment. I also. According to the statements of several local tyrant players, this condition is also met. So a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain was quickly implemented. The PP leader and several other high-level players issued tasks, and then the teammates, partners, and friends of the contaminated players took the initiative to hide and go to dungeons in the game. In short, isolate them from this encirclement and suppression plan. But what can you do? The PP leader asked. Your rank is too high, and I, as the minister, can't handle you and can't issue you tasks. The fifth master sighed. As the implementer of the war plan, his security level is the highest. Then I can only think of a way from myself. Instead of letting me do the task, it is better to do my task directly. The fifth master's words are very convoluted, but as an old driver, the PP leader understood it at once and set a thoughtful expression. You mean, you publish your own strategy and find someone to guide you? I see. Then Master Wu, what is your XP? Is it really Miss Wu? Then I can find someone to customize a bionic goddess Miss Wu, with AI implanted inside, built-in voice, and real-time monitoring. Gun, the new head of the Ghost in the Shell department, immediately understood and quickly used his expertise. Master Wu suddenly felt tired. He was obviously not such a person. Why did he do such a thing? Well, all the above problems have at least solutions. But what about Boss Chi? A high-level player said. There is at least a solution for the previous ones. But Boss Chi? It can be said that as long as he wants to go it alone, the player's power, strength, and connections will not be able to pull him down. And the reason why the enemy came up with such a concept god is probably because they are expecting him to do something big. Master Wu was silent for a while, and said, more than 50% of the enemy's targets are war engines. There was a silence in the group, and after a while, a senior player asked, War engine. What is it? When they knew that the camp actually had a civilization war computing center that surpassed the planetary computer level, the players were shocked for a long time. There is such a treasure in the camp. The fifth master thought about it again. I know there is a person, or an NPC, who may have a way, but you have to reveal the secret to him in a way that cannot be leaked.